Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 501, Chapter 454. I almost wanted to say that everything up to this point was worth it purely for the look on Loki's face. I would be lying, of course, but it certainly made me feel better. Funny enough, my words had silenced the entire room. I'm guessing the title was one of those things that they simply did not talk about openly. Well, fuck him. I felt his grip tighten and his smile strained. Careful, mortal. Lest you say something you shouldn't. You're right, I'm sorry. I put my other hand over my chest. It seems I made a mistake. I raised my voice, pausing for a moment. I think the tense atmosphere eased a little as they suspected I was going to apologize, and they could gloss over this whole thing. Calling you the horse fucker would imply you were doing the fucking, wouldn't it? But you were the one getting fucked by another horse. He twitched slightly. Do you visit the stables if you want a good time? I asked. Is looking at a Pegasus for you the same as if I looked at an angel or Valkyrie? I'm genuinely curious, was it when the horse was inside of you that you thought, hey, I'm getting fucked by a horse, maybe my decisions up to this point were wrong, or did you just double down, well, I'm already getting fucked by the horse, I may as well keep going. A glimmer of steel was coming right for my eye. Loki held a dagger in his hand and I grabbed it before it could reach me. To be honest, it is far from the worst decision you've made in your life. I kept my innocent smile. And I'm not talking about your stupid hair. You forget your place. He hissed. Oh wow, point to me. I honestly didn't think that would piss you off as much as it did. Was it the horse-fucking comments I made, or was it about your stupid hair? Because honestly, I feel like you're the type of person who wouldn't get upset at being called a horse-fucker. I hummed. Is this how Asgard treats their guests? I looked up towards Vidar. Loki. Vidar's voice carried across the room, making the trickster god nearly snarl but pull away his dagger. Was merely a greeting. The trickster made his dagger disappear in a burst of magic. As if he did nothing wrong, he let go of my hand and put his hands behind his back, keeping a calm smile on his face as he looked towards everyone else. Yeah, it's all good. We were just horsing around. God, seeing Loki getting annoyed was my new favorite thing now. The not-so-subtle glare he was leveling against me was just icing on the cake. Did the horse have to pay child support? His hands burst out with fire and ice. The thing was, I didn't think I pissed him off that much. I like to think myself witty and intelligent, but I would admit that Loki was someone who would beat me in that department. He was more than capable of keeping up with my insults and poking my sore spots if the situation called for it, but he was holding himself back. He wanted it to turn into a fight. He was goading me into responding with force in turn. Honestly, his shown anger is probably only about 10% of what it actually is. It didn't matter that he would have started it because he could probably justify it in the eyes of the gods around him. Enough. Vidar slammed his hand onto his throne, forcing Loki's magic to cancel. Loki, your assistance was not asked in treating with our guest, stand to the side. The trickster harumphed, tossing his hands up as he stood by a few other gods. And yes, this is not how we treat guests, however, this is not how we expect guests to act. The king's hard gaze turned to me. I glanced at Odin, who was not making any comment or moving to interfere. I wasn't obtuse, I could glean that he was intentionally letting me run my mouth and kick up a fuss on my own. I have no idea what his plan was at this moment, so I would just keep going at my own pace and do what I wanted to in the moment. The gods around Loki were also giving me looks, and they were quite different from the others as well. Odin said that Loki had allies within the court, I guess it had become this blatant. Bring everyone else in, Thor is about to arrive. Vidar said in a tired voice. When he said that everyone else, I expected the other gods they had on hand that weren't holding down the fort. What I did not expect was to see familiar faces. Serorg. I furrowed my brow. The devil grinned, waving at me. He was wearing armor with a significant amount of blood splattered across it. It wasn't just him either. The boy band member was here, Sun Wukong's descendant, the exorcist woman from the gathering that could apparently make holy firearms, the girl that I beat from Nuwa's palace from when I was playing around. There were others that I somewhat recognized from the party but never got to meet firsthand, such as with Guy in Greek-style armor, complete with the Siphos at his side. All of them looked like they had been fighting very recently. So you're acquainted. Loki's eyes glimmered and a sly smile appeared on his face. I frowned at his words because it was obvious he was subtly threatening me. I recalled Odin's original plan, to have the kids come here and make a name for themselves, fight a few battles, grab the attention and all that. Obviously, our original plans went completely out the window after arriving, so I completely forgot about this tidbit until now. Thor entered a moment later, looking rather jovial. Father, I have settled the elves as you ordered. His presence was rather hard to ignore. Honestly, I've interacted with him all of 2 times now, if we count merely hearing his words, and I found myself easing in his presence similarly to how I do with Artoria. Charisma is going to charisma. Brother. Vidar said sternly, and the thunder god adopted an awkward smile, scuttling over to Odin's side. First, I will give my thanks to our guests who have fought by our sides. Young they may be, they have fought bravely and admirably. He gestured to the kids. Awards will be meted once the war is finished. They shouldn't have been sent somewhere too dangerous, so I wasn't going to be worried for their safety. The assault by our enemies has eased upon the arrival of the previous dawn. This has allowed us a momentary respite and time to plan. Heimdall holds the line at the boundary of Muspelheim along with Freya. Njord pressures them opposite from Vanaheim along with our Vanir brethren. Skadi remained behind at the line of Jotunheim as the 8 frost giant warlords retreated. Otherwise, the front lines have come to a lull with minor fighting. I will hear everyone's thoughts. Clearly they retreated after hearing the return of Father. Thor laughed. Father, tell us of what battle left you in this state. The others looked particularly interested. To them, wounds and such weren't a big deal if one's life wasn't in danger. If you survived, then that just meant it was a good battle worth a story. Even Loki looked as if he was earnestly wanting to hear the answer. Did he not know yet? It had been what, a bit over a day. It would probably take him a day or 2 to travel down to the roots himself without suspicion of his absence. Combined with the fact that the ones down there probably couldn't navigate their way up meant that there was a lack of information exchange considering even my kaleidophone was having trouble here, it was safe to assume all methods of information exchange were halted. Loki originally expected Odin to come straight to Asgard, probably after finding out about Mimir. The delay must have caused some concern in him. He wasn't too surprised by my own appearance, and there's no doubt he knows about the others due to the reports from the front line by the Valkyrie. I think he completely ignored the others because they were insignificant in his eyes. But most important, he didn't know yet. He didn't know we just came back from the roots. Odin and I realized this simultaneously and shared a look. The Allfather's expression quickly changed as he donned a prideful smirk. Let it be known to all the realms, I have fought the world wolf and emerged victorious. He proudly slammed the spear onto the ground. I held back a laugh because technically, he was correct. I ignored the abrupt cheers around the court and focused on Loki, and just barely, I noticed his eyes dilate. Preposterous. Loki spat out, everyone snapping their heads back to him. He cleared his throat. We know how powerful my unfortunate child is. Allfather, are you to say you overcame fate itself? That is a bold claim. What's wrong, Loki? You don't sound worried, do you? I said mockingly. Loki frowned my way. I would be thrilled that one of Asgard's great enemies was defeated. I knew he absolutely despised having to say that out loud. However, I am simply skeptical. Well, how does it feel to have your well-thought-out plans fucked up? Of course, he didn't know the truth, but I relished his immediate confusion and assumptions. Odin patted his chest. I carry with me the wounds of its jaws, but I am alive and it is defeated. He raised his hand up, pointing at me. And it's thanks to the brat. And that was my K. Forgive me for my earlier discourtesy, I was in a sour mood after having to fight both Kronos and Hyperion and aid Odin with Fenrir. Both the titans for whom were very vocal about being there under a certain someone's orders. I held my hands up, producing Pandora's box, just to put the final nail in the coffin of Loki's current thoughts. A sudden hush befell the room, because I'm fairly sure everyone could feel the malice radiating from this thing. What is that? Vidar, king of Asgard, demanded an answer. Yes, Loki, what is this? I turned to the trickster god. Everyone else looked at him. How would I possibly know? His tone carried a breath of nonchalance, but there was something there that tickled everyone that looked at him the wrong way. Answer him, Loki. Odin addressed him for the first time since returning. Well, it appears to be a box. He said flippantly. Do you need me to point out the obvious? My king, how long are we going to suffer this outsider's disrespect? Someone stepped up in Loki's defense. Meli. Odin's eye narrowed. Meli, if I recalled, was a god of travel. I believe he was Thor's half-brother as another child of Jr. But then again, most Norse gods had familial relations in some way or another, so I don't know if what I recall about the myths is entirely accurate when considering family lines. I agree. Another stepped up. A bigger fellow, a build similar to Thor. Modi, what foolishness are you speaking? The Thunder God looked confused. The Thunder God, he came off as a bit whimsical, if I were to be honest, but I didn't doubt for a second that he wasn't aware of what was going on. Sides were finally being drawn in the sand, which is what Odin and by extension, Vidar seemed to want right at this moment. A sword in the open is much better to face than a dagger hidden in the dark. Father, he disrespected Asgard the moment he arrived. No showed Northwest respect for our court and insulted one of us openly. Modi, the god of courage, pointed at me in accusation. I disagree. I crossed my arms. Disagree. We all heard what you spoke to Loki. Loki has done nothing but defend Asgard against our enemies. We have seen him bleed upon the battlefields, lead our armies and slaughter our foes. He swiped his hand through the air. If it were not for Loki, the defense lines bordering Jotunheim would not be the strongest we hold. Compared to him, this outsider merely claims a feat that cannot be verified. You insult me, I demand a duel to the death. I delivered quite pointedly. The god of courage nearly stumbled in place. He expected me to argue, to defend myself, and I said fuck it, let's decide who's right by a duel. As a god of courage, well, he would be expected to fight me as well, which I'm pretty sure went against their current plans. If not, well, killing one of the gods siding with Loki would be preferable. Really, the only consideration at the moment was Thor's feeling as it was his son. And I would most certainly not want to fight the thunder god at this point in time nor make him an enemy. I had options either way. There will be no duels to the death while we fight Ragnarok. Vidar slammed his fist against the throne, his gaze sweeping over the gathered. Who here agrees with Modi? Several more deities joined Loki's side silently. Sol, Saga, Dagger, Dellinger, Bela, Geir. Odin named them off intentionally. Sol, the sun goddess of Norse myth. Saga, goddess of wisdom, often mistaken for Frigga. Dagger, god of day. Dellinger, god of dawn. Bela, goddess of agriculture. Geir, goddess of earth and fertility. It seems like the group was associated with one another with regards to their domains. It was enough to show how much sway Loki currently had and why Vidar or Odin simply couldn't remove him outright without causing significant problems. The issue was, how many were on the fence? And if Odin or Vidar played it badly, they could decide that Loki's team was looking brighter. Brother, are you sure you are making a wise choice? A god next to Thor, someone even larger than the Norse god of thunder spoke. And the way he was addressing Modi, I could guess it was Magni, the god of strength. I was always the wiser one between us, brother. The god of courage snorted. Modi. Thor looked hurt. The god of courage didn't answer his father. It's a simple matter then. Odin stroked his beard. The brat accuses you, Loki, and you claim innocence. We can simply ask a third, neutral party. And who do you claim as neutral? Loki's lips curled up. Why don't we ask Ratatoskr? Odin smiled himself. It's well known our mutual distaste for one another. There should be no reason for him to lie. Loki was silent, looking like his mind was running a mile a minute. Ever since we got to Asgard, he'd been on the back foot. Loki moved his fingers back and forth as if he was weaving a spell, even if no magic was being cast, I could tell something was happening. I found it hard to believe that he hadn't pulled some tricks the moment he realized he was on the back foot. The door to the great hall was pushed open with haste. A man nearly fell over, coming to a stop. Hermr. Loki looked over at the man, appearing agape and surprised at his entrance. Credit where it's due, I honestly couldn't tell he was faking his reaction. What's wrong? I vaguely recall that being the messenger of the gods similar to Hermes from the Greek side, as he was also one of the fastest gods in the 9 realms. My king, I bring reports from the lines around Jotunheim, they've been breached. The giants of frost march towards Asgard. The messenger god quickly relayed. How convenient. What of Skadi? Loki sounded concerned. I know not, only that she ordered a retreat and stayed behind to buy time. The messenger shook his head. Well, it certainly presented a situation dire enough that everyone was forced to act. It seems we must put this matter to the side for now. Thor held his hammer firm. Brother, I will rally the armies and meet them head on. No. Vidar told them plainly. This matter will be settled. I suppose we can wait until we manage to find the elusive Ratatoskr, however long that takes. Loki rolled his eyes. It's not as if the squirrel is one of the most difficult beings to track down within the 9 realms. And surely, we are not pressed for time, such as an enemy army marching upon us. Brother, he speaks the truth. Thor seemed to reluctantly agree with him. Loki played with his nails, looking disinterested in anything further. No need. Another person quickly walked into the hall. Ratatoskr will come if I call, he owes me a favor. The old elf king strode in with both Hugin and Munin on his shoulders. He looked towards the Allfather, who gave a nod his way. You. Loki realized his identity, it seemed. Me. Though, we never really interacted much. The old elf king smiled. It has been a long time, silver-tongued. Still up to your old games. Are you going to meddle in affairs that don't concern you, elf? Loki's tone was clearly threatening. Oh, that sounds exactly like what I'm doing, horsefucker. I nearly choked trying to hold back a laugh. I loved this old elf. For the first time, Loki appeared, I wouldn't call it concerned, nor even flustered, but slightly hesitant. There was a certain reluctance that he visibly overcame and let out a sigh. I intended to play this game a bit longer. Let the story play out into a wonderful and epic tale. But if you want to jump right to the end, then have it your way. Loki barely finished speaking as Odin made a move. Gi Balg in his hand flashed out, a red blur that pierced right towards Loki's throat, only for it to be blocked by a sword. Odin's eye widened, becoming speechless. Baldur. Vidar roared in fury, launching off his throne at his brother, and son of Odin. The two of them clashed once with swords, both pushing the other back before everyone else seemed to regain their wits. I myself was about to make a move as Loki's head belonged to me, however, the look on Odin's face stopped me. Don't bother, they already retreated. He sounded tired. The forms of the gods that sided with Loki flickered with magic. The Allfather stared at his son. Why? Baldur looked away. I'm sorry. And his figure flickered away with a burst of fire. The only one that remained was Loki himself, but that was also false, it was an illusion. He was an absolute master of illusions, to the point where I don't think there was an equal across the entire world. How does it feel, Odin? The illusion grinned at him. Knowing that even Baldur came to my side after a bit of persuasion. Really, I only had to dangle the promise of his dead wife in front of his eyes and he practically begged to join me. Odin just laughed. A full-bellied laugh. What's so funny? Loki's expression did a sharp turn. Odin ignored him. I could tell that it was hurting him inside, but the old god pushed it very far down. You did a good job, Vidar. Thank you, father. The Asgardian king nodded. What are you talking about? Loki narrowed his eyes. Odin stretched his back. The fact that we had traitors among us was probably the most difficult point to deal with. Vidar picked it up quickly, but you seemed too oblivious, Loki. Why do you think Heimdall and Freya were kept back on the front lines? Did you just think it a stroke of luck? It made you far too confident. Loki paused. You planned this? Oh, nothing so grandiose. When dealing with you, plans seem to have a habit of failing spectacularly. No, we just made it up as we went along. Vidar looked like he planned on cleaning up on his own, and that coincided with what I thought on the fly as well. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, your mutt should be nursing his wounds down in the roots. He's not dead if you didn't catch that. The Allfather said mockingly. But hey, it was enough to get you off your game for a few minutes. I'd call that a win. All this effort and you only forced me out in the open. The trickster scoffed. Fenrir still lives. Ragnarok will still resolve the same. He turned to me. Is this who you put your faith in, mortal? He put in so much effort, and what did he accomplish? Actually, he accomplished a lot from my perspective. Asgard should be almost nearly free of insurgents at this point so they can rally proper defenses. Loki is now out in the open where he didn't want to be at this point in time. Any good leader knows that you need your people to be unified if you want to win a war. Frankly, why he was still around, they couldn't actually do anything because anything significant would be ruined by Loki while he pretends to be on the side of angels. How does it feel to know that no one likes you? I said offhandedly. The trickster god just rolled his eyes. Spare me your dribble. No, no. I cut him off. I mean that for real. How does it feel to know that there is not a single living entity in existence that genuinely cares for you? No friends left after this stunt, as few as those were. Every single member of your family probably despises you bar, what, a wolf that's more beast than Jotun. Does that count? And there it was. The first real display of true emotion I've seen from him this entire time. Anger. Actually, I probably lied. Maybe that horse still likes you. I smiled politely. Is there a point to this? Loki's tone was without much emotion. Point. I hummed. I suppose there is. Essentially, I want you to think about this. When I lop your head off, I want you to think about how pathetic and worthless your life actually was in your last moments. I gave him no time to respond as I sliced through his illusion, dissipating the remaining magics. Asshole. Vidar, call a full retreat to Asgard. Loki will send everything he has straight at us. Odin commanded. Since Loki wants to end things for good, then it's time for the final battle of Ragnarok. Right, now we also gotta deal with all this. And also, Serorg and everyone else was here. I felt like this is going to get very messy very quickly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon Omake, Salem takes a peek inside Wilhelm's head. Salem POV. Run this by me again. Right, so you made these grim that forces people to dream. He held up one of my nightmare grim. I wanted to see what it was like. You are aware it is called a nightmare grim. Well, I figured you could tell it to be nice. That wasn't incorrect to assume. You are aware that I would be able to invade your dreams through the grim, yes. I don't mind. He smiled warmly. Foolish. So you have nothing to fear then? I raised an eyebrow. You have nothing you wish to hide from me that may come about through your subconscious desires? Let's be honest, you know exactly what you would see. I let out a sigh. Why would I expect any different from you? Sometimes, I wish he truly did have some ulterior motive for me to discover. But no, these situations usually end with him either molesting my rear or showering me with affection. Sometimes both. Very well. I relented. I admit I am somewhat curious myself. I took the nightmare grim into my hand. So how do we do this? He asked, rubbing his hands together. Open your mouth, and say ah. I held the grim up. Ah, I'm suddenly having second thought. I smacked the grim against the side of his head and his eyes rolled back as he fell face first into the ground with my grim latched onto him. I nudged him once to see if he was asleep. My nightmare grim works fast. That was for smacking my bottom this morning. I snorted, nudging him again just in case. I was skeptical if he was truly sleeping now or he was faking. I lifted my dress up just enough to entice him, and he did not react whatsoever, thus I was confident that it worked. Well, let us attempt this experiment. I placed my hand upon my nightmare grim and allowed my consciousness to invade his own. Very quickly I discovered my surroundings change. I was in a white room with many different doors. With no other thought, I moved towards the topmost. I pushed it open and I was soon assaulted with sounds I knew all too well. I really should not have expected any different. I sighed, watching the dream version of him and myself have intercourse. I turned my nose up and walked out of that room back to the main hallway. I went to the next door, opening it up, and once more, it was of Wilhelm and myself engaging in carnal activities. Particularly, in this instance, the variety that involved my behind. I would not moan that pathetically. Shaking my head, I left the room and went to the next one. My expression didn't even change to see myself and him engaging in the same activities. Why are there multiple dreams of yours involving the same thing? I resisted the urge to go over there and strangle his dream self. I only paused as I noticed a not-so-small discrepancy. I am well aware of how the mind conjures many different dreams, and my nightmare grim amplifies that, but this will get ridiculous very quickly if this is all I experience. And my bum is not that large. I huffed in indignation. And you are certainly not that large either. It seems that boys lie about their sizes even in dreams. I shook my head but felt a strange sense of annoyance as I looked at my fake dream self he created. My rear was really not that big, was it? I felt embarrassed as I looked around, even knowing that there was no one else here. I walked up to the two of them engaging in such activities upon the bed and I positioned myself next to my dream self as she exaggeratedly enjoyed such a thing. I lifted my dress up and compared myself to her. Well, at least I was not mistaken, thankfully. I felt a quick sting upon my buttocks as my eyes widened. The dream Wilhelm smacked my behind again. I scowled, quickly leaving this room in a huff. Stupid. The next room, more of the same. The next room after that. Well, at least it was normal intercourse. The next room, why was I sitting on his face? The same for the next. The third, as well. The fourth. The fifth. I felt my embarrassment rising up and I had to resist the urge to pull myself out of his dream and hit him a few times. One more door I opened and, okay, I was tied up and held over a table. As far as proclivities go, I cannot say that I am against this sort of entertainment. However, I prefer the positions to be reversed. I am thankful that at least it is not. Never mind, he pushed his face into my rear. I knew that he had a one-track mind, but why is his subconscious filled with nothing but these thoughts? I was about to return from this trip to his subconscious dream state, but looking around, I realized that this corridor, this room went deeper. And further down, the rooms changed somewhat. The doors were more decorated, more intricate. Was I experiencing his surface desires and dreams perhaps? That would explain the redundancy and consistency. I swear to the brother gods, if this door is of me sitting on your face again, I will. Pushing it open, I went silent. He was on a knee in front of me, holding out a small box with a ring inside. Will you marry me? He asked. Before I realized what happened, I had already slammed the door shut and my breathing had picked up. I felt my heart beating rapidly. Foolish, idiot, stupid. I cursed angrily. I couldn't help but snarl in annoyance. I was ready to push that door back open, but as soon as I grabbed the doorknob, I couldn't find the strength to push it open again. No. I would pretend I never saw that. Next door, let's see what he hides further inside. There was another ornate door not far away. I pushed it open and flowers fell through the air. There were many faces I recognized, all of his lovers and friends sitting together. He stood there, dressed in black, at the end of the long carpet. And I approached, in a wedding dress. He looked at me with nothing but affection and happiness in his eyes. I can't watch that play out, it would ruin me. The way he looked at the fake me, I couldn't bear to see it any longer, and I retreated from that dream. There was one more ornate in succession. After the first two, I understood they were intertwined. I hesitated, I put my hand on it, but I dreaded what I would see. But I also knew that I would regret it if I did not look. Forcing myself to calm down, I slowly pushed the door open. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about this one. His dream self and my fake self stood upon the edge of the castle roof as we had done many times in the past. The memories, they brought a small smile to my face that I allowed myself to indulge in since I was alone. But why was this together with the others? I walked closer to them and froze on the spot. Dream Wilhelm put his hand on my fake self's stomach. Her very large and round stomach. And I felt an ache in my heart. I quickly turned around, leaving this room and exiting his dreamscape, returning to my own conscious body. Without another thought, I pulled the nightmare grim off of his head, and nearly instantaneously, his eyes shot open and he was wide awake. Wow, that was trippy. I sort of felt it, but at the same time, I was totally out of it. Almost like a lucid fever dream. He shook his head, standing up. Did you go inside my noggin? I did. I confirmed. Find anything fun? You seem to have quite a few fantasies that involve me using your face as a seat. I said dryly. You didn't need to go into my head to find that out. He grinned. But nothing else? No, nothing else. You are a very simple-minded person. I rolled my eyes. That's a shame. Yes, a shame. Are you okay? He asked. You're not upset, are you? Of course not. I scoffed. I am well aware that you cannot control what you dream of. And I suppose it is flattering that your immediate dreams were so full of me. I deadpanned. There is nothing wrong. I reiterated. Without warning, he took hold of me, arms wrapped tightly around my body, my head pushed into his chest. What do you think you're doing? I huffed in annoyance. Hugging you. I just had the urge to do it for some reason. He hummed. Do you want me to stop? You may continue. For some reason, only when I was like this did the aching in my chest alleviate. And that was the only reason I allowed him to continue until he was satisfied. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you don't have the above, under the same name. Chapter 502, Chapter 455. I just couldn't understand it. On some level, I could understand the idea that after living for so long, one might just become tired. If I lived for long enough, I was sure it would happen eventually to me. And I could admit I had much more at my fingertips to keep myself entertained and living a good life. It's why I never spoke out about people who held views that since the end was coming, they would quietly await it. I think a part of understanding people was to know that you won't be able to understand everything about them and have to accept that you have differing views. However, the idea that someone would just want to not only die, but to make sure everyone else died along with them. That genuinely pissed me off, and I absolutely could not accept it. The idea of hurting my friends or family filled me with utter revulsion and pain. You are not looking at it from their perspective. Musuting, I spoke from within my soul. You understand it as life and death in absolute terms. To them, it would be a new beginning. A new story can't start unless the current one ends. And many of them have grown tired of the current story. I still scowled at the thought. The atmosphere within Asgard's throne room was melancholic. I think nearly everyone that remained had someone close to them walking out. And it would be something else entirely if they just walked away, but instead, they were standing on the opposite side. Though, everyone knew the situation and pulled themselves together rather quickly. Vidar walked up to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. As both the king of Asgard and one of its children, I thank you for your help. I'm glad I could be of some help. I tried to be as polite as I could due to the situation. You deserved a better ceremony and arrival. I am dishonored for your treatment. I quickly cut him off. We can handle all of that nonsense after everything is settled. I pat his armor. As an apology, I wouldn't mind trying some Asgardian mead later. The king of Asgard, who looked like he had aged hundreds of years in the last several minutes, showed a content smile. It will be done. It will be a wonderful celebration. Thor laughed but, well, it didn't feel right. Even if I didn't know him well, it felt like he was forcing it. But there was not much else he could do in this situation. He walked up to me, holding his hand out. I took it good-naturedly. I have heard a great many things about you. And I was astonished by your fight with Indra. I had hoped we would meet under different circumstances. Thor was polite. There was a hint of challenge there despite his words coming off as polite. However, they didn't feel antagonistic in the slightest. Another time and place, I'm sure we wouldn't be doing our greetings through words. He had a big grin at that, allowing himself a moment of humor. There was still another important matter to handle, however. The kids were still here. Thor must have noticed my gaze because he too adopted a complicated look. Vidar too seemed to realize the small oversight. The sudden betrayal and all that, but he was also playing host to a group of younger generations from other pantheons and factions. The king of Asgard showed that he was more than worthy to sit upon that throne. His expression didn't waver even after seeing his brother betray them. He walked up and sat back down, a stern look on his face, and he cast his gaze over to the others. The situation has changed. The promise was to provide opportunities for our friends from far away to experience blood and war. However, we can no longer guarantee your safety. If you're about to tell us to go home, you can save it. Biko spoke up quickly. Gramps told me to come here to earn some experience. I ain't leaving until I get to smack a god in the face with my rod. Sarord punched his hand into his fist. I came for a fight, it doesn't matter against who. Boy Band and the others didn't voice their thoughts, but they seemed to agree with them. Very well. Vidar acknowledged them. You will have the gratitude of Asgard upon the conclusion of this war. He looked a tad hesitant, but I could understand his position. Asking kids of other factions to help out was shitty, especially when they realistically can't afford to lose any help offered at the moment. While not quite up to the level of Kronos and such, they're easily at the level where they could strengthen the battlefield with their presence. He then turned to the old elf. Thank you, King. Bah, none of that. The old elf snorted. If my son wants to sit on the throne, then he gets all the ass-kissing that comes with the crown. It's just Folin now. Vidar just smiled awkwardly. Elder Folin then. He still tried to be respectful. Thank you for coming to our aid. It was nothing big. I should be thanking you for allowing my people safe refuge. For as safe can mean during these times. Speaking of, come out you big rodent. A certain pair of beady eyes appeared from the crevices of the throne room. The chirping sound made it obvious who it was. How did you know I was there? I didn't. The old elf shrugged with a grin. Heh. Ratatoskr looked, shy almost. It felt like he didn't enjoy being the center of attention. Many curious eyes were now on him and he was literally back into a corner. Odin tapped the spear against the ground, immediately grabbing the attention of everyone. Ratatoskr lent us aid while we fought the World Wolf and the Titans down in the roots. Without him, I may not have lived to see the sun rise. It was only a few words, but they suddenly all looked at the big squirrel in a new light. On behalf of Asgard, thank you, mighty Ratatoskr. Vidar proclaimed. Know that as long as Asgard's walls exist, refuge is here for any of its allies. Yeah, right. The squirrel seemingly didn't know how to respond to that. He scampered up to the old elf, sort of hiding behind him and looking around to me briefly as if to check that we're okay. What are your plans? I asked him. My plans. He sniffed. Do you plan to hibernate, or stay around? Do you want me to stay around? He hesitantly asked. Well, your help is always welcomed. You saved our asses back there, and having a friend that can travel through Yggdrasil as easily as I can breathe is always welcomed. But, it's not really your fight in a way. You're able to sleep through it and can avoid the fighting. I'm not a fighter. That's fine, not everyone is. I smiled. Then what do you expect me to help with? Whatever you think is best. His claws tapped against the tiled floor a few times and began to sink into the ground. You're the first person to call me a friend. He said, disappearing. Well, that was strange. But I suppose Ratatoskr wasn't exactly normal either. Await the return of our armies. Then we will call a council to await Loki's attack. Vidar ordered. It would take a few hours at a minimum for the front lines to properly retreat and return to Asgard. And then immediately we had to prepare for an upcoming siege. It was going to be a long next few days. His words were basically the indication that the court was dismissed. Thus, I walked over to greet the others. Wilhelm. Sarord greeted. I happily took his hand. It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you up here. You as well. He grinned. How long have you been up here? Obviously, he meant the Norse realms in general. A couple days at this point. We intended to quietly deal with the Titans taking up refuge around here, but that went to the wayside after full-on war broke out. Unfortunately, we ran into them down in the roots, but Fenrir was there too and he was just as much of a monster as the legends say. I see, it must have been a tough fight. I admit, I'm kind of confused as to what happened just now. He scratched his cheek. That. Where to begin? Loki had a scheme going on down in the roots. The box is Pandora's box, and he was sort of using NHGGR as a vector to corrupt Yggdrasil. I was about to go into more detail, but I guess it didn't really matter. Anyways, we realized that Loki didn't know we had been down there by the time we came to Asgard, so Odin used the opportunity to force everything out in the open and make everyone draw their lines in the sand. Which didn't really change much on our end and only benefited us. Our enemies would have been our enemies regardless. I understand. He nodded. I pat his shoulders. Looks like you had a hard time. He shrugged. I've never fought in a war. It's a different experience. The armor around him shimmered, and another familiar face appeared at his side. Yo. The Nemean lion raised his hand casually. The others in your peerage here too? Nah, only Neem here cause he's technically my sacred gear. Serorg said casually. I understood. The whole concept of this get-together for them was to supplement each faction with a combined group of the younger generation. Lopsiding it with Serorg's entire peerage would make things awkward. Biko. I greeted the new Monkey King. Sup. He put his divine staff up against his shoulder. Didn't think you'd be here, should have guessed. I flicked my hand up in acknowledgement. Boy band. Fuck off. Valis scowled. I just grinned, moving on to the next. And I don't think we've met. I looked at the kid dressed in Greek-style armor. And as far as kids go, he looked to be the youngest of the group. I am Achilles. He quickly introduced himself, stumbling slightly. Are you now? I raised an eyebrow. Spirit Inheritor? Yes sir. He nodded. And, my great-grandmother is Thetis. Wow, that's not going to be awkward at all. But I suppose that's Greeks for you. Achilles was going to have fun when he finds out he had a mini-me running around here. Lastly, was the Jade Beauty and the church girl, both of which, well, I didn't really have a positive relationship with. The girl I pissed off while I was playing around as a young master in Nuwas Palace. I waved, she scowled, and turned away. Yup. As for church girl, well, I was basically the enemy of her face. I just gave her a polite nod and she seemed to slightly do so in return even if her expression didn't change. You guys sure you want to stick around? I can easily give you a ride home. Well, easily was me being prideful. This whole place was fucking with my normal usage of my magic. Even with Mirage, it's all fucky and I'm still figuring it out. Not that I couldn't open a portal, but it's significantly more difficult while on Yggdrasil. It's fine, Gramps didn't raise no coward. Biko shrugged. Besides, it's not like we can't run away if the worst happens. That was very true. If you're here, then I can handle it too. Valley huffed indignantly. The others, well, I didn't know the two others very well. I thought there was more of your little group. I don't feel like everyone's represented here. There's another group that are helping the Celtic pantheon. Biko explained. Huh, imagine that. Well, I wouldn't talk them out of staying. I would be a hypocrite if I started spouting nonsense about it being dangerous and all that. I would do my best to keep an eye on them at the very least. Oi, brat. Odin hollered. Come with me, I want to show you something. I said my goodbyes to them, and quickly caught up as Odin didn't even wait for me before he left. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, what do you want to show me? We had walked out of the palace and sort of back around it to some secluded area. Well, nothing really important. I just wanted an excuse to get a little bit of time away. Odin admitted openly. Geez, I didn't even know what to say to comfort him. Odin looked up at the sky. He's not a brat any longer. He's a man, a god. He will have to take responsibility for his actions. It was clear who he was talking about. It's hard to blame him. I went to some lengths myself because of Scathach. He wasn't so lucky as me to have a means to bring back the woman he loved. I don't know what I would do if given the offer of bringing back Frigga. Odin sympathized as well. However, before I am a husband, a father, and an old man, I am a god. The needs of Asgard come before my heart. I couldn't handle being responsible for so many people all the time. I respected him for it honestly. Well, there is a specific kind of courage to openly admit that sort of thing. Odin chuckled. Come here, there's something good. He led me through a sort of garden, and I came to the realization of where we were. Before I could speak, a small head peeked over a bush at her arrival. Grandpa. A young voice called out, flying to Odin to give him a hug. Oof, you're getting so big. He smiled, returning the gesture. A small girl, perhaps a year or two younger than Kuna based on her stature and with a head of blonde hair. Come now, introduce yourself to Grandpa's friend. She broke away from Odin and did a cute little curtsy. I'm the goddess of youth, Ian. She beamed. I looked at Odin and he gave me a short look and I ignored my question for now. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ian. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, you can call me Wilhelm. I adopted the same mannerisms when I was handling Kunu. Odin whistled and his two familiars came flying down. Ian looked ecstatic and she immediately started playing with them. Honestly, it's almost exactly what I did with Kunu sometimes to distract her. I guess some things are universal. Odin silently led me a little further to the side to a bench. He let out a grunt sitting down and I joined him. In front of us was an innocuous tree, but the aura it exuded could not be hidden. Is that? It's the golden apple tree. Odin nodded. Figured you'd like to see it since we have a small amount of time before everyone arrives. The golden apples were pretty much the same as the Greek variety. And they are equivalent to the peaches of immortality. I glanced at the adorable child running around with the two ravens. Is she really Ian? Yes and no. Odin let out a tired sigh. She is the child of Ian and Bragi. Bragi died and Ian suffered mortal wounds. I suspected Loki, but I had no evidence to support it. I believe he wanted to cut off our access to the golden apples that grow here. Ian was as stubborn as she was kind and despite suffering pain that would make any god wish for death, she made it back home and gave birth, in a manner of speaking. She gave birth to herself. Odin shook his head. Her child was also hurt, so she did the only thing she could. With her connection to the golden apple tree, one of the most powerful expressions of life within the 9 realms, she bound her daughter to the tree and offered up her own godhood. Ian passed away, but Ian was saved. Odin stretched his body. It took a long time for her to be properly born as she had to ripen before she could be picked from the tree. She's technically 471 years old, but realistically, she's closer to 40 years after being separated from the tree. As a goddess of youth, does she grow slower? That, and the fact that she's even more connected to the golden apple tree than her mother. It'll probably be a few thousand years before she's properly an adult. Odin smiled, watching her play. Grandpa. Ian came running over. The birdies told me what happened. Did they now? Odin leveled a glare at the two ravens, both of whom squawked and looked like they wanted to run away. I can help. Can you? Odin hummed, humoring her. I can fight too. I'm a goddess. She reached into a small pouch she had at her side, her arm disappearing into it, making me realize it was bigger on the inside like my ring. Very quickly she pulled out something very large. A hammer that was comically big in comparison to her. The head of it was probably 4 times her size. She held it up easily, waving it around. I can fight, see? I do see, that's why you have a very important job. Your job is to protect the golden apple tree. It's a very important job and I can't trust it to anyone else but you. Is it really important? Ian asked skeptically. Really? He nodded. The little girl pursed her lips and dropped the hammer on the ground. I honestly expected it to be a toy. The quake it generated as it hit the earth, and the way it sunk down into the ground made me rethink that. For some reason, that just made her more adorable. Maybe Kunu and her would get along. I was about to bridge the topic with Odin, but a horn reverberated throughout the surroundings. Frankly, I think everyone within Asgard could hear it. The Gjallarhorn. Odin stood up. They've returned. I'm coming too. Ian declared. I'm a goddess. Odin stared at her for a moment and seemingly relented. Come, our time grows short. Asterisk. The short respite was welcomed, but it ended fairly quickly. I expected it to take a few more hours in all honesty, but then again, Vidar also prepared on his end before he realized Odin had returned, so maybe not. We quickly returned to the palace, where many new faces greeted us. Let's skip the pleasantries. Brat, meet Freya, Heimdall, Ullr, Sif, and Tyr. They're the ones who were mostly holding the lines that just came back. Odin quickly introduced. I silently nodded to them, and they did the same. Odin, you didn't say he was so handsome. The woman, I'm presuming Freya, sauntered over rather seductively. Keep it in your pants, thought. Odin grumbled. I nearly choked at hearing the way he spoke to her. Bite me, old man. She scoffed. I've been covered in dirt, snow, and blood for over a week straight, forgive me for wanting to be pampered a little and treated as a proper goddess of beauty. You're forgiven. The goddess rolled her eyes. Ignore her, she just likes people drooling over her every step. But she's one hell of a sorceress. Odin stated. We do not have much time. A deep voice carried over. I can hear the drums of war intensify. He breathed out, cold air dissipating into the air. And the temperature falls. Pretty sure that's Tyr, the god of war. I see them, they march upon us in uncountable numbers. The rulers of Jotunheim lead. Heimdall, I presumed, looked off into the distance. They will be upon us shortly. I've already started ordering our defenses. The woman wearing full armor among them interjected. The goddess Sif, wife of Thor. My husband, along with our children, set out to buy us a few more minutes to prepare. Thor and Magni at a minimum might be able to cause them to slow down a bit without fear of dying. As if to answer, a thunderous boom shook the keep. Thor landed upon the entrance, letting out a breath. I apologize for my poor timing, however, my attempts to stall did not fare too well. It's unfortunate, but not unexpected. Odin shook his head. Vidar. Yes, father. Vidar nodded, something between them. The barrier around Asgard is being raised as we speak. I could sense an overwhelming amount of magic through the air. I closed my eyes and focused on it, and I could feel it taking shape around the entirety of Asgard. I should be thankful we made it back in time, but this timing is annoying. Freya grumbled. Out of one fight, into another. A final round of drinks for myself and my brothers. Thor grinned. We say goodbye to our fathers and mothers. Odin followed suit. For Valhalla calls, and it will wait no longer. Vidar joined in. Despite the somber atmosphere, they all pushed away their inner feelings and current turmoil, focusing on the issue. Heimdall, you will be in charge of moving around our troops. Father, you're still hurt, preserve most of your strength for now. Thor, focus everything you can on killing the warlords that dared to cast their greedy hands towards Asgard. Freya, you're handling our magical defenses. Vidar began ordering about. Wilhelm. He looked at me. I can handle some Jotuns. He smiled. You have the same duty as my brother. If their leadership collapses, we will have a chance. However, be on guard for our traitors and their allies. Kronos, Hyperion, and the plethora of gods along with Loki who will be present. And that's not considering all the godlike giants running around and other powerful foes. The others have already taken their posts, let us join them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We, very quickly, made our way through the streets of Asgard that had become both chaotic and rather orderly. Weapons and food were being carted to the front, and civilians were being ushered to the back. All along the walls of Asgard, I could see thousands of soldiers. Gods in some part, spirits in another. Einherjar, the spirits of the fallen that fought for Asgard. Among them, there were also women in particular positions. Wings on their backs, and identical armor upon them. Valkyries flew high overhead. Since the armies of Asgard pulled back, I could see them for their true worth. Hundreds of thousands they numbered. It really put into perspective how strong each major faction truly was. They would roll over anything the yokai could potentially do to mount a resistance if they fought in a similar manner. By using the standards popularized by the devils, I think every Einherjar was at a minimum, middle class in strength. I found myself a spot upon the walls rather quickly, and on the ground in front of us sprawled many more formations of Asgardian warriors. A magnificent sight. I looked to the side to see the old elf come up to me, it really is. Makes me wish I grabbed my good bow before coming over. He grumbled. That made me pause and think. How good are you with your bow? I'm all right. He said casually. No, seriously. How good are you? He looked at me with a more serious expression. Outside of Uller on the other wall, and maybe him included. He looked thoughtful. I could probably be in the top 3. It pained me, like almost physically, but I looked into my ring and took out Oriel's bow and held it out to him. Letting my friend or family use one of my treasures was one thing, and even though the elf helped me out when I was hurt, it was something I didn't like to do. It went against my draconic nature to part with anything from my hoard. What the hell is that thing? The elf's eyes widened. Think you can handle it? He hesitantly took it from my hand and flicked the bowstring. Yeah, I think I can do pretty all right. He cracked a smile. It was better in the hand of someone who can fully make use of the bow's abilities right now. If the situation wasn't rather dire, I would not be lending out my treasures. Tyr wasn't lying when he said the temperature was dropping. Approaching us was a fog, a thick cold air that blew past the forests and the mountains. Rumblings hiding within, eyes glowing balefully behind the frigid winds. The first one to step out was a giant 30 or 40 meters tall. It was easy to tell they were a woman, but they looked to be completely made of ice. She let out a roar, and the cold winds lashed out, carrying with them even more under the cover of the chilling colds. Jotuns of smaller sizes and bigger sizes came stomping forward. And along with them came a plethora of other creatures and nasty enemies. The majority of their forces seemed to be composed of Draugr, but the trolls were noted in large numbers, filling in the gaps so to speak. I take it that's an important one? I asked, pointing at the Jotun who appeared to be made of ice. That would be Thiassi, one of the 8 warlords of Jotunheim. Her name means ice. Among her siblings are Carry, Tempest, Belly, Storm, Thrym, Frost, Johol, Glacier, Frosty, Cold, Snower, Snow, and Orifta, Snowdrift. Each of their names represents the harsh environment of Jotunheim. He explained briefly. So far, it appeared to be something of a standoff. The tension was palpable, and no one made the first move. Want to boost our morale? I asked. What do you have in mind? He looked at me. Take a shot with that bow at the Jotun. I pointed to the ice one. The old elf looked at me, then down at the bow. He shrugged, putting his own bow onto his back and holding up Oriel's bow. Ever so slightly, he pulled the string back, and the light around us dimmed. As if all the light in the world swirled around him, converging, and condensing into the form of an arrow as he continued to pull the string back. At this point, I think everyone noticed the phenomenon occurring, at the very least, everyone important did. Even the Jotun he was aiming at, she looked, confused, shocked. And that quickly turned into fear as the arrow fully formed. From this far away, I could see her eyes widen. There were no words as the arrow was let loose. The fog dispersed almost completely, a bright light soaring to the horizon. And with that, one of the rulers of Jotunheim was missing an arm. Honestly, I thought it would have an immediate effect like our side cheering with a big morale boost, but instead, everyone was just sort of staring our way. What the hell did you give me? The old elf exclaimed. *****. Battle for Asgard beings, and we're approaching the end of the Yggdrasil arc. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty for those who can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 503, Chapter 456. The hush that came over the battlefield was not my intention. I think literally every set of eyes was staring in our direction at this point. Well, at least we can say that the initial momentum of the enemy had stalled. The frost giant, the Jotun, Thiassi, held their missing arm. I was sure they could regenerate it somehow, considering their body seemed to be made of ice, but maybe I was overthinking things. I looked around myself to sear the overall image of the battlefield into my head. That's when I met the eyes of Thor who was looking right at me, and realization dawned on me. I didn't know Thor very well, but I think at this moment, there were no words needed to be spoken. This was a chance. My muscles flexed, and my leg pushed back, my lightning crackled, and I shot off at Thiassi with my highest speed using Shuanpa. Almost exactly the same time, another boom shook the air, a thunderclap following me. 2 streaks of light slammed into the wounded Jotun queen. A hammer covered in lightning collided with the side of her head, and my sword of destruction erupted in my bloodline as it cleaved into her leg. The Jotun nearly fell over, but credit where it was due. It was one of the warlords of Jotunheim for a reason and quickly responded. A barrier sprang up, pushing us away. It looked delicate as if a large snowflake. However, the amount of magic woven into it was praiseworthy. It was enough to rebuff us. Thor slid across the ground, using his hammer to halt his momentum, and I quickly moved out from underneath its legs as the Jotun clenched its remaining hand, uttering something completely foreign to my ears, and the snowflake-like shield shattered. The pieces didn't simply fall to the ground, rather, the shards floated and took aim at both of us, shooting through the air at breakneck speeds. Both Thor and I moved quickly to deflect them, the shards of the shield shattering upon colliding with our weapons, but that didn't diminish their lethality. My aura could probably hold without issue, but they would probably be able to pierce my skin without it. It didn't take long for the enemies to regain their wits. The ground shook as another Jotun stomped over, and this newcomer was large. Easily twice as big as Thiassi, part of which was actually muscle, in addition to a large and bouncing belly. Each step turned the ground to ice, and he reeled his arm back with a roar, punching forward at Thor. Thunderer. Johol. The thunder god swung his hammer to meet it. The cataclysmic collision caused the entire area turn to ice with sharp icicles protruding from the ground. The Jotun let out a pained shout as he stumbled backwards. However, Thor too was about evenly matched by the strike and his hammer was deflected. I took that chance to call upon my wings, and I shot forward again, sword in hand. I stabbed towards the eye of Thiassi. The female Jotun held her remaining hand up, as if she were clawing at the air. Hundreds of ice shards manifested in the form of razor-sharp blades, surrounding me. My aura fluttered and my semblance activated. The blades merely went through my body that crackled with the element that made its home in my soul. The Jotun did not expect this whatsoever, the confusion obvious as it flashed across her face. She attempted to dodge, to block, to move out of the way, but my sword of destruction, surrounded by my power of destruction, slashed across her face. She let out a heart-wrenching screech of pain, her hand swatting me out of the air in a panic, but the damage was already done. Thor's hammer sailed across my vision, colliding with a shadow that loomed overhead as the other giant attempted to slam his fist down on top of me after I hit the ground. I was about to thank the thunder god, but a gigantic serpent made entirely of poison emerged from a spell circle that was cast far too quickly and escaped my perception. A shield similar to the one that encompassed all of Asgard appeared in front of me in a different state. The poisonous serpent splashed against it harmlessly, even if the poison seemed to eat away at the spell itself gradually. I recognized the voice too, even if I only met her once. Odin did claim that Freya was one of the greatest sorcerers in the 9 realms. Many more attacks came at me from various angles. Thor was standing at my side, hammer in hand, ready to defend, and I was on my feet as well. I could see 3 different divinities mixed in, and probably 8 different spells in addition to that all coming our way. However, all I heard next was a barely audible flick of a string, and light pierced through all of them. Unconsciously, my head jerked back to the old elf that was holding my bow. With just a tiny flick, he was able to produce a much more toned-down version of the attack used previously, but it was still devastating. I wanted to call bullshit, but the chaotic nature of this battlefield was forcing my attention elsewhere. Freya's voice carried again. It was in ancient Norse, and I could barely understand the meaning of it. Something roughly about falling sky rock. I grabbed Thor by the arm and used Shuanpa to get as far away as possible, and with just enough time to notice the shadow overhead becoming larger. On both ends, everyone threw up all the shields. However, over all the shouts and panic, the mad cackling of a certain woman was heard over all of it. A meteor fell from the sky, landing right on top of the hurt Jotun from before. The shield she erected in panic, it was like trying to stop a speeding car with a glass wall. Thankfully, the sheer amount of magical shielding that pervaded the battlefield was enough to stop it from becoming a wasteland at the impact, and contained it somewhat. There were only a few pieces of the Jotun remaining, but they were now scattered, and it could be assumed that one of the 8 Jotun warlords was dead. The Jotun Thor tangled with, he got a bit of the payload to the face, mostly unharmed, but that's not something you can immediately walk off even for a god, or rather Jotun in this case. He stumbled slightly, falling to a knee, but remained active. "You crazy bitch!" the Jotun roared. "You used a spell like that right in the middle of the battlefield. And I'll do it again." She shot back, a large spell circle I wasn't able to see before appeared, and a massive amount of magical energy fluctuated around her. The Jotun's eyes widened. "You're insane." "Then screw off, this is my home." A second meteor came falling down from the sky. "My dear Freya, let's not resort to such brutish means." Loki appeared next to the Jotun with a shimmer of green fire. He held his hands up, and an equally large magic circle appeared. No, in fact, it was exactly the same in all aspects, except, it was opposite. Like a reflection. A similar meteor appeared from his magic circle, but instead of falling to the ground, it went up, right towards the meteor falling from the sky. They both collided, sending molten rocks falling from the sky. "Come up here and I'll show you, brutish." Freya practically snarled. Now. A bright light pierced through the silhouette, causing a small explosion of flames as it hit the ground he was standing on. I glanced at the old elf who had just fired an arrow at him. "What?" he asked. Did you really want to hear him run his mouth? I just threw a thumbs up his way. The falling rocks hit the shields that remained and didn't cause much damage overall, and after all of that, it was a victory on our end. Thor and I hoped back up to the wall. The thunder god patted my shoulder and went back to his spot, cheers erupting in his wake. There wasn't time to relish the small victory. The main fighting hadn't even started yet, but we grabbed a small lead. "Hold back now," the old elf stated, surveying the battlefield. "Your job is over for the moment. I might be able to drag another one out into the open," I offered. He shook his head. "Save your stamina for now. In a fight like this, if you don't pace yourself, you're going to end up dead. Look at the others. Do you see Thor running out?" The first waves of Asgard's warriors clashed with the combined forces of our enemies. Yet, the Thunder Thor stood still, watching. Things swung in our favor ever so slightly, and you did a good job. But don't take that as a reason to push yourself too hard. Our true enemies haven't yet appeared, and we know they're lurking around. I relented, even though everything inside me told me to go out and help. Loki made a small appearance only and I couldn't see him anywhere. The others, they weren't popping up. Other than the leaders of Jotunheim who were springing up gradually at the edge of the battlefield, a lot of the heavy hitters on their side were still hidden. As much as it's a shit thing to say, the lower-end warriors, in a situation like this, they're not going to be doing much. They have their own pride, their own desires for glory, but it would take far too many to hold back the likes of even Thiassi that was slain, and she's one of the weakest of the lot. Understand that in conflicts of this scale, they are more like arrows than blades. A resource that will be spent, not a carefully prepared weapon at your side. Does that mean I should stand back and do nothing? I admit fully that a battle of this scale was something I didn't have any experience in. One where my actions influenced the battlefield and could ruin the plans of my allies if I acted rashly. The old elf put Oriel's bow onto his back and took out his normal one. Know when to commit and when not to. The moment you start throwing around your power, it's going to force them to act. The way Odin is acting right now, it's not what he wants. So, take a more subtle approach. Small advantages are barely seen, but they can stack up. But if an opportunity presents itself, don't hesitate. He started firing arrows, along with the lines of warriors across the walls that had their own bows and magics. I held out a finger, pointing at a troll that was being ganged up on several Einherjar and was particularly large by their standards. Heido number 4, by a Kurai. A bolt of lightning shot out, ripping across the distance, and penetrating its chest. The troll stumbled, and those warriors took the opportunity to lay into it, weapons stabbing deep into its body and defeating the troll. Kido was probably a good bet right now considering it was something completely foreign to all of them. And as effort went, the ones on the lower end of the scale were not particularly difficult or draining to cast. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. I cast another, a rape made of spiritual energy shot off, wrapping around the legs of a giant, forcing him to fall over before it dispersed. The warriors around him were quick to capitalize on the opportunity. O Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter wings, you who bears the name of men, inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march onto to the south. I held my palm up facing a particularly grotesque troll even by their standards. It was running around with 4 arms, one of which was significantly smaller and its stomach that protruded out very far from its belly. Heido number 31, Shakakaho, the red ball of spiritual energy shot at him, like a cannonball, and blew a hole right through its stomach. My other swords flew out of my ring and joined into the fray, with a thought, they pierced through the air, finding their own targets. Draugr were decapitated, other monsters were sliced up, and plenty of trolls had their vitals stabbed, allowing the warriors of Asgard ample opportunity to finish them off. I was getting into the rhythm of it. The staff of Magnus quickly entered my grip, and my spell circles appeared. There were plenty of smaller spells I was capable of that had fallen to the wayside once my opponents became godly in nature. Just from Skyrim, I had a plethora of spells in my repertoire. Chain lightning. The lighting arced across dozens of undead, zapping them and finding a giant about to stomp on a Valkyrie, shocking him to a pause that allowed her to escape unharmed. Lightning cloak. Flame cloak. Whirlwind cloak. Weapon enhancement spells that I haven't used in ages, they enchanted various Einherjar and Valkyrie I-eyed across the battlefield, temporarily enchanting their weapons with the corresponding element. Wall of flames. I noticed the left side of the fighting directly in front of me was slowly losing ground. I conjured a wall of fire, allowing them to group and reform their lines. Fire thorns. Followed up, many smaller fire projectiles about the size of fireballs launched at the furthest back lines I could see to avoid friendly fire. Lastly, 2 simultaneous spell circles swirled around above my staff as I cast them at the same time. Firestorm, lightning storm. 2 different spots erupted in hellfire and thunder, burning and disintegrating anything caught within. It seemed like they were the ones who couldn't wait anymore, because a large anchor-like object connected by a chain flew across the battlefield, aiming right at me and the section of the wall I was on. Bakudo number 44 Sakisho. A fast-forming wall of spiritual power sprang up, blocking the bow, but even so it shuddered at the impact. The anchor was retracted quickly, following the descent of a Jotun who stomped forward, cracking the earth. It was the first Jotun I've seen that wore true armor. The anchor was used like a mace, and the chain wrapped all the way up his arm as he swung it around. As if a signal, the remainder appeared. I jumped off the wall, realizing that it was time for me to step forward. Oh, Thor. That's not Thor, you idiot. Valhalla, I'm coming. We already came to Valhalla. The various warriors seemed completely fearless despite the situation. Warriors of Asgard, shields up. The Valkyrie commanding them shouted and they obeyed her orders without hesitation. Their shields were quickly deployed, and magic shimmered around them as a wave of frost slammed into their front, hitting an immovable formation. They were fine, my target was elsewhere. Thunder clapped overhead, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see Thor hit that Jotun from before, Johol, across the face with his hammer as they restarted their fight. I eyed the Jotun with the oversized anchor as a weapon, and his eyes bore into me. My staff was put away, and I grabbed hold of Mirage, calling upon my magic to facilitate the dimensional refraction phenomena. With a flick of my wrist, an ether cannon shot out, deflecting a swing of his weapon. It came around again, and another ether cannon shot at it before it could tear into the formations around me. I jumped up into the air, my wings springing out of my back, and I shot forth another quick ether cannon, sending his anchor sailing off to the side. The Jotun roared and charged at me, twisting his body to use his momentum to swing the chained weapon my way again. I held Mirage up high, gathering significantly more magical energy. Ether cannon. I roared in return, slamming into the giant's midsection, sending him falling backwards onto his ass. And his weapon harmlessly landed at the side after he lost his grip. Landing on the ground, I met his eyes as he got up, snarling. He wasn't the enemy I was prepared for, but for now, he would do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Odin POV. Damn bastard. Freya cursed under her breath towards Loki, and I didn't say anything to rile her up in this instance. You did your job well. I surveyed the battlefield. 3 sides of engagements. Our backs to the world tree. And not much here could escape my eye. Focus on the ones with gold sticking out of their heads, it's a sign of their higher positions. The more gold and crown-shaped, the higher the trolls are up. I whispered, my words reaching the ear of that young woman sent over from the church. Her ability to make firearms out of holy power was interesting and quite practical as she sniped from atop the walls. Disgusting creatures, those things. A pest and vermin that would have been eradicated many years ago if they didn't reproduce so quickly with nearly any species of female able to survive their lusts. They mutilated themselves by shoving gold into their heads. The Troll King had the fullest and largest gold crown sticking out of their head. But they were excellent fodder for this kind of situation. It wouldn't have been difficult for Loki to persuade their king if he promised the women of Asgard as their trophies, along with whatever gold they could carry. Father, the left side is showing signs of faltering. Vidar's voice echoed out from Hugin upon my shoulder. That's the side with the brat. I rubbed my beard and cast my gaze over there. Very quickly, the situation changed as he began to make a move. Various spells hitting spots precisely where they needed to. And he was able to give them ample time to regain their formation to fill in the gaps that had formed from the first clash. It's fine, focus on the center. I replied. You have a lot of faith in him. Freya grunted, her own spells being weaves even if it looked like she was casually chatting with me. It's well earned. I said simply. And because of him, we gained the early advantage. She flipped her hair back. I guess I get no credit then. She rolled her eyes. But I can't deny it either. That bow certainly made an impression. We may as well have another god over there with the former elf king wielding that thing. If only she knew. But as beneficial as it is to remove one of the Jotun's warlords early on, it's still far from enough. Far at the right side, the other kids were fighting too. The devil wielding the Nemean lion was a fantastic warrior, holding off a giant that he had no right to be fighting at his age. The grandson of the old monkey joined him, showing skill that could only be admired even by many warriors hundreds of times his age. The wielder of Divine Dividing had his own fight, learning very quickly that his weapon had a flaw when dealing with multiple opponents of a certain level simultaneously, but quickly gaining the advantage. The namesake of the Greek hero didn't do his ancestor injustice as he swept through the back line of the battlefield with light steps, claiming kills before the slow-witted Draugr and monsters could properly react. Lastly, the young woman that came from Nuwa's side of the world showed excellent skill and tactical prowess by not holding back and using her attacks precisely where they would do the most damage and cause the greatest disruption. Still, it was not enough to turn the tide. Numbers were powerful in their own right, and we were outnumbered 20-1 overall. It was unfortunate, but we had no opportunity to call up our allies. The light elves were busy warring with their dark elf cousins. And if we called upon them, Loki would usher in the dark elves to his side, making the situation unchanging. The dwarves were too few in number and not focused fighters. Their additions would be minimal and not worth the effort to gather them from their caverns. Lastly was Vanaheim, but they were keeping pressure on Muspelheim from the rear. This was all we were able to bring to bear at the moment. Another time, far into the past, you would have used those children as sacrifices to draw out Loki or someone of significance. Freya eyed me. Now, you're keeping them at probably the safest spot, far away from the focus. What happened to the ruthless war god? I let out a chuckle, not losing my focus on the battle. Do you hate me for not using every means at our disposal to ensure victory? She gave me a long look, but a genuine smile slowly appeared. I like this you that I see right now. There were some things more important than winning. If we won, what was the point if we had to sacrifice everything we considered worthwhile about ourselves in the process? It was something I didn't understand when I was younger. Allfather, requesting reinforcements. Heimdall's voice came through Munin on my other shoulder. What do you see, Heimdall? They attempt to flank us then divide us through the middle. Freya frowned. Guhildr. Yes, Lady Freya. A Valkyrie with large boobs knelt down, waiting for orders. Take 20 of your sisters and 10,000 reserve troops to fortify Heimdall's location. She stilled. Wait, order another 50 of your sisters to do a fly-by attack through the middle and round to the right. Don't linger, attack and leave. As you command, my lady. She quickly departed. Vidar, send 20,000 of your warriors to the right side. She continued. If they want to push through the middle, let's welcome them. We only have 300,000 warriors in reserve. It's not enough and we all knew it. Send 3,000 of those to the left side. Heimdall quickly ordered. Will do. Vidar responded. Middle is slowly losing ground. Proceed or push out. Let it collapse naturally. Freya stated. We can't keep this kind of battle going forever, and we'll be at a disadvantage. Father, Johol has returned to the fray, do I engage? Thor's voice came through Munin's beak. Take him. I ordered. Carry, the Tempest has appeared on the left side. Heimdall added. I cast my gaze over there and saw the brat immediately respond before I could even say anything. Carry is handled. I told him. Worst case scenario, Tyr was there to provide support to the brat. But he will not move unless the situation becomes dire or the traitors make their appearance. A rift of the snowdrift appeared in front of our allies from outside. Heimdall continued. I am in a position to assist, but Frosty has also appeared near me and has yet to join the fight. Orifta is the weakest of their kin, let the kids handle it. But keep an eye on them, and if they can't handle it, force their retreat. My gaze landed upon the kids, but I had a feeling they would surprise me. Odin, this is unlike you to put so much faith in outsiders. I didn't need to look to see Loki's illusion leaning against the side of the wall nearby. Hello Pot, this is Kettle. I fucked your mom. I deadpanned. Loki merely rolled his eyes. True, I suppose. I did break that taboo first. Which is why I'm not targeting those children specifically. I do have some manner of pride and honor. However, unlike you, I didn't put my faith in them. I have contingencies and backup plans. Which proved to be wise. Feel free to target the brat over there currently handing that but buddy his frosty white ass. I pointed to the left. Seeing him frown, I took far too much joy in it. He will get what's coming to him soon. Ominous. Father, are you speaking with Loki? Thor's voice came through Munin. Hello Thor. Loki casually greeted. Brother. Why don't you come visit me down here? I have a great many things I wish to discuss with you. Yes, I'm sure they involve that hammer of yours. Loki snorted. Don't worry, brother, I am in good company here with your other brother. Thor did not respond, but the wail of Johol from this distance was enough to express his anger. But Allfather, I'm surprised you haven't joined the fight. Surely a battle-hungry war god like you isn't afraid, Loki began to taunt us. You're welcome to come up here like Freya said. I would gladly show you my battle prowess. Loki shrugged. Oh well, I can't fault you. You probably felt that cold sensation of death, huh? He wasn't lying, I could feel it just as vividly as I did in the roots. That mud of his was around, and it would appear the moment I made a move. Freya, drop some more meteors. More meteors. More meteors. I nodded. Really? Loki rolled his eyes again. We could play this song and dance some more, but remember, you're the one who wants to skip to the end of this story. He put his fingers into his mouth and whistled. It wasn't particularly loud, but it carried a certain weight to it. Two howls shook the battlefield. Very quickly, two wolves that looked frighteningly similar to his mud of a child took to the skies, running upon the air. Hati and Skoll, the two children of Fenrir, destined to devour the sun and the moon. Freya. On it. She began casting one of her strongest spells, targeting the two offspring of the world wolf. Come now, did you really think I would allow that? Loki chuckled, and a runic circle appeared overhead, wrapped in Loki's aura and divine power. Both Freya and I had to cancel our original actions and move to support Asgard's shield as fire burst out onto the barrier. With another howl up in the sky, the two wolves turned into shadows, merging with the very cosmos, and they opened their maws around the two celestial objects. Skoll clamped down, and sunlight disappeared from the world with a cry from somewhere behind the enemy's line. I recognized Sol's voice, but I had no sympathy for her. The shadow of the child of Fenrir collapsed onto itself, disappearing along with the sun. Hati too opened its jaw, about to clamp down, but a new source of light appeared, moving across the sky. It came from the direction of the left battlefield, as an arrow made of sunlight collided with the shadow of Hati about to devour the moon. A howl and a whimper echoed across the 9 realms as the second of Fenrir's children fell from the sky, wounded. Loki's eyes widened and his head snapped at the old bastard. The old elven king raised up his middle finger with a mocking smile. Ha ha ha. I smacked my knee. Looks like one of your grandkids is a fuck-up, eh? Loki's expression twisted back in a silent rage. Again, that mortal. It was obvious he was talking about the brat, as everyone knew who gave the old king that bow. Even after all your plans, you just keep getting L's, huh Loki? It's like a reflection of your entire life represented in a few days. I could tell he was fuming at this point, even if he didn't overly react. Loki was vindictive and vengeful, even if his anger simmered coldly and he was willing to wait for his revenge. Even with purely starlight and moonlight filling the 9 realms at this point, it was a win for us. It was possible to mend the sun after Ragnarok. Let's begin the next stage then. Loki sounded casually, but he couldn't escape my sight. From wherever he was, new orders were issued, and the enemy's troops all around shifted slightly. From Vidar's front line, Baldur appeared. On the left a titanic figure stepped out of the void. The brat that had been fighting the Jotun and winning, stopped to look at Kronos in his full titanic form that loomed over even the Jotuns already on the battlefield. On the right side, Thor encountered the remainder of the Jotun warlords, along with Heimdall. And the various traitors appeared throughout, forcing Tyr and the others to finally step forward. The middle finally collapsed, and the enemies pushed at Asgard's barrier. A streak of light weaved between them, and slammed not it, cracking the shield. Hyperion stood at the forefront, landing blows upon Asgard's defenses. Magni! Freya yelled, and the god of strength came from behind where he was with the reserve troops. He would not win in a fight against the Titan, but he could stall long enough. He charged with reckless abandon, a berserker if there ever was one, and collided headfirst into the Titan. However, there was a problem: we were undermanned. Sol, who had cried out earlier, she appeared, calling upon her sunlight. As destitute as it was and as winded and haggard as she was after having the sun devoured, she used her divine powers to attack the barrier as well, forming cracks on another end of it. Mani, the moon god, moved to intercept, using his moonlight to counter her sunlight. Normally, he would be much weaker than her, but the fact that the moon remained allowed him to equal her in this moment. Sol wasn't the only god on their side, or perhaps even ours, that was lessened by the loss of the sun, but they were still gods. Dagger, the god of the day, joined in with her, pushing back the moon god. Bela made herself known as vines sprouted all over the battlefield, sweeping up our warriors and disrupting the carefully laid-out formation. Valkyries were pulled from the skies, and shields were ripped from the hands of the Einherjar. Small actions that were having a cascading effect. Geir appeared and the earth rumbled, causing quakes to shake at our foundations, and the walls began to tremble and waver. Ullr began to fight Saga. Tyr took over the Jotun while the brat squared up against Kronos. And Modi was preoccupied with his other brothers. There were still enemies that needed devoted attention that were free to attack at their leisure, and Asgard's barrier was quickly failing. Are you going to join, Odin? How about I make your choice for you? As soon as Loki said that, another hull carried across the battlefield. This one contained far too much bloodlust and rage to be mistaken for the last two wolves. Fenrir appeared amidst the various monsters. It still looked wounded from our last encounter. A bloody hole in its side was hard to completely recover from, but it had healed a certain amount and I unconsciously tightened my grip around my spear. It would be a mercy to just give up now, Odin. I'll let this be the last act of our previous relationship. I'll make it quick and painless, you have my word. It's funny, Loki was being both mocking and genuine. Oh, he was relishing in his perceived victory, but at the same time, he truly believed what he had just spoken. I peered off into the distance, despite the thumping of my heart at my mortal enemy appearing, I couldn't help but smile. Loki narrowed his eyes. What are you planning, Odin? Me. I laughed. Nothing. The thing is, I knew you would account for me. We spent far too much time together, you knew how I would think, how I would respond, what I would do. I admit I failed in my duties, I wallowed in my own self-depreciation for so long and stayed around, giving you all this time to scheme and plan. So, I let the brat come up with the plans. Honestly, I thought some of them were far-fetched, but I guess I've been proven wrong. A mist started appearing from far away. It was thick, unnatural, and full of magic. I was right, it was a cool addition. It started with a dragon's roar. A dragon like the ones I saw from Skyrim appeared, riding atop of it was the brat's dragon friend. Quickly following, the brat's ship broke through the mist, cannons starting to rain magical fire down upon the hundreds of thousands of enemies still marching towards Asgard's walls. The blue-skinned spirit of his, and the samurai stood proudly at the front, the rabbit of his was apparently steering. More ships appeared from the mists. These ones looked to be made of flesh and bones. Ominous but numerous, ghosts filled every spot upon the vessel with their ghastly weapons raised up, roars of fury upon the winds. And at the forefront, Hel stood at the helm, looking a mite pissed off. The way Loki's eyes widened, it wasn't hard to guess the source of her annoyance. How? Loki stilled. She should not be free. Jormungandr, and... He looked at me. How did you overcome the trap I planted? Who do you think I am? I looked at him unfazed. Truthfully, I had no idea what he was talking about at all. But I would gladly take credit for when things went my way. I underestimated you. Loki's expression darkened. It is my mistake, I was caught up in my own arrogance. I can admit this much. However, Hel's assistance is far from enough to sway this battle. Is that so? Loki looked concerned for the very first time. There was another roar that sounded the arrival of something amongst the fighting. It was no dragon, it was no Jotun, and it was certainly no god. Loki's head turned, and many other eyes followed. A pathway opened up on the trunk of the world tree. A certain squirrel came running down. It would have been funny in any other situation, the way he ran in panic, but, right at this moment, I couldn't help but admire his courage. Ratatoskr appeared, and very quickly the source of the roar came as well. A massive deer came barreling out of the passage. It was big enough to match any Jotun on the battlefield. Truthfully, I didn't realize it was still alive. I had thought all the great red deers of the higher leaves were all gone. Like many things I've found these past few days, I was wrong. I had heard that the last of them, Dunir, had disappeared centuries ago and never bothered to check up on this. Along with it came many more deers of a similar descent and of varying degrees of size and strength, but it was a stampede that couldn't be ignored. And just barely, I could make out the figure of the cat-eared huntress that the brat brought along with him. She was riding upon one of the large stags. Dunir charged with his children, plowing through the side of the enemy's lines, cutting a bloody swathe through one end of the battlefield to the other. Its massive horns lowered as all manner of monsters were impaled upon its sharp antlers. And it didn't stop, charging right towards the world wolf itself, ramming right into it, sending it rolling across the ground with a yelp of pain. The surprises didn't end. A shrill cry heard high above our heads, followed by an uncountable number of shadows that blotted out the sky. The wind swept up around us, some violent, some subtle. Some specifically targeting the enemies of Asgard and turning into blades between them. Two massive wings that could cover Jotuns in their entirety flapped and hurricanes followed in its wake. Gods of Asgard, Hraesvelgr, and the highest branches answers your plea for aid. The king of the highest branch descended with his army. At the side of the king, and among the many birds that filled the sky, a chariot pulled by 3 horses flew through the air, and sitting upon it was the other Greek hero that came along for this adventure. Loki turned to me. He then looked down as my spear pushed into his side. "When did you figure it out?" he whispered, blood dripping down the edge of the spear. "Loki, just as you know me too well, I know you just as well." I flicked the spear away, and I knew following up was pointless as he already replaced himself with an illusion. Only Loki would be cocky enough to sit up here and talk shit like this so openly. Let me speak some words to you that were given to me not long ago. First to the finish line. I cut apart his illusion. At ***** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 504, Chapter 457 Part 1. The other's arrival was a welcomed sight. Though the lack of a sun was very disconcerting, I tried not to focus on it. Jin, Thorum, and Sasaki pulled through. The arrival of those bone and flesh ships that rode over the mists like waves was quite a sight to behold. How they landed upon the ground, and swathes of ghosts and wraiths began to charge through the enemy's lines. The thing about immaterial enemies such as those was that they required a little more oomph to properly fight. You can't just swing a basic sword at one and expect it to do much. Being able to coat your weapon in magical energy, or something similar, would be about the bare minimum needed, and the Draugr, while caked in necrotic magics, were very basic. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. And the tide of angry apparitions washed over them. Thorum rode upon Durhavir and the large dragon bombarded the battlefield with fire breaths. As expected, he probably couldn't unsummon the dragon at this particular point. The talisman I gave him, I hadn't been 100% sure it would work, but it was only meant to bridge the gap for an instant to allow the summoning. Far easier than most applications of the kaleidoscope. Seemed it paid off well. Jin and Sasaki stood aboard the ship, laying down aerial bombardments without much recourse from the enemies now that their main players were occupied. On the other side, Atlanta and Achilles pulled through as well. Even to a greater degree than I had hoped. I admit, I was not confident in their ability to sway the Bird King, considering I knew absolutely nothing about him but vague stories. But here we are, with a literal army of birds of varying size and distinction as they cast uncountable shadows over the whole of Asgard. The king himself was large. He swooped down and sent the world wolf rolling across the ground. That was, after a giant red deer crashed into it with its massive antlers. I had no idea where the deers came from, but they stampeded through the battlefield like cavalry, splitting enemy lines and disrupting their assault. But considering that Atlanta was riding upon one of them, I believed it safe to assume who was responsible for their presence. Tyr came out and hit the giant I was fighting like a whirlwind, and I was extremely thankful, because I had someone else to deal with. For the first time, I saw Kronos at his truest. And why his people were called Titans. Despite his gargantuan size, he treated me with equal reverence. I looked like an ant in comparison, he was staring at me as if I were a great enemy. I don't know if I should laugh or get angry that the trickster failed so spectacularly. Kronos rumbled. How about both? I offered. Kronos seemed to genuinely consider that. I will mock him and let him know my displeasure later. He nodded sagely. Pretty confident that either of you will have a later. Kronos quirked a smile. I will truly miss your audacity. I can say that you, as a mortal, have the sole honor of being remembered by me after your death. I forced myself to get serious. Things swung far enough our way that I felt like I could leave everything else to the people behind me. This will be our last fight. Kronos' grin quickly turned to a frown, but he nodded. This will be our third battle. 2 times I have faced you, and 2 times you have emerged victorious. Just as he said that, he dropped his weapon to the ground with a loud thump. He raised his hands to the sky, and everything around us distorted. I wouldn't exactly call them victories. And you got me pretty good on that last one. I unconsciously put a hand on my side where I had been stabbed. I was mostly back to full fighting shape as it hadn't been too serious, but there was lingering soreness still there. Like a bounded field on a divine level, walls emerged around us woven from his divinity and the essence of time until we were completely enveloped. No, every time we engage, and you survive, it is a victory in your favor regardless of the outcome. By all reasoning, it should not be possible, you should not be able to stand against me, yet here you stand for the third and final time. He stated. You have earned the right to stand here as my equal. I feel no shame in admitting that I require my full effort to take your life, mortal. However, it will shame me beyond acceptance if our conflict is not settled here. My swords were summoned forth. It's strange, out of all the enemies I've fought to the death, I think I don't actually hate you. Gradually, his size shrank back down to the same as when we fought last time, his weapon following suit. I did not think he was weaker in any way compared to his larger size. Simply, a shift in direction for his power. Sizes of that magnitude can be both a blessing and a curse depending on the circumstance. There would be no interruptions this time. Just me and him to the end. There seemed to be a genuine smile spread across his face. Let all grudges be settled here. Let death wash away all resentment. Easy for an immortal being like you to say. Death is more an inconvenience for you than a true end. I pointed out. He chuckled. Then I will make you this promise to express my respect to you as an opponent. I will not seek out those you cherish after I kill you. And should I fall, when I return sometime into the future, I will hold no grudge nor seek vengeance. So says the King of the Titans. That was, I think I gained a significant amount of respect for him in this moment. I had a question, if you don't mind me asking. Speak. You were prepared for me in our last fight, weren't you? He tilted his head. Of course. Why do you ask? Just surprised that someone of your stature would lower themselves to study a mortal like me is all. I shrugged. Kronos snorted disdainfully. Only the foolish would not gather information on their enemies when so readily available. I do not understand those mortal devices, but they have recorded many valuable things. Right, I figured as much. My past fights against Susanoo and Indra were seen by plenty, and I'm sure there was enough to piece together quite a bit about me. I shouldn't be surprised that he anticipated my trump cards after seeing them once or twice. Yet, even then, I am surprised by you. Not 1, but 2 attacks with origins in Hecate's influence that would bring me to my knees. He shook his head, letting out a tired breath. The world has changed far too much, and I don't recognize it any longer. I see, he was talking about my great god-carved seal and my mountain sealing incantation. Both of which had been able to pin him down more or less and could have caused some damage. Though, the latter was a sealing spell, so damage wasn't its primary directive. Mortal, no. He stopped himself. State your name. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Boosted gear appeared on my arm, and my Zanpakuto in the other. It is a name I will remember. He picked his scythe back up. I am Kronos, the Titan King. He let out a roar. Let this be a good fight. He wasted no more time and charged at me. Each step of his shook the ground, and the swing of his scythe severed the world around the edge of its blade. I grabbed Ascalon and blocked the blow. The time withering began to pulse outward, but Ascalon was a noble phantasm, time held no authority over it. Despite holding firm in the force of his authority, my feet sunk into the ground and I pushed hard against the blow. Boost. I swept Ascalon out, knocking the scythe away. My other swords flew at him, stabbing through the air. The Titan King swept his scythe, deflecting them out of the way harmlessly, but it was a small opening that I shot forward with a burst of Shuanpa, Ascalon aiming at his heart. Fuss. I bellowed, aiming right at his leg. His scythe was about to come down again, but he stumbled, nearly falling to his knee due to the sudden and invisible force that collided with him. He brought his left arm up, the muscles of his forearm tensing as Ascalon pushed into the flesh of it. Before I could follow up, my vision was filled with the pole of his scythe sweeping across my face. My aura flared up protectively, however, the blow was enough to knock me down and I felt the force of it despite not taking any meaningful damage. I had let go of Ascalon, still lodged into his arm, and rolled to the side, narrowly dodging his scythe that slammed into the earth, rendering everything around it dead by merely a touch. I jerked my hand and my other swords flew back to me. The Titan King let out an annoyed grunt as Mirage nicked his shoulder, drawing a thin line of blood and returning to my hand as I bounced back up to my feet. He yanked Ascalon out of his arm and tossed it to the side. A quick glance showed that it did not pierce very deep into his arm, but a wound was a wound in a fight like this. Mirage met his scythe in a flurry of strikes, each one producing enough force to make the earth shake on impact. The Titan King stilled between sweeps, and I felt myself surrounded. I called upon Ascalon, but his scythe lashed out, hitting the noble phantasm, causing it to impale itself deep into the ground. "Did you think I would forget your trick with that thing?" The Titan King bellowed. Images of his scythe filled my vision. From every perceivable angle around me, I felt them slash at me from different points in time, all converging onto this single moment. I focused everything I had through the Hogyoku and shifted it all to my aura. My aura burst out of me in full force, the kaleidoscopic colors swirled around me, shielding me from harm as the Titan King's divine scythe came down to reap me. It was a far cry from the near absolute defense that Ascalon provided though. My aura was strong, but it was not impenetrable. The Titan King's scythe slashed through my aura in part. Some of his attacks were stopped at the surface, some managed to tear through it part way, and some of them, while much of their strength was lost in the process, managed to cut into me. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. I ignored the blood dripping from the cuts around my body and shot forward at him. Boost, boost, boost. I used my entire body to slam into him at full speed, hurling him straight to the ground. I flipped my Zanpakuto around in my hand and stabbed down at him. He threw his head up, ramming into mine, dazing me for a brief moment through both my armor and my aura, with a punch thrown at me as well. I rolled off of him and my other swords fell down from the sky. He let out a snarl and roared furiously, my swords pushed into his body, but at his size, it was like being stabbed by needles. He pulled them out and tossed them to the side like merely minor inconveniences. His divinity gathered around his weapon and his presence was amplified to a dangerous degree. "Wither!" he called out, sweeping his scythe outward, and the world answered his call. An invisible force swept out with it, like a ripple across a still lake, the world churned and groaned as his scythe cut through the time of everything in its path. Reflect, Musutengai. My Zanpakuto was released for the first time this fight. I could feel the blood drip from my eyes, but I pushed through it with the kaleidoscope opening up before me and I saw the path forward. Everywhere around us, every blade of grass, every insect, every living organism was turned to dust, except for me at the spot I was standing. I stabbed my Zanpakuto into the ground to keep my balance, looking at the Titan King who dropped his scythe to his side. "You are increasingly both impressive and annoying simultaneously." The Titan King noted. "I get that a lot." I forced a smile. "But it seems you were still anticipating it. It's hard to ignore the ability to alter aspects of the world." His face darkened. So he noticed. My swords returned to my side, all but Whisper. Whisper was needed elsewhere and began forming the spell circles needed. Touching on my Hogyoku again, my demonic power burst outwards. Horns pushed up out of my forehead, my eyes split into slits, and a tail came out from behind. Kronos tilted his head and grinned, holding his scythe pointed at me. I reached for the sword of destruction and casually swung it downwards. It released a blade of destruction that ate away at everything in its path, including the ground beneath the wave. Kronos swung his scythe to meet it. The concepts of time-errant withering met with a pure form of destruction. One meant to facilitate the natural cycle of death and rebirth, the other that brought about nothing but annihilation. It seemed at the collision of power, they cancelled each other out. Both Kronos and myself looked at the scene curiously. I held the sword of destruction up again. I didn't need Mirage to facilitate the use of the kaleidoscope. Every spell, every ability I used it for, it merely made it easy. Especially in an instance like this where time was disordered, and the world tree disrupted space within its vicinity. With the sword of destruction coated in my power of destruction, I swung at Kronos. 10,000 birds. My sword phantoms that originally were the product of Mirage due to the ease of use, they were released from the sword of destruction and made from my power of destruction, filling the space between us completely with their might. The Titan King did not stand still, he could sense the threat aimed at him. Rather than set up some kind of defense, to block or shield himself, he charged forward, roaring in defiance. One of my birds hit him. He coated himself in his authority, fending off the worst of it, but the power of destruction splashed across his shoulder, searing away a small bit of flesh. His side swept out with every step he took, cleaving many in twain, but for every 10 that he destroyed, 1 or 2 managed to land upon him. Some splashed harmlessly, some were wrought with a divine power that snuffed out the demonic power at its core, but every so often, like the first, they landed. However, the Titan King didn't falter one bit and pushed through the torrent of attacks. If I had time to contemplate it, I would have found it utterly terrifying how a Titan's roars shook the very air as he charged at me, parts of his body seared away on the surface and not one gleam of retreat noticeable in his eyes. He leapt up into the air, and slammed his scythe into the ground, shattering the earth beneath our feet. I flew up into the air to avoid the disruption of the terrain, but Kronos held his hand up, clenching his fist. I felt a force pull me to the ground against my will. Rewind. He shouted again. From where I was on the newly destroyed and rocky terrain, everything shifted back to where it was before he had utterly destroyed it, and I was now kneeling right in front of him. Reap. His side didn't need to move, instead an image of it came to my head. Swallow returns. My sword of destruction moved to stab into his back while the false me in front of him was decapitated. However, two eyes bore down at me. Kronos, who had his back facing me, another, ethereal, reflection of himself seemed to come alive from his body. The extra version of him was barely material, sprouting from his back and swinging his scythe down at me. He was able to project himself on multiple timelines simultaneously. I had no time to acknowledge how absurd it was. Bakudo number 8, Seiki. I cast a quick Kido, the spell collided with his projection scythe, it was barely enough to avoid a dire blow, deflecting it only a breath away from its intended target, but his scythe still slashed down my chest. I grit my teeth and pushed my sword of destruction into his back down to the hilt. The Titan King let out a bellow, and pivoted, swinging his scythe around fully as his true body followed. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. I cast the quickest shield spell to strength I could manage off the top of my head. The wall of solidified spiritual matter was like paper in front of his primordial scythe. It only held it off for a fraction of a second. I raised my hand up, focusing on my sword of destruction still sticking out of his back, especially the power of destruction that was wafting off of it. Transfer. The power of destruction on my blade magnified several folds in an instant. I could see the pain flash across his face, the flaring of his nostril, and the near slump of his legs as it hit him. I held my arms up to brace myself as he swung his scythe at me. Some of the power dissipated from my actions, but he still sent me fly, especially after I let go of my boosts. I hit and bounced across the ground a few times before I could force myself to a stop and pushed up onto my knee as quickly as possible, aiming my palm at him. Scattered beast bones. Spire, crimson crystal, steel wheels. The wind if it not moves, the sky if it not stops, the tone of the spear striking fills the lone castle. My divinity intertwined with my spiritual power. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. The lightning erupted from my palm, like a large dragon that opened its maw, it pounced on the Titan King. The Titan King, he too let out an earth-shaking shout, and his size inflated in magnitudes. I had seen this from him before, the very sky supported him as his body enveloped the stars themselves. A heavenly judgment, his scythe, larger than mountains, came down from the heavens, slicing through my spells, sundering the world within this small area he sealed off. I pushed against the ground, using Shuanpa to disappear from the spot I was in, only to realize that I hadn't moved. Again, I moved fast as I could, feeling myself moving, yet covering no ground whatsoever. I realized I had been put in a loop and I didn't have any time to think about breaking it properly. My semblance activated. Theme Zegron. I shouted the ethereal Thursday on top of it. And my aura pushed outward while I held my arms, clad in drag scale mail, taking his hit head on. My eyes, still enhanced by my shurkai, looked at the possibilities. Reflect, Musutengai. The pain in my head intensified as I altered the world around me. I took the hit head on. My aura shuddered and I felt a shockwave through my soul. The scale mail cracked and shattered in parts, but held its shape, if barely. My semblance and the Thursdayum only held off a minuscule amount of the damage as immaterial things were not something avoidable in front of a Titan's authority. The world seemed to flip upside down and I had trouble standing back up once I regained my balance. I was not in the place I was previously, and I wobbled in place slightly. I looked down at my left arm and it wouldn't budge as it laid limp at my side, mangled badly. The Titan King returned to normal, his scythe propping himself up as well, his breathing heavy and blood seeping from his own wounds. My sword was still lodged into his back, however, the power of destruction was no longer flowing out from it. But it left him in rough shape from what damage it had done. My inside felt like they were on fire after taking that hit, and my aura retreated as it had become too low to manifest properly. But I didn't feel dejected, nor did I feel a sense of defeat just yet. Whisper returned to my side. I dropped Musutengai, letting it impale itself into the ground and called out my staff of Magnus. You know my tricks well at this point, but there's something you haven't seen yet. I forced out through haggard breaths. Spell circles began appearing all around me. Carefully carved into the air by Whisper while we had been fighting. Roots began to emerge from the ground. Behold, recreated and appearing once more in the world. Blessings of the world tree, Yggdrasil. They climbed upwards, building upon each other until a newly formed world tree was recreated through my spell. You had something like this. Kronos' eyes widened at the sight of my spell fully emerging. I wanted to laugh, but I only ended up spitting out blood caught in my throat. Against someone like you, I had to wear you down a bit first. Honestly, he would probably be one of the worst targets to use this spell against. But at this point, we were both pushing on empty, which meant it was the perfect time to break out the last trump card he'd never seen so far. I contemplated bringing out my authority, but he would just render the battle back down to something tight and closed off. No opportunity to create an advantage by sealing away his authority temporarily, and it's not like it's easy to maintain my authority in a state like this. I chose which realms to utilize and called out to them. Asgard, Muspelheim, Vanaheim. I had no symbols to utilize at this moment for either Asgard or Muspelheim. Odin had my spear, and my sword of destruction was currently stuck in his back. As for Vanaheim, I tossed my staff up into the air and the spell took hold of it, accepting it into the spell formula quite easily. No longer in the shape of a staff, Vanaheim's true form took hold and wrapped itself around it. Vanaheim was basically the origin of magic in Norse mythology. Asgard had warriors, but Vanaheim had magic users. Thus, Vanaheim took the form of an ever-changing magic circle. A magic circle that could amplify, alter, and otherwise change spells as needed in real time. Strike with absolution, Gungnir. A golden light emerged from where Asgard was located upon my tree. The spear of the Allfather, a hollow copy that it was, jutted off and collided with Kronos. He of course raised his scythe to block, but the force of it sent him pushed backward several feet as his heels dug into the dirt. Kronos growled, taking a step forward, his size increased. Each step he took, he further turned to his normal size, a towering giant capable of cutting down my tree with but a swing of his scythe. I held up a finger, pointing at him. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. A simple Kido that produced a spiritual rope to wrap around the target. Vanaheim shined. Breath of magic, Vanaheim. The ever-changing magic circle shifted and churned in response, it ate my spell for lack of a better word, and then it recast it accordingly. Massive spiritual chains were cast down upon the Titan King from the realm of magic. They wrapped around his body, stifling his movements until he was forced to a crawl, each step of his shattering chains, but for every one that was shattered, several more took its place. I am Kronos. Despite being nearly covered head to toe in the spiritual chains, they began shattering at breakneck speeds. No, they were being unmade, undone, reverted. A monochromatic aura enveloped the Titan King, and all my spiritual chains were destroyed. He reeled his arms back, both gripping his weapon tightly, intent on fully cutting my spell in half, and as blocking it went, I had nothing left in me but to take the blow head on. Even gods die. I held my hand up. Twilight of the gods, Levitian. The realm of Muspelheim shifted into its intended form. The blade of the fire giant, Surtr. The sword which brought about Ragnarok. It was but a hollow copy without the added shape of the sword of destruction, but it was still molded from the concepts of the Norse cosmology and given form through the primordial runes passed down from Odin himself. Kronos once more showed concern on his face. His emotions were not hidden at the end of our fight, and he pushed forward regardless. Gungnir returned and shot out again, hitting him in the chest. The Titan stumbled, but still moved forward. Levitian followed, burning the very sky and space in its wake. Where Levitian went, everything disappeared. And his right hand that held his scythe, flung up into the air, completely severed from his arm. The Titan King clenched his jaw tight, the muscles on his gigantic left arm bulged, and he still swung his scythe out. I was blown back by the sheer force, and the bounded field encompassing this area vibrated as his scythe cleaved through my tree. The top half of Yggdrasil began falling over. Vanaheim. I shouted, pointing at him before it disappeared. And I had no time for anything complicated. Heido number 4, by Akurai. A single bolt of lightning, intertwined with my divinity, but Vanaheim amplified that to an obscene degree. Thousands of similar bolts of lightning rained down directly upon the Titan King. He shrunk himself again to avoid a good amount of them, but plenty still collided with his body, charring significant parts of him black, crackling and thundering across his body as he clenched his teeth and persisted. Vanaheim shattered as the tree began to dissipate. I jerked my hand to the side, and what remained of Gungnir slammed into him, lasting only a moment both because the spell was ending but the authority of his was still coated on his body and dissolved the spell without any means to sustain it, but enough to knock him on his ass. I wanted to call upon Levitian too, but it quickly disappeared as the spell fizzled out. My legs felt heavy, but I put everything I had into a Shuanpa and called upon Mirage. Boost, 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 boost. I pushed way past my limits and I went faster than I ever had before. I barely registered Mirage in my grip, and swung down. Myriad slash. Kronos jerked back, but it was too late, his left arm went flying along with his scythe. I fell to the ground with the momentum of the swing, having used up the remainder of my stamina and strength on that. Kronos, however, roared defiantly. His head jerked forward, and he grabbed his scythe with his mouth from the air, using his head to aim it down at me. With a twitch of my finger, I called back Ascalon that had been abandoned much earlier in the fight. It arrived just in time to stop his scythe from going through my heart, deflecting it to the ground next to me, and the Titan King didn't have the strength to fight it. My other swords came to my mental call too. Flashing through the air, the remainder of the Titan King's limbs were cut from his body and finally he fell to the ground. I barely pushed myself up onto my feet, everything aching in my body, but I wanted to see him. I wobbled the few steps over to where his limbs were scattered and his body laid, bleeding out. His authority suddenly burst outwards, threatening to consume me, but my swords didn't need a physical indication from me as they came down from above, stabbing into him. The Titan King's last attack dissipated as quickly as it came, and his divine power completely receded. The Titan King began to laugh, quickly changing to coughing blood. Worth a shot. I win. I breathed out. Well fought. He acknowledged. The victory is yours. Was it worth it? I asked. Allying yourself with Loki. Doing all of this. The Titan King looked up, the barrier around us began to disappear gradually. The sky peeked through, and despite the sun missing, it wasn't a bad sight to see in one's final moments. I just wanted things back to how they used to be. Was that so wrong? No, it isn't. I shook my head. I couldn't agree with the consequences of his actions if he won, of the destruction he wrought, but simply wanting the life he once had, I couldn't fault him for yearning for it. The Titan King breathed out, and I could feel a hint of his divinity. I was on guard, until I realized what was happening. Odin's spear appeared, apparently it was sealed away in a moment of time. It landed next to him and he smiled awkwardly. Can you look after my scythe for me? Frankly, I don't want Zeus to get his grubby hands on it. Give it to Rhea if you can. I know it won't make up for anything, but I want her to know that I'm sorry. I'll do so. Ha. He coughed some more. It's funny, in a different set of circumstances, maybe we could have been friends. He closed his eyes, and his primordial spirit went to sleep. Goodbye, Titan King. I wanted to sit down and rest, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked to the side where the feeling was coming from, and the barrier barely receded at this point, and all I could see were flames that reminded me far too much of Levitian. ****A/N. The conclusion to Wilhelm's rivalry with Kronos comes to an end, but Asgard isn't doing very good. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 505, Chapter 457 Part 2. Achilles POV. Been a while since I've been in a battle like this. It reminded me of how chaotic Troy really was even with all the effort it took to siege those stupidly big walls of theirs. The difference being that the gods weren't just sitting high up and acting like puppet masters. Rather, they were down there on the fields, bleeding and fighting with everyone else. Big Bird's reinforcements were not being handled too well by these guys. Didn't seem like they had any air support, but I guess that's not something to mention. Magic and stuff can make up for that easily and the powerful ones won't be put down by a few thousand birds, admittedly strong ones among their number, attacking them. I looked for my own spot to set down and help out. Didn't want to interfere in anyone else's fight, and regardless of how confident I was, I may be a little bit weakened here from burning some of my spirit origin. Should recover enough with some time, and maybe the dick can lend a hand, but I should probably take it a little easy. Sis is gonna shoot my ass with arrows if I push myself too much here. Found a good spot and I noticed a kid using something really familiar. Something I didn't expect to see out in this part of the world. Were those Greek weapons and armor? Damn, gotta check that out. I jumped off my chariot and hit the ground with a big shockwave. Immediately my spear shot out and pierced through one of those trolls. Ugly bastards, it was doing the world a favor to put them down. I landed a little ways away from the kid I saw, but it was still close enough that I just had to run. Everything between me and him was swept up in the whirlwind that I kicked up in my wake. Bodies of trolls, undead and other nasty things went flying and shattering on impact. I stood in front of the kid who froze as I appeared in front of him. He had a Xiphos in one hand and a shield in another. A familiar shield, it reminded me of the ones my myrmidons used. In fact, that was exactly what it was, not a fake or recreation, I could tell at a glance. That thing was the real deal. Huh, ain't that something surprising? There was blood on his blade, and scratches on his shield. Both fresh, so I wasn't gonna get mad about him using something like that. If he puts them to proper use, then that's all the respect that's needed. Though, something was missing. Where's your spear, brat? I looked at him. Wah. Your spear. I turned my own spear sideways and lightly smacked his helmet. A myrmidon carries 3 weapons, their spear, their sword, and their shields. How did you know that I was a myrmidon? Hey, ain't it obvious? I chuckled. The sword is the secondary weapon, your spear is your best friend, it's your lover, it's your mother. You take care of her, she may leave you during a battle, but until that time, she's your most treasured possession. The only time you should lose your spear is when it breaks or it's in the heart of an enemy worthy of it. Did no one teach you that? No. He shook his head. Geez, what's the world coming to? I sighed. What's your name, kid? I looked to the side and let my spear strike out at a few of those undead that were running towards us. Hey, Achilles. I stopped dead in my tracks. Say that again. My name is Achilles. He repeated himself. That's a lofty name to use, kid. I know. He was a bit self-conscious about it. Who gave you that name? It was my great-grandma, the goddess Thetis. I am the spirit inheritor of him, and she wanted me to live up to his legend. He awkwardly stood up straighter. Thetis, the goddess, she's still around and kicking. I know it was a taboo thing to do, but I completely lost focus on the fighting around me. Yes. He nodded. She was the one who taught me how to use a sword. Grandma, Shit, I don't know if I have good or bad luck anymore. If you're gonna call yourself Achilles, then you need more confidence. I smacked his shoulder. Stand up straight, talk properly. Look a man in the eye when you speak to him. And for the God's sake, pick up a spear. My friends would be rolling in their graves if they knew you were running around without a spear. I turned my back to him, evaluating the battlefield around me until I found a suitable target. A big guy, a giant that was throwing around a bunch of those Norse folks and a Valkyrie or two along with them. Achilles was known for two things, his speed and his skill. But I'll tell you a secret, skill-wise, he'd lose out to a few people. Not to say he wasn't one of the most skilled warriors to ever live. If I do say so for myself. And while his speed was his ace, most people overlooked his accuracy. His spear was known as the hero killer for a reason, kid. I reeled back my arm and threw my spear. It turned into a streak of light, coating in my magical energy as it pierced through the chaotic battlefield. Barely missing bodies, soaring under blades, narrowly passing by friendlies until a certain giant noticed and turned his head in a panic only for his body to jerk backwards and my spear piercing right through his heart and out the back of his body. I held my hand out and my spear returned to me from where it had landed, before I slammed the base of it into the ground. That's why Myrmidons all use spears. Who are you? He looked at me in amazement. I gave him a proper Greek greeting as I pat my chest with my fist. Son of the hero Peleus and goddess Thetis, the great hero Achilles. *****. Odin POV. How the tables turn. Well, not entirely, we're still in a pretty crappy situation, but it's more equal now. The brat disappeared with the Titan asshole, but I felt like he could handle himself. Or at the very least, he should survive. Seemed like he had a dog in that fight and I wasn't gonna tell him no when he was already helping by taking him out of the game this early. The only issue was that I felt like that's where my spear was. It wouldn't come when I called, I could feel it close by, yet utterly out of reach, and it wouldn't budge. The only thing off the top of my head that would give me this kind of sensation is if that Titan bastard sealed it away with his control over time. Annoying. I looked at the spear I was currently holding, and the bit of blood on the spear tip, the blood of Loki, my smile slowly widening. It was a very good spear even if I prefer my own. I dipped my finger into the blood and wrote a string of runes down the shaft. Whipping it back, the muscles in my arm bulged, and I threw it as hard as I could. It went right for the world wolf. The beast was snarling with rage at Big Bird and Red Deer over there, it barely had time to notice the spear approach. Though, I don't think it ever stopped keeping me in its vision. It was about to react, until the spear turned 90 degrees, and continued to maneuver around the battlefield at unnatural angles until it found an unsuspecting giant. A bit on the smaller side, but its eyes widened as the spear approached. It stopped what it was doing, throwing up far too many spells with far too much skill for a mere giant grunt. The spear of the rune which collided with the spells cast by a being equivalent to a god of magic. They shuddered and shattered one by one, and finally, the giant roared with an explosion of magic at the center. The giant fell to a knee, and as if unraveling, the giant's skin peeled away, revealing only to be an illusion expertly woven that could even fool my eye on the surface. Loki glared my way, panting a mite, and with a bit of blood flowing down his forehead. The spear returned to my hand the same way it left it. Clever. Loki's nostrils flared, his voice reaching me, and I could tell that the link between the blood I had on the spear and himself was severed. Oh well, I didn't expect much. And that wasn't my main purpose for doing this. Loki was now preoccupied and a hammer wreathed in lightning came right for his face. All according to plan. Or something, I was flying by the seat of my pants right now to be honest. Send out our reserves. I ordered. Are you sure? Freya looked at me. I studied the battlefield again, pursing my lips. This will be our only opportunity to clench a victory, we can't hold anything back. Freya nodded, holding her hands up and dozens of Valkyries flew across the skies, the roars of another few 100,000 warriors was heard as they charged through the gates towards the front lines. Heimdall, prepare for the plan, the wall falls. I ordered. Freya snapped her head at me. You want to abandon our defenses? All in, baby. I merely laughed. Though, it was probably our only opportunity. We would, without a doubt, lose a prolonged fight. They would exhaust our warriors through sheer numbers with their larger reserves of fodder. Our chance is to gain the advantage on the quality side of things, that is, to have more big hitters by the end of the day than they do. Tyr, pull in. Heimdall, send half your soldiers to reinforce the brats further to the right. Thor, don't let them notice, call upon your warriors and charge forward. Vidar, hold the line just as you're doing. Ullr, you're doing the same as Thor on the left. It hurt my heart to sacrifice a significant number of warriors under Thor and Ullr, but in war, sacrifices had to be made. It was no time to be emotional, I would mourn them after we won this fight. Sif, tell Big Bird to use his flying rodents to only attack the furthest lines away from the walls. I swept my gaze around, looking for Loki, only to see him playing tag with Thor as Thor expertly followed my orders despite keeping his brother preoccupied. My son may be a simple boy, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to walk a battlefield. The battlefield was swiftly moving as I envisioned. Hey old bastard elf. What do you want, Odin? Some of us are actually busy with important stuff. The old elf's voice came out through Mjolnir. And here I was going to ask you to take pot shots at Loki. Orders received, Allfather. He sounded very happy. He somehow managed to get those shots from the bow down to something moderate, and I would use that term loosely. But while they still lit up the battlefield everywhere they passed, it was a far cry from the first shot that occurred originally. And Loki was starting to get pissed, I could just tell. As much as Loki liked to poke at other beings about being less intelligent than he was, he also had bouts of blind arrogance, mostly when you angered him enough. He had a bit of a temper even if it didn't normally flare hot. Thor sitting on his ass and the old elf using that absurd bow to take shots at him. Loki was going to be seething far too much to notice the shifts happening around him. I knew that it would soon be my time to join the fight, thus, last-minute preparations were a must. Hel was fine where she was, and everyone else was in good enough positions. Thankfully, I never discussed this with Loki around. It was a small thing, but small things often turn the side of battle. Loki knew, too, the basics, but I'm sure he never thought much about it. Why it was, that with such a powerful shield around Asgard, that those living inside can come and go throughout the battle. Of course, it registers them upon activation and Freya here was controlling it so she could manually add people on the fly. For Asgard. She whispered, throwing her hands up. The barrier started churning with different colors. If you looked very closely, you could see all the runes that flowed down its ethereal borders. It was truly a work of art as far as magics went. Something we created centuries ago and held all this time. The barrier that shimmered gold turned red and began to expand outwards. The first to touch it was one of those stupid trolls. The idiotic thing looked confused and happy that it could finally reach Asgard's border and start attacking it. It raised its wooden club up, intent on slamming it down, but the barrier swept over it, and where it passed, dust drifted off into the wind. Many more suffered similar fates. Draugr, trolls, all the little creatures and monsters that Loki managed to sway out of the holes they belonged in. Of course, our warriors were safe. It splashed harmlessly across them and continued onwards, not even tickling the hairs on their skin. Even lesser giants weren't safe. One in particular, the first of its kind to test its mettle against Asgard sorcery, lost its arm as it attempted to punch the barrier into pieces. It did not work out as it had hoped. Perhaps the giant's roar of pain and confusion was what prompted the secondary shift in the battlefield as our foes realized the immediate threat. It kept going until a large pillar of ice slammed down on the side, halting its advance. On another side, a second deathly frost emerged, holding it from advancing further. Several more appearances by the remaining warlords allowed it to gain no further ground and it began to crack. There was no use crying over spilled milk. The barrier wouldn't have lasted much longer anyways, we had to overload it for this little maneuver. Even as it cracked and shattered across the battlefield, leaving everyone feeling a sense of loss, I didn't let my expression change. I was about to open my mouth, but someone beat me to it. For Asgard. Thor let out a thunderous roar, hitting the nearest giant across the face. He further raised his hammer up to the sky, summoning the thunder as per his title. The dark clouds answered his call and lightning began to descend upon every enemy in his vicinity. I couldn't help but feel pride. That's my boy. Only the arrival of a large green serpent that dipped in and out of the clouds made entirely of magic did it abate and refocus on the magic god that was his enemy. Heimdall raised his sword and charged out. For Asgard. Tyr pulled his sword free from Kari, the tempest that had been swinging around that anchor of his. For Asgard. Vidar who planted his foot firmly into the ground to deflect a swing of his brother, Baldur's blade. He abandoned his sword mid-strike, and his fist landed upon his brother's cheek, sending my stupid son dozens of feet back with a swollen lip. For Asgard. He called out just as the others had. It was enough to initiate a third wind on top of the second wind that the reinforcements brought. Along with perhaps a third of the enemy's forces being annihilated from sacrificing our barrier, things swung heavily into our favor. There wouldn't be another one after this, it was all or nothing. For Asgard, I said softly, focusing my gaze solely on my fated foe. Hraesvelgr was doing well to give the world wolf everything it deserved, but despite the big bird's arrogance, he wouldn't be winning the fight. If not for the fact that Big Bird had the aerial advantage, it would be significantly more one-sided. The wolf opened its large maw, and my chance came. I gathered everything I had. All my divine power, all my strength, my runes that were etched into my very being shined brightly. Odin! I heard Freya shout in surprise. And I thrusted. I pierced through the battlefield, through the bloodlust that littered the fallen corpses of my brethren and foes alike. Through the winds summoned by the Bird King, and through the frosts summoned by Jotunheim. I allowed myself to be carried along. Closer and closer, the world wolf also noticed my approach until I was but a mere breath away, my eyes staring into his bloodshot irises. The wolf redirected its attempt to devour the bird onto me, and it met my spear head-on. I felt my clothing getting ripped around my arms, my hair blown back, and its fangs scraping against my skin, but it would not find me this easily. I would be defiant to my last breath. While my children fought for their survival, for the survival of our home, I put my soul into this strike. Everything I had to let this beast know that it would not find anything but defeat upon this battlefield. Words to know that before it stood not its prey, but its doom. I am Odin. Its maw that could devour the world was found wanting. And the mighty world wolf was pushed back. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, tearing up the very earth as it was pushed back dozens of yards. It growled at me from the distance that appeared. I slammed my spear upon earth, sending out a shockwave. You are my opponent. I ripped the tattered clothes covering my chest and threw them to the side. I stood up straighter than I had in a very long time. I felt my muscles tense in anticipation and worry. Never before had I been weaker. But right at this moment, I felt the strongest I have since Frigga stood by my side. If today is my day, my children will see their father stand unwavering. Odin. 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 Is that the best you can do, you mutt? I roared. Freya can swallow better than you, ha ha ha. Why are you like this? One single feminine screech amongst the cheers that raised my fighting spirit. Because when death stares you in the face, just laugh. Hraesvelgr swept up the winds around us. Allfather, let us fight together. I would be honored. I grinned savagely. Despite my pride, I was in no position to deny help from him. And for some reason I felt that ever so slightly, fate was smiling upon me. One man, one spear. Gibalg was a beautiful instrument of killing, and I would have to thank the rune witch after this. For while its tip was not unmissing, but it had an uncanny ability to properly find its target. And with a thrust, the world wolf roared, its foul blood dripped down the spear tip. It charged at me, and I ran at it with a furious howl that dwarfed its own. It did not matter that its claws tore the earth asunder with each step and left me debilitated as I tried my best to block. It did not matter that I barely escaped its maw after it devoured 1,000 warriors with but a gesture. My spear still found its flesh. Even as its paw slapped me to the ground, forcing me to vomit a mouthful of blood with my innards shaking, I stood back up. It was about to pounce on me, but Hraesvelgr's razor-sharp talons kept the wolf from continuing a follow-up, giving me an opportunity to rejoin the fray after every blow. A dive by the eagle, and fur and flesh of the wolf on its back was rend. A thrust of my spear, and the wolf was forced to jump back lest it lose an eye. However, just as we took from it, it too abandoned all sense of self-preservation. It spit out feathers from the Eagle King's, taking out a large chunk of one of its wings. The Eagle King fell from the skies and hit the ground. My muscles bulged on my right arm, and I gathered my godly strength, landing a punch upon the wolf's cheek. One of its sharp teeth went flying, but its bloodshot eyes only shined with a continued fury and madness as it whipped back around and tried to devour me once more. A mountain-sized gorge opened up, nearly taking me whole as I narrowly cast a spell to push myself out of the way. A hurricane-like wind slammed into the world wolf, knocking it flat on its ass, and I stabbed it in its leg before haggardly dodging a stomp that created an earthquake as it got back up. The Bird King was far from defeated with just that, but I was worried it did not have any real experience fighting powerful foes such as this. Give me a moment, I shouted. The Eagle King didn't argue, and it forced itself up into the sky and dive-bombed the wolf. It tucked its massive wings in, and used its winds to accelerate and rotate itself like a tornado as it shot at the wolf. I took my own blood and drew the runes in the air. The brat called these primordial runes. Hey, to me, they were just runes. But even I couldn't use them casually and constantly to do what I was about to do. Upon my authority, I call upon a moment across time. By my name of ODIN the world is called upon to answer my will. Beyond fate, beyond cause and effect, Let what happened in my memories become the truth before my eyes. I offered upon it my essence. A ritual of offering using my own self. The older form of magic in existence, even to someone like me. To gain, one has to sacrifice in return. The Bird King forced the wolf to dodge, even if it still got swept up and suffered a wound. Likewise, the wolf's claw raked across the bird's body, equalizing the damage done, but the Bird King hit the ground hard and struggled to stand back up properly. My magic, my divinity, my essence went in to fuel this spell. I threw my hand up. 4 runic circles appeared under the Wolf King's feet, forcing it to the ground. It roared and raged against the constraints, but it was merely a temporary spell to follow up on the remainder. One of its paws broke free, shattering the additional spell I cast to hold it still. However, a bright light overcame our sight, a familiar arrow of light came soaring for the world wolf's head. The wolf knew that light, it feared that light. It couldn't move from its spot in time, so it pushed its body to the ground to avoid it, letting it soar harmlessly over its head, but that was more than enough time. I would kiss that old elf after this was done. My magic, my divinity, my essence went in to fuel this spell. I pulled from a moment of time many centuries ago. A singular moment to appear atop the wolf. At a moment where it was still bound by the chains it could not escape. Where the truth of yesteryear replaced the truth of today, where casualty was reworked, where time was shifted, and fate had stepped to the side. That is to say, the world wolf was forced to abide by a moment I had called upon. I felt like my eye were going to melt in my own damn head. If I was in my prime, this would have still been difficult. But this damn wolf was suppressing much of my strength. I bit my tongue and spat out more blood, fueling the spell with more of my divine power, more of my essence. It manifested, overlaying atop of the wolf, and I had to forsake the optimal effect, and with the struggling of the world, I forced it instead to latch onto its front left leg, rather than a collar around its neck. It roared furiously, recognizing the chains that once held it since its birth. The chains that had only escaped because Loki aided it through some unknown means. It was bound. But that didn't mean it was defeated. I used more of my ever-decreasing strength to yank the divine chains down through the spell that linked across time and space, and it forced the world wolf to the ground. My spear then shot out, finding its target true. The deathly edge of Gibog took the left eye of the world wolf. Its blood-curdling howl caused the weakest across the battlefield to faint. I felt it reverberate through my soul. Father. My head jerked to the side, and I saw Loki's dagger coming for my own eye. I spun the spear in my hand, deflecting it with thousands more surrounding me. Some illusionary, some true, and some neither. I pulled my leg back and thrust the spear forward, destroying plenty of them, but a couple found my sides. With a grunt, I forced them out, ignoring the blood of mine that splashed across the ground. Loki didn't have time to pay much to me while Thor hounded him. That little antic of his caused Thor to force him to abandon a large spell he was casting that may have allowed him to hold my son at bay. I felt something on my nape, after removing my gaze from the world wolf for but a moment, knowing it was bound, death whispered in my ear. It was the instinct as a god of war that allowed me to thrust my spear up to catch the maw of the world wolf as it tried to devour me, stopping its jaws from closing properly. My eyes turned to where it should have been chains, only to see a bloody stump in place of its left leg. It had devoured its own leg to escape. The spear stopped me from being devoured, but its fangs still pushed into my flesh again. It hurt like a bastard the first time, and it hurt like a bastard the second. Elder. I recognized the tone and words, but I didn't have an ounce of attention to pay it in my current situation. But the following words were ones that were like music to my ears. Fuss ro da. It wasn't one, but 2 iterations of those words that overlaid upon each other, and I felt the world bending to accommodate. An invisible ripple slammed into the world wolf from far away. It was enough to free me from my impending death, and I could cast my gaze at the source. That brat with a similar name to my son's, and that dragon he was riding on did a drive-by to smack the wolf off my ass. The world wolf was furious, it wanted to nearly abandon me to eat them quickly, but the brat was smart enough to stay the hell away from the thing. However, my legs felt weak. It was hurt badly, but so was I. Old man. A green blur appeared between us as the wolf was about to devour me again, its maw that could negate my divine power and magic. The hero from Greece charged in like a whirlwind and used his divine shield to stop the beast in its tracks. Good kid. The resounding clangs of their mutual engagement nearly knocked me off my feet. I noticed the particulars of his shield the first time I laid my eye on it. A shield that contained a literal world inside of it. The wolf that could devour gods met an object that contained a world. The conclusion to the age-old question of what would happen when an immovable object met an unstoppable force. And the answer? Odin wins. My spear shot up into its mouth again, stabbing into its upper jaw and stopping it from closing. It was just in time, because even if his shield was stupidly powerful, the brat was still not able to contend with the world wolf. I kicked him away, and I would apologize later, but this wasn't the stage for him. Hammer. I roared, holding my hand up. Hammer. Thor answered, and lightning crackled loudly, thunder ringing in my ears as the weapon flew through the air. Thor wasn't in a position to disengage with Loki, same as the others, but that didn't mean I couldn't call on him for help. One of us is going to die. I looked the wolf right in the eye, catching the ridiculously heavy hammer. My arms felt like they were going to fall off after merely catching it. My hand began to char from the lighting that crackled off it. I didn't have the protection of my son's powerful gloves either. And my muscles bulged, and I used the momentum of Thor's throw to swing it up into its lower jaw, feeling its bones crack. I swung my entire body to carry the force of its weight to hit it in the side of the wolf's head again. It left an indent on the wolf's head where it landed, showing how it was the most powerful weapon of our faction. I nearly fell to the ground as I lost the momentum I had, and this fucker was far too damn heavy. But still, I gathered all my strength, every last bit of it, and I forced his hammer up one more time, swinging it up below the wolf's head. With a thunderous crack, the wolf was lifted up off its feet, teeth shattering and its one eye rolling backwards, and the spear that was stuck in its mouth was forced all the way upwards through the top of its mouth. I fell to the ground, dropping the hammer, nothing left in me, but the wolf, though breath was still left in its belly, it fell to the ground unmoving. I looked down and saw a magic circle appear from Freya, and it was just in time to see another meteor falling from the sky. Kill-stealing bitch. Though, I couldn't help but smile as I was able to view the scene from back atop Asgard's walls. You stupid old men. Freya huffed, casting some healing spells on me. I'm taking full credit for the kill. With all my strength left, I held up my middle finger. I nearly slumped on the way in a way that let me view the battlefield. Thor had a dagger sticking out of his side, probably from throwing his hammer my way, but still he was winning against Loki, and what happened to his mutt looked like it hit him harder than he would like to admit. Everywhere else was going about as I expected. Just when I thought things were going our way, I realized something was wrong. The frost on the ground was melting. And I looked back towards Loki and he met my gaze. A cocky smile reappeared on his face, and he used his magic to disappear amidst his fight with Thor. It started slowly, as if out of the void, the tip of a fiery sword pierced through at the center of the battlefield. It burned everything it touched into oblivion, including the very space that barred its edge from moving forward. It tore apart time and space, opening a hole that connected to a faraway realm. A single step caused the temperature to rise tens of degrees. The ground underneath its foot caused the rocks and stones to turn to molten slag. A giant larger than any other on the battlefield appeared, wreathed in flames and fires that even set a primordial fear down my spine. Asgard. A voice bellowed, containing a fury that demanded attention. Your reckoning has arrived. The Fire King Surtur had arrived, and with him, the armies of flames poured out from the portal he seared open from Muspelheim. He didn't immediately move, instead, the numerous shapes and sizes of the monsters that inhabited the death world charged outwards. They cared not for ally or foe, even the Draugr and trolls were trampled as they burned away everything in their path. He took a step forward and the world quaked at his step. Thor was the first to reach, his thunder aimed at the fire giant. And for the first time in a very long time, I found my son's strength insufficient. His hammer met the flaming sword of Surtur, and despite the sheer force behind its blow, the giant didn't move a single step and instead, swept his blade out sending Thor hurling to the ground. Just as quickly as we had gained the advantage, it was lost again. Wasn't Vanaheim supposed to be keeping him away? Freya nearly screamed as many spells of hers appeared around the battlefield, doing what she could to keep things from collapsing. As if to hear us, the giant king looked our way and the fire that rolled off his body parted to reveal his facial features. Destruction is what I seek. His voice bellowed. Do you think I care if they lay siege to Muspelheim? He abandoned his own home to forego having to do with them and instead sent everything our way. As expected of the instruments of Asgard's destruction. The giant king took his equally large sword and raised it high up into the sky. Everyone knew what was coming and their eyes widened. I had not much in but I threw my hands up, casting all the defensive spells I could muster. Freya too, despite hurling spells all over the battlefield this entire time, casted countless spells in but a few moments. The giant swung his sword down, and a wave of fire followed, searing through the lines of both our enemies and our warriors hitting the front walls of Asgard. Our spells were like paper in front of his attack, and it continued forward until the walls were breached, and parts of the inner city were turned to lava. The giant didn't even look at anything else but Asgard. Specifically, he eyed the castle that sat against the world tree. And then I realized his goal. I slammed my fist onto the wall. Hear my order, gods of Asgard, abandon the front lines, focus everything on the giant. Odin. Freya was startled by my order. He's aiming for the heart of the world tree. We didn't set Asgard up here just because it was a nice location. It was the seat of the gods because it sat upon the literal heart of the world tree. If that's destroyed, the tree will soon follow and everything else just as quickly. The giant was unconcerned and continued walking forward. Uller was the first, arrows raining down on him, followed by the old elf following up with arrows made of light. The fire giant didn't even glance at them, the flames around him pulsed and they consumed the arrows before they could reach his body. That was until a particularly power arrow turning the twilight we existed under in today from the old elf. It was enough that Surtur's attention changed. There was the momentary pause of his that he recognized the threat. Fire King, your foe is me. Thor rejoined the fray, lightning summoned that bombarded the giant, forcing him half a step back for the first time. Tyr joined in as well, a sword strike that could cleave a mountain twain slashed towards his neck. The giant king was forced to block it lest he suffered a wound. The glow of the arrow reached its precipice, but another source of light appeared. Smaller than the fire giant, the titan of light assumed his full size and he reached for the arrow that was shot. The two collided and the titan, while grunting in discomfort, held. A titan of light was not going to be overly harmed by an arrow made of light. Maybe if the true owner of that ridiculous bow wielded it, but a mortal couldn't bring out its full power. Surtur looked at the titan, and the titan looked at Surtur as if measuring each other. Surtur let out a bellowing laugh and focused on the ones around him. He raised his sword up again, but rather than pointing it to the sky, he pointed it downward. The sword entered the earth and everything I could see turned to flames. Like geysers, the fires of destruction sprang from below, melting and consuming everything around him for hundreds of yards in all directions. My sons were caught up in the attack, as were Uller and Tyr. Thor was breathing a little heavy, but he stood firm. However, I couldn't see where Uller and Tyr were. I closed my eye and felt the faint flicker of their divine power from this distance, indicating they were alive. Thor stood in front of him, an ant in front of a mountain. The giant king swung his sword, searing away everything in its path, but Thor blocked it with his hammer, causing a cataclysmic shockwave that destroyed a portion of Asgard that had yet to be reduced to ash. The same massive blade continued to swing down, and Thor's hammer met each one. But with each swing, he was losing. Green tendrils of magic emerged from the ground and wrapped around the giant king. Hel appeared, with an army of ghosts swarming behind her, ignoring the other battles going on, and they charged at the giant king. A movement of his, and her magic snapped and burned away. He swept his sword and thousands of ghosts disappeared into ashes. Ghosts, gods, it's all the same. The giant king chortled at her attempts to stall him. He raised his sword up casually, blocking a thunderous blow from my son. I will handle this one. The titan's tone was just as loud, but carried lighter. He reached for Hel and I gripped my non-existent spear. She summoned several impressive barriers to ward off the titan, but she was not a fighter mainly. Don't touch her, you bastard. Freya jumped off the wall, spell circles swirled around her by the dozens, landing upon the titan, forcing him to let out a pained grunt. Several more Jotun shook the grounds as they walked forward, the remaining warlords of Jotunheim soon joined in. Leave Freya for me. A hearty laugh followed. I want to enjoy her a bit after we are victorious. I recognized it as frosty, the cold. Disgusting. Surtur cast his gaze towards the Jotun, his sword swiping out at the unsuspecting frost giant, and it seared him in half. The Jotun just looked confused as the top part of his body slid off the bottom half and the light died in its eyes. The fire giant snorted in disdain. Dishonorable creature, you have no place witnessing my destruction. Even his allies, the traitorous gods, the Jotuns, they unconsciously took a step backwards. Now, my friend. Thorum's voice carried upon the silent battlefield. The samurai jumped up in front of the titan's eyes, slashing at them in quick succession. The titan was forced to cover his eyes with his hand, stumbling backwards. Tide Cloal the dragon bellowed out, and as if disappearing, he was then in front of the titan. No, it wasn't teleportation or anything like that. Kronos. The titan blurted out in confusion as the particular taste of time manipulation was clear to all of us. Vengar knows. The young gun shouted quickly as Wall, producing a tornado big enough to smack right into the titan's head. And as it hit him, another source of winds gathered around it. My head snapped back as the injured bird king summoned forth the wings of the 9 realms to enhance it, sweeping up the titan and tearing into him, destroying the armor of light he surrounded himself in. He wasn't much harmed, cuts and scrapes if anything, but it was impressive for the ones who did it. But he didn't appear to be done. The brat on the dragon pulled out something that gave me the same feeling as the bow in the old elf's hands. The titan stood up, and he too noticed, as did everyone in Asgard, because the sky turned unnaturally dark. It was as if pure darkness was wreathed into the form of a bow, held by Thorum. His body was visibly strained, his muscles bulged, and it seemed like his own skin tore at merely pulling the string back the extent that he did. He said that the goddess from the place gave him 2 artifacts, and there was no doubt in my mind that this was the second. Just as the elf's bow turned the world bright, this one turned everything dark. An arrow produced from shadows, formed as the string was pulled back, and the titan seemed to sense the danger as light exploded from his entire body, but it was drowned in the darkness. Silence followed as the arrow was loose, not because there was no noise, but because it was consumed. It burst into his chest, and the world was cast in black. I couldn't see a foot in front of me, all light disappeared. It wasn't until a familiar sword of fire cut through the darkness that everything returned to normal. The Titan let out a painful roar. One of actual pain and another I would assume due to his pride suffering a significant blow after being dealt such a wound by someone far below his level. Mortal, he looked to the side to see the Fire King's sword swinging for his head. The Titan swung his own blade made of light to deflect it. Despite my hair whipping about and the force nearly knocking me off my feet, I didn't pull away from it and made sure to watch closely. "What are you doing?" the Titan demanded. "Outsider, leave. This is my destruction. If you interfere, I will end you just as I do Asgard and the 9 realms," the fire giant stated. The Titan frowned. "Loki promised. What does the promises of the trickster have to do with me?" he said expressionlessly, though the threatening tone was clear. The Titan stared him down for a moment before backing off, leaving the giant to his business. I had hoped they would come to blows. Surtur looked upon Thorim with that shadow bow in his hand and waved his sword. It was far too fast for the size of the bastard, and I could foresee death. However, I felt something familiar in the back of my mind. My fingers twitched as I called upon my old friend. A golden string of light shot across the battlefield, smacking into his sword, giving time for Thorim and his dragon to fly down to Hel and Freya to swoop them away. The golden light continued to fly and Surtur's eyes followed as it arrived in my hand. Gungnir. The wolf was dead, my spear returned, and I felt my belly fill with strength. With a flash of air, I knew who was standing next to me. "Did you decide to take a nap?" I snorted. "Sorry, looked like you could handle it," the brat cheekily replied. "Just wanted to make sure you got your turn." A single glance and I could tell he was far from being able to stand up to this giant right now. Damn, the fact that he's standing at all was probably a miracle. He was covered in more blood than I probably was and his left arm looked completely useless. Kid was running on empty and probably had nothing left in him to fight. And unfortunately, I was barely doing better. "Plan?" he asked. "Do you have something to kill him that you can pull out of your ass?" "Nope." "Then I got nothing either." I let out a sigh, forcing out a smile. The giant raised his massive sword, pointing it right at us. Fire erupted from the tip, consuming everything in front of us. He raised his only good arm up, still clutching that soul sword of his, and I slammed my spear onto the ground. "Shield," he called out. "Of Asgard." We both cast. I had seen the spell of his enough to know how to copy it and sync up with him. The golden shield sprang up from us and pushed out. The fires of his slammed into our barrier and it almost immediately shattered. With a roar, we both pushed more of our magic into it, mending the cracks. The stone beneath us began to melt, and the fires cascaded off in all directions. It was as if we were the center of Muspelheim itself with how the fires danced all around. The brat was the first to drop to his knees. The fact that he had been able to cast a single spell in his condition did nothing but make me admire him more than I did. The small reservoir of strength I had left, I put it all into the spell, pushing it outward, fighting against the flames until the torrent slowly began to die down and the normal world returned from underneath the onslaught of fiery destruction. I could barely breathe, falling to my knees as well. Only my spear stopped me from face-planting. The shield, it cracked and burned away, slowly receding once the attack ended, but it held. I had nothing left as the shadow of his blade was cast overhead, and it came down for us. Our reflect, Musutangai. The brat forced out, and blood began to run more freely from the orifices on his head and his eyes rolled back, his body going limp and he collapsed onto the ground. But the blade, the executioner's blade above us that would have turned us to ash, it missed. It landed close enough that I felt my skin burn just by proximity. Where it touched, a gorge was cleaved all the way through Asgard, erupting with fire and lava, but it missed. The giant king seemed confused just as well. "Interesting, outsider," the giant rumbled in amusement. "However, it does not change anything." He paused though, because someone new slowly touched down in front of us. From her hair and skin to her clothes, she was clad in blue from head to toe. The brat's woman, the spirit of knowledge, Jin. She stood in front of us. The giant gave her a look but seemed dismissive after a moment. "Girl, run." I spat out a mouthful of blood to get the words out of my throat. Despite everything, I know the brat would absolutely not want her here right now. Surtur swung his sword with lackluster intent towards us. But it was enough to uplevel Asgard as a whole should no one defend. All around the girl, pieces of paper appeared. I didn't need my thousands of years of magical knowledge to see through them to understand their essence. Hundreds of papers, each one of them had a spell inscribed. They all lit up, firing off at the same time. Each one was a spell that a normal mortal would be proud to cast after effort and time, and they all combined onto a singular point. They collided with Surtur's sword with enough force that the blow was deflected from sheer combined quantity. The giant king redoubled his gaze as it bore down into the small girl. She stood defiantly in front of him, meeting it head-on. I'll be your opponent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Fourth part of the Looking Glass Omake is up on my Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 506, Chapter 458. Jin POV. This was a very bad situation. And this thing wasn't the only problem. There were still millions of things outside the walls that were still being fought on by their armies while everyone else had to pull back and take care of him. Pressing my hand against my chest, I took out Artoria's sheath. I glanced at Odin and he recognized it. That was good. Use it on Wilhelm. I tossed it to the god. Girl. It's fine, I came prepared. I smiled despite my nervousness. Odin didn't argue and he pulled Wilhelm a bit further away. That's fine, he couldn't help in his state. Another outsider. The very large and dangerous god-killing giant leaned forward, looking down at me and ignoring Odin and Wilhelm for now. Are you going to fight me, little one? His voice rumbled, blowing my hair back. Are you going to fight me? I shot back. His laugh literally shook the ground I was standing on. This feeling standing in front of him, it was no less than the few times I've stood in front of my creators. Just the heat radiating off of him was burning my throat. I didn't know where the others were, and I only had one priority at the moment. I took a deep breath. Beginning parallel thought partition. Second thought stream success/begin secondary split. One of the best things I picked up from Wilhelm's home that Grandpa taught me. Being able to partition off your thought process into multiple thought streams for multitasking. At least, that was for a normal person. I was not a normal person. Quad thought streams successful. Split again. 8 thought streams successful. Split again. 16 thought streams successful. Split again. 32 thought streams successful. Diagnostic/medical analysis/magic flow examination/brain structural integrity. Condition optimal/no detrimental health signs/no anomalies detected/brain activity within 97.83% of normal parameters. Acceptable. Split. 64 thought streams successfully deployed. Noticeable strain detected/casting speed slowed by previous iteration by 0.073% per pain receptors triggers within the cranial region. Within acceptable parameters still. Split. 128 thought streams successfully deployed. Internal brain hemorrhage detected/swollen brain locations analysis/deploying minute healing spells to designated locations. It hurt. Damage repressed/pain receding/activity realigned to 94.89% of normal parameters. Acceptable. Analyze current situation. Likelihood of victory, 2.89%. Likelihood of death, 29.85%. Re-evaluated after loss of sheath, 79.75%. I don't want to die. Conclusion. Retain the sheath/retrieve the sheath/use the sheath/take back the sheath/keep it/keep 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 it /keep it/keep 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 it /keep it/keep 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 it /keep 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 it /ke keep it slash keep it slash keep it slash keep it forward slash keep it 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 forward slash keep it 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 forward slash keep it 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 forward slash keep it 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 forward slash keep it slash keep it slash keep it slash keep it slash keep it. But Wilhelm needs it. Parameters evaluated and deemed acceptable. Setting aside 64 thought streams to begin casting spell, temporary designation, God Killer. Begin analysis of target, Zelretch. Begin analysis of target, 5 elements. Begin analysis of target, holy power. Begin analysis of target, demonic energy. Begin analysis of target, divine power. Begin analysis of target, spiritual power. Tracing back the origins of esoteric energies and concepts. I blinked and resumed my stare down with the fire giant, a mere second having passed. Not even a living being. He rumbled. A thing that stands before me, you are not of Asgard, you are not of the 9 realms. Insignificant. He stated. The thunder god was brought down by my blade and hides in cowardice. The All-Father is on his last legs. What other gods exist seemingly ran away. And this is what stands before me. Tell me, what are you, little thing? Are you a great warrior? Are you a god? Are you capable of fighting me? He laughed again as if it was some great joke. 20 thought streams dedicated to the analysis of target, Surtur's physical features. Size, measured. Weight, estimated. Heat generated, incalculable. Length of sword, measured. Arm length, measured. Muscle contractions, noted. Facial contortions, noted. You're right, I'm more thing than person. I'm no warrior, I'm no god, I'm not even a fighter. I smiled despite the situation. I'm Jinn, spirit of knowledge, and there's one thing I can do better than anyone else. And what's that, little spirit? He looked at me. All available thought streams in sync. Target, Surtur. Response, statement. I held my hands out, calling out 1,000 different scrolls. Each one of them were carefully crafted by my own hand, each once written to perfection to record and contain a singular spell. All of them actualized simultaneously, and all of them hit the giant's chest. Storms of ice, bolts of lightning, bullets of air, dragons made of water, pillars of earth. Even fire spells were used to collect data. The giant was forced to step back. I'm the best at recording. The air shifted around him. The way he looked at me changed too. I underestimated you. He stated, and he didn't wait for me to respond, his sword swept out at me. Leviathan, the sword of Surtur. One hit of that and I would die. It didn't even need to touch things with it for them to be destroyed. The houses, the buildings that had yet to be destroyed, were incinerated by proximity as his sword swept right at me. Calculating force based on muscle movement, body direction, and resistances. Strike is 22% stronger than previous. Preparing response. 1,253 scrolls appeared around me. They all lit up and fired at the sword in his hand. The impact was explosive. If I didn't set several strands of thought to anticipate the blow back, I would have been swept up and blown far away at the ensuing collision. However, his blade was deflected backwards. He stumbled back a step before reorienting himself. The giant stopped again, looking at me. I admit my mistake, little one. But how many times can you keep this up? I've been making these ever since Wilhelm took me in and I discovered their existence. I'm not good at creating new spells, I'm not good at imagining new things. So, this was all I could do to feel like I was useful. Copying what other people have done, over and over. But you're right, the amount I have is limited. The giant chuckled. I only have 407,397 remaining. His expression quickly turned as another 5,000 scrolls appeared, and the world was overtaken with a myriad of colors and effects that slammed into the fire giant. The giant roared and charged at me. Heat intensified by 73%. His sword swung down from overhead. Physical force estimated increase by 389%. Weak points noted, deploying countermeasures. 3,089 scrolls of the air element appeared on the right. Fire element noted with 98% decrease is magical power due to conceptual origin. Conclusion, fire spells useless other than concussive force. 1,058 scrolls of the fire element appeared underneath. 775 scrolls of the ice element appeared to the left. 8349 scrolls of the water element appeared above. Designated targets, left foot, right shoulder, right hand, both eyes. Fire element noted with 98% decrease is magical power due to conceptual origin. Analysis, fire spells useless other than concussive force. The numerous ice spells all landed upon his right shoulder. Fire origin calculations indicate an 89% reduction in ice element efficiency. Establish an additional 10% margin for error. His shoulder froze from the sheer quantity that managed to penetrate the passive flames around his body. It shattered nearly instantly, but the desired effect was already achieved. The water spells shot at his face. Penetrative power minimal, desire effect, established. Vision obscured by steam. The wind spells aimed at his left foot. Analysis, wind spells show decreased efficiency by 23% on target, Surtur. Conclusion, wind spells are optimal over previous elements thus far. His footing, however, was disrupted, nearly tripping him up. Lastly, the fire spells landed upon his sword-wielding hand. Splashing nearly harmlessly upon his fingers. Desired effect, partial success. Muscle notation indicated grip strength lessened by 7%, re-evaluate concussive force provided. Notion, 18% of spell scroll reserves contain fire element. Unfortunate. His sword still swung down overhead. Overall strength of attack, estimated reduction to less than 19% of previous attack. Conclusion, counterattack. Calculating required number of scrolls based on gathered data. Calculations finished. Simulations project a 0.47% margin for error. I immediately summoned 10,478 earth element scrolls. They all lit up and actualized as his sword was about to land, calculated to the exact second. A massive pillar of earth shot out of the ground in front of me, hitting his sword from the bottom with enough force to swing it back up over his head and send him stumbling back and falling down onto his behind. Optimal situation to continue pressure. Readjusting calculations for offensive measures. Searching mental library for spell to utilize. Object of copy acquired, target, Medea. Spell, Rain of Light. Error, no knowledge of high-speed divine words. Readjusting to compensate. Additional parameters, target, Wilhelm. 5 elements, mutual generation. I cast immediately, substituting talismans with 1,000 of each element in the form of spell scrolls. Spell sequence failed. Adjusting. Spell sequence failed. Adjusting. Spell sequence failed. Alternate viable path established. Mental library contains memorized works of target, Medea's Magecraft. Analyzing notated enchantments on object, boat. Analyzing notated enchantments on object, Medea's secret project. Analyzing notated enchantments on object, Kunu's birthday present. Begin simulations. Spell sequence success. Projecting magic circle. Noted loss of magical energy coefficient in casting by 45%. Acceptable parameters. Utilizing spell scrolls to compensate for missing pieces. 67,957 spell scrolls consumed. Alter magic circle, insert custom spell sequence, size adjusted to target, search. A gigantic magic circle appeared in front of me. The iridescent purple light made it reminiscent of Medea's own spell, even after all my alterations to mimic the effects. Search stood back up, furious at what had happened, only to see the equally large magic circle staring him down. Rain of Light. The world vibrated as the beam of light fired off, colliding with the giant. He raised his sword up to block, and the beam of light began to cascade off in all directions, causing a purple aurora to fill the sky. However, the giant king began to get pushed back. His molten feet pushed into the ground, turning it into sludge and lava, but gradually, he continued back. The fire giant Surtur was forced back to the entrance of Asgard before my spell ceased. The giant king looked at me from behind his sword as it slowly lowered. Little one, feel honored that you have managed this much. However, I will no longer consider you an insect in my way, but an enemy. I held my hand up and smiled again. Come at me. He didn't get mad, instead he laughed loudly. You have courage. He roared, and he began his charge at me again. He swung his sword before closing the distance, a wave of fire sent my way. Begin calculations. 20,478 scrolls were used to block it. Another 7,589 scrolls were used on the follow-up swing. 57,377 scrolls fired to halt his advance. 8584 scrolls to stall him for several seconds. Initial spellcasting nearing completion. Godkiller beginning simulation. Surtur roared and brought down a fiery wrath. Let's see if you can keep it up. I had to consume 4,984 scrolls dedicated to barriers to block the blow, and even then, it nearly overcame them. Target, Surtur's output has exceeding original calculations, reevaluating. Good, good. He laughed more. Show me everything you have, little one. Fight for your survival. The waves of fire didn't abate, and I refused to move from this spot. Nothing would get past for so long as Wilhelm was still behind me. Opening another 30 parallel thought streams to handle increased calculations. I ignored the blood that began to seep out from my eyes, nose, and ears. Blood is merely the physical manifestation of my spiritual form leaking magical energy. The throbbing of my head was inconsequential as well. Deploying 50,000 spell scrolls, 5 elements converging as one. Estimated resonance effect to increase effects by 200%. Surtur's blade cleaved apart a portion of Asgard's landmass as the spells I launched sent it veering off to the right. If that had landed, the castle behind me would have been incinerated. Show me your will to survive. Overcome me, and Asgard may not yet fall. Can you achieve what even the gods failed to do, little one? He didn't seem to care at all that I was keeping him at bay. Was I truly holding him back? Calculating Surtur's full strength. Results, inconclusive. It didn't matter, I just had to hold him off by whatever means for as long as possible. Then I'll show you everything. I felt a strange sensation in my back. Pain. It hurt. I looked back to see someone standing behind me with long silver hair and a dagger sticking out of me. I'm sorry, but this was just getting ridiculous. I mean, I could understand Thor, Odin, or even the mongrel. But this. He pulled it free and my blood flowed freely. Well, I do admit, I take an inordinate amount of pleasure from this, anticipating his face when he sees you. Ah. I lost control of the spells, and they shot off randomly. All my parallel thought streams collapsed. Pain. It hurt. It hurt more than anything I've ever felt. Was this what it was like to get stabbed? I didn't like it. Trickster. The giant roared and I couldn't even register the flames that shot past me. Only the scream of the one who stabbed me seemed to indicate that something happened. You buffoon, I was helping you. He hissed back, clutching his arm that looked burnt to cinders. You dishonor me. Dishonor, are you mad? You're the destroyer, the end of everything. What honor do you have? Another wave of heat passed by my head and the same voice let out another shout of pain and rage. Oh we. I looked up at the giant, and he was looking down at me. I do not know what to do, little one. My purpose commands me to burn away all that stands in my way, but not like this. He paused as if fighting himself internally. Leave, I will show this one mercy. You do not belong to Asgard or the 9 realms, this is your reward for your efforts. I summoned 400 spell scrolls and shot them at him. He raised his hand up to block them from hitting his face. I have never offered this mercy to anyone else before, little one. Why are you rejecting it? I won't let you past me. I said defiantly. Why do you still fight? There is no purpose in my slaying you. Because the man I love is behind me and he can't fight right now, so I won't let you pass. Even if I had to sacrifice myself. You. He again didn't move for several moments. I misspoke before, calling you a non-living thing. It made me feel strangely happy for him to say that. I'll be nice and let you surrender. He barked out laughter. Your courage is commendable. No one has ever spoken to me so brazenly before. I'm afraid that nothing can stop me from fulfilling my purpose. Asgard will fall to flames, as too will the 9 realms. You could just, not. I offered. For some reason, he seemed sort of gentle in this moment. Something is only beautiful because it ends, little one. I am the end of this story. I won't let you. Then stand defiantly in the face of destruction, little one. He took a step back. I acknowledge your will, let it be known that Zelretch acknowledges you. Come, face your death head on. I stood up straight, ignoring the pain in my back. Resuming parallel thought streams. Reigniting all of them at once was painful, but I pushed past it. Resuming previous calculations. I held out my hands and all of my remaining spell scrolls appeared. They blanketed the sky from their numbers, all 178,118 that remained. But they were only a distraction. Reverse-engineered origins completed. Tracing back the basics of esoteric energies and concepts. Conclusion, similar variable detected. The spell rained down upon the giant, barely delaying him for the precious seconds I needed. Variable noted, ether. Retrieving examples of ether, subject, Wilhelm. Parsing through numerous examples, noted fight with target, Kronos. Spell depicted, ether canon. Conclusion, divine being susceptible to 5th imaginary element. Begin formulating spell sequence. Simulation concluded, insufficient power to threaten target, Zelretch. 5th imaginary element will create the structure. Applying additional concepts, targeting, immortality. Formulate concept, limitation. Simulation successful, begin casting. It started out gray, as if other colors were rejecting even coming near it. The spell circle hovered parallel to the ground in front of me, and slowly lowered, the structure of the spell coming to fruition as it slowly passed through the air. In the shape of a spear to make it easier to handle. I grabbed hold of it as the last of my spell scrolls were used up. The cold and detached feeling in my hand seemed to seep into the rest of my body, but I paid it no mind. Instead, I used all my remaining strength to throw it. The spear shot through the air and Zelretch himself saw it. It was so small in comparison, so tiny. Compared to the barrage of spells I just released, it was minuscule. Something deemed unthreatening. His flames made way as it touched them. And his body jerked back as it pushed through the flesh of his chest, flying out the other side, leaving a hole through his body. The giant fell to a knee and for the first time, he bled. The conclusion I arrived at after analyzing things from other people, a spear made of ether that imposes limited lifespan on whatever it hits. Blackish-gray veins pulsed out from the admittedly small wound on his chest in comparison to the rest of his body, but even as I felt backwards in exhaustion, I couldn't help but smile. Maybe it was because I felt like I accomplished something amazing, or maybe it was the big black dragon that came flying and roaring overhead as it slammed into the giant. *****. Wilhelm POV. Drake roared with a fury that I hadn't ever witnessed before as he collided with the Zelretch. I could understand, I was also furious, but my main priority lay elsewhere. You silly girl. Hee hee. Jin giggled despite bleeding out in my arms. Did I do good? You did amazing. I kissed her forehead. Go ahead and rest, we'll handle the rest. MMM. I needed someone who was around. I had woken up not but a few moments ago and I was still confused at everything that happened previously, only that Jin fought Surtur and wounded him. Odin was doing something, and I was too out of it a moment ago to process it. Where? Ratatoskr. I called out. Luckily the ground shimmered and the squirrel popped out. What? Please take her to safety. He looked at me and at Jin and chittered something before scampering over. I gently laid her on his back, and he nodded at me before running in the opposite direction of the fight. I wouldn't get angry at Odin for now. I know that rationally, he didn't have much choice but to let Jin handle things. And as for where he ran off to, it had to be important enough during this time period. But whatever it is, he better have made use of the time Jin gave. Great Welsh, what a form you took. Surtur's voice boomed. Drake didn't say anything audible, his roar was enough to express his current anger. Drake liked Jin. Drake wasn't incapable of feeling while in this form, while wearing the concept of NHGGR around him. However, he didn't care. The flames of Surtur lashed around him, but he just bit down onto the massive giant. It pissed me off, but I was still nowhere near back to my best. Avalon worked overtime to get me back up on my feet, but there was a limit to what it could mend in a short time, not to mention, I was exhausted and drained in every other aspect. But this gave time for Surtur to not properly deal with his own wound that Jin inflicted. I wasn't quite sure what she did, but I could see it visibly pulse and reject healing from the fire giant. The hole that went through his chest, the grayish-black veins that jutted out from it. The remnants of the buildings next to me were crushed by Drake's fake body. The fire giant threw him off and he went sliding across the ground. Surtur, however, still looked to be in decent shape. Everything about him screamed danger. Compared to Kronos, I would thoroughly place him as stronger. The best comparison, actually, at this moment, I think he was above Indra as well. Was he getting stronger? That. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the moon goddess Artemis, and the sun god Apollo. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. A myriad array of lights appeared overhead. Thousands of arrows, like beams of lights, fell down from the sky. The first one caused the giant to stumble, the combination of the impact and the suddenness of it. He quickly regained his footing, but the uncountable number of arrows arrived just as quickly. An attack meant to rout an army, all targeting a being the size of a mountain. Just as quick as it came, it disappeared. The fire giant looked annoyed, but nonplussed. However, a streak of green light crossed over from where the arrows originated. Like a whirlwind, Achilles appeared on the shoulder of the giant, seemingly ignoring the flames pulsing around his body. His spear turned into a meteor as it stabbed towards the giant's face. Surtur of course noticed out of the corner of his eye, but it was too fast for him to react in time as the green blur slammed into the side of his head. The giant king snarled something unintelligible, flaring up his fires and forcing Achilles to jump off. He twisted his massive sword around, the tip of his searing blade pointing right at the falling Greek hero. It was here, at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here. Namely, the Amano-Mirakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. My wings sprouted from my back and I shot up, my divine power poured into my blade. The lightning cracked around its length as the edge of my divine blade at the sword of flames. Hoa! I let out a roar, putting all my current strength into deflecting the blade away from Achilles, giving him a chance to call his chariot and fly out of the way. The force of the strike was enough to send me slamming into the ground. I pushed the rubble off of me and coughed a couple times, but I stood up once more. Drake was back up, hovering around me protectively, and I saw several more people now appeared. Fucking hell, I couldn't believe Jin handled this monster for so long. Strunbakuo. A familiar shout rang out, and it wasn't mine. Thunder clouds gathered quickly overhead, accumulating lighting as it crackled, ready to be used. My friend. Thorum flew upon Durnavir. With him was who I assumed to be hell based on what I saw before. This is a tricky situation. Sasaki Kojiro slipped out of his method of presence concealment, standing nearby. He wasn't unscathed from previous battles. Despite his skill, he was perhaps the most vulnerable of servants I knew in pure stats. More outsiders. Surtur breathed out, and the temperature further increased around us. If you seek doom, then face me. I held my divine sword up and took control of the overhead storm. I gathered all the lightning, it cascaded downwards onto the time of my blade, taking the shape of my sword. The blade of lightning broke the sky in half as it even surpassed the giant in scale. I let out a shout as I brought it down. The giant also roared and swung his fiery sword at my oncoming strike. Flames and lightning spewed forth every which way upon impact. The ensuing shockwave cleared away the lower section of Asgard in its entirety and dispersed the storm clouds from above. I was thankful that they evacuated the noncombatants early on. It's not enough. Surtur shouted defiantly, dispersing my lightning blade after expending a noticeable amount of effort. His flames, however, flickered ever so briefly. Fuss ro da. The shout rippled out, slamming into Surtur, but he barely budged. Pests. His sword swept out at Thorum, but they managed to dodge it with some effort. Don't forget me. Drake again collided with the giant. He opened up his jaw and sprayed out his poisonous breath. Gah. The giant finally reacted after taking Drake's poison right to his face. His flames were burning it away quickly. You're open. Sasaki appeared right in front of his face as the poison dissipated, blade reeled back, and the point aimed right at his eye. Surtur looked at him, cheeks inflated, and he breathed out a stream of fire. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. It was the fastest and easiest barrier I could cast. It barely held on a moment before it shattered, but it was enough. A green flash and Achilles was in front of him, his own divine shield held up as Surtur's flames bellowed into it. Green tendrils of magic snuck up, wrapping around them within the blink of an eye, and jerked them out of the way. They hit the ground hard, but they avoided the brunt of his flames that turned the ground they touched into lava. Hell's fingers were alight with a green hue, her magics found them well as she had glided to the ground to save them as she did. I felt my body ache as I called upon my spiritual pressure through the Hogyoku. I was in absolutely no condition to do this, but I pressed on. It scaled to the sky, and it was noted by Surtur immediately. And after my last attack, he seemed to be paying special attention to me. Buy me a few seconds. I needed time to properly mold my spiritual power in my condition. Annoying. He pulled Drake off of him again. Drake fought, but his fake body was, weak in comparison, a fraction of his true power. He roared furiously, as the giant's flowing hand seared away a chunk of Drake's body and one of his wings, tossing him to the ground. Red Dragon Emperor. Durnavir roared. Tide Klo Ui. Thorum shouted, and something shifted. Thorum and Durnavir disappeared, no rather they moved faster than one could perceive for but a moment. Did he just manipulate time? The crest of turbidity, seeping out. I raised my hand up, and the familiar black hue overtook around me. Would not cast. Durnheavier shouted, using its entire body to hit into the fire giant. Vengar knows. Thorum followed up with summoning a cyclone right into his face. The fire giant shuddered and roared again, sweeping his hand out, hitting the dragon away, leaving scorch marks all over its body. Thorum's body flickered with his own special aura, and dragon wings appeared, letting him hit the ground much more softly than if he fell from that height. An insolent vessel of madness. Boiling up, denying, numbness, blinking, obstructing slumber. Surtur went to swing his blade down on the dragon and Thorum, but tendrils of magic grabbed hold of his sword arm. You will not. The goddess of Nibelheim declared, her magic poured out and she held him firmly for a few moments. The flames around Surtur burst out, burning away her magical bindings, but a dozen runic circles materialized overhead, each one casting a spear of necrotic energies that slammed into the fire giant. He grunted in annoyance and swiped his hand through the air, dispersing them all. My Ryatsu continued to climb as I poured all of my reserves into this. The steel princess who creeps. The mud doll, ever disintegrating. Unit. Oppose. Filling the earth, know your own impotence. Surtur too turned to look at me and ignored the arrows that landed into him, the spells that were cast and hit his body, only to be snuffed out by his passive flames. Whatever it is you are doing, I have seen what you outsiders are capable of and I will not allow it. He ignored everything else and his sword swept horizontally at me. Ha! Sasaki shot forward, slamming into it with his own blade, using all his strength to block it. Another blade joined as Thorum and Graham shot forward to hold it back as they were pushed across the ground. Me too. Achilles shouted, his shield making a resounding clang as the sword in Surtur's hand vibrated and his sword swing came to a halt before it could reach me. I could practically taste the flames from the distance it had stopped. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. It started small, lackluster even. Enough that it bewildered the giant, but very quickly, the sky changed colors, and the surroundings shifted. At the perimeter, a black line emerged, a square that began to build upon itself. Within the blink of an eye, it had sprang up covering half of his gigantic body and it had no intent on stopping. I nearly dropped to my knees after the amount of Ryatsu that was sucked out from merely casting it. He pulled back his sword and swung it at the spell, destroying a portion of the walls that began to surround him, but they quickly mended and kept going. Rather, he pulled his sword up and was about to shove it into the ground again, releasing a gigantic burst in all directions. Which, I didn't know if my spell would hold out against that. Several powerful arrows collided with the side of his head. Atlanta off to the side had released a substantial amount of magical energy, and each of her arrows hit the same exact spot in succession. Surtur stumbled ever so slightly, groaning at the impact. And on the completely opposite side, familiar light arrows collided with the other side of his head. Far off across Asgard itself, I could barely make out the old elf, bloodied and heaving for breath, but his arrows stuck true. The giant had to raise his hand up to stop the light arrows that came from the divine bow of Oriel. The coffin built up in the momentary lapse, his flames disappearing from view, and his eyes looking down at me defiantly as the last thing before it sealed itself completely. Then, hundreds, thousands of cross-shaped black spears impaled themselves upon the box, sealing it tightly. Everything was utterly silent as we all watched. I had to use my divine sword to keep my body steady, and I felt a nervous sweat drip down my neck. It started with a crack down the middle. Then more and more appeared with the tiniest bit of flame seeping out. And without any more warning it utterly shattered with a flurry of flames spewing off in all directions. I slammed my divine sword into the ground and pumped my divine power to shield those around me. The ground all around us was nothing but molten magma at this point with no building or living foliage in sight. Surtur reappeared, halfway slumped, breathing looking noticeably more difficult, but standing. However, his flames were merely flickering, and for the first time, we could see his true body without the distortion of the fires around him. It was as if he were made of magma and rock. Despite this, he had visible wounds across his body. Gashes, cuts, parts of his skin that were flayed off. The others forced themselves to stand back up, but we were all pretty much at our limits. Fine, you want death, so be it. His voice was sharp and killing intent seemed to pulse off of him. He raised his sword to the sky, and the tip of it blurred as the very space was burned away, revealing orange and red skies from the tear he opened. Flames began to fall down, hitting all over Asgard. All of us had to immediately move to dodge. I swung my sword at one of them and noted how just the errant fire caused my hand to vibrate from dispersing it. The flames around him rekindled, perhaps even more intensely than before. Was that a link to Muspelheim and he was siphoning off the flames? He snorted, standing back up full and swept his gaze around disdainfully. It was destructive what he did, but that was seemingly not his true purpose. The fires of Muspelheim continued to flow out and his sword took them all in. The burning hit sword became even hotter. The intensity of the flames magnified by an absurd degree to the point where the blade itself turned bright white. The space around it started vibrating as it was having trouble accommodating the heat being output. A swing of that, would Asgard even have anything remaining? Let alone us in the aftermath. Stop him. I shouted quickly. Foolish. He merely twitched the sword and a burst of flames exploded outwards, repelling any attempts to attack before we could truly begin. With using my divine sword to block, my body went flying back and I felt parts of my skin burn. He lifted his sword up over his head. I truly felt death breathing down the nape of my neck. I could use Avalon, but that would only save me, everything else in Asgard would be utterly annihilated. This strike of mine will destroy the world. Surtur let loose a shout that could be heard across the Nine Realm. It's a good thing I have a world then. A familiar green blur shot up as Surtur brought his sword down. Ukalu's cosmos. His noble phantasm was activated. It intruded upon the normal world. Expanding outwards, Greek architecture manifested, sprawling cities, rivers, oceans. Murals were depicted, epic fights, the life of one person in particular. Standing firmly at the center of it all was a statue of Achilles. Your shield contains a world. Surtur spoke out in astonishment and disbelief as his blade was fended off with the destruction of Achilles' azure sky. Despite the explosive power, the heat that radiated outwards and certain death that hung above, Asgard was safe. The Greek hero dropped to the ground, barely able to stand back up and his shield nowhere to be seen. The little one and now you, why are you outsiders so outstanding? It was not the words I expected to hear from the fire giant intent on destroying everything. It makes my heart heavy to know that even after this, you will fail. His sword raised up again. Zoon Hail Vike. I shouted out of instinct. The sword in his hand vibrated and he looked at me, but his expression didn't change. Zoon Halvike. Thorum added on. It budged slightly more. Zoon Hail Vike. Dernavir's voice sounded through and the grasp of his sword loosed noticeably. Zoon Hail Vike, you bastard. I snapped my head back to see Draeg's fake body barely holding together, and basically broke down after shouting as well, his soul returning to within the boosted gear inside of me. But, the sword of his went sailing through the air. Before another word could be spoken the ground shook. A red mountain seemed to be moving towards us. That was until I realized what I was seeing. It was that deer from before, the massive creature that could almost match the giant in size. It leapt over what remained of the walls, causing a near earthquake with but its step. Surtur's eyes widened as he braced himself, the large deer lowered its head and its antlers collided with the fire giant. He had to grab onto the antlers of the giant deer, but he was immediately pushed back. His massive feet dug gorges out of the ground, but the deer didn't stop its charge and continued pushing him back fully until his antlers dug into the chest of the fire giant. The deer let out an indecipherable shout as the antlers on its head started steaming. Surtur's hands gripped them tightly and the antlers bubbled and charred black before they were seared through completely. You should have waited for your death upon the tree, beast. Surtur grabbed hold of the big deer and threw it outside of Asgard's remaining walls. I could feel the impact from all the way over here. As Surtur turned his head back this way, a gust of wind punched him in the gut. The fire giant bent over at the sudden impact, and two massive wings covered the starlight. The bird king from before appeared as well. He was looking not very good, and realistically, I could not understand how he was flying when one of his wings was mangled so badly. Bird. Surtur growled. I told you before, Fire King. Wind can snuff out flames just as it can fan them. Surtur took a deep breath and blew out a torrent of flames towards us and the big bird. Hraesvelgr in return flapped his wings and an equally large gale of wind slammed into it, holding it at bay. Like an invisible wall, the flames of Surtur lashed out against an impenetrable barrier, unable to advance past the gales that the bird king called upon. I stood up and pointed my sword at the battle. Storm and gale, answer my call. I added my own divine might to the bird's side. My divine power intertwined with it and pushed back the flames. It was loud like a thunderclap. The winds fully pushed back his flames and slammed into the giant, knocking him off his feet. Watch out. It was Hel who shouted as the ground beneath the bird bubbled slightly. It was only a moment before a geyser of magma shot up to the sky. Hraesvelgr let out a screech of pain and fell to the earth, covered in flames. Surtur pushed himself back up and grunted. Naive. His steps were slow as he retrieved his sword, and frankly, there wasn't much we could do to stop him. I intended to simply destroy the core and be done with it, but you have earned my attention. Fight for your survival and throw yourself upon my flames in despair, for Surtur comes for you personally. Odin, I really hope this was enough time. I hissed under my breath. It was, you did good. I heard Odin's whisper in my ears. We needed some time to set up the proper ritual. Ritual, for what? A pillar of light ascended to the sky from the castle behind us. I approve. Freya's voice resounded throughout the realm. I approve. Heimdall's voice added. I approve. Came Tyr. I approve. I approve. I approve. I approve. Odin's voice was distinguishable as well. Lastly. I approve. It was Vidar's voice, and as soon as he spoke, the world trembled. Welcome our new king, Thor. Surtur looked towards the direction, and with a thunderclap, a particular hammer shot out and forced the giant to block, pushing him back a few steps. Following it up, a golden light shot out, hitting the giant in the shoulder, before returning to the hands of the Allfather. Odin, still looking utterly unkempt and barely standing, laughed. The throne of Asgard is more than just a chair. Olympus, Asgard, Takamagara, etc. I would be more surprised if there wasn't something substantial about holding the throne, but at this moment, I hadn't put any thought into it until now. Thor landed upon the ground in front of the fire giant. And while he was far from his peak and fully healthy, he was doing better than we were. He looked empowered. Surtur looked down at him with eyes narrowed. How bold, to use Asgard's remaining vitality for this. Humph, does it matter? If Asgard falls anyways, then who cares? But if we can take down your big flaming ass, then it's worth it. Come then, Surtur, taste the might of my hammer. Thor swung up, cracking the giant up below his chin. It was loud, a thunderous blow. Despite the size difference, the two of them met in an exchange of blows as equals. The thunder god's hammer didn't lose out to the fire giant's deathly sword. It truly showed why Thor was one of the strongest gods in the world. With every swing, the very air crackled and boomed in response. Every swing forced Surtur to respond lest he suffer damage. I noticed Thorim to my side and I wanted to question what he was doing, but particularly, I noticed he felt off. He doesn't smell like a dragon. Drake shouted within my soul. My eyes widened and very quickly I swung my divine sword with everything I had. The Thorim turned towards me and similarly had his eyes widen as his illusion peeled back and magics exploded out to block my blow. Loki's true form appeared, and he went flying across the ground before skidding to a stop. Insolent mortal. He hissed. Loki. Thor roared. You dare look away from me. Surtur shouted, his sword hitting the thunder god, sending him flying off into the side of Asgard's wall. He looked at Loki and for some reason seemed like he wanted to rend him apart. But the god of mischief very quickly disappeared. Rather, he turned his attention towards the castle. Do you think I didn't notice, Allfather? The giant laughed and he started moving towards it. To use Asgard's power on the Thunderer, that means the heart is unprotected. Do you take me for a decoration? Odin roared, slamming his spear onto the ground and it shot off, aimed at the fire giant. Surtur used his arm to slap it to the side. You are weak, Allfather. Watch silently at the side as Asgard burns around you. I pulled on the last remnants of the strength I'd regained after waking up and used a Shuanpa to appear in front of the charging fire giant. Lighting was summoned upon my blade and I was ready to slash at him again to keep him at bay, only for several spells to surround me. I was forced to swing my sword to clear them away, but even multiple illusions blanketed my vision. Some of them splashed against my magic resistance, but others still affected me. They all shattered as a molten leg kicked me away and I felt several of my ribs crack. The sky spun a few times before I realized I was laying on my back and that Loki interfered. The sky thundered as Thor returned, but Surtur seemed utterly intent on not fighting. Despite the thunder god hitting him hard enough to crack bones, the giant pushed forward. A massive spell circle appeared, green in color, as a skeletal construct stepped out and grabbed hold of the giant. 2 more appeared, and 3 and 4. Hel was standing in front of him, casting her magics as shields manifested and chains wrapped around him. One of the skeletal constructs grabbed onto Surtur's arm but he merely swung it away and shattered the others with a gesture. The magics around him likewise were broken by force. Hel! Thor called out, sliding to the ground next to her, pivoting and flying up to hit the giant in the head with his hammer. Blood shot out of the giant's mouth, but he again ignored the thunder god. Begone pests. He grabbed his sword with both hands. Nay. I heard Thorim yell defiantly, colliding with the giant's chest using his body and gram piercing into his flesh. I pushed myself up and forced myself to Shuanpa again despite my body screaming at me. I caught the swing of the blade with my divine sword and felt like I was going to break. Despite being a fraction of its size, I held it off. A shadow loomed overhead, and the palm of the fire giant, pushing down towards us. Oh god damn it, why me? Was that Ratatoskr? I could barely formulate the question as the squirrel ran up between us and something gold-colored sailed through the air right at his palm. Was that an acorn? A golden acorn bigger than I was. It barely touched Surtur's hand when a release of various energy smacked his arm backwards and the acorn fell to the ground with a thump, and sinking into far more than it should have. Surtur looked down at the golden acorn in clear shock. Squirrel, you dare to use that here? You would blaspheme against your purpose. Purpose? Wait. Is that the seed for the next world tree? No. Ratatoskr replied. And in that moment he took the opportunity that his sheer audacity that gave Surtur pause allowed him to escape. Don't look down. He shouted as he ran away. Surtur, despite the words, looked down. And below the earth, something rumbled. The ground cracked and burst as a towering, scaly figure shot to the sky. A serpent no smaller than the fire giant himself towered overhead, hissing in fury. Fuck, was that the world serpent? Don't touch my sister. Its voice rang out and it swept around the fire giant, wrapping him up tight before its fangs sunk down into his shoulder. Surtur let out one of the most genuine painful roars I've thus heard from him. From what I recalled, Jormungandr's poison was deadly. I don't know what's going on, but if you befriend, then let us fight together. Thor came flying in and his hammer collided with the left side of Surtur's head, destroying it. Like a rock that had part of it shattered, the fire giant stumbled backwards. Another one that betrays their role. He was furious at this point. And with a shout from the fire giant, fire burst out from his position. We were all forced to take cover, even Thor. Jormungandr wasn't so lucky. His scales and skin began to burn. He was forced to release his bite on the fire giant and his painful wails echoed across the 9 realms. Even his constriction around Surtur loosened, giving the fire giant the opportunity to pull him off. And rather than toss him aside, the fire giant grabbed both ends of it and pulled. Blood splattered everywhere, droplets raining from the sky. No. Hel screamed as 2 halves of the world serpent fell to the ground. Thor's hammer sung with lightning, enough that I had to genuinely question how he accumulated it so fast. If it was any other situation, I would be taking notes. Surtur raised his arm up and caught the blow. The momentous blow that shook Asgard as a whole was stopped by his hand. Even as his palm was caved in, and his bones snapped, he didn't let go. In his other hand, Surtur gripped his sword, and reversed his grip, holding it up like a spear and he took aim. I heard a clang, the same one from Odin slamming down his spear, and a shield sprang up around the castle. Almost instantly, dozens more shields were cast all around in anticipation. The fires of Surtur flickered, and they seemed to dance across his body, gathering and merging with his sword. Destruction is all I seek, everything else does not matter. The fire giant threw his sword and it collided with the first shield, breaking it fully, and the second, the third, and it continued until every shield was seared away and the sword burnt a path through the castle. But the castle wasn't the target, it merely stood in the way. It continued on towards behind, where Asgard rested against the world tree. Once the castle's walls were no longer there, it was easy to get a proper look. The way the tree opened up, vines sprawled outward, and the trunk of the world tree was exposed with a literal beating, wooden heart thumped. The divine sword of Surtur pierced into it and the world tree wailed. There were no words, no proper sounds, yet every living being existing within the 9 realms could feel it. The fires of the sword began to climb up and down the tree, consuming it. I felt the sword in my hand slacken. Odin, who was nearby, his spear fell out of his hand, clanking against the ground. Thor, who had been fighting Surtur so valiantly, dropped to the ground as if all his momentum disappeared. Even Surtur just looked at it silently. Everyone simply stared as all fighting ceased. Even if Surtur was defeated at precisely this point, did it matter? "Hey Surtur, remember me?" A familiar blue hue hovered near the sword of Surtur's. "Jin. Little one." Surtur spoke for the first time after achieving his goal, but for some reason, his tone carried with it a hint of hesitation. Jin held her hands up, and took out something I knew all too well, but at this point in time, I hadn't really thought about it in a while. "Is that an Elder Scroll?" Thorim blurted out. Jin held the scroll up, pointing at the sword. "Thanks for abandoning your sword, it's mine now," she declared and unfurled it. I had to look away, just glimpsing at it caused me to unconsciously start trying to analyze it, and it hurt to even view. As someone who had glimpsed into infinity that was the kaleidoscope, those Elder Scrolls were dangerous to me. "Little one." Surtur roared, but he could do nothing. The sword of his mighty weapon that everyone within the 9 realms feared, it was sucked up into the scroll. "Girl, from this day forth, Asgard will forever be your ally," Odin shouted. Frankly, no one had time to process what happened, but another thunderous boom rang out and Thor cracked Surtur across the face with his hammer again, sending the giant crashing to the ground. "It does not matter, my goal was accomplished," Surtur rumbled despite himself getting quickly pummeled. He wasn't lying, the literal heart of Yggdrasil had been stabbed, and cracks were forming in the tree even if the flames were starting to die out. Yggdrasil was dying. However, my eyes landed on the golden acorn and I then looked back up to the tree. I took out my staff of Magnus and took hold of the seed. It was significantly heavier than I imagined. My actions did not go unnoticed, but no one moved to stop me. The magic circles appeared underneath with the acorn as the basis, and it was the easiest time I ever had casting this spell. Blessing of the World Tree, Yggdrasil. It started small, the acorn sprouted. And then, the winding roots shot up out of my magic circle. They began to grow until a strange phenomenon occurred. A resonance. It was as if Yggdrasil was reaching out at the strange thing that just appeared. I felt it through the link of the spell, the vague feelings the tree gave off. I knew that Yggdrasil was alive, but until this moment, I truly did not understand what that meant. I forced the spell to redirect to the World Tree, the roots twisted and turned, wrapping around the true Yggdrasil, keeping it from being damaged any further. It began to climb upwards and disappeared far behind even my sight. "Father, how long will that hold?" Thor asked. "Few days if we're lucky." Odin spoke bluntly. He looked around and it seemed as if he aged several years all of a sudden. I looked at Jin, then I looked at Thor and my mind raced. Lastly, my eyes fell on Thorim, and I felt my eyes widen. "I have a plan." Odin snapped his head at me. "What do you need?" "Make me the king of Asgard," I said without hesitation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I wobbled forward, plopping myself onto the chair, the throne of Asgard. Despite the fact that most of the castle was literally in ashes, and the stars were shining down on top of us, it felt significant. All who could were here, the court of Asgard that remained. There was a reason that many of the gods did not participate in the battle with Surtur after a point, as they were physically unable. Missing limbs were common from just a glance. Luckily, the ritual to hand over the reins, so to speak, was still available. The thing was, the fighting hadn't stopped. Outside the walls, the armies were still going at it. In Vanaheim, they were still fighting off the armies that poured over from Muspelheim. In Alfheim, both elf races were still warring. And Jotunheim was still here, waiting for their opportunities, as were the traitorous gods. I could see it, I could feel it. "Welcome our new king, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg," Odin declared. And I could see everything. Asgard was the home of the gods, and it overlooked the entirety of the 9 realms. It was almost overwhelming to suddenly have so much information flood into my head. But the theoretical conditions had been met. The reenactment of myth. It was one of the most powerful forces I've run into only a few times thus far. If your actions aligned with the act of a myth, an event that ingrained itself into the collective of humanity, your actions would be amplified if they could resonate. The pieces seemingly fell into place, but it was a gamble on if it would work at this point. I put my hands on the armrest and called upon my authority as the king of Asgard. The 9 realms are in chaos. My voice reached every corner of the realms. The mortals suffer, the gods traitorous, and invaders from outside conspire with those who would bring destruction. Henceforth, I am putting you all on notice. I slammed my hand down and a particular piece of parchment appeared above my head. I didn't think I would be using this so soon, but I didn't hesitate to do so. God's investiture list, open. *****. A/N. Here comes the conclusion of the Ragnarok arc. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 507, Chapter 459. From Zeus to Indra, Yahweh to Amaterasu. I could finally understand their desire for their thrones. They all had different reasons for sitting at the head of their pantheons, each respective king of gods even if titles and circumstances differed. Right now, in this particular moment, I had the power of Asgard at my fingertips. It was like a lake that was on the verge of drying up, but even so, it was intoxicating how I could call upon that wellspring for myself. It was the foundation of the Norse gods, the vitality of Asgard itself, their accumulated faith and worship. A significant portion of it naturally flowed to every god that existed amongst their number. That was something I couldn't interfere with even if I wanted to. But the remainder was pulled into the concept of Asgard itself, and it was left to the whims of the one who sat upon the throne as the king of gods. Maybe this was why the kings across various pantheons were usually so paranoid and protective of their spots. Why even Kronos sought to regain his spot upon Olympus even in his situation. I could understand why too that Surtur made comments about them using it for something so benign as boosting up Thor. This power was so much more. It supported their literal existence as gods of Asgard. It was the same reason that heaven could remain unmolested by the myriad of pantheons and gods in the world and retain a semblance of peace. The sheer reservoir that heaven must have in comparison due to being the most worshipped religion in the world was incomprehensible. I was entirely convinced that they could utterly do the equivalent of a nuke to another pantheon and wipe them out completely if the situation called for it. Whether they themselves would be able to stand afterwards was an entirely different matter. But that is why mutually assured destruction was Su. All this power even with Asgard being in the rough shape it was. And yet, Odin willingly stepped down and passed it over to Vidar. Vidar stepped down and passed it to Thor. And now, Thor stepped down and passed it to me, a complete outsider. My respect for them grew. With my declaration, the gods' investiture list appeared in front of me. The ancient and weathered parchment unfurled for the court to see. Ever so slightly, it flickered with power, but like a fire that refused to start, it didn't activate. There were still things missing. When the Chinese cosmology was in chaos, when mortals were killed alongside immortals and demons, the heavenly Tao sent down the gods' investiture list to the Jade Emperor to impose rule and order upon the realm. Gods and demons were forced into compliance. Mortals rose to the level of gods. And the heavenly courts were filled by those who were likewise punished and those who were rewarded. One could even argue that it was an apocalyptic event. Now, it was just a matter of lining up the pieces in the correct way to invoke the list once more. Thorum. I spoke, my words reverberated through Asgard and the 9 realms. Wake up the world tree. I could see it from where I was sitting. Just as I could cast my view to nearly anywhere within the 9 realms, I could see Thorum as he stood in front of the withered and charred heart of the world tree. Holding within his hand was the same key we had played around with before. Without hesitation, he pushed the key into the decrepit heart and turned it. There was a shrill cry that resounded throughout the branches of the world tree. It was as if a million voices called out simultaneously across the winds of the 9 realms. The tree itself began to sway almost uncontrollably. Thorum was forced backwards as the tree itself seemingly moved to keep anyone away from its own heart. I would call it a subconscious action, but that's only reserved for living beings. The heavenly Tao was neutral. It treated all living beings equally regardless of immortal or mortal. But that wasn't to say that the heavenly Tao was without intelligence, it was its own autonomous system not dissimilar to the concepts of Gaia and Aleia back home. It's the remnants of the great god Pangu, the primordial giant god who split the heavens and the earth during the genesis of the Chinese myth. To fill that role, we had our own primordials. Ymir, the original primordial giant of the Norse, and Audhumla, the primordial cow that existed along with it. Ymir's body and will were formed into various aspects that eventually gave birth to the world tree. His rage and fury were engraved and formed Muspelheim, which was inherited by Surtur who sought to end everything at its behest. Along with his destructive and other negative tendencies that were taken by Jotunheim and the evil Jotun. However, the world tree itself inherited the will of Audhumla, the being responsible for creating the original god, of which was Odin's grandfather. But unlike the heavenly Tao, the world tree didn't have a firm intelligence. What it lacked and needed unlocking was a desire to live. From the highest most branches and leaves to the lowest most roots, the tree screamed. It screamed like a newborn greeting the world for the first time, but there was an underlying confusion and pain within its voice. It suddenly gained a semblance of awareness at the moment of its dying. It was scared and confused. It was only because of my connection to Asgard that I could feel the raw emotions that were emanating out from the ancient tree. My words to Odin before weren't false. What I offered was an opportunity, a chance at saving Asgard and subverting the end. It wasn't entirely up to us. I had to call upon Asgard's might for my words to reach out. The being that towered over even the gods here, I needed a loud voice to reach it over all the new noise it had to process. Do you want to live? My words echoed out across the 9 realms. I felt it even if no words could be spoken. The attention of the primordial being metaphorically turned and bore down on me. Another spark. The list flickered with a golden aura, but it didn't linger long. I took out something I didn't think I would ever use. The promise I spoke before still held, but I don't think he would be upset if I used it here. I held up the scythe of the Titan King and pointed it at the list. The aura of time began to wash over it, and the list began to flicker with a golden aura. I was not adept at using this thing. I had no clue how to truly make use of its powers. I was doing what I could, but it seemed like the barest minimum was being drawn out. I could see them watching around me with bated breaths. They were not too confident. Sure, they hoped, it was obvious in their eyes, but many of them looked resigned to their fates. To the inevitable end of their homes. I slammed my hand onto the throne and called upon more power from Asgard's reserves. It hurt. I was in no shape at the moment to be channeling this kind of power when I couldn't even comfortably activate my circuits without them nearly burning me from the inside from overuse. It wasn't until a set of arms wrapped around me from behind that I relaxed. Jin rested her head on my shoulder. I'm here too, let me help you. She held her hand up. The second Elder Scroll made its appearance. It unfurled in front of us, and I used Asgard's power to shield myself and everyone else in the room from its effects. The aura of time intensified by magnitudes. It was as if I could hear a faint chanting, a murmur of secrets I shouldn't hear. The Elder Scrolls was not a prophecy. It was not a written approximation of what might occur, nor a peek at the future. An Elder Scroll was a piece of literal time manifested into the material world. I held up Harp, Kronos' scythe, and used its ancient might to direct all the time-based power onto the gods' investiture list. Become the will of the 9 realms. I whispered. There was no need to speak loudly. Right at this moment, I had the full attention of the newly awoken Yggdrasil. It was at that moment that the spell I was holding, my own Yggdrasil, began to escape my control. The world tree began to cannibalize it. Even if I wanted to resist, I couldn't. Even if I was at my absolute most powerful, I would be unable to resist what was happening. It retraced the spell's origins and found the root. The golden acorn that Ratatoskr should be safekeeping. His job was to plant the next world tree after the fall of this one. And Yggdrasil did what any conscious living being would, it sought its own survival and began to absorb what should have been the next iteration into itself. A burst of vigor shot through the trunk of the world tree, all the up to the leaves that began to glow with a vibrant hue. The golden acorn shrunk in response, getting smaller and smaller as it was used to renew the world tree with its life energies. And with all that power, all that life and energy running through it at this moment, it reached out and touched the list. I held my hand up towards it and commanded it once more. A combination of many different overlapping coincidences came together to bring about what could be called a miracle. Something that should no longer exist, that had lost its power and its authority. Something long forgotten and gathering dust on the shelf in the far corner of Nuwa's treasure house. This ancient relic once more was invoked. Open. The hall was filled with a golden light and the list shot out to the sky above. It began to grow and dye the sunless sky in its own bright light. From every corner of Asgard to the furthest reaches of Niflheim, any being within the 9 realms could see it regardless of distance or where they sat. Once more, the gods' investiture list greeted the world with its full power. And I was playing the role of the Jade Emperor. Loki Laufeyson. The list was invoked. Amongst the residents of Asgard, the ones hiding away, there existed one person in the corner. He sat away from the others looking very distraught and angry. His eyes widened as ethereal chains shot down from the sky. No barrier could obstruct them, magics were summoned by mere gesture from his hand, but their advance was not halted. They grabbed hold of him, peeling off his illusions and pulled him back up to the sky, hanging him up for everyone to see. It's time for your judgment. What is this? The trickster let out a shout, trying to free himself, to struggle out of his confines. But it wasn't just me who was using my power to keep him there, I had the backing of the world tree. Judge me. Who do you think you are? A mere mortal who just happens to sit upon that seat. Laughable. I ignored him, as angry as I was, as utterly furious at his actions. As much as I wanted to personally tear him apart for what he did to Jin, I was just as much bound to my role right now as I was empowered by it. You conspired with outsiders and you brought corruption to the roots of Yggdrasil. That last one in particular got a very distinct feeling of anger from the world tree. I was about to open my mouth and condemn him for the chaos he wrought, but I was forced to stop. His role was to initiate Ragnarok. I couldn't punish him for that, the list wouldn't let me. But the other sins of his were enough. You are stripped of your godhood. I declared, and the list itself, backed by the will of Yggdrasil, heeded my command. The god of mischief was surely to question what I meant by that, but his body jerked and he couldn't formulate words in response at the suddenness of the chains piercing into his body. they delved to the deepest parts of his essence and ripped out his divinity. Loki let out a blood-curdling scream. You are stripped of your magic. Once more, parts of Loki's essence were utterly torn away. You have lost the right to arms. An invisible blade descended and severed both of his arms from his body. You have lost the right to legs. You have lost the right to eyesight. And lastly, that silver tongue of yours that you are so proud of, is severed. You are hereby condemned to eternal imprisonment to the deepest and darkest pit available, where you will spend the remainder of time contemplating your many failures. And you will know that your presence will never be missed by any living being. I felt a stream of blood trickle down my nose and a sharp pain within my head. A smidge of backlash from the god's investiture list. I nearly overstepped my position for personal revenge. It was still in line with a punishment in correlation to the weight of his sins, so I didn't suffer too badly. I severely disliked leaving him alive. The mere idea that he could potentially free himself in the future was enough for me to want to lop his head off and be done with it. In particular, I didn't make a habit of letting my enemies live when given the opportunity. But in this particular case, Loki earned a very special punishment from me. I wanted him to exist in the worst state possible and forever know that he lost and that no one will care about him ever again. That was his punishment. What was left of him was sucked into the god's investiture lease, and his imprisonment would be carried out when next possible. Just as I finished with him, thousands more chains shot out. The traitorous gods of Asgard were all caught, none of them could run away. Most of them, I didn't even bother announcing them. While Loki was without a doubt the highest sinner among the bunch, their betrayal was the biggest gut punch to their kin. Their punishments, they would be significantly less than Loki, but still somewhat strict. While pure executions were unlikely in all their cases, none of them were getting off free. At least for the small fries. Baldur appeared hanging up above the skies of Asgard as all eyes turned to him. All except Odin. Odin turned to look at me and I could understand what he wanted. Baldur Odinson. I addressed him. Do you know your crimes? The god looked at me, then at his father, and I didn't feel an ounce of resistance coming from him. I accept my punishment. Baldur, god of Asgard, you betrayed your home, your siblings, and your father. You sided with the traitor Loki against all common decency. Do you dispute your sins? No. I let out a silent sigh. Your punishment will be to guard the 9 realms for 1,000 years. You will not know the merriment of celebration. You will not know a peaceful rest, food will taste like ash and alcohol will not quench your thirst. You will not know the kinship with your siblings, you will not be greeted by the smile of your father, and the warmth of your home will be denied until you finish your punishment. The list branded him upon his soul to invoke my punishment. A punishment I was forced to add beyond the 1,000-year guard duty, as I had to reach a certain threshold or the list would reject me. It was the most lenient sentence I could give. Baldur too was sucked into the god's investiture list. I turned my gaze to the frost giants that participated, and I couldn't even utter the words to condemn them. It was not a crime to wage war, as odd as that was to think about. It was in the nature of Jotuns and gods to war with each other. It was enough that this little display caused all fighting to cease and for what remained of their number to essentially back off. My eyes turned to Hyperion, and I knew he could sense me as well. He had stood to the side after his little collision with Surtur. At no point did he attempt to rejoin the fight, nor did it particularly seem like he wanted to fight. Rather, he was watching over the corpse of his king a distance away from Asgard. Yggdrasil all but demanded his punishment for what he and Kronos were doing in the roots. The thing was, Kronos was a titan, he was immortal. Even death for him was only temporary. Kronos, king of the titans, appear and accept your punishment. I ordered, and the god's investiture list vibrated. The chains shot down right into the corpse of the titan and pulled free his soul before Hyperion could even utter a word. The soul of the Titan King just stared blankly without the hint of life in its eyes. As an outsider, you invaded the 9 realms and attempted to poison the world tree. With the amount of traitorous gods, there were openings and holes within the rolls of Asgard, things that needed to be filled. Your punishment, for 5,000 years, you will facilitate the changing of the seasons and watch over the harvest for the entirety of the 9 realms. Your body will be held prisoner until you complete your sentence, and you will be regulated down to a divine spirit. I swept my hand out and he was pulled into the list along with the parts of his body I had personally severed. The Greek gods were not going to be happy with me. At this point Hyperion was on guard and his eyes filled with an indecipherable emotion. Realization dawned on me. You only participated because your king was. My words weren't loud, but they reached every corner of the realm, and they were directed right at Hyperion. He only was involved because of his loyalty to Kronos. In a way, it was admirable, otherwise he had absolutely no investment in this conflict. No rewards to be expected, no goals to achieve but to serve Kronos at his side. Hyperion, Titan of Light, as punishment, you will become the new sun for the 9 realms for the next 5,000 years. Oddly, or maybe not, but the Titan didn't fight or argue with me. The god's investiture list took hold of him too, and as soon as he was taken into it, the missing sun in the sky began to reappear, and sunlight once more filled the sky. There was the distinct taste of the Titan's power that radiated off of it. Last, I turned to look at Surtur. Surtur was an odd existence. Thor remained behind in case Surtur decided to start fighting again, but the fire giant just seemed content to watch. Surtur, king of Muspelheim, giant king. I invoked his name and his eyes lit up in a concerning way. I felt the words die in my mouth. I tried to grasp at anything I could, but there were no sins. The fire giant did nothing wrong. It was his role, his entire purpose to bring about Ragnarok and destroy Asgard. Surtur, knowing my gaze was on him, started to laugh. Foolish. Kill me, imprison me, it matters not. My existence is tied to Muspelheim, to the 9 realms itself. For so long as the 9 realms exist, so too will I be inevitable. Still, I had to do something. Just letting him live or to potentially revive some time in the near future, that would be horrendous. 1000, I spat out a mouthful of blood as I tried to force it to go through. My eyes started bleeding as I grit my teeth and slammed my hand on the throne. 100, I felt another jolt go through my body as the god's investiture list was rejecting me and I was starting to fall out of my position as the administrator. 1 year. I forced out and it barely acquiesced to my demand. I could feel Yggdrasil was not particularly happy with me doing this. But even so, even with forcing it to abide, the list wouldn't imprison him for a year, nor would it help here. By Jin. I squeezed out. A single, almost infantile chain, shot out of the list and landed upon the fire giant. I could tell that he could easily escape it. That the god's investiture list barely put any power into this and that I was grasping at straws. However, the fire giant didn't struggle one bit. He had a complicated look on his face and seemingly resigned. A debt is owed, was all he said and closed his eyes. Jin grabbed hold of her elder scroll and the giant was forcibly taken inside of it. 1 year. Well, a lot can change in a year. Ratatoskr. I called out a particular name that caused everyone to look confused. What? Why are you calling me? I didn't do shit. I could hear his chattering and vaguely sense his presence as he hid around the throne room. I couldn't help but smile. You provided meritorious service to Asgard and the 9 realms. The squirrel looked confused just as everyone else did. They didn't seem to quite understand what I was doing. Well, all but Odin. His one eye widened in realization. God's investiture list was named so for a reason. It was used to end a conflict, and to punish evil, but it was also used to fill godly positions. In recognition of your service, you will become the god of travels, of rest, and of courage. A golden light enveloped the squirrel as he was forced out of his hidey hole. You are welcomed at every corner of the 9 realms and none may bar your path. Mortals may pray to you when they need courage in their lives, or a rightful rest for their weariness. There was silence across Asgard. Even Ratatoskr himself stood there trembling, a new divinity pulsing inside his body. The silence only lasted a beat before the cheers erupted. The other gods actually went up and threw their praise and congratulation on him. And the squirrel perhaps had the most genuine smile I've ever seen him with thus far. However, I wasn't done. Hraesvelgr, you have provided a meritorious service for Asgard and the 9 realms. The Eagle King was not in great condition, but the light of Asgard shined upon him and divinity began to seep into his soul. His body, as a result, was mending itself back together properly. Rise, god of the skies. A distinct upgrade over his control of the winds. The new bird god simply lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement. I didn't have much of an impression of him, but I could recount what occurred through my connection with Yggdrasil and Asgard while performing my duties. Dunir, you have provided a meritorious service for Asgard and the 9 realms. I cast my gaze upon the giant red deer that was nursing its own wounds. The last of its siblings. It had fused itself with the world tree to open up and provide a safe haven for its children so they wouldn't be hunted to death. For your service, you will be given the position of god of nature and preservation. Your kin will henceforth be treated as sacred across the 9 realms. The first attack by any being against your kin, regardless of the source, will be negated. The second will be punished, and the third will bring about the condemnation of the entirety of the 9 realms. Backed up by my declaration, Yggdrasil vibrated. Dunir had to give up the grove of theirs to come fight. But Yggdrasil still remembered when Dunir was a part of itself and felt kinship towards the red deer. It heartily approved of my words. The red deer itself, the new divinity inside of it, began to mend its wound. Its antlers that had been seared off by Surtur started to regrow and the deer stood up and bowed its head in my direction. Folin. I turned to look at the old elf that was sitting by himself far onto the walls of Asgard. He turned to look my way and there was a scowl that quickly appeared on his face. He raised his middle finger up, knowing clearly what I was about to do, but voiced no words of discontent. You have provided meritorious service to Asgard and the 9 realms. Damn right I did. As a reward, you will be bestowed with godhood. Everyone, please welcome the first elven god within the 9 realms. Folin, god of medicine, of archery, and of mercy. The old elf had a strange look in his eyes as his divinity set in as bestowed by the list. He merely harumphed and continued to scowl like the grumpy old man he wanted people to view him as, despite his wrinkles and white hair disappearing. Hell, I couldn't provide her with a reward despite her service. For some reason, it felt like there was a sort of contradiction there. I suppose it couldn't be helped, the list itself wasn't supposed to work on another cosmology like I was using it for. The list bestowed godly positions, the Jade Emperor was the one who raised their ranks. Thorim, it treated him the same due to his innate nature that connected him to Akatosh. Achilles, Atlanta, Sasaki, it absolutely refused to even initiate anything on them. Again, it made sense, they were claimed by the Throne of Heroes, completely outside its proverbial jurisdiction, despite how I was using it in an entirely different faction right now. And even for myself, I couldn't use it. Ignoring my divinity, it absolutely would not allow me to promote myself. I was acting as the king already, what higher position was there? There was only one real person left. Jin, you have provided a meritorious service to Asgard and the 9 realms. I looked up at her. Her eyes widened as she understood what I was doing as well. There was a clear look of hesitation, but I took her hand to soothe her. She smiled warmly. Are you sure it's okay? You will forever be welcomed among Asgard. Odin was the first to speak up. Lady Jin, we would be honored. We need more girls around here. Aye, Lady Jin. Many more shouts came out across the various gods that filled the hall. Odin stomped his spear onto the ground. Let it be known, here and now, that anyone who becomes your enemy, will become the enemy of every god of Asgard. A resounding round of agreements followed suit. If it weren't for Jin, Surtur would have burned everything away before they could pump up Thor. If it weren't for Jin, Surtur's sword would still be impaled inside the world tree. The golden light seeped out of the god's investiture list and slowly wrapped around her. Jin, spirit of knowledge no more. Everyone please welcome the newest goddess of the 9 realms, Jin, the goddess of knowledge, of magic, and of the homestead. I smiled warmly as I watched her divinity form. My eyelids felt heavy as if I were drained of the last bit of energy I had. I felt Jin's arm wrap around me amidst the cheering and the gleeful shouts around the throne room. And the last thing I saw before my exhaustion finally overtook me was a golden acorn about the size of my fingernail that was gently pushed into my soul by the world tree. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And this is the ending to the overall Asgard arc with some cleaning up the next couple chapters and a PHO chapter right around the corner. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty for anyone who can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 508, Chapter 460 plus Looking Glass Make Part 3. Usually, my dreams weren't this vivid. Nor was I normally so lucid within my dreams. Even for a magus, dreams were a domain that one did not tread lightly, lest they potentially lost themselves. Stars surrounded me and each step I took sent out ripples amongst the cosmos as if I were moving across the surface of a body of water. Up ahead, there sat a single tree, utterly mundane in appearance, but it gave off a very familiar feeling. It wasn't until I approached and put a hand upon the trunk that I could guess what this tree represented. What a magnificent creature. I turned to the side to see Musutingai standing next to me. Did you pull me into a dream for this? It wasn't the first time my Zanpakuto had done something like this. This is neither a dream, nor is it by my hand. My Zanpakuto spirit replied. At this moment, we exist between dream and reality, fantasy and material. I frowned at his admittance and felt weary. You need not be alarmed, the one who brought us here has no ill intentions. He replied. The spirit is correct. The shadows around us swirled, forming the outline and shape of an entity I had met not long ago. Lady Nyx. I greeted her with respect and politeness. She nodded slightly at me, but for some reason, she stared at Musutingai for several moments. Musutingai stared back and I was confused about what was happening. It was as if they had met before, or Nyx found something interesting. It was hard to tell, Nyx was utterly unreadable to me, and Musutingai was good at keeping himself constrained in his mannerisms, even if he was a part of me. Eventually, Nyx turned around and put a hand on the tree. The tree rustled slightly at her touch. I never thought I would witness something like this. Imagine my surprise when I have a sibling that half wakes up all of a sudden. She smiled lightly. Did I do something wrong? I hesitantly asked because I was worried that this drew the attention of another primordial. Wrong. She tilted her head. Your view of right and wrong is so narrow that I have a hard time understanding it. It's simply a matter of what has happened, and what will happen as a result. And the consequences, do you foresee anything overly detrimental for the residents here? I still kept my tone utterly respectful as I evenly asked my question since it appeared she was in the mood to talk. You have the taste of Pangu's remnant will on you. She suddenly stated. The heavenly Tao. I furrowed my brow. I visited the heavenly realm recently. I nodded. She smiled as she continued to gently place her hand on the trunk of the tree. It's similar, but different. Considering what you did to achieve this, you should already know that much. If I had to speak to your understanding, perhaps this one leans slightly more towards my own standing. It will never be able to descend like I do, as that goes against its fundamental existence, but what you did instilled the basic concept of life into its being beyond instinctual inclinations. If you want to know the consequences, I simply do not know. This is a new situation for me and I look forward to seeing what happens. It is exciting in a way. She sounded happy. At the very least, should I expect nothing detrimental to happen in the short term? I tried to parse her thoughts. For your mortal existences, and the gods that dwell upon its branches, you can expect no hostility from my sibling unless you bring it about yourselves. My existence here can attest to this fact. If not for what happened, my sibling's branches would have never allowed me to appear within this domain. You couldn't appear beforehand. Does that also apply to other, beings such as yourself? Are you all constrained in such a way, and should we worry that someone else may come by to pay a visit? She turned to look at me with an amused look on her face. Constrained. I suppose that is not an incorrect way to view it from your perspective. She hummed non-committedly. I asked nicely, and I was allowed to come visit. Previously, my sibling was not able to accept such inclinations beforehand. However, there is another matter that allowed me to cross over without problems arising. What's that? She raised her hand, pointed a finger up above us. My eyes fell onto the sun in the distance. Oh. Right, I used Hyperion to create their sun, I suppose in a way that gives her a tiny foothold she could theoretically exploit. Don't overthink things, it will only cause you unnecessary worry about things you can't control. She stated as if it weren't important whatsoever. Lines remain distinct for a reason until recent times. Was I wrong then? Is it bad for other factions to get involved in situations like these? Right, wrong, you mortals are too concerned about these things. As a living creature, you have the right to dictate what is right and what is wrong. Only the cause and effect are of noting. I'm not going to tell you what you should or should not do, simply a warning to allow you a moment of thought before you take action. What you do is up to you. Thank you for your wisdom. I bowed my head slightly. She looked up to the sky with that little smile of hers. As the knight, I cannot understand nor care about such small things like preventing the cycle of this corner of existence. The lines have become blurred as time passes, however causing me a small amount of concern as I believe it is intentional on a larger scale. Just as I do not believe the existence of sacred gear should propagate unabated along the world's souls, I too think that lines should remain to a degree. I understand. It was a small warning. However, as the only one of my siblings that has spent many moments among mortals and has developed a certain amount of understanding towards those who sleep beneath my embrace, peaceful nights are among my favorite. Was she telling me she thought I did a good job? I have a hard time understanding beings of her nature, and it's just going to keep throwing me for a loop the longer I consider it. But this is not the reason I appeared. I find myself more talkative than usual this night, perhaps because of the excitement. She turned back to look at me and all but told me that she was only speaking so much because she was amused by my actions. I could take the hint to not expect her to be doing a Q&A again. I told you that if you found the one who obscured those who slipped beneath my notice, I would reward you. I apologize, She put a hand up. It was a whim, I did not expect much. Being able to defeat the Titan King was already a feat worth praising for one so young. The reason I am here is because you came into possession of something that I believe holds the clue. The box of the ones beneath my night. Pandora's box. Yes, the trinket of that child. She nodded. It holds a wisp of something I cannot place. She showed more expression in this moment than I have ever seen thus far. Perhaps, annoyance. The feeling is of something I encountered before I descended, and my memories from that period are lacking in detail. However, it is malevolent and destructive. This is my warning to you, child from beyond the stars. It is dangerous. Thank you for your warning. I once more thanked her politely. She chuckled lightly. One last piece of advice, consider it a reward for amusing me. You should consider how you will approach Hades. He has since learned what you have done with the two titans, and he is not happy. She reached over before I could respond and put a finger on my forehead. The devil and the holy sword wielder are waiting at your side, wake up. Asterisk. See, I told you that it would work. I recognized Venelana's voice, and the owner of the legs that my face was firmly pressed between. I do not know what I expected. I heard Artoria sigh. I forced myself to roll over despite every part of me wanting to remain in this position for the rest of my life. Good morning. Venelana reached down and pinched my cheek. It's afternoon. How long? A little over a day. Artoria informed me. We arrived late last night once everything settled down. Who else is here? Scathach and Izanami have arrived. We have been switching off every few hours. Venelana replied. But we've been keeping in touch with everyone to make sure they know you're fine. How upset are they? I hesitantly asked. Venelana pinched my cheek again. Don't mistake worry for anger. Despite her chastising me, her tone was very gentle. It's a natural response to worry about someone we care about greatly in a situation where they were in danger and suffered harm. Artoria flattened her skirt and slid onto the bed next to us. I have sent many of my knights and friends into battle with no guarantee of survival. I am no stranger to danger and the weight of responsibility. That does not mean I am without concern and worry myself. I know I am strict with you on certain matters, but I will never be angry at you for putting yourself in harm's way for a righteous cause. I am very proud of you, Wilhelm. She smiled beautifully and it made the aches I felt and the pain I suffered somehow seem worth it. The important thing right now is how you're doing. Venelana ran a hand through my hair. Everything aches. Artoria nodded. Avalon can heal injuries, but it is not omnipotent. You will feel sore at the very least, but there should be no lingering damage to yourself. But the damage was extensive. I was required to arrive to renew its supply of magical energy. Yeah, it was basically empty by the end of the fight. I sighed. Artoria just nodded in understanding. Jin informed us of the finer details. You did well to protect her. Even if she got hurt. It's a matter of inevitability that she was going to get hurt at some point. Life is not so nice as to allow her to remain unharmed forever. Venelana added. She is whole and happy, there is not much more I could ask for. Artoria stated. She has been very smug about her new status. Is she abusing being a goddess? Without a doubt. Venelana nodded. Many demands for hugs, and lots of spoiling her. That's my Jin. They hadn't asked me about the heavier stuff, which was nice. I wasn't really in the right mindset to have an in-depth discussion on the details of what happened. And frankly, I was flying by the seat of my pants most of the time back there. Well, I suppose the king of Asgard should go greet his subjects. I forced myself upright. You're going to abuse it as well, aren't you? Artoria deadpanned. There may be a distinct possibility. I would neither confirm nor deny. But fuck, I felt sore and stiff getting to my feet. Before you start asserting your royal authority, I had something I wanted to give you, and I would normally wait until you were in a better mindset, but it may be beneficial. Venelana interjected. What? She retrieved a clay jar and placed it in front of me. She uncorked it and I was hit immediately by a whiff of something utterly heavenly. Even Artoria was unconsciously drooling as soon as she smelled it and her eyes zeroed in like a vulture. I knew exactly what she was holding. I would say it's a success. I only brought one jar with me in a hurry, but I figured you wouldn't need more. I hesitantly took it from her and brought it up to my nose and I could just feel my body relax at the mere smell. I was oh so tempted to throw my hand back and gulp it down, but I want to savor it properly. I put my lips to the jar, bad etiquette, but I was already being very reserved by not chugging it. Not even a mouthful passed my lips before I pulled back and allowed it to fill me with a warm sensation. It was so flavorful and as soon as it hit my belly, I felt the warm sensation permeate every corner of my body. A significant amount of my aches and residual pains were washed away as the peach wine created from both the peach of immortality and the water from the river Styx was absorbed. That's probably the most delicious thing I've ever drank. It took even more self-control not to let the intrusive thoughts win and chug it still. Venelana leaned over and kissed my cheek. Don't worry, everyone else already had a taste, so enjoy it as you please. There's much more on the way later anyways. Thank you. Of course. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I walked out of the room I had apparently been put up in after I passed out. Artoria and Venelana at my side as they made sure I wasn't going to push myself after getting back up on my feet so soon. I could hear the celebration that was happening not far away. The hallway I walked down opened up to a large hall with plenty of tables all lined up and lots of noise filling the room. Maybe calling it a room was an exaggeration, because it was lacking half its walls and its roof. Even the world serpent was chilling nearby with Hel happily chatting with it and Thorim next to her. Which I'm surprised to see up and running around. I had honestly thought it was dead, or dying. Look at its size, it gave up a significant portion of its body to retain its life. It's going to be much weaker until it can regain that. It's a dragon, but it's also a serpent, it can survive being torn in half more than other things. Drake commented. Makes sense. The kids seemed to be joining in as well and the ones I brought were intermingling. Even Ratatoskr was joining in and having fun. Overall, everyone was accounted for, and despite what happened, there was an air of peacefulness. Though, everyone seemed to go quiet once I entered. All except one person, a blue blur flew across the room and landed right into my arm. Will Jin squealed happily. Is everyone treating you well? I noticed Scathack and Izzy a little back and they were giving me smiles, so I knew that nothing bad happened. Everyone is so nice, and look what I got. She swung around a mug of obviously mead and nearly fell over herself if I wasn't there to catch her. I looked down at her and raised an eyebrow. All right, who gave Jin alcohol? Teehee. It was Odin. Oh, you bitch. He shouted at who I believe was Freya, who sold him out immediately. My first decree as king of Asgard, Odin's only allowed to drink apple juice from now on. Rebellion. The Allfather jumped up on the table and roared in defiance. Come at me, old man. I made the gesture his way. And to my surprise, he leapt off the table at me. I of course did the only recourse available to me and suplexed the old man. K.O. Freya stood up and for some reason, the majority of the hall began to cheer at the Allfather's head pushed firmly into the flooring. The celebration seemed to continue like nothing happened. This was about par for the course when they were celebrating. It wasn't just drinking, it was about letting loose, in all honesty. The stressful situations, the dead, the near destruction of Asgard, they needed this. And I guess fights were a pretty common thing among the Norse pantheon. Izzy and Scathack finally approached me and I was about to explain myself, but rather, they both showed a surprising amount of public affection from their ends and hugged me together. Hugs are nice. Jin joined in. You are cut off. Scathack scolded the new goddess, lightly chastising her. Speaking of, I wonder how many barrels of Asgardian meat I could steal before anyone noticed. Should we let her indulge in this instance? I believe a reward should be administered considering. Izzy spoke up. It is a consideration. Scathack seemed to acknowledge. A reward. Jin perked up. HRM. Is something wrong? I poked my adorable genie. I want a reward, but I want to be punished too. She said with full sincerity. Did I do good though? You did amazing. I hugged her tightly. Just as Artoria said with me. I'm so proud of you. She looked up at me, smiling brightly. And my lamp didn't even come loose. She said very proudly and threw her arms up. Praise me for fighting with my lamp still in my butt. Drunk Jin was drunk. Or maybe this was something Jin would do even without drinking. Ayo. Odin's tone sort of caused the celebration to come to a screeching halt, and I may or may not have spaced out, forgetting that we were surrounded by a bunch of people. I guess that cat is out of its bag. Frankly, I wasn't sure how to respond to the many, many eyes staring at us. Unacceptable. Freya slammed his fist on the table. I refuse to be outdone. Someone go grab me something big for me to put up my ass. There's the thought everyone knows. Odin cackled. I'll volunteer as tribute. I said something big, you old crotchety pervert. And like that, another fight started. I just rubbed Jin's head and she didn't care in the slightest about the awkward situation she caused. Eventually, I pulled up my own chair, sitting down at the sort of head of the table that was empty. I was pretty sure it was reserved for me considering my current status. A mug of meat hit the table not far away and people seemed to quiet down. Our king has words. Vidar spoke and everyone listened. The funny thing was, I felt he was truly sincere when addressing me as king. Once attention was back on me and the mood got serious, I started. I think it's best we settle all the important bits and get them out of the way, then go back to celebrating. A round of agreements shook the table. I couldn't reward everyone, and I hope that Asgard will do them right. I don't think it was a secret that I wasn't going to remain the king for long. For those who fought for Asgard, they will be properly rewarded. Odin's tone was much different than a moment prior, his voice full of authority and sternness. It would look bad upon us to let our comrades' assistance go without reward. Thor nodded too. I have kept track of the merits for this war. Heimdall added. Once we have stabilized, we can meet our rewards properly. Good. They would not go back on their words, nor did it feel like I needed to remind them, but it was something that had to be spoken openly for everyone to hear. I have a concern. Thor raised his hand, and it was kind of funny seeing one of the strongest gods in the world act like a schoolboy. He got up from his seat and walked over to Jormungandr, which wasn't hard because the snake was massive. How are we supposed to handle our inevitable battle? The fates dictated that the mighty world serpent and I will do battle and I will be swallowed whole. What are you saying? Hel narrowed her eyes. Peace, Lady Hel. I mean it in no disrespectful way. He looked at the world serpent. He has fought to protect Asgard, regardless of his reasons. I will not raise my hammer to dishonor myself out of paranoia. It's a touchy subject, but he has a point. Odin stroked his beard. You're not touching him. Hel voiced her protectiveness outright. Keep your panties on, we're not gonna hurt your oversized noodle. Odin rolled his eyes then turned to me. What's your thought, brat? Well. The massive serpent slammed his mouth down on top of where Thor was standing, then quickly threw its head back and swallowed. It became quiet enough that you could hear a pin drop as everyone just stared dumbfounded at Thor being eaten in front of us. I am victorious. Huzzah. The world serpent spoke with the most deadpan voice I've ever heard, then with a bulge, its body jerked, and he spat Thor back out onto the ground. Thor sat in a pile of saliva, unmoving. Grandfather, does that count? Magni looked towards Odin. Fuck if I know. I have no idea what's going on since a while ago. Odin outright admitted. I am willing to accept my defeat. Can we please never speak of this again? Thor asked. Agreed. Odin accepted. Let's just roll with it. Alright, from what I understand, you just want peace and quiet, Jormungandr. Getting another look at him, I could see what happened after he was ripped apart by Surtur. He was distinctly half as big as he was previously. And his new loser end was, well, his scales were obviously new. His overall presence was heavily deteriorated from the few moments I saw him initially. I imagined that he would regrow to his previous size as Drake said. He was still gigantic, however. The big serpent looked my way and nodded. I wouldn't have helped father if I wasn't forced to. Alright, as the king of Asgard, I decree, you are a friend of Asgard, and any attack on you is an attack of Asgard. You're free to come and go as you please. If you do end up in conflict with anyone here, I hope that you can come and settle it peacefully with whoever is sitting on the throne at the time. The big snake seemed very pleased with that arrangement. And Hel also looked happy for her brother. Thorum looked like he wanted to thank me in private as well. Honestly, I didn't really have any other big issues I had to cover. But regardless, I slammed my hand on my chair. Now it's time to talk about the new rules that I'm going to implement. Miniskirts. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, your majesty. Odin shouted. Miniskirts. Miniskirts. Scathach was quick to start tugging on my cheek. Are you sure you did not misspeak, student? Kick his ass. Freya called out, and dozens of other feminine voices followed suit. I never said it was only women. I pointed out. They went silent until Odin slapped the table again. Fuck it, my legs are beautiful, miniskirts. 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 This place was fun. Alright, alright. I held my hands up. On to the serious matter. It's time to hand the throne over. You're a good man. Vidar nodded in approval. If you desired to continue sitting there, no one would speak out against it. You and your comrades have proven yourselves honorable folk and friends of Asgard for all time. I smiled at the compliment. Which is why I'm handing the throne over to the one who will handle it properly. I waited a beat, mostly because he had yet to arrive. But a small zap of lightning shot through the air, followed by a little gust of wind as two adorable rabbits landed on my lap. I held up Sir Wiggles. Behold, Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. Head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beast, King of France. And now, the King of Asgard. I quickly vacated the seat, and let Sir Wiggles take front and center as I put a tiny little crown I had prepared long ago on top of his head. And of course, everyone was stunned into silence by His Majesty. You know what? I don't even care anymore. If he wants his rabbit to be king, then have at it. To our new king. Odin raised a mug up into the air, and everyone else quickly followed. This place quickly grew on me. And that's enough for me today. Freya declared, standing up from her spot. She walked over, and grabbed Ratatoskr by the tail. You're coming with me. Mommy. The squirrel looked panicked as Freya lifted it over her head. You can call me Mommy. She grinned. Ratatoskr looked my way and I gave him a thumbs up and a silent prayer. He was going to need it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The celebration continued for a while, but I noticed Odin sneak away and followed after him. He was sitting on a balcony, or what was left of it, as he oversaw what remained of Asgard. It's going to take a while to rebuild. I commented. That it is. Odin agreed. But we can only rebuild because we remain standing. Thanks to you and your lot. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, truly, thank you. I put a hand on his shoulder silently, and sat down next to him. How are you doing? I'll heal eventually. Odin grumbled. That lass of yours, we owe her a great debt. Jin. No, but her as well. Odin smiled peacefully. Everyone saw what that girl of yours did. Standing up to Surtur allowed us the time to push forward with making Thor king. Even if she wasn't now a goddess of ours by name, she would forever be under our protection. Don't take it lightly the degree of protectiveness that my kin will provide for her. If they hear she has been wronged, Asgard will go to war. You won't need to. If anyone dares to hurt her, I would have destroyed them before you could make a move. Odin let out a snort of laughter. But I was talking about that other girl of yours. She went around healing quite a few of us while you were out of it. Artoria. I nodded. She would do that. Speaking of when I was out, what happened? I looked up to the sky and the gods' investiture list was noticeably gone. At first, we reorganized as best as we could in case our enemies that remained wanted to take the opportunity to attack while we were weakened, but what you did scared them off enough that we didn't suffer an attack. After about a day, we decided to slowly loosen our guards, and with how weary and tired everyone was, we decided to throw the party you walked into. He briefly explained. And the list? Odin pursed his lips. I honestly still find it hard to believe what happened and the bullshit you pulled off. But that list, and I am well aware of its origins, no longer exists. It began to crumble yesterday, and the world tree swept it up and ate it. It probably wanted to use the remnants as a basis for how to proceed forward. A tiny wisp of the heavenly Tao must have been inside of it, enough for Yggdrasil to sort of learn. To understand how to act as the will of the 9 realms. At least that's my initial thought. Nyx paid me a visit, basically told me I made a lot of noise, but nothing overly concerning. I am way too fucking tired to acknowledge half of that to the degree it deserves. Odin let out a sigh. The Skeel boy is going to be pissed. Nyx said he was. I let out my own sigh. Speaking of our Titan friends. They're behaving. Odin went straight to the point. Hyperion is pulling the sun properly. And Kronos, he's up and about, but doing his job. You want to go see him? I considered it, I really did. It's best to leave things how they ended. I felt like it would be insulting if I went there. Like rubbing salt in the wound. At least, I would give it time if I ever did want to go visit for whatever reason. And our old elf. He's not one for celebrations like this. Nor was I going to force him to remain in Asgard's court. He's fit to be a god, but he's better left to roam the 9 realms at his leisure and do what he wants. I hope he's not pissed at me. Bah, let that old elf throw a tantrum, there's no one who wants to willingly die and he didn't have much longer left as a mortal anyways. Odin snorted before his expression changed to one of quiet contemplation. Have you seen Baldur? Odin shook his head. I refused to see him after he left to fulfill his new duty. 1,000 years. Then, I will welcome him back home myself. Sorry for not being able to do more. He bopped me over the head with Gungnir, or rather its walking stick form. It was already a light sentence, and everyone knows it. He acted not out of maliciousness, but from a dark place that I should have helped him out of long ago. As for the others, they will get their punishments. Some will return, some will not. We simply have to keep moving forward now that the path is no longer dark. And you should be more concerned about yourself. He continued. It's already spread out what happened. No way in hell that we're going to be able to keep a lid on everything that happened, especially with the brats that came along. I let out a groan. Yeah, it is what it is. But I have a solution. Oh. What's that? I took out the jar of the peach wine. If I drink enough, the problem will go away. I don't think it works that way, but I'm more than happy to try along with you. He perked up. You better be sharing a cup if you're holding that in front of my face or we're going to be throwing hands. I rolled my eyes and found 2 glasses inside my storage to pour into. Just from the smell I can tell that's good stuff. Be careful about giving this to mortals, or do it in very small amounts. Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I was about to drink my glass, but Odin stopped me. I was going to question what he was doing, but he transformed his stick into its spear form and pricked his finger on it, letting drops of his blood fall into his cup as he met my gaze. Are you serious? I was surprised in all honesty. He nodded without a hint of a joking overturn to his mannerisms. I took out my own blade and pricked my finger, letting my own blood drip into my cup. Without a word, we exchanged them and downed them in one go. I suppose there were worse things than becoming a blood brother to Odin. You're not going to leave your rabbit as king, are you? Odin finally asked. Nah, let him do it for a day or so. I said nonchalantly. But I want a portrait of him to hang up alongside the others somewhere where people can see it. Thousands of years from now, people are going to be really damn confused when they learn one of Asgard's previous kings was a literal rabbit. That makes it even funnier. I grinned. Odin just laughed along as well. I could worry about the heavy stuff later, I just needed some time to relax after everything that happened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon omake, through the looking glass part 3. You know, it's funny. I fought gods, killed titans, and stood up to being such a certer when I was not but on my last legs. But this, Mom holding her sandal up towards me, this frightened me. It's really. Sit. Mom told me. Seriously, it's really. Sit. Yes, Mom. I couldn't even get a word in. Mom just crossed her arms, tapping her finger, menacingly. Frankly, the others just stared at me. Especially my alternate self and Venelana's alternate daughter. That's our grandma. Takao suddenly blurted out with quite a bit of emotion. That's my mom. Rias added. I'm not apologizing. I snorted. Of course your other self would be a deviant. Glasses girl rolled her eyes. I looked at my other self in pity. You're like someone who walks into an ice cream shop, with hundreds of flavors available to you, and you ask for an empty ice cream cone instead. What's that supposed to mean? Glasses girl's voice raised slightly. Stop insulting my girlfriend. Get a better girlfriend. I shot back. Mom decided that deserved another smack upside the head. Wilhelm, stop insulting your other self and Sona. Takao and Sona, stop taking shots at him if you can't handle anything being said in return. Mom quickly settled everyone down. I may have had something more to say, but another knock at the door had everyone quieting down. Come in, it's open. Mom shouted. Sorry for intruding, Miss Shimoda, but Rias and the others left in a hurry and hadn't come back, so we just wanted to check in. I recognized the voice as Rias's stripper queen. Oh my god. Drake groaned from within my soul. I couldn't help but have my lips curl upwards. Yeah, sorry Miss Shimoda. Another, distinctly male voice followed up. It was Drake's alternate wielder, the one I originally took the boosted gear from in my own world. They both entered and stopped to stare at me. Hey, Takao, why does that guy look almost exactly like you? Issei Haida raised a finger, pointing at me. Long-lost twin brother. He's not. My other self denied. My name is better Takao. That's not his name. It really is. I took out my wallet and tossed my ID onto the table. See. My alternate self picked it up first and his eyes widened. Why does it say, better Takao? He slapped it back onto the table. Let me see that. Mom took it quickly and eyed me suspiciously. Why does it say that? She seemed confused. It's just an illusion. Sona huffed, taking it herself. They glanced at me, looking far too smug. Watch, I'll break it easily enough. I felt her cast her magics and internally shrugged. Pride, thy name is Sona. She preened like a peacock as she put it back onto the table. It was simple enough to remove. She declared. It still says, better Takao. My other self noted. Sona froze and looked at it, then at me, her smug look fading. Truly, the magical genius of a generator. I deadpanned. It was in fact an illusion, one I just layered dozens of times. Shut up. She grumbled. The next Merlin in the making. It's just a small trick. She tried again and the only thing that changed was my picture, that was now giving her the bird. I am awed by your magical talent. Wilhelm, stop bullying your alternate self's girlfriend. Mom paused. And make one more comment about throwing up in your mouth and see what happens. She warned. I held a hand over my mouth, with my cheeks bulging. I will spare her feelings and definitely not say how the thought of that makes me nauseous. Mom just gave me another smack upside the head. Ah, I'm confused. Issei raised his hand. Meet Takao's older and alternate world self. Mom quickly answered without me getting a word in. Sup. I waved. I was just about to head out. You were not. I was not. I agreed with my mom immediately. Mom, it's not that big of a deal. You're screwing your grandma. She exclaimed. That deserves some questions asked at a minimum. Ayo. Issei questioned. Era. Stripper girl blinked, looking at Rias. Oh my god. Rias jolted even as she said it but otherwise didn't react. Do you really want to know about my sex life, Mom? I shot back. Stop, Rias whined. Yes. She slapped the table. Fine. I mimicked her hitting the table just as hard. I'm fucking my grandma, are you happy? I am conflicted. She hit the table again. I want grandbabies. I'm trying, Mom. Kill me. The redhead let her head hit the table rather hard. Why is this my life? My alternate self covered his face. Miss Shimoda, can we please stop discussing the sexual relationship between Takao's deviant self and Rias's mother? Sona pushed her glasses up. I hate you. Rias whined. Why out of everyone did you choose Grandma? She would bake me cookies, she would read me stories, she would babysit me. I actually didn't meet her until recently. I shrugged. I have no familial emotions attached to her. And besides, she's the one who seduced me. My mom would not do that. Rias immediately argued. Literally threw her dress off and offered me sex. I deadpanned. This was with her completely knowing that I was her grandson, by the way. Your mom is the horniest person I've ever met in my life. Not that I'm complaining. Stop making up lies. Rias turned to Mom. Miss Shimoda, tell your son to stop lying about my mom. Well. Mom looked away. Your mom has certain proclivities. Wah. I just didn't think she'd go after her own grandson. Mom whispered to herself. I'm going to need to have a very stern talk with her so she knows that Takao is off limits. But what about all the grandbabies? I pointed out. Mom shuddered and froze. Mom. Takao narrowed his eyes. Stop considering it. Grandbabies. I whispered again. Don't listen to him. Miss Shimoda. Sona joined in. Well, Miss Gremory does have amazing epee. Issei put a hand on his chin in deep contemplation. Issei. Rias whined. Akino, shock him. Ow. Issei jumped as the stripper sent a small shock his way. Ufufu. She giggled rather darkly. Issei, don't take his side. You're supposed to be my best friend. My alternate self was having the same reaction as Rias apparently, but something else threw me for a loop. Did you say best friend? Yeah. Jesus, when I thought I couldn't be more disappointed. What's that supposed to mean? My other self was quick to defend Issei, it seems. And despite my feelings, I suppose it's good that he's willing to stand up for his friends. Maybe I would respect that in any other situation. Really? You want me to list out everything wrong here? Should we talk about the fact that in any other developed first world country that he would either have been arrested or expelled at minimum for the shit he pulls on a daily basis? I laid out my distaste for the kid. That's not, Rias was about to defend him too, but my mom was quicker on the draw. Explain that. Mom's sense was tingling. Do you not know? I was genuinely surprised. He literally peeps on underage girls changing every day with his friends. I gestured towards Issei. Mom slowly turned towards Issei and the boy stiffened, visible sweat pouring down his face. I'm going to be speaking with your mother later, Issei. All epee deserve to be treasured and loved. He shouted defiantly. What was that? Mom held up her sandal his way. Why yes ma'am. Issei just nodded, shrinking his head back. And why am I just now hearing about this? Sona, Rias, Takao. She narrowed her eyes at them. Well, Rias clammed up. Sona looked away and so too did Takao. Well, as Devil Sona and Rias simply don't think it's that big of a deal. Not that I'm justifying the behavior, but to them, it's really just something small and harmless. Why aren't you calling out Akino? Rias quickly tried to deflect the angry mom's stare. Don't try to wiggle out of the blame. Mom wagged her finger. Besides, Akino is a sadist, she's probably thrilled by you throwing her under the bus even now. The gradual growing smile on her face basically confirmed it. Anyways, this was a nice talk, it's getting late, I should head out. I stood up and a sandal flew past my head. Do you really think that would be enough to distract me? My mom raised a challenging eyebrow. I had hoped. Sit down. Yes, Mom. My butt was glued right back onto the seat. Hey, Issei spoke up. Are you going to say something in your defense? Mom turned her sharp gaze to him. No, it's. He scratched his head. Drake wants to come out and say something. Without any other word of warning, the familiar gauntlet appeared on his arm. The green gem on it lit up. How long are you going to stay silent? God damn it. I could sense it the moment I walked into the room. Stop hiding and show yourself. The gauntlet spoke again. Drake, what are you talking about? Issei seemed confused. Are you scared to show yourself? Drake ignored Issei and continued as everyone else seemed confused as well. I felt it within my soul and internally sighed, producing my own boosted gear on my arm. Several gasps were enough to understand their surprise at its sudden appearance. Who's hiding? My Drake snorted. You're the Red Dragon Emperor too. Rias exclaimed. I guess that's where your bravado comes from. Sona looked less than enthused. That's so not fair. My alternative self pouted. Oh wow, what are the odds that the boosted gear ended up with your other self, Takao? Issei chuckled. Yes, what are the odds? Mom looked at me. I may have averted my gaze. How odd to see myself like this. Issei's Drake spoke up again. Meh, when traveling with the brat, this doesn't even register on the top 10 weirdest things I've experienced. My Drake returned. Really? His other self said in disbelief. Demons, gods, titans, all sorts of fun things. I could practically feel Drake nod to himself. It keeps things interesting at least. And I've gotten to fight a lot of powerful opponents that I would have never had the opportunity to if I was left with your brat. Wait, what was that? Rias was quick to notice what my Drake said. Takao Shimoda. Did you steal that from the Issei of your world? Mom used my full name out of habit. Did he steal Drake from me? Issei shouted. I may or may not have acquired the boosted gear through dubious means. I coughed into my fist. Besides, I have a perfectly valid reason for doing so. And what's that? My mom asked calmly. Fuck him. Mom smacked me again. Why, you bastard? Issei pointed at me. Then what about the me over there? He's never going to fulfill his harem dream. So I did a good deed then. I nodded sagely to myself. Issei looked like he was about to jump at me, but Rias put a hand up. So if Issei didn't have the boosted gear, did I still recruit him? Yes. I kept my expression neutral. Huh. Rias just blinked. Oh, then he still has a chance. Issei clenched his fist in solemnity with his alternate self. I thought you couldn't take out sacred gears without killing the user. My alternate self pointed out. Wasn't that the whole thing with Asia? I rolled my eyes. Maybe if an amateur or someone incompetent tried to do so. Honestly, you only need a bit of knowledge and experience in manipulating souls. Maybe in a few specific cases and certain sacred gears like Dimension Lost. That was a whole mess, but the kid who had it already had a death sentence. And how would you have this knowledge and experience? Sona snorted. Probably from not fetishizing the Japanese school system and actually doing something productive with my life. I shot back. I do not fetishize it. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be, it's not like I spend any meaningful time contemplating her goals or existence. But don't you want to open a devil school based around rating games and use the Japanese school system as the basis? She frowned. And I rest my case. You didn't say anything. You truly are a devil, forcing other devils into Japanese schooling. I'm honestly impressed. The original demons could learn a thing or two from you. I gave her my first heartfelt compliment. Don't mock my dream. She seethed. I'm not mocking your dream. Honestly, I don't find anything wrong with helping the less privileged devils move up in your society. Devil society is its own parade of fuck-ups that I'm thankful I have absolutely nothing to do with it. However, dedicating your time and effort to fix that, in any small way, is respectable. What? I looked at her speechlessness. I'm just surprised you said something genuinely nice to me. She pushed her glasses up. Well, it would take me literal hours to go over all the stupid decisions you're making regarding it, and I have neither the time nor energy to do that. I shrugged. And there it is. She scowled. If you're done flirting, I have a few questions I want to ask. Issei's Drake spoke up. Sona scoffed, crossing her arms. I was certainly not flirting with him. Yeah, what she said. My other self defending her as well. As for me, I leaned over the side of the table and threw up onto the ground. After a moment, Mom smacked me upside the head again. Don't force yourself to throw up just to spite someone. It was an involuntary reaction. I defended myself. Go die. Sona scowled deeper. You're cleaning that up later, young man. Mom didn't give any room for argument. Well, at least, I didn't have the opportunity because a teleportation circle lit up not far away. 3 more people joined rather quickly. Dear. Mom grew a big smile and threw her arms around a man in particular that I did not wish to say. Miko. My biological alternate father wrapped her up in a big hug. And FIA. Mom greeted the maid just as happily and she returned the greeting with just as much enthusiasm. Lastly, Venelana was standing behind them waiting her turn as my mom greeted her. Mama Gremory, we have a lot of things we need to talk about. It sure sounds like it. The Lucifer smiled, sweeping his gaze around the room until it landed on me. In fact, there wasn't a hint of anger or dislike within it, which really made me feel weird. It's strange but exciting to see my own boy all grown up like this. Don't worry, your mom filled us in on the details. Wonderful. I forced a thin smile. Look at you, Takao, you grew up into a handsome man. He teased my alternate self, ruffling his hair. Dad, stop. My other self huffed. I knew it, this was some sort of special hell just designed for me. At this point, I had everyone looking my way and I was very much not emotionally capable of handling this on my own at the moment. I needed reinforcements. And one person in particular came to mind as I created a portal. *****. A/N. Part 4 of the Omega is up on the Patreon. And Part 5 is being written soon. Also, next chapter is the PHO interlude, so expect that. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 509, Interlude 36. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to and threads that have new replies or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Topic: Interfaction Party. In Boards News International News Interfaction Party. _A_Muffin, original poster, verified Muffin, veteran member. Posted on August 7, 2009. Your favorite Muffin is back. Everyone knows the deal, lots of insular factions, lots of small things, or big things, happening in the remote corners of the world that the majority of us squishy mortals don't have the slightest clue about. That's why I do what I do. Reporter Muffin is here to bring you the biggest scoops, or if it's been slow lately, the smaller scoops, but we got a nice bit here. You guys know the deal, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. And what I found out from my sources is pretty much what's been discussed in several places, so I'd figured I'd verify it along with the happenings. Just to confirm for people who don't have the backing of a large faction to keep up with the recent events, a good handful of powerful factions got together after the incidents regarding the terrorist organization, Cows Brigade, and joined hands in some manner. Obviously, we have no idea what was talked about behind closed door, even my muffiny hands don't reach that far. But what do know is pretty juicy as well. The Devils hosted a joint celebration, gathering, soiree, or whatever you want to call it. Who's who of the younger generation was there apparently. And by that, I mean the talented and the strongest of the younger kids. I say younger, but it's all relative. I think there were a few pushing 30. But when the average age including the gods that attended reaches into the thousands, I guess that's still considered young. And why were the young kids gathered? Well, from what we've been able to tell, the big heads didn't like the idea of other big heads stomping around their turf, so they thought it'd be a good idea to get their best new up-and-comers to team up with the authority to cross faction lines without causing problems. Either to combat the Cows Brigade, or as a show of continued support across the board. Regardless, if you didn't get an invitation, then that means you're a mook. But don't fret, I also didn't get an invitation, so you're sitting here with the majority of us. Just to name off some representations that I could get my hands, we had people from the Celtic faction, the Hindu faction, the Norse faction, the Celestial bureaucracy, the Greeks, the Devils, obviously since it was hosted in the underworld, and surprisingly, both the Grigori and the Church all playing nice together. If you want the names of the kids they brought along, well that was a bit harder to get my hands on, and there are plenty of rumors flying around so feel free to discuss it yourselves. And lastly, we even have an appearance from Lucifer Jr. to add to this chaotic mess. And what do I mean by chaotic mess? Well, link. Those are just some of the pictures and videos floating around. Good thing about having a room full of younger people is that they apparently record everything going on around them. To summarize, big heads arrive with their kids, they go discuss stuff in the back and let the kids network and what have you. Shortly after, they get a surprise visitor from a name that really shouldn't be around. And if you guessed it was the Titan King, Kronos, then Jesus you must be psychic or crazy, but that is the confirmed person who crashed the party. I have more to say, but honestly, it would take up way more space than I would like to really go over everything, but you can find much more information here. Thoughts, concerns? Because I have quite a few here. Showing page 1 of 3429. Jason_Wu, verified AI. Posted on August 7, 2009. Thanks. English Muffin McGruffin. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Jason_Wu. What the hell, how are you always first? Yuzuryu, unverified dragon. Posted on August 7, 2009. I'm slowly working my way through everything, and I just had to stop and ask right away. Did that woman just confirm herself to be the literal Jeanne d'Arc? Unexpected_magic_truck. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Yuzuryu. Yeah, I'm still playback that part of the video I found. So, how many seemingly dead people is that now popping up around Lucifer Jr.? Also, should we be questioning why an actual saint was the date of the son of the devil in the underworld? Edit, to clarify because I'm getting messages, obviously I noticed the church people there, they were the ones harassing Lucifer Jr. and the saintess in the first place, but obviously they were just as surprised to see her there. And when the actual Archangel Michael is at a loss of her existence, then something funky is up. Fophis, verified tentacle monster, no, seriously. Don't ask. As an expert magician and respected around all parts of the magical community, I say, what the fuck? Replied on August 7, 2009. At unexpected_magic_truck. Not part of the Abrahamic factions, but knowing who they both were, yeah, it's kinda weird. But at the same time, the way they were interacting was pretty damn cute. Sarah's, verified shipper. Posted on August 7, 2009. I officially label this ship, unholy_x_union. Or UXU for short. I'm going to get a head start on the fanfiction of this. Idle_hands24, verified devil. Posted on August 7, 2009. On one hand, I'm proud that the son of Satan is corrupting a literal saintess, which I'm still honestly shocked that she's alive apparently. On the other hand, she's French. Thus, I am conflicted. Church_of_swole, verified exorcist. Posted on August 7, 2009. Are we seriously supposed to believe that one of our most iconic saintesses just randomly came back from the dead to go on a date with the literal son of Satan? Rain_shaker_2, verified Muppet. Posted on August 7, 2009. At church_of_swole. Nah, it's obviously fake. You can tell by the way that your archangels fall over themselves, outright declaring that she's blessed by the literal god of your religion. But it's pretty common for you lot to ignore the actual teachings of your idols of worship, so believe whatever you want, like you have been doing all these years. The_knees_bees. Posted on August 7, 2009. At rain_shaker_2, verified Muppet. Oof, shots fired. Pirate_of_the_moon, verified pirate. Posted on August 7, 2009. Holy shit, Indra and Lucifer Jr. were about to throw down. I could taste the tension in the room through the video. Mikael Friday. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Sarah's. Back, you vile shipper. Back to the depths of the shipping forums with you. Immortal_penguin, verified banned from Club Penguin. Posted on August 7, 2009. Interstellar_taco, verified taco. Posted on August 7, 2009. Hey did Lucifer Jr. just call out Sarah Fall? Don't think a phoenix tear is gonna heal those burns. Anonymous Devil 24. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Interstellar_taco. I was there, and yeah, the temperature dropped like 20 degrees for a few seconds. Honestly, I think I was more scared than when Lucifer's bastard was about to fight Indra. On a side note, he isn't really wrong. Looking at it from another angle, it does seem like a midlife crisis. Secret_magical girl, verified midlife crisis. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Anonymous Devil 24. You were there, huh? You must be someone important then. I would love to know who you are so we can discuss your opinion at length. Edit, who gave me this verification? Possible_walrus. Posted on August 7, 2009. I like how Lucifer Jr. just tossed out that one devil idiot like he was a sack of potatoes and no one even bat an eye. Red_princess. Posted on August 7, 2009. At possible_walrus. It's Riser Phoenix, no one cares. But I was there too, and things got crazy. It's ridiculous seeing it in person. I saw him, someone my age, fighting some gods and stuff on some videos or the pictures, but to feel his power explode out was another thing entirely. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. I thought I was strong for my age, that there weren't many people stronger than me, then I meet a bunch of people, him included, that I don't think I would last even a minute against. I can't even be mad, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even have my head anymore. Dark_idiot_god. Posted on August 7, 2009. At red_princess. Holy shit, are you Rias Gremory? Tobe, verified woman. At dark_idiot_god. Girls don't use the internet. Dark_idiot_god, temp banned. Deleted. Edit, deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not isonomy. How many times do we have to have this talk? Don't petition users for pictures of their feet. And yes, that includes asking users for pictures of their mom's feet. Edit 2, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not isonomy. Calling her mom better Rias does not make it okay. I'm increasing your ban to a week. Pupin_backwards. Posted on August 7, 2009. We've literally just watched a historical moment, and people here are fucking around like the guy asking for feet pics above me. Seriously. We've had a historic gathering between factions, something never seen in our lifetimes. And not only that, we had a figure lost to legends and myths, the literal Titan King, show up to crash the party and fight with Lucifer Jr. To keep on the important topics, let's talk about that fight, or with it was between the Titan King and Lucifer Jr. X3 Dreyeyes, verified magician. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Puppin_backwards. It says a lot when someone named Puppin backwards is the voice of reason. But on a serious note, yeah, anyone got insight into what the fuck Kronos and Lucy Jr. did? It looks like they were playing a game in the middle of everything. Lazy Blackberry, verified dumbass. Posted on August 7, 2009. So we have a room full of gods and other stupidly powerful beings a room over, and the Titan King just waltzes in and attempts to kill a bunch of people right under their noses. And the one who had to step up was Lucifer Jr., who proclaimed very openly that he wasn't there to support them but merely politely decline their inevitable requests. What's the point if they're so utterly incompetent? Once_you_go_black, verified Governor General. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Lazy Blackberry. Figured I could elaborate on some of the details. If the name doesn't give it away, I'm Azazel, Governor General of the Gregory. I like to keep up with things like this online, so don't mind me. And while I was there, I was locked outside, for lack of a 10-paragraph explanation. Essentially, what we could decipher, the Titan King was able to splice off a piece of time around the building so we didn't notice until a bit of time already passed inside. Understandably, it was something we couldn't entirely predict, as godly powers based around time are far and few between. And most of us had no idea that the Titan King was even alive at that point in time, as a certain few people who won't be mentioned kept that secret to themselves. But yeah, big thanks to Lucifer Jr., honestly we owe him there for protecting the kids. It didn't look like Kronos was wanting to brawl really, but he took pot shots at kids that had no way to defend themselves even from his casual attacks. As for the little game they played, I mulled over it a bit myself. And it looks like Kronos opened up a small world with its own defined rules based around the participants' own acknowledgement, serving as affirmation of what is allowed and what is not allowed. I.e., those miniature versions of themselves could only work based on what the two fighting could actually do, which was supported by godly bullshit to facilitate the whole thing. As for the actual details, that's a whole other matter. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10,293, 10,294, 10,295. Showing page 1227 of 10,295. Nicholas_uncaged. Posted on August 7, 2009. All I'm saying is that it's fucking stupid to think that a kid barely active for a year now was fighting Kronos on equal ground. You know, the Titan King, the dude that took the big Greek gods' combined effort to dethrone. Soup, verified magician. Posted on August 7, 2009. At enthusiastic_melon. I'm late to the party. Are we talking about the magic that Lucifer Jr. used at the end that forced the Titan King to retreat? I recognized the Norse runes, but there were a lot of magic circles there and tons of concepts I couldn't understand at a glance. If I didn't read one incorrectly, I think one of them targeted the soul. Enthusiastic_melon. Posted on August 7, 2009. At soup. That aligns with my own interpretations. However, there are various runes that I could not understand, nor do I have a reference for. I have seen them before in the past, but I paid them no heed at the time. Link. My calculations are having problems trying to decipher them. Soup. Posted on August 7, 2009. At enthusiastic_melon. I think I've seen those before. I feel like I've seen Odin use them once in the past when I had the honor of witnessing him give a lesson rune magic. I tried drawing them myself just now, but nothing happened. Udius. Posted on August 7, 2009. Lucifer Jr. has Lady Gremory come in and stick her tongue down his throat right in the middle of everything after the fight. Based. At red_princess. Is this what your Gremory family means when you say that you treat your family well? 21_and_still_hits. Posted on August 7, 2009. So, Ares is a simp, huh? Well, I can't really blame him either. Scathack gives off the heavy step on me mommy vibes. Flamus. Posted on August 7, 2009. At 21_and_still_hits. Agreed. I would ask her to step on me. Red_princess, verified Gremory. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Udius. That's not what we mean. Faithful_follower 83, verified priest. Posted on August 7, 2009. I've been having a crisis of faith recently with the church willingly accepting an alliance with both the fallen and the devils, but, for some reason, seeing the saintess as she was, I felt at peace. We have the saintess of Orleans friendly with the son of Satan. And there wasn't a hint of animosity or dislike between them. It's like their respective origins, their beliefs, and their races didn't matter in the slightest. If our revered saintess can be friends with a devil and be happy as she was, then what was I even upset about? As Archangel Uriel said, my spear will be sharpened and ready, but I'm not going to be going out looking for fights anymore. I'll follow the lead of our incarnated saintess. Edit. I was confused about something and I asked others, is she still a saintess if she's alive? I thought saints and saintess could only be ordained after their deaths. Edit 2. I decided it doesn't matter, in my heart, she is a saintess and I wish to follow her lead from now on. Hiding_my_acorn, verified troll, verified highest infraction amount. Posted on August 7, 2009. At red_princess. How's it feel knowing that your nephew is banging your mom? What's your brother's take on it? Lucifer Jr., you fucked my mom, it's only fair that I fuck yours. Am I close? I can't wait for the chaos when she gets pregnant. Are you going to call the kid your niece/nephew, or your brother/sister? Inquiring minds need to know. At Indras_faithful. Hey, it's a valid question, did Indra get a new pair of glasses? Though, I can imagine he keeps a good stock of them so he doesn't have to visit the douchey glasses store every time he gets his ass handed to him by a kid barely in his 20s. You can take your time to respond. I know it must be hard to respond to every comment when you're busy sucking Indra's dick all the time. Maybe he should just call Shiva to save him sooner. At Phallons_phallus. It's literally the definition of a simp. Face it, Ares is a simp and Lucifer Jr. called it like it was. Even Zeus was embarrassed by him. Think about that for a second, the god that likes to turn into a swan to fuck girls was embarrassed by Ares simping after someone else's girl. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami, you are dangerously close to getting another ban. Since you haven't received a warning this week, I will reward your seemingly outstanding behavior in your specific case and make this your only warning. Cypher. Posted on August 7, 2009. So, what about the whole special team thing by the younger guys? What's happening about that? Menace with a pine cone. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Cypher. Do you really care? Cypher. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Menace with a pine cone. You know, now that you actually pointed it out, I really don't. Sarah's, verified shipper, banned. Posted on August 7, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami, this is neither the time nor the place to post your explicit fanfiction, even if it involves the topic of discussion. 3-day ban. Melon_overlord, verified magician. Posted on August 7, 2009. Just saw everything in G's, talk about devil nepotism. The majority of the devils there are absolute trash and only got to be in the limelight, so to speak, because they hosted things down there. That one devil got literally tossed out the window and couldn't do shit. On a side note, I'm contracted with the Pillar family, not going to name any names. But my master was throwing a lot of shade at Lucifer for dropping the ball on his bastard like this. Landlord. Replied on April 3, 2009. At Melon_overlord. Not much of a secret. I even joined the Lucifer Jr. fan club, and yes, it's actually named that. There are several forums that follow what he does and everything. Lots of us are pissed that our prestigious leaders kicked away one of the strongest devils in existence. I'm not one to jump blindly on the strength-wanking aspect of our society, but even I feel like it was utterly idiotic how the son of Lucifer has no ties with the devil faction in any ways. You know, other than plowing Lucifer's mom. Which, seeing Lady Gremory, honestly can't blame him there. I would also call her mommy if given the chance. Seekvera_agars, verified agars. Posted on August 7, 2009. I was made aware of this topic of discussion and I wish to express my thanks towards Wilhelm Schweinorg at behest of the Agars family. While I was not targeted by the Titan in his indiscriminate attack, a close friend of mine was and he moved to protect her without a motive of compensation. I was present at the party, but I did not desire to overly mingle as I was going to participate in the cross-faction team and instead focused on my personal pursuits. However, I was able to witness what occurred and I can only express my praise for the man who is but a few years younger than myself and has far less in terms of time and resources to reach the heights he currently sits. As many people know, my family trait revolves around the manipulation of time. I can say without a shred of embarrassment that I am far inferior to the Titan and have learned a substantial amount from the short battle. However, I can provide a small amount of insight into what I witnessed. The Titan was able to attack from multiple elongated time streams. As Mr. Schweinorg so aptly described, you can think of them like strings. These time strings were let loose as they flew through the air, time, and the Titan merely had to press his weapon against one of them, and it would carry the edge of his weapon to the designated point. I cannot express how complicated and delicate such an expression of abilities this requires, yet Mr. Schweinorg was able to not only deflect these attacks, but protect everyone else that were the targets. I was not aware of what occurred until it already happened, and I would like to emphasize again that my family's traded time. To continue would require me to spend possibly hours deciphering and articulating what happenings. Suffice to say, it was a phenomenal display of both skill and knowledge that allowed Mr. Schweinorg to best the Titan King at his own game. My own thoughts now are on why such a powerful devil, half-devil or not, is not part of our faction. Churchgirl 48. Posted on August 7, 2009. Zenobia, was that you there? I can't believe that was actually Jeanne d'Arc. Did anyone else see that holy light she called out for? I don't doubt for a second that she's a saintess, she's truly blessed by our Lord. CM_ verified magician. Posted on August 7, 2009. Anyone know what he meant by ether? I see some references to it, but it's not really something I can find much information about. He had a spell named Ether Cannon. Fire_N_ice. Posted on August 7, 2009. At CM_. To put it bluntly, ether is an element not commonly spoken about. You have your basics, fire, earth, wind, water, fire, etc. And then you get into the more uncommon ones, lightning, ice, etc. Ether is imaginary for lack of a better term. In that, it's not something material in the same you can point to ice, fire, lightning to picture. You can consider it the between and the former state of any composite element. Frankly, it's not used for anything meaningful on the front, but Lucifer Jr. is correct in that it is a phenomenon not discovered until recently, that being within the last couple thousand years. Debate is that it didn't exist until around this time period. In fact, on the rear end, it makes up the basis of the standardized human magical system that Merlin created, though he did not include the phenomenon in detail, only citing the existence of the artificial magic that he discovered and incorporated into copying the ability of devils. CM_ verified magician. Posted on August 7, 2009. At fire_N_ice. Thanks for taking the time to give me this information. You sure are knowledgeable. Fire_N_ISO. Posted on August 7, 2009. At CM_. It's a small matter. Magical discourse is one of my hobbies and few reasons I even waste my time with this whole forums thing. Other than watching buffoons ruin carefully laid out plans, it seems. Morgan_377. Posted on August 7, 2009. So we have the Titan King joined up with the Cows Brigade from what he talked about. And it sounds like they were the ones who sprung him from his prison. How much power does the Cows Brigade actually have if they can jailbreak Kronos, then pull off something like this right under the noses of so many faction heads? Amethyst Espion. Posted on August 7, 2009. So, Lucifer Jr. fought Kronos and arguably won. Granted, it was obvious they were playing around, but where exactly does Lucifer Jr. stand now? He fought Indra, he fought Susanoo, and even Yuwa who appeared seemed to be respectful to him. Should we be updating the top 10 list? Dundundun. Posted on August 7, 2009. At Amethyst Espion. God, don't start this crap again. Every time the top 10 is mentioned it turns into a versus argument. We don't even know how strong Kronos is, so just leave it for now. Dalavan_the_mailman, banned. Posted on August 7, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami. I understand that Kronos is mutually disliked and a criminal by all accounts, but threatening to mail people pipe bombs is still against our terms of use, for what good they would do against him. 24-hour ban. Edit 2, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami explaining that their magical pipe bombs is not a valid argument against your temporary ban. Edit 3, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami threatening to mail me pipe bombs is also not a method of overturning your ban as well. 1 week ban. Aeneas. Posted on August 7, 2009. At red_princess. Swiggity swooty, Lucifer Jr. getting that big mama Gremory booty. Red_princess. Posted on August 7, 2009. For the love of the Satans, will people please stop tagging me when they're talking about my mom? Aeneas. Posted on August 7, 2009. At red_princess. No. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami yes, or I'm going to start banning. Little_bird, verified devil. Posted on August 7, 2009. Wow, he tore apart the Gremory heiress peerage. Honestly, I didn't realize how much of an utter cock-up her peerage was. And she's the sister of the Lucifer. Why exactly are we supposed to bend over backwards for these fuck-ups again? Thanks for brains, verified devil. Posted on August 7, 2009. At little_bird. Welcome to reality, where it's almost entirely nepotism running devil society. Do you think they're really better than the rest of us? No, it's because they get handed their peerages on a silver platter. They don't even have to do anything to get evil pieces as literal children. I had to prove I was high class by taking some stupid tests and showing my strength. Little Miss Princess over there was handed everything she wanted. And I'm not just shooting the shit here, I looked into it. Her queen, the so-called Lightning Queen, or whatever stupid title they slapped on her to make her seem better than she is, was found after she, just so happened, to be kicked out of her family. She's a half-fallen member of a prestigious Onmyoji family in Japan. Her rook was slotted to be executed for helping her sister kill their king and other peerage members. Bullshit situation from what I read up on it, but she, just so happened, to be spared her fate and, just so happened, to end up in the peerage of Lucifer's little sister. You know, the Nico show, one of the most rare and powerful yokai species in existence. Then you have her knight and her bishop, both of which have powerful sacred gear that she, just so happened, to stumble upon. I don't doubt she can throw around her power of destruction and destroy shit on a big scale, but she's a freaking child with a machine gun when everyone else is given rocks. Nothing of hers is earned, and anyone else in her situation would have excelled. Her nephew didn't get shit, and look at him. A year later and he eclipses her in every facet. Just proof that everything is about who you know and where you're born in our society. If you want further proof, look at that trash riser that got tossed out the window. Rising_of_the_ Phoenix, verified devil, banned. Posted on August 7, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami. This stepped far over the line in what is acceptable, have a 5-year ban. Little_druid_big_stick, verified druid. Posted on August 7, 2009. Holy shit, a 5-year ban. I didn't even see what he said and I've never seen anyone get banned for that long. What did he do? Seahorse_jousting. Posted on August 7, 2009. At little_druid_big_stick. He talked some shit about Lucifer Jr. Honestly, I don't really understand why he got banned that long either. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami. Don't question moderator decisions. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1293, 1294, 1295. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to and threads that have new replies or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Topic, the apocalypse is cancelled. In Boards News International News, the apocalypse is cancelled. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on September 20, 2009. You heard it here folks, the apocalypse is cancelled. And jokes aside, apparently Ragnarok happened, was happening, had been happening for some time, and everyone was just now finding that out. To clarify, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy, and apparently, Ragnarok had been averted by the skin of the teeth of those up in the Norse parts of the world. We just learned that Ragnarok, through some unverified means, had been triggered centuries ago and was somehow put on hold. But apparently, Loki kick-started it in full not only a few days prior and all hell broke loose. Edit, Lucifer Jr. confirmed to be there along with other unidentified people. Edit 2, Lucifer Jr. kills Kronos. I got a heads up from a friend after the dust settled, Lucifer Jr. killed Kronos. First reported godly death from a Longinus user killing a god. Edit 3, Surtur defeated. My information is sketchy, but apparently the fire giant was defeated by a combined effort of a blue girl and everyone else. Edit 4, Blue girl's name is Jin. It's the woman who has appeared at the side of Lucifer Jr. various times and one of his harem members. Edit 5, Achilles, Atlanta, Sasaki Kojiro are there too. Edit 6, Lucifer Jr. becomes the king of Asgard and does some shit. I have no idea what's happening anymore. I'm done with updates and throwing my hands up. Edit 7, one last update. Here are some pictures, some short video clips and everything I could get my hands on. Link, 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 link. Showing page 1 of 15,848. Jason_Wu, verified AI. Posted on September 20, 2009. Thanks. Soup. Posted on September 20, 2009. WTF. Mikael Friday. Posted on September 20, 2009. At Soup. My thoughts exactly. Edit, did someone drop fucking meteors on the giant dog? Chocolate_macaroon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Why is the sun missing? Floppy_Tengu. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At chocolate_macaroon. Isn't one of Fenrir's sons supposed to eat it in the myths? Chocolate_macaroon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At floppy_tengu. Like, literally. Landlord. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Going over some of the pictures and various videos. Did that blue chick just square up against motherfucking Surtur and be like, come at me, bro, then proceed to hand him his molten ass? Sir Big Boy. Posted on September 20th, 2009. I know a Valkyrie, we used to date. I got some info from her after the dust apparently settled and yeah, things got fucking crazy and even she's confused at what's happened. Something about a God's investiture list. Anyone got any idea about that? It's apparently sitting over Asgard and it turned a bunch of people into gods while punishing everyone who betrayed or went against Asgard. Fofus, verified tentacle monster, no, seriously. Don't ask. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Sir Big Boy. You mean like, the Chinese thing from the story? Edit, holy shit, he does mean the fucking God's investiture list from the story. The thing apparently used by the Jade Emperor to punish and assign gods to the heavenly court. How the hell did that end up in Asgard? Contract_with_a_devil, verified magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Oh my, that is some magnificent magic being tossed around. Especially that last bit I glimpsed at the end. I can't even begin to contemplate how the young Schweinord went about creating an image of Yggdrasil that was so vibrant and lifelike. Tobe, verified woman. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Surtur, destroys most of Asgard, smacks away Thor, tosses around Asgardian gods like naughty children. Blue girl, nah, I'd win. Respect for Blue girl. She just overwhelmed him sheer fucking amount of magic and held him off. And then whatever she did at the end. Contract_with_a_devil, verified magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Tobe. I am also quite curious about that last spell she pulled off. As for her barrage of spells she released, it appears those scrolls she showed each contained a singular spell. An interesting conferment of spell casting, to contain the spell sequence and magic required to cast within a parchment. Something I will most certainly have to look into. However, that last spell of hers was something spectacular. If you look closely at the picture, as blurry as it is, you see that the fire giant was unable to heal at all from the damage. Something actively prevented him from healing even naturally. Something that can do that to a being of such stature is not normal by any means. Once_you_go_black, verified Governor General. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At hooded_1. Old man, WTF is going on over there? Are the kids okay? We literally can't reach over at the moment. We're going to be heading over and this was the last-ditch effort. Great_Daoist_silver_moon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Where did this mortal acquire the sacred list? Surely it should be in possession of the heavenly courts. Chosen_15. Posted on September 20th, 2009. God damn, that looked fucking intense. Even the still pictures showed how ruthless the fight was. No one walked away without being covered in blood there. Just_a_mongoose 548. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Can someone TLDR what's going on because I'm super confused. There's fighting, then the big fuck off tree starts burning, then Lucifer Jr. wags his finger at everyone and things are settled. Dark_idiot_god. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Normally, I would point out the lack of shoes on the blue girl. Maybe even direct people to send similar pics to my email, redacted. Or hit me up on, redacted, or, redacted, and my, redacted, and, redacted, 4 pics. But damn, nothing but respect for me at the moment. Blue girl stood up when no one else could and told Surtur no. How strong is Surtur? The way he fought not just Thor, but all of those people is insane. He has to be at least in the top end of the top 10. Jesus Christ, even at the end there, a swing of his sword was destroying Asgard. Edit, she_who_invites, verified moderator, verified not Izanami only a warning this time and redacting your shameless plugs. Red_princess, verified Gremory. Posted on September 20th, 2009. What the hell is happening over there? Did Wilhelm become the king of Asgard? I_like_swords. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Anyone else notice the horns and tail on Wilhelm? True_Leviathan. Posted on September 20th, 2009. What? Why does that mongrel have the touch of the Great Mother and Lucifer on him? Only the great old demons have proper horns and tails. Undercover_monkey. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Seems like there's going to be some annoying things to deal with soon. I recognized the spell from the young man's fight with Lord Indra previously. There was glimpses of a very large spell formation under the waves that was dismissed as others arrived. The spell that summoned forth a copy of the World Tree seems to be the conclusion. Any spell that brings about such a phenomenon is not something to take lightly. And some people out east are going to be kicking up a fuss about that list being used. Last I heard, Nuwa picked it up and threw it into her treasure house a few hundred years ago. Though from the look of things, it took a bit of effort on the young man's part to get it to activate, which is a feat in of itself. SPG, Verified Magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At undercover_monkey. What do you mean? I sorta understand the significance of the list, I know the vaguest details about the history and everything. But wouldn't he just use it normally like it was before? CM_Verified Magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. I'm still wondering what the hell is even happening. Like, I read the words in the OP, I understood what they mean individually, but when put together, I'm still wondering what the hell. Undercover_monkey. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At SPG. Well, to answer your question, it was used up. It served its purpose and lost its original power. Frankly, it wasn't even worth anything other than for its historical of cultural value, like a painting or a sculpture. The fact that it somehow activated means that certain criteria not only was met, but he did something to reignite the original intent, which is something very impressive. Frankly, I don't know what he could have done to do so off the top of my head. Regardless, the God's investiture list was activated for a second time and put to use. Rain_Shaker_2. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Someone just uploaded a whole bunch more shit. Link. Like, really close in videos of what was happening. First one, Odin and Lucifer Jr. apparently barely holding of Surtur before Blue Girl comes and saves them. Also, who's that guy wielding Graham? I recognize the sword easily, but I don't know who it is, and he's using that same voice magic as Lucifer Jr. And he's riding a dragon, which is metal as fuck. Secret_magical girl, verified midlife crisis. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Damn it, you big red bastard. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to strangle you for being such a gigantic idiot. We could have had them with us forever. Husky_magician, verified husky. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At rain_shaker_2. Jesus Christ, Surtur just took everything they threw at him and kept going. And what the fuck was up with that golden acorn that the giant squirrel threw at him? Trap_card, verified recluse. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Why did people suddenly become gods? End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 15,895, 15,896, 15,897. Showing page 328 of 15,897. XX_Void_SamurXX. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Why is no one listening to me? Obviously, he's using things from outside our world, otherwise how could you explain the God's investiture list activating like it did? Those scrolls, those bows, why has no one heard of them before until now? We should be concerned with the other things he's brought with him, who knows what he has. 40_04. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At XX_Void_SamurXX. Okay Void, whatever you say. Just _A_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on September 20th, 2009. I don't usually post in my own OP, but goddamn, just looked over the new shit and it's insane. Where would Surtur even rank at this point? Easily top 10, I'd imagine. But regardless, we have a bunch of new things appearing. The named Achilles, as in the actual Greek hero, appeared and used his shield to protect Asgard. And from what Surtur declared, his shield somehow contained a world, whatever that means. We have Atlanta too, who looks like a cat girl for some reason, but those bow skills are nothing to laugh about. And Sasaki Kojiro as well, and if his sword skills are anything to go by, I don't think we can question him either. Send me to the moon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. What the fuck are those bows? One of them looked like it was made of light, and the other shadows, and did you see how Surtur fucking panicked? Why have I never heard about those things until now? Amethyst Espion. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Send Me to the Moon. Same, I'm looking through wikis and stuff and I can't find any mention of where those come from. Fists underscore over underscore bloodline, verified devil. Posted on September 20th, 2009. I was there. Along with my comrades, we fought an epic battle against a Jotun lord. We barely managed to slay the mighty giant even while this significant battle happened nearby. Truly a shame, but there was not much we could do. Red underscore princess. Posted on September 20th, 2009. No, seriously, how is he just able to make people into gods? Like he pointed at the elf, the blue girl, the squirrel, the deer and the bird and now they're just gods. Melon Overlord. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At red underscore princess. Seriously, how many times do I have to say it? It's the gods investiture list, it's literally made to turn people into gods. Red underscore princess. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At melon overlord. But that doesn't make sense. Dubios underscore but underscore legit underscore rumor underscore mill. Posted on September 20th, 2009. So Lucifer Jr. is a confirmed god slayer now. I mean, we already knew beforehand, but to hear it happen in the open is another thing. Jesus, what a fooster cluck. And damn, Loki got fucked over. Couldn't happen to a worse person, but holy shit was that metal as hell. Make a note everything, don't fuck with Lucifer Jr.'s woman. So, Lucifer Jr. top 10 powerhouse now. Youngest to be up there, how old is he, 20-something? Enthusiastic underscore melon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At contract underscore with underscore a underscore devil. I'm running my calculations but they're turning up weirdly. From what I've been able to grasp, the spell to summon that mirror of Yggdrasil is made up of not just runes from the Norse, but parts of Eastern magic, and demonic power to facilitate the working relationship between the two magic system. Along with the runes I can't analyze, for some reason. But otherwise, just the sequence itself is rather ingenious in how it operates. Hellhound underscore the underscore chaotic underscore magical underscore girl, verified magical girl. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Damn Loki got it. Arms, legs, eye, tongue. He lost his magic and divinity. Is that even a thing? Is he able to take away a god's divinity on a whim? Standard underscore Kitsune. Posted on September 20th, 2009. What's that scroll thing that the blue girl used to steal that gigantic fire sword? I underscore cast underscore gun. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At standard underscore Kitsune. I don't know, but it gave me a headache to even look at in the video. Standard underscore Kitsune. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At I underscore cast underscore gun. Oh good, it wasn't only me. War underscore N underscore death. Posted on September 20th, 2009. That scroll had the distinct aura of time about it. Whatever it was, it had enough power in it to not only seal away that sword capable of killing gods on swing, but also the fire giant himself. A ridiculous feat that the fact that I've never heard of such a thing until now is concerning as it is unlikely. But it was a wonderful battle and I felt my blood pumping even from here. Half underscore fish underscore top underscore part. Posted on September 20th, 2009. All hail our new blue goddess of magic, knowledge, and homestead. Seems like a weird combination considering the last one, but it also sounds kinda nice. Frankly, from the few clips we were able to dredge up, she seems like a nice person with how she spoke to the fire giant. Voltic underscore ranger. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Does this mean Lucifer Jr. is a god now too? Like, he's king of Asgard, and he turned others into gods. Trudney 1. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Is no one going to talk about the literal resurrected heroes that keep popping up around him? Like, do we even have a list at this point? Minamoto no Reiku, Scat-Hack, Mozart, Jeanne d'Arc, Sasaki Kojiro, Achilles, Atlanta. Anyone else seeing the pattern? This is something I think we should be concerned about. Jesse underscore 004. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Trudney 1. You're welcome to go as the king of Asgard yourself. Wrath underscore of underscore God 5747. Posted on September 20th, 2009. A heathen giving birth to blasphemous gods. That blue abomination should be destroyed before it can pollute the world further with its presence and lead the lambs away from the rightful God. Ride underscore of underscore the underscore Valkyries 95. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Wrath underscore of underscore God 5747. Goddess Jin has the love and admiration of everyone of Asgard. Anyone who dares to raise a hand to her will bring down the wrath of Asgard upon them. So says the Allfather. If it isn't clear, you fuck with Goddess Jin, the great god Odin said that it's open season. Wrath underscore of underscore God 5747, banned. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she underscore who underscore invites, verified moderator, verified not isonomy, enjoy your 20-year ban. War underscore N underscore death. Posted on September 20th, 2009. The way she fought the fire giant, it makes my hands itchy. Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At war underscore N underscore death. Goddess Jin is untouchable, boy. War underscore N underscore death. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At hooded underscore 1. Noted. Icoology. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Anyone else laugh when the light titan just like picked up his toys and went home after Surtur told him to fuck off? A underscore white underscore dragon. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Figures that the bastard would steal all the spotlight. Don't mind us, we were just over there fighting in the war happening and stopping the armies from getting inside. Sharknado underscore Buton Fire. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Damn, looking at the info that got posted, Baldur betrayed them. Shit, that must sting. Also, did Kronos get resurrected? What was that about? Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Sharknado underscore but on fire. A titan is immortal but a punishment must be carried out. Regulated down to a spirit with divine nature, he will watch over the seasons of the 9 realm for 5,000 years as per his punishment. Basilisk, verified magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. So Big Doggy nommed the sun, then Lucifer Jr. threw the light titan back up into the sky and fixed it. Even by our standard, that sounds ridiculous. Once underscore you underscore go underscore black, verified Governor General. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At hooded underscore 1. How did you guys heal the tree? Honestly, it should have been on its last legs after getting hit that bad by Surtur. But not only did you settle everything, but somehow the kid healed the tree. Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. A string of coincidences and miracles. Once underscore you underscore go underscore black, verified Governor General. Posted on September 20th, 2009. So Ragnarok was averted then. Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At 1 underscore you underscore go underscore black. Fuck if I know. Once underscore you underscore go underscore black, verified Governor General. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At hooded underscore 1. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It's an easy yes or no question. Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At 1 underscore you underscore go underscore black. I stopped understanding what was happening a while ago. Melon Overlord. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Just rewatched some parts and picked up a couple things. Hel and Jormungandr apparently helping Asgard. Aren't they supposed to be enemies of Asgard? Possible underscore walrus. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Melon Overlord. Yeah, even they go MVP mode there at the end. Goddess Hel tries to hold him back and Jormungandr gets ripped in half. Shows how powerful Surtur is when he tears apart one of the strongest dragons in the world. Hooded underscore 1, verified pervert. Posted on September 20th, 2009. Hel and Jormungandr are friends of Asgard, now and forever. Arcane Toilet, verified magician. Posted on September 20th, 2009. What spell was that big black box thing? Like that was a full chant I couldn't make heads or tails of, but goddamn it wounded Surtur of all things. He was definitely chanting in Japanese, and I was only able to translate part of it. Damn, I want that spell. If anyone has any ideas, please DM me. Orange underscore pineapple. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At Arcane Toilet. I'll translate it fully for you, give or take. The crest of turbidity, seeping out. An insolent vessel of madness. Boiling up, denying, numbness, blinking, obstructing slumber. The steel princess who creeps. The mud doll, ever disintegrating. Unit. Oppose. Filling the earth, know your own powerlessness. Way of destruction number 90, black coffin. Some of it can be interpreted slightly differently. But there appears to be Buddhist overtones form what I was able to glean, so no idea what's going on there. 9 underscore lives. Posted on September 20th, 2009. I want his baby. Dark underscore idiot underscore god. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At 9 underscore lives. Which one? 9 underscore lives. Posted on September 20th, 2009. At dark underscore idiot underscore god. I'm not picky. Mother underscore dragon. Posted on September 20, 2009. Was that Drake that took the form of NHGGR? I thought it wouldn't be possible for the Great Welsh to escape the confines of his sacred gear, but apparently, he was able to temporarily leave through some magical means. Interesting, I will have to see this for myself. Bored_devil. Posted on September 20, 2009. What a splendid display. Not only did he somehow inherit the original aspect of devilhood with his horns and tail, but he demonstrates what it truly means to be a devil. Simply doing what he wants and forcing everyone else to follow along. How amusing that I find one of the closest examples of true devilhood when used to save Asgard from destruction. A contradiction yet not so, for who is allowed to tell a proper devil what they are and are not allowed to do? A bit rough around the edges, but perhaps he merely needs a guiding hand to show him how to achieve his full potential. Trickster, your sacrifice will be remembered, and you have my genuine thanks for this show you put on. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 15,895, 15,896, 15,897. At ***** at A/N. Just finished part 5 of the Looking Glass makeover on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 510, Chapter 461. Serafall POV. I gathered my ice into my hand, sculpting and building it. Serafall. It became long and cylindrical. I gave it a good swing before adding more ice onto it, making it bigger. Serafall. At this point, it was about twice as big as I was. Needed to be bigger. Serafall. More ice. I wanted it to be about the size of a small house as I waved it around. Perfect. Serafall. Huh, did you say something, Zelretch? I turned to look at my fellow Satan. Are you going to hit me with your club? He asked. Don't be silly. I reassured him. All right, I just thought. It's not a club. Pardon. It's an enema. Get over here, Zelretch. A juka. He looked towards our other fellow Satan. Yeah, in a minute. A juka didn't even look up from his phone, obviously caught up in whatever it was he was looking at. The entire Norse faction, Zelretch. Serafall, I get it. Zelretch. I slammed the not a club into the ground next to him. The entire Norse faction would forever have been our allies. Do you understand what I'm saying? I get it, it would have been great for us, for you. Ignoring the political ramifications of having the Norse faction as our undeniable allies, you're forgetting everything else. I turned to Ajuka. Smelly Ajuka, how beneficial would it be to have Asgard in our back pockets? Don't call me that. He said emotionlessly. Preliminary calculations, based on this simulation, showed an overall growth of devil population by 17% over the next 3 years. It's estimated that we would have an increase in high-class level devils by 12%, and an increase in ultimate class devils by 2%. These are the conservative numbers. How? The entirety of the Norse realms would have been open to recruitment. Not only that, but their entire magical systems would be available for mass distribution along with actual and willing teachers and tutors in high numbers. We would have been able to open magic schools and hire Valkyries, elves, and any number of individuals among their number to teach. Over the next century, our faction would have had a significant increase in strength. Ajuka didn't even pull his head up from his phone as he explained. That is assuming we didn't end up absorbing them in part or entirely considering the damage they sustained. Many likely would have sought refuge in hell even if they did not become devils. And that's not even considering the economic booms we would have received. Imports from the Norse account for 6% of our spending, that would have not only been reduced significantly, but we would have been able to increase the unique resources we received from them at a pittance. I added in as well. Baldy could tell you more, if he was here. You know why he's not here, Serafall? Ajuka grunted. You know, it's funny. People are actually starting to wonder if Falbium even exists. And it's not even wild conspiracy theorists, there is legitimate evidence that rational people were throwing around online that actually almost convinced me that he wasn't real either. I plopped my Pertushi on my own giant icicle that was now stuck in the ground. Ajuka looked up from his phone. Huh. Wait, really? Zelretch blinked. I shrugged. Think about it, we're only the ones that ever appear in public. Red frowned and conceded that. It can't really be helped, his powers are entirely defensive-based. He's basically a fortress in and of himself, and it's not worth the hassle to get him to move all the time. He's been sitting at the border with the fallen territory acting as a deterrent since the whole fiasco with Kokabeel. Honestly, I think he developed his powers that way just so he could slack off. His absolute defense lived up to its name, something that even Red over there would have trouble getting through. But once Baldy actually dug in and became immobile, his defense increased by several fold to the point that Red would not be able to break it without serious effort and time. And it grew to encompass huge areas when he's fully deployed. Normally, he's set up in the middle of our biggest city and home of our families, but the issue at the time demanded certain responses. The only downside was that it took time for him to set up on a location, and it's annoying to constantly move him around. Either way, his status as a Satan was earned, just not something easily movable nor visible. And to top it all off, this whole thing interrupted my Yuri bonding time with Sona. So that's what you're actually mad about? Red rolled his eyes. You can sexually harass your sister anytime, Seraphal. Hey, it's not sexual harassment if it's voluntary. Sure, she offered it as a price for certain favors in return that I normally wouldn't be able to do because of political crap. Of course I would do any favors she asked normally, even ignoring that kind of thing. It's not like anyone would find out if I didn't run my mouth. But hey, I'm not going to say no to special kissing and touching time with my Sona. Ajuka put his phone away and stood up. I have an appointment soon, can we get to the point of this meeting? Fine. I wanted to get back to Sona too. Once again, we're going to have to talk about Lucifer Jr. Wait, what are you even looking at? Why does everyone insist on calling him that? Red sighed. Because it's funny and accurate. I pointed out. Regardless, Little Red did a big thing up in Asgard. And now, the gods there are without a doubt in his corner, so we need to be extra careful when dealing with him. Even more so than before. Dealing with a kid with too much power in his hands was one thing, even if he could fight Indra, as ridiculous as that was. But an entire faction behind him that had gods that matched or surpassed Red, well, that was a whole other can of worms. To answer your question, I was looking over the magic employed during the events of the Asgardian battle. It has caused quite a stir within the magical community about certain things documented. The new arisen goddess of magic displayed a very interesting means of spell deployment, as well as utilizing a spell that was able to wound a being such as Surtur and not heal. Likewise, Zerzek's bastard deployed a spell that also wounded the fire giant by means which I can't seem to properly translate. And a secondary spell which somehow replicated the image of Yggdrasil by means which I don't yet fully understand. Well, okay then. I'd leave all the magical tetrababble to him. It wasn't really up my alley. All I know was that it's seriously impressive and lots of people were going crazy over the stuff that was shown. What do you anticipate will be the immediate repercussions? Do you think our trade agreements will be cut due to our current relations to him? Red asked a surprisingly good question. No. I shook my head. Vidar knows how to keep personal and political matters separate. However, we can expect a sharp decline in our imports considering the fact that Asgard is barely standing at the moment. I suggest we provide some relief to get on their good side. Red pursed his lips. Our coffers aren't exactly overflowing. Ajuka held his hands up, magic circles swirled as he performed calculations that only he knew. Let's create a new trade agreement in regards to foodstuffs from them and cut down on wheat and grain imports we're receiving from the Americas and Central Europe. Since when is the Norse an agricultural powerhouse? I furrowed my brow. Since Zerzek's bastard killed the Titan King then bound him to facilitate the seasons and harvests of the Norse realms. Ajuka said rather bluntly. Right, that. We will be making a loss, but it won't be significant. I assume the goodwill is worth it. He looked my way. Yeah, get me the numbers later and I'll swing something. Better than my original plan anyways. Righto, so Lucifer Jr. stocks are through the roof, publicly confirmed godkiller now. That's been making the rounds everywhere. It was only a matter of time. Ajuka said simply. Not only that, but it seems he's recognized as one of the top powerhouses of the world from what I've gathered in my free time. Oh geez, do you seriously go on those top 10 argument forums in your free time? I couldn't help but snort. They're a valid way to gather information about public perception. He defended himself. Yeah, his job was to monitor the devil debt, but I could tell when he was lying out his ass. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets into heated arguments with people online about his rankings. Actually, now that I think about it, I think the publicly most agreed upon list was by his hand. In that same vein, are we going to do anything about the growing dissension regarding the fact that Lucifer Jr. isn't part of our faction? I breathed out, looking at Big Red. How bad is it? He asked. Manageable, but it's growing by the day. He has his own fan club, and quite a big following despite not being active within the circles. I have no doubt that the old Satan faction is actively fanning the flames as well to make it worse. And I believe that Zekrom is also helping build up your bastard. Ajuka stated. I suspect it has something to do with the features that he exhibited in the pictures and videos taken from the fights. You mean the fact that he had horns and a tail and other features like our ancestors? I asked. Yes. Ajuka nodded. I am unsure of how. Not even the Zekrom inherited those traits. There's something only given to the first, well, our predecessors and no other devils. It's only serving to further intensify the praise and worship being built up. Big Red tapped his finger against his arm. Squashing it will just make it explode more. Divert attention away from him and onto the team that was sent over to Asgard. Serorg was representing us in Asgard. I heard he fought a giant along with that other half-devil of Azazel's, propped them up on our end that they defeated a god-level opponent. I tilted my head and couldn't find an argument against what he said. We need to make a showing soon, to remind everyone why we're the Satans. Maybe we should inquire, politely, about the origins of his demonic features. Because if there was a way to unlock that sort of thing, it would be a large boon for us if we could get our hands on it. That's probably not a good idea for now. Red winced. The dinner didn't go as well as I had hoped. How bad was it? I closed my eyes and calmed myself. Not as bad as it could have been, but not good. He shook his head. I think we reached a mutual understanding, however. He smiled wryly. Graphia gave me advice that I should just stay in my lane and out of his way. Maybe there might be a situation in the future where something can happen, but for now, I'm going to follow her advice. Ajuka, quick go check with Michael to see if Big G returned, because I think I just witnessed a miracle. Damn it, Seraphal. Big Red sighed. Either that or Mama Gremory is pulling extra duty riding your bastard. I don't think I'd ever get tired of making that joke. Honestly, I don't get why he's so prude about it. If his bastard wanted to rail my mom for the good of the devil faction, she would happily spread her legs with my support. The fact that Mama Gremory and him were related just made it spicier. Why are you like this? He face-palmed. Because you're 30% of my current problems and I have Northwest Other Avenue to release my stress right now because it's someone's fault I'm not having Yuri time with Sona. Ajuka tapped on his phone a few more times. Azazel is trying to get a full meeting with us and Michael together to go over what happened. I don't blame him, this was going to have far-reaching consequences and we're still trying to pick apart what actually happened. Honestly, the reports and evidence were insane and my head was spinning at the last bit. Apparently Cerzek's bastard became king of Asgard for all of one day. And then he made a bunch of new gods, one of which was in his harem and fought mother freaking Surtur to a standstill for a while. I let out a long sigh. Lucifer Jr. killing Kronos, becoming king of Asgard, the whole thing with making gods, and now Asgard is in his corner. Yeah, it's safe to say we need to get on the same page with both of them so we don't fumble a coordinated response. I looked at Red. Especially because of him. Hey, I didn't do anything. Don't assume I'm going to be the cause of all our problems either. He quickly defended himself. She's right, but I assume she is speaking about your rook in particular. Ajuka clarified. Red frowned. Junior was being more melancholic the past couple days than normal. I thought something was wrong, and frankly, I don't even know if he realizes why he was feeling this way. But after finding out everything, it makes sense. It's still ridiculous to think about how Red had a literal clone of Surtur as his rook. Just, the amount of bullshit that culminated into that happening was so stupid it made it hard to fully contemplate. The Norse gods had the bright idea of making a clone of Surtur to fight the original, or siphon his strength or something like that. I'm not exactly privy on the details, but it apparently worked in some way. Though the clone was much weaker than the original, it's still utterly god-class in power and strength. After confirming it as a failure, they kicked it out and no one, not even the original Surtur, wanted anything to do with it. Frankly, no other faction wanted that hot potato either. For one, they would then be on the bad side of the Norse because, well, it's Surtur regardless of it being a clone. As well as no other godly faction wanting a being that's literally meant to bring about the end of the pantheon. Red had the bright idea to turn him into a devil. Actually, it was rather smart. By becoming a devil, his connection to the Norse was all but severed with how tenuous it was, and we gained a very powerful ally under our banner. Sure, Odin kicked up a fuss, but that was about it considering that they were the ones who threw him out and there was no reason for them to stay angry. Overall, it was a big score for us. So now we have our own little Surtur Jr. I can foresee that the Norse may look at us cautiously despite the fact that Junior wasn't associated with the Norse any longer. Red looked thoughtful. But that just means we have to use this opportunity to smooth over any bad blood and help them while they need help. Right, let's get something on the books then. I waved my hand. Ajuka, tell him to get Michael's agreement, then we can set a time and place. Got it. Let's talk about the other important piece of news. I felt myself already scowling. Rizavim appeared in public for the first time in a very long time. And he visited Old Man Bale. As much as Red's bastard was a headache-inducing mess to consider along with what was happening in the Norse realms, our immediate concern was our own messes to clean up. And the original Lucifer's super devil son was right at the top of that list. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. You are taking advantage of me. I looked at Izzy. I'm hurt and tired, I can barely stand, I need support. Yes, I'm sure that's why your arm is wrapped around me. She rolled her eyes. All right, I'm taking advantage of you. I fully admitted. She pursed her lips and poked my cheek. You're not supposed to admit it. I just want to be close to my Izzy. I smiled. Idiot. She huffed. Do you intend to stay longer? Realistically, I should be leaving soon before I get pulled into any more things. I made sure to get all my stuff back safe and sound. They needed to rebuild, and I didn't want people to assume that I was getting involved in all that. Odin was my blood brother now, I'm friends with Asgard, and Jin is literally a god of Asgard, but we are not of Asgard. They needed to deal with their own matters in their own way. Odin understood this, which was why he didn't say anything. But I didn't want others to start speaking up about us being involved as I had already rocked the boat pretty hard. While it had been to save them, once the euphoria of the world not ending wore off, some would look back at it with wounded pride of having an outsider solve their problem. I want to go talk to a few people before heading out. Honestly, I'm on my feet, but I really shouldn't be right now. I don't feel like turning on my circuits either because I feel like they're going to burn me from the inside out. My soul, actually, is it possible for my soul to be sore? Because I'm fairly sure it is. And even if my body physically is healed thanks to Avalon, I still feel everything that happened. It seems you will be too tired to receive the reward I promised then. Wow, I suddenly feel so much better. Izzy rolled her eyes again. It is open-ended. Please do not push yourself. Can I take advantage of you just a smidge more /? I held my hand up with two fingers slightly apart from one another. You are the most audacious person I've ever met to so blatantly ask someone like that. She let out a breath. But I suppose as a merciful goddess, I will allow you to do so. I leaned in and put a hand gently on her cheek so she was facing me and I claimed her lips. I didn't care who was watching at the moment as I took her in for a deep kiss. She pursed her lips once we broke apart. Far too bold. Well, Izzy is my woman, how am I supposed to hold back after not seeing you for so long? It's been a few mere days. An agonizing eternity for me. Oh stop. She rolled her eyes, crossing her arms, but there was the faintest red hue she was trying her best to hide. Behave yourself or I will call Jin over to scold you. I felt my lips twitch upwards. I feel like that'll be worse for you. Is she still going around and ordering people around just due to the fact that they have to listen to her because she's a goddess as her argument? I would be concerned if she were not abusing her authority for the most wholesome and mundane things. Izzy snorted. I admit that I was worried her new godhood would change her, go to her head, make her arrogant. Rather, she's just using it as an excuse to behave how she normally does. We will need to have a better talk later once everything is settled down. Suddenly becoming a god could not have been a simple matter even for an entity she once was. I know. I nodded in understanding. Jin's safety and mental health are of utmost concern. As for now, it's fine, let her have her fun. Everyone is happy to let her run around as she is regardless. Everyone here treated her like a literal goddess. Everyone was aware that she stood up to Surtur and held him off to give everyone a chance. Before Jin was insignificant in their eyes, someone not worth mentioning. It was their wrong opinion, but it was the one commonly held, until she went up against one of the strongest monsters this world could produce. I think I saw her running around with Thor's belt and gloves earlier too. Which, she could have no way to have gotten unless the Thunder God allowed it. It's hard not to love her. Regardless, let's go meet your friend. I need to embarrass you. Behave. She huffed. I am behaving. If I wasn't, do you really think you would be wearing pants right now? I raised an eyebrow. Pervert. She turned away with a renewed flash of red across her cheeks before it disappeared. Seriously, I haven't gotten to meet Hel yet, and I want to know your friends. I said with genuineness. Well, come along then, it will be good to see Hel. My main concern was your well-being when I arrived and I barely spoke a few words to make sure she was well. I would feel bad if she was not hanging off your friend since I arrived. You noticed it too. She gave me a deadpan look. I would have to be utterly blind not to notice. Or being your friend, because he seems rather obtuse. She paused. I think I understand why you both are such good friends now. Hey, I'm not that bad. At one point, I gave serious thought if I should just take my clothes off in front of you before I confess to get my point across. Yes, you should have done that. I nodded. She rolled her eyes again, and began pulling me towards a certain direction. Come along, dear. It wasn't particularly difficult to find Hel. Mostly because, I could feel Thorum nearby and his dragon-like presence. Well, there was also the big fuck-off dragon that was Jormungandr and Durnavir. the latter of whom looked like he was enjoying his bout of freedom, eating many different foods and chatting with the large serpent. I wasn't going to interrupt them, but Durnheavier seemed to notice me and gave me a look of admiration and thankfulness. I would have to tell Meridia that he did a good job and see if he couldn't get a reward. But Thorum was right by as well, and Hel was very close. They both noticed right away. My friend. Thorum came up and greeted me with a big hug. You seem to be healed. Physically, mostly. I winced. But only Izzy can heal my weary soul. Is that so? Hel's tone was filled with amusement as she looked at Izzy. Do you heal his weary soul, Izanami? Izzy was covering her face with her hand. Hel, it's good to see you. Properly, that is. I'm glad you are okay. Hel's expression softened. Thank you, I know you had something to do with it. I just offered some words. Izzy shook her head. She threatened everyone involved if you were hurt. I added. Izzy huffed cutely. And Hel, well, the goddess of death looked at Izzy with a big smile. I can't wait until we have another get-together. You'll have to bring your men with you. I'm never going to have a break, am I? She sighed. You know how gossip is among us. You can't have him claiming you as his woman in front of the whole world and have us not talk about it. Hel laughed. But, I'm happy that you found someone. You look much happier than I've seen in the past centuries. Izzy's mask broke slightly and she smiled beautifully. I am. And you must be her boyfriend, huh? Hel put her hands on her hips, sizing me up. I can see why she decided to rob the cradle. Oh, you bitch. Izzy grumbled. You want to talk about robbing the cradle? I have no idea what you're talking about, Hel hummed, but the slight blush wasn't doing her any favors. So, Thorum, you and Hel seem to be getting along well. I found myself smiling. Oh, right, this should be the first time you and Izzy are meeting in person. It is. But Wilhelm has told me a great many things about you, Lady Izanami. Thorum had that signature big goofy smile of his. Just as well, Wilhelm speaks very highly of you as well. Izzy was warm and polite in return. Funny enough, Thorum here has been vague on where he's from. I'm assuming Midgard, possibly the north. But I can't seem to get a straight answer. Hel looked around. Well. Thorum scratched his head awkwardly. Thorum, just say it's a secret. I hit his shoulder. If you can't talk about something due to personal or secretive reasons, it's better just to be forward about that than stumbling around. Especially for someone who can't lie to save their lives. Izzy looked at Hel. It's a sensitive matter. I figured, but I just wanted clarification. I'm not so crass like my father that I would do anything to satiate my curiosity. Hel rolled her eyes. I felt myself wince. I'm sorry about your father. Seriously. Hel looked at me blankly. I know, it felt just as awkward to say right now as it probably was to hear. But you deserve to hear it in case that I am mistaken about anything. I confessed. He wasn't exactly in my good graces. I don't presume to know the relationship you had with him. And my own disputes and hate aside, I figured I would err on the side of caution. Sometimes, a word of condolences could go a long way. I absolutely despised Loki with every fiber of my being, but I had no idea if he was a good father to her or not. It wasn't out of pity for Loki that I expressed my condolences, but for Hel. Hel seemed to study me for a long while before letting out a sigh. He wasn't so bad when I was younger. There were some points where I might have even called him a good father. But those parts died and they were buried in the depths of my heart never to return. I mourn the man my father was, and could have been. But I have no love for the man that got his rightful punishment. She let out a long breath before a gentle smile returned. But thank you, I appreciate the gesture. I fumbled around in my ring, pulling out a kaleidophone. I wasn't able to reward you with anything at the time, there were limitations, some of them being that you were already a goddess. However, I can personally give you something I think you would like. A phone. She questioned. It's special. You'll be able to talk to Thorum with this one in particular. I explained. After sitting on the throne of Asgard and everything that happened during my tenure on the throne, I was able to see Yggdrasil in its entirety. Yggdrasil encompassed everything here. Its invisible roots and branches literally surrounded the entirety of the 9 realms. We were inside Yggdrasil at every point in time regardless of where we stood within the 9 realms. It's no wonder my magic was acting up. And I assumed this was the case in some capacity before, and with Izzy's explanation, but to see it for myself, it's like trying to get cell reception in a lead-lined sealed room. However, my time being able to see everything did allow me to understand how to adjust for such a thing. It wouldn't be too much of a hassle in the future. And Yggdrasil itself wouldn't try to move to block me or my magic in any case anymore. I think it linked my magic feeling to me now. I see. Her eyes lit up with clear understanding. Thank you. I nodded, and cast a very quick and subtle spell to project my voice slightly to only her. Word of advice, be extremely blunt. Also, he already has a girlfriend, but that may not be a barrier, but that is between you and them. Hel blinked and looked at me then at Thorum. She didn't say anything, obviously she noticed the small act of magic, but her look expressed all the thanks she wanted to say. Everything else between them was their own business and I wouldn't meddle. Why don't we go have some girl talk? Izzy suggested. Hel just silently nodded because it seemed like she had a lot of things she wanted to ask. Thorum just stared at them then at me. Did something happen? I pat his shoulder. Don't worry about it. All right. He smiled. I perked up because I saw someone else I knew and he noticed too because he happily came strolling over. Wilhelm. Serorg greeted me happily. Hey Serorg. I smiled. He reached his hand out and I happily took it. I'm glad you're doing well. You were in rough shape there, but that's to be expected, you fought a hard battle. Well, we managed to pull through. He nodded. And who is this? Hello, I'm Thorum, Wilhelm's friend. Hey, I'm Serorg, his cousin. Jesus, there's two of them. You were the one with the dragon? Serorg asked. Aye, that's Durnavir, he is a mighty companion to have to battle with. What manner of battle did you fight? To be a cousin of my friend, you must be a fearsome warrior as well. Serorg laughed somewhat bashfully. Ha ha ha, well, I hope so. I don't have much more than my own fists, but we were able to fight one of those powerful Jotuns. With help from my friends, we were able to defeat it. That is a feat worthy of a story. Thorum laughed along with him. Those giants are powerful, to fight and defeat one with the aid of your comrades, you are mighty indeed. And just like that, they're best friends. One of the warlords from Jotunheim, right? That's what I heard. Sai nodded. If not for Valle and Biko along with the others, I would not be confident in winning even with Regulus' help. I was able to finally achieve Balance Breaker during the fight and we somehow beat him. Congratulations, that's not an easy thing to do. I was sincere in my praise. Most people go their whole lives without achieving Balance Breaker. Haha, well I can't compare to you, yet. He slapped my shoulder, which actually hurt in my current state. I will catch up soon. I smiled then looked at Thorum. And you, don't think I didn't notice you manipulating time with your shout. We're going to have to play around with that later. Aye, it was a surprise I wished to show in a duel with you, but alas, the situation was dire. Thorum sighed. And I appreciate you helping. Don't worry, it's powerful and I'm not sure how I'm going to even counter it just yet. Serorg perked up. Why don't we fight? Thorum's eyes widened. Yes, that will be quite the battle. Seriously, there's really two of them. But fuck, I wanted to join in but my body would probably cry if I even tried. Hey Serorg, where's everyone else? Oh, they're busy with their stuff. A lot of them had to check in with their factions and report what happened. And you don't? I tilted my head. He shrugged. Right, fuck it then. Well, who cared? And who's gonna give him shit? He along with the others fought a god-level opponent. I can't say it was even on the level of Susanoo, but god level is still god level. I'll probably be heading out soon too. Do you plan on sticking around? Serorg shook his head. I was just waiting until everything was settled. Regulus wanted to sit around for a couple of days too and laze around since we were getting good treatment. He worked hard so I didn't want to tell him no. Well, a lazy cat is gonna be a lazy cat. As for me, with a quick look inside my ring, I looked at the scythe that was weighing a bit on me right now, figuratively speaking. It was then that I had the realization that I had no idea where Rhea actually was. And in particular, I knew exactly one Greek deity that could answer that question. I just wasn't too keen on meeting Hades when I knew he was probably pissed at me. And that's not something I could put off, I would have to do that before heading back home. Maybe I should bring someone to act as a shield. Odin would work, but he's probably needed here at the moment. Ratatoskr. Actually, where is that squirrel? Have you guys seen Ratatoskr? Nay. Thorum shook his head. The squirrel? Serorg asked. That's the one. Serorg actually blushed and coughed. He has not left his room along with Lady Freya. You can check for yourself, you only need to go near their room to hear. Respect. Thorum nodded and even Serorg followed suit. Speaking of furry animals, I felt Sir Wiggles approaching quickly. He zipped through the air and I caught the king of Asgard happily. His little crown was still on his head. Quickly, Lady Wiggles also landed on my shoulder. Oddly, Sir Wiggles was acting strange, he kept nudging me and sending me strange feelings through our familiar link. Like, usually I can decipher them, but he felt anxious and excited. He kept nudging me towards Lady Wiggles until I looked at her, tilting my head and picked her up. I felt a bump on her little tummy and my eyes widened in realization. You're pregnant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 5th part of the Looking Glass Omake is up on Patreon, 6th part should be up in the next few days as well. Chapter 511, Chapter 462. Thanks for coming with me. Do you really think I would leave this for you to deal with on your own? Izzy glanced at me. I shrugged. Probably not, but I just wanted you to know that I appreciate you. I finished with a smile. Surprisingly, she grabbed my hand, taking it in hers. Something weighs on you. Other than everything. I responded with a hint of sarcasm. She lightly nudged me. You know what I'm talking about. I feel a little bad about leaving while they have to clean up their mess. I admitted. You realize that they were thrilled to have a mess to clean up, right? Izzy looked at me. You have done far more than what would be expected of you considering the circumstances. They are no fools, Wilhelm. Despite what they project, their attitudes, and their preferences, they are gods that are older than most civilizations in the world. They are aware of what you want and they are happy to not push any more responsibilities onto your plate. Besides, they have their own pride too. As thankful as they are, and trust me they are extremely thankful, you are barely an adult by human standards, and you succeeded where they would have failed. Logically, I understand. Emotionally, I feel like I just left a huge mess in their arms and walked away. That's because you're a good person. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. I pursed my lips. I'm incredibly selfish and greedy. So. What do you mean, so? Why do those things stop you from being a good person? Vengeful. I added. Lustful. Prideful. Lots more that I could keep adding. What's gotten into you? She stopped in her tracks, forcing me to stop along with her. My immediate reaction was to deny the issue, but I relented. Musuting, I said something to me before. I didn't have time to think about it, but now that the adrenaline wore off and that my mind isn't racing or we're in danger, I've been thinking about it and it's been bothering me. What did your spirit say to you? He asked me if it was worth losing over 700 years of my lifespan for people I don't know, and for a conflict I had no stakes in. I wouldn't call it a significant number. For someone like me, it isn't particularly relevant. Even for devils, I believe it's said that a newborn devil can expect to live at a minimum of 10,000 years or so if nothing changes. But you are far from ordinary. I know, relatively speaking, it's not very long in terms of my entire lifespan considering the future. I put a hand on my chest. My dragon heart for one will have some effect on that. Becoming a campione as well has increased it significantly. My spiritual power has an effect on my overall lifespan to a certain degree. My aura has a slight boon to it as well. However, you're barely into your 20s. That's nearing 35 times the life you've currently lived. It's not wrong to be contemplating such a thing in your shoes. But I couldn't answer his question when he asked. I admitted. I still don't know the right answer. What does that say about me? She put a gentle hand on my cheek. That just says you're human. She said with the most kind and gentle smile. I don't know why, but I felt something weird inside of me. Under my divinity, under my draconic nature, under my aura, my spiritual powers, my magic, and even under my devilhood. I think I forgot. With all the changes I've gone through, the world stage I stepped on, the opponents I fight, the conflicts I'm involved with. There's one truth I've held onto since the beginning, even if it fell to the back of my mind in recent times. I couldn't help but smile in return. I guess I forgot that at my core, I'm still human. As if something clicked, I felt something stir within my soul. I unconsciously looked inward and my eyes landed upon the golden acorn that the world tree gave me for my services rendered. It vibrated in place and ever so slightly, it cracked. And the tiniest speck of green peeked out, greeting the world. Is something wrong? Izzy looked at me in concern. You just went blank for a moment. Sorry, I just turned my sight inwards. I'm good. I felt a lot of exhaustion sort of wash off me. Thank you for reminding me, I don't want to forget my roots and it's easy to lose my perspective with everything that's been happening. She leaned over and kissed my cheek again. Any of us would have done so. The you that has a human heart is the men we've all fallen for. I wanted to jump into my soul and figure out what was happening, but since Musuting I didn't speak up, it was safe to assume that there was nothing bad happening. I had something important to do at the moment, so I would shelve that for when I had free time later. Which, I was going to have a lot of free time in the foreseeable future because I deserve a vacation. Both Izzy and I stepped onto the sands beyond the river Styx and immediately I felt the weight of the underworld bear down on me. Hades, stop being rude. Izzy said casually. The weight then receded quickly, and listening very closely, I believe I heard the chastisement of Persephone. The ground shook and the familiar form of a three-headed dog trotted over, tongues hanging out of its mouth as it looked at us excitedly. "Hello Cerberus, have you been a good boy?" Izzy was quick to give him lots of pats on the snoot. Cerberus barked, and nearly sent a tidal wave down the river Styx. I was about to do something to fix it, thinking that was perhaps not a good thing, but the waves upon it unnaturally came to the still and abated. Gradually my head turned to see a certain black-haired petite girl sitting on the edge of the river, her bare feet resting within it. Nyx simply sat there, not even bothering to look our way. Cerberus looked her way, but paid her no heed. Instead all three of his heads looked at me and he fell to the ground, letting out a low whine in my direction. I think I knew what he wanted. I called upon the wiggliest of rabbits and let my familiar come out to play. Cerberus immediately started bouncing around, causing the ground to rumble in his happiness. Sir Wiggles landed on his head and it seemed like they were silently communicating before Cerberus looked at me again and Sir Wiggles landed on my head this time. I let Lady Wiggles out to join them. Cerberus, curiously, did not show that same energy as before. Rather, the three-headed dog was very calm and seemingly polite as Lady Wiggles greeted the divine beast and him in turn. She slowly floated up to land upon Cerberus' head and my familiar joined her. The three-headed dog just trotted off with a strange gentleness to it. Well, that just happened. Izzy deadpanned. I shrugged. Hades, are you going to greet us, or should we go home? Izzy threw her hands up on her hips. A very disgruntled grumble echoed out as the god stepped through the shadows, standing in front of him. He had his arms crossed and frowning with a cheerful Persephone by his side. "Hello Izanami, how are you?" The goddess greeted her. "I'm doing well, Persephone. As much as I can be," Izzy said casually, apparently ignoring the grump god next to her object of conversation. "After Wilhelm's adventure, I'm debating on if I should chain him up in Yomi so he doesn't get into trouble any longer. You can borrow some of our chains if you want." Persephone's lips curled. "Dear." Hades's voice was oddly high as he swung her head to her. "Oh, stop being a prude, they probably assume we do much worse than things like that." The goddess rolled her eyes. "I'm more than aware that my brother has ruined any semblance of reputation for us in that department, but it's the principle of the issue." Hades pointed out. "I wasn't going to judge you for what Zeus gets up to." I decided to interject. Hades looked at me and let out a sigh. "Oddly, that is more kind to hear than you could imagine." Hades held his hand up. "Let us continue this in private." He paused and looked towards the river Styx. "Lady Nyx, you have been much more active in recent times. There have been much more interesting things happening in recent times," she said emotionlessly, not even bothering to turn around. Hades politely nodded her way and snapped his fingers, bringing us all to the secret room we used before. Simply a stone chamber with a table and seats inside. However, it was so heavily guarded that I was silently pondering how difficult it would be to escape even with my magic. I guess after Nyx's previous warning, Hades took things more seriously. Without wasting time, I took out the scythe I received from Kronos and set it on the table. Hades didn't speak, rather he lifted his hand to pick it up. He ran a hand down its edge and wooden handle. I have not seen this since it was turned against me during our rebellion. It disappeared very quickly afterwards. He let out a sigh, putting it back down on the table. "My father, did he fight well?" "It was the best fight I've ever had," I admitted with full genuineness. "Good, that's good." Hades had a complicated look on his face. I would be angry if he lost without putting forth his best and being a bigger shame than he was before. He said that, but I could tell there were other emotions hiding underneath. "I'm sorry for what I had to do, but I'm not apologizing for doing it." I jumped straight to the meat of the issue. Hades' aura flared up for a moment before settling down. "Devils, always so infuriating. You had no right. He invaded the 9 realms, and I was the acting king of Asgard, I had all the right. He should be imprisoned here. He broke free once. With outside help. And look at that, Loki initiated Ragnarok, using his outside help as well. He should have been handed over after his defeat." Hades frowned. "Tell that to Yggdrasil. He did something that couldn't be ignored, and the World Tree demanded punishment." "The World Tree," he said quietly. I took out the box and set it on the table for them to see. Both Persephone and Hades nearly reeled back at the baleful aura. "Why do you have that?" Kronos and Hyperion were, presumably, under Loki's orders to use NHGGR as a vector to infect Yggdrasil with that thing. I pointed to the box. "As you can clearly see, it's Pandora's box." Hades let out another tired sigh, rubbing his eyes. "Damn it Zeus, why didn't you notice this was stolen from right under your nose? Odin's rightfully angry, you know." "As he should be," Hades admitted. The All-Father is many things, but he is practical. I assume he left you to express his annoyance for this particular situation. I nodded. He's not going to hold it over your head. Odin isn't an idiot, most of the time. Obviously no fault can be thrown at your feet, and it's even minimal for Zeus. Every side was played heavily by them, we're just trying to pick up the pieces as we try and catch up. That box gives off a disgusting aura and it angers every fiber of my being that it simply exists. Hades scowled looking at it further. What do you intend to do with it? I haven't figured it out. I was going to ask Pandora for her thoughts. Hades groaned. I forgot that you are her adoptive son. His words were carefully chosen. Keep it on you for now, I trust no one with it for the feeling it's giving me. Nyx made a comment about it reminding her of something bad. Of course. Hades groaned. I will attempt to investigate, but don't expect much. Not to team up, but that's not the end of it, Hades. Izzy spoke up. Hel was chained by her father using the same chains that were used to tie up Zeus to his throne. At this point, I had a feeling that Hades was going to teleport up to Olympus and start a brawl with his brother. This is valuable information, thank you. When next I go up to discuss what happened in the Norse realms and Zeus inevitably throws his tantrum regarding our father, I will reveal this to him and it should make him paranoid enough to become quiet. And the fact that if he tried anything Odin and them just have to point to that and ask them for an explanation. Frankly, there wasn't much ground for the Greek gods to stand on. But that hasn't always stopped them in the past. Is Hel all right? Hades finally asked. Persephone happily squeezed his hand. I was worried about her too after hearing the brief report on what happened. She is doing well enough. Izzy nodded. I'm sure you can imagine what she's experiencing right now considering it was her father. Hades didn't need to reply to that, the look on his face said it all. Are you presenting my father's side as a gesture of goodwill? Sorry, that isn't for you. By your tone, it doesn't sound like you are keeping it. Admittedly, I am not shameless enough to demand it as you are the one who defeated him. What are your intentions? I promised him that I would give it to your mother with a message. Hades became quiet and contemplative. Very well, I will show you where she is living after we finish. I will not begrudge an oath you made to my father. You want a full rundown of what happened? I asked. He put a hand up. I have the general idea, I will speak with Odin later about the finer details as I have to ask him other questions. I will be making use of our alliance to get a leg up on my siblings through this so there is no need for you to waste your time. No, I am talking about the other matter we discussed. The matter of the holy relics. Precisely. Hades confirmed. Withdraw the spear. I didn't hesitate to put the spear of Longinus onto the table. It was still wrapped up tightly without much holy power leaking out, but its cracks and battered appearance were still obvious. Hades put his hand on the table and the shadows swirled around him until a golden crown appeared next to it. The Iron Crown of Lombardy, you found it. I marveled at the sheer holy power the thing was radiating. It was almost like I was standing in front of an archangel. Did you run into any problems? Funny you mention problems. It seems that I have completely cut ties with Cow's brigade through this action. What happened? It was owned by a young woman named Meredith Ordenton. A budding magician born to a commoner and a member of the British royal family. She was ostracized and they pushed her out. She was distraught and angry at the actions of the royal family, which made it easy for a certain entity to possess her in some capacity. It seemed that it was not a completed possess as I was able to separate the entity and the human. But if it had occurred even months later, there would have been far more issues. Who? Akamana, a godly entity, but more a demon than a god. It is subordinate to Ngramenu. Hades stated. I felt myself fill with disgust as the name Ngramenu was spoken. Did you have any trouble? Both myself and Thanatos were able to handle it easily. Its strengths do not lie in battle, but subterfuge and manipulation. However, killing a god that wishes to flee is no easy task, especially for a cowardly entity like Akamana. At this point, I am fairly sure it has revealed what I had done and I will no longer be falsely considered an ally to the organization of evil gods. It's unfortunate, but it would have happened eventually. Hades shrugged. It is what it is. They will not outright be hostile to me, but the semblance of trust they seem to place in me will now be gone and I wouldn't be surprised if they attempted to test me with some matter or another. Frankly, I will weigh how much I can gain by continuing this facade or not. I hesitantly reached over and picked up the crown. It did not react violently to me, perhaps because the spear began to tremble. Almost like an unconscious movement, I pushed the crown against the spear. One of the oldest insignias of the faith. It even contained one of the holy nails that were used to pin Jesus to the cross. Holy power cascaded off in every direction as the wardings around the room fluctuated. The groan gradually began to be sucked into the spear until it disappeared entirely. The cracks along the spear also began to mend at visible speeds. They lit up in a golden light and like flesh, it was mended back as if it never occurred. The spear itself shined with a renewed luster and all the bindings I had on it shattered at once, revealing its full glory once more. I do not suggest doing what you did before. I am not sure if providing it with another relic will restore it if it becomes as damaged as it once was. Hades spoke. I picked it up, happy to have my spear back again. Believe me, I hope to never have to use that again. Come, I will take you to see Mother. Persephone held Izzy back so they could chat for a while, but honestly, I think Hades just didn't want a crowd. I did not expect our destination either. Hades teleported us to a quaint little hamlet in New Hampshire, in the United States. America. I raised a questioning eyebrow. Hades, whose powers fluctuated enough to alter his clothing to something less flamboyant, simply shrugged. Where do you think people go to retire? There are plenty of gods, or ancient beings that live within these lands because they have become disillusioned with the world. And no one bothers them there. I mean, I knew that no one really caused trouble in the States, but it seemed odd that even gods live here undisturbed. There is an unspoken agreement that these lands are protected by most factions in the world. Any god who deems to cause trouble here would find themselves in a world of trouble themselves by many. My mother is not the only one who treats this place like her retirement home. Right, even gods have parents. Many of which have probably stepped back from their responsibilities. The easiest way to piss off a bunch of gods is to kick up a fuss around their parents who are just trying to live peacefully. And considering that, I guess that's where the whole "America is neutral" concept emerged in the wider supernatural community. I will need to make a trip to give thanks to the local god that still persists here. He mumbled something about providing a bit of divine power as payment. I thought the local gods were gone. Hades looked distant for a moment. Less than a handful remain. Far too few in consideration for how many once walked these lands before settlers arrived some centuries ago. It was the quickest anyone has ever seen a pantheon of gods disappear from the world and nearly entirely by human hands. I didn't feel like it was right to ask for an elaboration. Almost felt like a taboo subject among the gods to speak about, so I held my tongue. Hades walked up to one of the very normal-looking houses. Honestly, I could detect absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, this whole place had not a lick of supernatural inclination anywhere. With a knock on the door, it was opened quickly. A tall woman with bright green hair and a few flowers in it answered. She had perhaps the most significant mother feeling I've ever felt from someone bar my own mother. Hades. She practically screamed, throwing her arms around the god. Hello, Mother. He just accepted the big hug despite his stoic appearance. Look at you. Have you been eating well? Is Persephone treating you okay? You're not fighting, right? I have a guest room if you were kicked out. Are Zeus and Poseidon fighting again? Mother. The god of the underworld huffed indignantly. Well, come on in. I haven't seen you in ages. I was here last month for dinner, Mother. Hades grumbled. She ignored him and walked inside. You can bring the mortal that smells like my husband as well. I looked at Hades and he just nodded. As soon as I stepped past the threshold, I could feel the divine power that permeated the house. It wasn't an intentional exuberance, but just the passive absorption from a god living within this building for a long period. Or rather Titan in this case. Frankly, it was surprising that I couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary until I got inside. Then again, she was unfathomably older than I am, so it shouldn't be a surprise that she knows a few tricks I'm not privy to. But it was a very warm place. It felt like a true home. Do you want something to eat or drink? I didn't expect you, otherwise I would have baked something yummy. We're here on business, Mother. Humph, you should just come to visit because you love me. I do, rather often. Hades sat down at the table, propping his head up in exasperation. And you are welcome to come to the underworld whenever you want. You know your brothers would throw a fit if I showed any favoritism. Then visit them too. Even Zeus wouldn't say anything if you dropped in on him when you felt like it. I don't want to ruin their images, you know their egos would get bruised if their mother came into their kingdoms and started mothering them. She smiled sadly. And I'm different. The god of the underworld huffed in annoyance again. You're much more insular and everyone there is already used to your wife pulling your leash. She patted her son on the cheek. Mother, must you in front of the mortal? Hades groaned. You're the one who brought him here for me to meet, that means it's fair game. She giggled. Hello, Lady Rhea. I found it the best opportunity to properly greet her. The Titan in question seemingly cleaned her hands on the apron she was wearing. I was momentarily stunned because she was honestly one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And you're the mortal who killed my husband, are you? I looked at Hades. My mother keeps abreast of events that happen in the world. He said simply. He's alive, sorta. You fought him all by yourself. She gave me a scrutinizing look. Yes, ma'am. I nodded. Yes, I can see what all the fuss is about. Really, mortals these days are so fierce. He said the same thing to me at one point. Rhea just chuckled. I'm sure he would. He must have been utterly confused at the state of the world once he escaped his prison. Apparently, he got his hands on a phone and played around with it. The Titanist just let out a beautiful laugh. I can't picture it at all. Hades, can you imagine your father trying to work a phone or handling being insulted by some anonymous mortal across the world? Hades, for his part, found amusement as well. Rhea quickly settled down and looked up. If he had come to ask forgiveness and wanted to settle down, I would have taken him. If he just gave up on all the foolishness and wanted to live with me, I would have put everything in the past. Mother. Tell me, mortal. What message did he trick you in relaying? Rhea's expression shifted and she looked at me. He wants me to know he's sorry, right? Yes, ma'am. I nodded. Of course he wouldn't say it in person. She scoffed. He told me he was sorry every time he devoured one of our children. He promised me he would be better, but the madness and paranoia always won over. Always telling me he was sorry, not once has he ever given me a reason to believe him. I took out the scythe and put it on the table. He also wanted you to have this. Rhea froze when she saw it. That, stupid man. She huffed. Thank you for passing along his message. It's what I should do. I said simply. I'll head out. I felt like I shouldn't stick around at this point and that I was intruding. Hades acknowledged it and I felt like we would have another chat in the near future, but he had family things to worry about right at this moment. I took out my phone as I left the house and messaged Izzy, because I was finally heading home. I barely opened a portal and set foot in my home before I heard a loud "Daddy" and a fluffy torpedo hit my chest. I hugged my daughter tightly and I felt all the remainder of my anxiousness, regrets, exhaustion and other negative emotions slip away. Not only Kunu but the others were here too. Yasaka joined her daughter in a family hug. Welcome home. She whispered. Quick to not let me room to breathe as the two foxes finally released me, Reiko pushed my head between her bountiful bosom and hugged me tightly. Mommy was worried. We all were. Venelana grabbed me from behind. Though, I already knew you were okay at this point. She giggled. Surprisingly, Salem was here too and she went up right into my personal space with a scowl on her face. She grabbed me by the collar and seemed to look me over. Are you hurt? Nothing too serious. I reassured her. She let go and turned away, but I felt the concern she was trying to hide. Will. Jean threw herself at me almost like Kuna did. She was pouting as she looked up at me from our hug. You're okay, right? I'm fine, don't worry. Everyone else is all right too. They're all doing well. I confirmed. It was a hard fight and it was touch and go for a while, but we all pulled through. I'm glad. Jean smiled beautifully. Lastly, was my first love. Jean seemed reluctant to pull away, but she let me walk towards Meridia. Meridia was being standoffish with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face like Salem. Jin is not with you. She's still hanging out there, she made a lot of friends. Yes, I'm sure she has. It seems she is no longer a spirit now. So you heard. She messaged us continuously, along with the reports we received from your other paramours who were present. She has made it a point that we are now officially sisters because we're both goddesses, and I have to refer to her as such. Her lips twitched slightly as she tried her best to keep the scowl going, but I could vaguely see the amusement present. I will have to give her an earful later and make sure there are no residual problems with her new ascension. Her original existence was already something odd and remarkable in a way. I fear there may be some problems with her now that her existence has changed. Izzy expressed some concern as well. Good, she is wise. Meridia nodded in approval. But that is a matter for later. Ah, is this the part where I get an earful? I prepared myself. Rather, she placed a gentle kiss on my lips against my expectations. Welcome home, my love. I'm home. I wrapped her up in a big hug. Yeah, I really need a vacation. Actually, wasn't Kunu's birthday coming up? Well, that's going to be rather interesting. Asterisk. Part 6 of Looking Glass Omake will be up later today on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 512, Chapter 463. Hades POV. Devils, always causing me so many problems. Even when I called one an ally, it's nothing but additional work dropped in my lap. Did they think that running the most utilized/populated afterlife in the world is easy? No, they only thought of themselves regardless. Izanami needed to smack some sense into her new lover, let him understand how demanding my job was. Of course it was Mother who asked this of me, but it was the devil brat who initiated it all. I'm the one who had to explain to the others of my family what happened over on the north side of the world. I'm also the one who needed to placate them, to warn them off from doing something inevitably stupid on their parts. I'm the one who has to soothe both my siblings who will want to go and kill off father properly and take back his remains. At least he was a reliable ally. That was more than I can say for the All-Father. And it was better than dealing with my siblings, admittedly. He offered me the proper respect, and he was easy to get along with. Izanami clearly loved him to put up with him, Cerberus liked him, and even Persephone liked him. There really is not much more I could ask there. I stepped through a teleportation circle, and only destruction met my eyes. All-Father. I greeted the person there to meet me. Skull and Bones. He grinned at my arrival. I ignored the nickname he gave to me. This place is utterly wrecked. Yup, it was quite the raging party. He laughed happily, but there was a look of melancholy to him. It could have been worse though. I have been to Asgard a handful of times in my existence, and it was a magnificent city befitting of gods. I could not claim that Olympus was superior in any meaningful way, and seeing it in this state, it made me ponder how I would feel to see Olympus brought to a similar state as well. I find myself disgusted by this welcome. I scoffed in annoyance. You should have at least had the decency to clean up. Well, excuse me, your majesty. He did an exaggerated bow. Do you want me to roll out a red carpet, maybe have Freya fondle your balls while I'm at it? I looked at him, then back at the surroundings. In the distance, I could see the residents of Asgard cleaning up and beginning to rebuild. I will send some materials after I return home. Thank you. The All-Father politely returned. I waved it off. You have my gratitude for allowing my sudden intrusion. I can understand that my presence would be off-putting considering who was partly responsible for the state of your home. We're smart enough to know who to blame, brat. Odin grunted. But I'm still keeping this on the down low. Go take care of your matters and leave on your own. Even so, I apologize, All-Father. They were under my watch and escaped. And from what the brat told me, even the primordial knight was caught off guard. What could you have done that she couldn't? There's no need to make an excuse for me. I shook my head. Regardless of the circumstances, I failed in my duty. Fine. Even though you originally offered to help, and I declined you. All-Father let out a sigh. Just send some stuff to help us rebuild and we'll call it even. He says that knowing that the underworld's riches are beyond measure, and I already offered such unconditionally. It's times like this that made it difficult to dislike him. It would be insulting to him if I pushed further. How is he doing? Odin silently looked off onto the horizon. I had no doubt his gaze reached where I asked about. He is behaving. Well, there are miracles left in this world then. I snorted. It might not be what you expect. He stated. My expectations are low. I said with a dry tone. Odin shook his head. It's not for me to say, but if you want to hear the words of an old man like me, perhaps you should keep an open mind. Whatever you decide, what your opinions are, they're yours to hold regardless. I found myself frowning. An open mind? Did you forget, All-Father, I am Greek. We are indignant, small-minded, and vindictive. Do what you want, Skeletor. Odin simply waved it off and began to walk away. Though, not before leaving a teleportation circle on the ground. I had a great many things to speak to the All-Father about, but I was grateful he was allowing me my personal business unabated. Stepping onto the teleportation circle, I found myself whisked away across the Norse realms. I did not quite know where I was, but I had no fear of a betrayal from the All-Father. All around me was wheat. The golden tide of grain spread out as far as I could see, with all but a simple path leading through the fields. I ran my hand through the many strands that stood tall and pointed towards the sky. It was peaceful. I couldn't help but look upwards at the sun and feel the faint familiar feeling as I did throughout this same field. My feet carried me across the fields up to a small cabin that looked newly built and still somewhat under construction. It was large, befitting someone of bigger stature, especially for the person sitting on the front steps, whittling away on a wooden branch with a knife. He paused when he saw me. He was lessened to a degree that I couldn't have imagined even from what I was told. Just his outward aura was but a fraction of his true terror. We stared at one another for a long period, neither of us initiating words. That was until another familiar figure joined us. The Titan of Light, beret of his namesake, approached with several large species of fish hanging off a stick over his shoulder. Hades. The Titan of Light acknowledged my presence. Uncle. I acknowledged him back. You abandoned your power to manifest down here? I glanced upwards again, realizing what he had done. Not to say it's anything drastic. He could retrieve his power at any moment, but as he stood here in front of me, he was significantly weaker than he was normally. The Titan of Light walked over to a wooden table, setting down his freshly caught fish. I was told to power the sun, that is what I am doing. He said simply. I couldn't argue with his logic. And I'm sure the All-Father didn't care if he does this as long as he didn't go around causing problems. With the current situation, I felt myself at ease. I was not in danger as they were now. Hades. Father. We finally spoke to one another after thousands of years. I didn't expect to see you here. He stated. I didn't expect to find myself here. I admitted. I see, you're acquainted with the mortal who defeated me, aren't you? I found myself frowning. You were able to deduce this. It's not hard to put together. He shrugged. Neither you nor your brothers, if you decided to come, would have approached so quickly. You all are far too cautious for something like that. Perhaps that's something you inherited from me. I believe you mean paranoid. I corrected. The distinction is often proven immaterial. Father appeared, peaceful, and it was strange to witness. I am surprised you trust the mortal so much to approach me like you are. I'm surprised with how highly you speak of him. Just from your tone, I can glean the respect in your voice. Ha ha ha, well, I can't not respect a mortal that defeated me. My ego is only so fragile, if I don't put him up on a pedestal, what else am I supposed to do? He laughed so naturally before settling back down. The world is so much different now. Mortals rule it for good reason it seems. He's not exactly the norm. Where there is one, there will be 2, and 4, and 8. They produce in such vast numbers and already populate all corners of Mother's blessing. Maybe it's time for us to step to the side. Careful, you're almost sounding wise. I rolled my eyes. A long life of regrets can open the most hard-headed person's eyes with enough time. He smiled wistfully. And do you mean it? Mean what? That you feel it's time for you to step aside. I narrowed my eyes. He reached up and scratched his head. You're probing my intentions, huh? I guess I can't blame you. He let out a sigh. How many from my time are still active across the world? Why did they all retreat and let the mortals take center stage? Maybe they saw something I've yet to see fully and I want to know. Even the cruel war god of these lands stepped off his throne and willingly handed it to his son. Am I worse than him? He looked up to the skies. Yes. Father didn't argue nor get angry. The Kronos I knew, he would have gotten angry at the slightest insult levied against him. You're right. Odin changed much from the past, and it makes me feel like a relic out of time. I feel irrelevant, outdated, and unneeded. You should know better than anyone, Father. Time waits for no one, not even us. I felt a strange twinge within my old heart. A truth that I should have pondered a long time ago. I let out a sigh as this talk did not go the way I had envisioned. Who aided you in your escape? I can't say. Someone still loyal to you then? I narrowed my eyes, clenching my fists. Perhaps a traitor, maybe. Don't overthink it. Father interrupted me. The only one loyal to me is at my side. He glanced at the Titan of Light who was quietly descaling the fish at the table. You need not be worried about any traps or traitors I hid within your court. Not even my old generals and comrades answered my call to arms. We had no reports of you approaching the other Titans we had under surveillance. Kronos chuckled heartily. I approached Atlas openly, arrogantly even. You know, one of yours stood there at the side, just watching as I did. Ares. I seethed in mild annoyance. He was employed to watch over Atlas. That brat. I hissed under my breath. Zeus' son certainly inherited his inflated ego. Don't mistake it for joining my cause, my grandson was most certainly not on my side. He expressed openly that he only wanted a conflict to erupt and not to expect his aid. Of course he would. He's been getting annoying over the years with the lack of large wars for him to play around in. Stupid war gods who can't live without bloodshed and death. Don't take him lightly, he was hiding a secret that I didn't delve into at the time. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. For him to give that kind of warning, what are you hiding, Ares? Father merely waved his hand through the air. Atlas denied me as well. He said he wanted to finish his punishment and walk free without needing to look over his shoulder for his life. I could feel the slight tinge of pain in his voice. I closed my eyes and let out another sigh. I'll talk to Zeus about ending his punishment soon. Thank you. I'm not doing it for you. I snorted, looking away. His punishment has lasted long enough. And certain behaviors should be rewarded. The one who freed us was not part of your world. Father said simply. Not our faction. Yes. Then who? I cannot say. He shook his head. I was unable to pay back the favor in doing so. I cannot reveal their identity at the very least. How frustratingly honorable. Trying to pry it out of him was pointless. Father was nothing if not a stubborn fool. I'll tell you something good though. He grinned. A secret I found out by chance when I was snooping around their little group. And why would you do that? Father just smiled. It's a gift for my defeat to the mortal. And what secret do you have, Father? Have you heard of something called the Sephiroth Grail? He asked, and I clenched my hands. I admit I had to look into what it was myself. But it's an interesting little trinket that could cause a lot of problems, and it's in their hands. That is, valuable information. I'm glad it's helpful to you. His expression softened and it made me feel strange. What do you intend to do from this point forward, Father? Isn't it obvious? He stood up, stretching his back. I got a harvest to look after. You intend to accept the punishment. A loser has no right to argue. He said simply. You really changed a lot. His expression shifted and he smiled wryly. Maybe, I don't know. I think that I can just think more clearly than before. He turned to look at me. Would it change things if I said I was sorry? No. I didn't think so either, but I felt like it should be done anyways. I'm only here as a favor to Mother. He paused and shifted emotions again. The mortal delivered on his promise. That's good. He did. I called forth the scythe in question and let it hit the ground. Mother told me to tell you that you are a coward for not doing it yourself. He looked at the scythe, then up to me. What? 5,000 years, not a second sooner or later. I made sure to repeat what she said exactly. She will be waiting. I don't know what to say. For the first time, I saw Father speechless. Then I don't care about whatever it is you want to say at this point. I grumbled. How about, would you like to stay for dinner? He smiled towards me. Are you serious? He shrugged. It couldn't hurt to ask. I wouldn't mind hearing stories about my children and grandchildren. We are far from accepting of you as our proper father and grandfather. I frowned. That's true. He didn't argue with me and seemed to accept my stance. However, I am already here, I may as well stay for a short time longer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. The crashing of the waves on the beach was one of the most soothing things to listen to. Especially with no other people around, particularly because I was within my soul and this was merely a memory of mine. Well, other people don't include both Drake and Musutingai who were enjoying it too. Drake in particular, he was diving in and out of the ocean further along the horizon and looked like he was having a blast. It didn't take long for Drake to come flying over, and he shrunk down to a much more manageable size, even if he intentionally hit the sand hard and kicked it up all over the place. This is fun. I can see why humans like playing at the beach. I'm sad I never did this when I was still around and kicking. I brushed the sand off me. I should get everyone to do a beach day. Drake's words suddenly gave me inspiration. Kunu would love it for sure, but everyone else, well, a nice little vacation would do wonders. That would be fun. Drake added. It would be a good avenue to keep a peaceful recuperation. Musutingai seemed to agree. Constant battles and a strained perception in the midst of danger will have negative effects if it's not nurtured with a healthy rest. Just relax, brat. You earned a good break. I turned to look at Drake. You're in a good mood. Why not? Albion now knows that my wielder killed a god in view of everyone. He has to live with that now that I'm the only rightly named Longinus right now. His smug was off the charts. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. I agreed. I'm glad to have the spear back in working condition again. Might have been a bit easier if I had it against the Titan. Regardless, your victory was well earned. Musutingai stated. Well done, you have come a long way from that boy who first stepped into the land of shadows. It felt nice to be told that. I fell backwards into the sand, looking upwards towards Musutingai. So, what's the deal with the acorn that decided to take up refuge in my soul? Why don't I show you? He offered, though he wasn't actually asking considering the scenery around us completely changed. We were then in a large and endless field, a circle of dirt in the middle with the particular golden acorn right in the middle, with a tiny hint of green budding from it. I forced myself up to look at it. I didn't really have much time or energy to consider it until this point, and it obviously wasn't dangerous at the very least. What's the big deal? Drake asked. It's an acorn, inside my soul, I think it's noteworthy enough to understand better. Watermelons have seeds, I don't see the big deal. I slowly turned to look at Drake with the driest expression I could muster, and he had the biggest shit-eating grin I've ever seen. Musutingai seemed to ignore us entirely as he stepped towards it. If you want a thorough explanation, I'm afraid you will be left wanting. Even you don't know. I'm not all-knowing, as flattering as it is to be thought of so highly, I'm mostly in the dark here as well. He hummed. At the very least, it's not dangerous. I spoke mostly rhetorically. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have left it alone. Your soul is under my protection, I will never knowingly allow something to intrude that will cause you harm. My Zanpakuto spirit reassured me. Except for Drake. Hey. Alas, he predates my arrival. Musuting, I sighed. Fuck you both, Imma eat the acorn. Don't eat the magical acorn. Imma eat it. Hush. Musuting, I quickly shushed us. The acorn vibrated slightly, and the little bud grew a fraction of an inch, barely perceivable even if I was watching closely. Curious. He rubbed his chin. I see now, it's reacting to you for its growth. Reacting to me? I raised a questioning eyebrow. Why would my thoughts and feelings have a bearing on its growth? It sprouted before, the reminder that I'm human. Yeah, I can admit that it was something I was slowly losing track of with everything going on, but it wasn't some heavenly enlightenment for me to realize and regain that bearing. Musuting, I held up a finger, cutting me off. Enlightenment doesn't need to be a large phenomenon or something ethereal and philosophical that one grasps. Only the further understanding of oneself to reach greater heights. It's something important to your intrinsic being that you realized and corrected for yourself. The seed of the world tree reacted to it because it was something that had substance to yourself. So what, it's going to grow every time I realize something important about myself. That sounded odd. No, it was simply a coincidence that this occurred right after you obtained it. If I had to guess, you are the vector for it to grow, everything you do will influence it. The original Yggdrasil grew in response to everything around it, the 9 realms formed, and it continued to grow to what it is today. This seed does not have anything else but you to focus on. As you grow, it will also grow in response to what it needs to be. And what is that exactly? What was it supposed to become? That is an interesting question, and I look forward to seeing the answer. Musuting, I smiled. So I now have a tree growing inside of me along with everything else. Well, you certainly have a lot of room here. Musuting, I chuckled and his eyes flickered strangely, like he was looking off into the distance and seeing things I couldn't. But I have a feeling that whatever it will become, it will be invaluable to your goals. I took another look at the acorn and had a strange sense of attachment to it all right. I couldn't help but smile and reach down to lightly rub it with my finger. Keep growing, little guy, we'll see what you turn into. Imma eat it. Damn it, Drake, don't eat my baby tree. All right, that's enough. Musuting, I clapped his hands. You spent enough time in here, go back outside and rest properly. Everything else can wait until you had some time to relax. He didn't even give me time to argue before he pushed my focus outwards and I returned to the forefront of my mind. I shuddered slightly from the position I was sitting on the ground with Musuting I sitting across my legs and simply put it away, and pushed up to my feet. I looked around, noticing the lack of noise and presence around me. Not that I expected anyone to keep watch over me. I spent hours catching up with everyone, but I didn't want to put off checking on myself as well, and they understood. There was only one person nearby, and I walked down the stairs to find them in the kitchen. Have I ever told you how beautiful you are? I leaned up against the threshold of the kitchen. Izzy glanced back at me as she was apparently cooking. Yes, and I'm fairly sure it's because you have a certain fetish and get off on mothering. How did you find out? She stopped what she was doing and stared at me. Stop fooling around. She huffed, throwing the nearby dish towel at me. I walked up behind her, arms easily wrapping her up tightly. I'm not ashamed. Of course you aren't. She snorted. A person with shame wouldn't be rubbing up on my rear with a very obvious bulge. Don't just ignore it. She huffed, but didn't stop me. Are you finished with what you were doing? I wanted to have something ready for you to eat when you got up, I expected you to take longer. I'm all good, checked up on my soul and despite the weirdness, I got a clean bill of health by Musuting I and told to rest for a while before he kicked me out. I find it strange how your inner spirit is somehow more mature and responsible than you are. It just means I can focus on more important things. Like molesting me while I cook. Yes. Don't say it so bluntly. She turned around and lightly pulled on my cheek. Blame yourself for making me like this. Honestly, what am I supposed to do when the goddess of hips swings them around right in front of my eyes? I can't keep my hands off you. I gave her a cheeky smile. She covered her slightly flushed face. Did you seriously call me the goddess of hips? That damn Odin, I know he's been a bad influence on you. Oh no, I wasn't joking when I said you're entirely to blame. I looked at her with a widening smile. Someone made a certain promise to me. I whispered into her ear. And I think it's time I collect. She quivered slightly, and her flush deepened a tad, eyes darting away. You are far too perverted. It's a good thing I have a beautiful woman to satiate myself on, isn't it? Idiot. She huffed and started to undo the buttons on her pants. I will not be called a liar. Well, it's about time I corrected a cosmic mistake. The fact that Izzy's legs have remained unloved this long is an absolute crime, one I intend to very thoroughly correct. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Part 6 of the Looking Glass Omake is up on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 513, Chapter 464. Meridia POV. This realm was strange. Interconnected by a higher being in the form of a tree. Its roots and branches penetrated every corner of this space. They were simple enough to perceive for me, even if a portion of its existence was but energy that operated in a higher dimension. It wasn't too dissimilar from my own colored rooms. Obviously it couldn't compare to Oblivion in its entirety, but I had not much else to compare to as I was still new to seeing the sights outside from my own corner of existence. Oddly enough, the in-between, the dimension gap that everyone referred to that all these realms are connected to, it was almost like a smaller Oblivion in scope and scale. It was odd to see things so similar yet different. Regardless, the tree itself noticed my approach even when I hid myself from even the gods of this world. I could not find annoyance with this fact as it was something much older and more powerful than a mere god. It was peculiar, it reached out to probe me. Like a child wanting to touch something it didn't quite understand. There seemed to be a hesitance to its actions, unspoken feelings mixed with its metaphorical vines that reached for me, but otherwise, it was more excited and curious than anything. I reached out and allowed it to inspect me. It would do me no good if I was rude to a child, I had much more decorum than that. Once it was satisfied, I could vaguely sense it wanted to know why I was there. It seemed unable to communicate properly, even for beings of our caliber, perhaps it's still learning that aspect. Wilhelm did state that it was newly awoken, using the knight's artifact. And now that I could see it in person, so to speak, I could understand what he meant by such words. Truly, it had a smidge of a will that was more than something instinctual. Despite this, it would not grow to something beyond that. That small spark, it was just that. I could see into the essence of this being and knew that full will was something that went counter to its purpose and existence. What it has now was already a miracle of some capacity. It seemed to move out of my way as I did my best to relay my intentions. Or perhaps it didn't care about what I wanted to do and simply deemed it a non-issue in its perceptions. Regardless, I passed through the branches and entered these realms fully. I had a small desire to explore, but I pushed it to the back of my mind for my main purpose of appearing this far away from my love and his home. One of two reasons in this instance, but the latter was not something so urgent that I was required to travel this far. I came upon the main body of the tree that was centered around this realm. Its trunk opened up for me with but a thought and I ventured into its depths. At the darkest and deepest point of this tree, at the very end of these realms where no true light shined, and no living being could go without arduous effort, I arrived. There was one living being that persisted here, one that was damned to live its immortal life forever in darkness. And the being that caused a strange and unfamiliar fury to swell up inside of me. Even all the new experiences that came with taking a mortal lover, this was a new feeling. Anger at someone else for causing harm to someone I cared about. I have been upset in the past when Wilhelm had come to harm, but I have never had it so directed. In this dark pit, I allowed light to shine. I put a finger to the person's head, and even under his sudden and muffled noises I forced the light back into his empty eye sockets. I restored his vision and his words. Who? My finger twitched and his newly restored speech was taken away again. I surprised myself, I was not usually so rash nor harsh, but merely hearing his voice caused my anger to reach its tipping point. Although, it was just as grating to hear his unintelligible screams of pain after losing his tongue. Your name is Loki. I narrowed my eyes. Nod if what I said is correct. His eyes widened as my power washed over him. He nodded. I put a finger to his head and restored his ability to speak once more. If you speak again without prompt, it will be much more agonizing for you. He nodded his head promptly. There was something else there, was it hope? Did he think I was there to rescue him or perhaps enlist his aid in return for his freedom? I could understand his viewpoint, why else would anyone else visit him in this particular situation? Loki. I reiterated. I find myself in an odd situation and I am unsure of how to act. I don't consider myself a particularly vengeful person. If someone wrongs me, they receive a suitable punishment and I don't dwell on it further. Yet at this moment, someone has wronged me to a degree that I find myself believing that a simple punishment is not enough. What do you think? The not god licked his lips as if to test his new tongue. I would be more than happy to assist you in any vengeance, my wonderful lady. I ignored his attempts to gain my affection and attention. This world is, oh so small. That it is. So small and insignificant. Why, it wouldn't take much for one to crush it. The not God smiled despite his condition. Yes, it would not be difficult for me to crush it between my fingers if I chose. It was strange, I usually did not speak this much, I was not this open. I have seen many worlds come into existence since the dawn of the universe. This is but one of many, yet it has earned my particular attention. Do you know why? His eyes widened for a brief moment. And no. Because, against common sense and perhaps even logical thinking, I allowed myself to fall in love with a mortal man. And you harmed him. I can. I grabbed him, not allowing him to speak as my hand clamped over his face. He assuredly was going to attempt to talk his way out of the situation. I was aware of his peculiarities from Wilhelm. I was ancient before the space dust that became your world was even born. I pulled him up so he could meet my eyes. Your supreme beings, your dragon gods are but children in my eyes. You are to the insects in the earth as I am to you. So, I invite you to contemplate how utterly insignificant I find your existence right now. I threw him to the ground because this close proximity was grating to me. I removed his ability to speak again because I no longer wished to hear his words, his attempts to weasel out of any punishment. 700 years. It is a small number, insignificant in the scope of the universe, of creation. I could blink in that time frame and not notice the passing of the years. Yet, those 700 years belong to my mortal lover. My mortal lover who has no desire to live eternity, and one day he shall pass on as all mortals do. It is a small number, but those were precious years that you stole from me. Admittedly, he was not the one who harmed Wilhelm and stole away part of his lifespan, but Wilhelm seemed to have a good impression of the one he fought. I did not wish Wilhelm to get annoyed with me, and one does not punish the sword for cutting, but the one who swung it. This not God was the mastermind, so he will receive my full ire. There is not much I could add to your punishment, but to come here and not do anything, my anger would not be abated. You have something within you, something precious you also hold dear, and I will take that way. There was a spark of hope in your eyes at my arrival, I will squash that forever. I held my hand up and reached for him again. He just tried to crawl away, squirming and doing his best to attempt and flee. It was futile. You will never escape this prison, because it now extends to your own mind. Just a tap on his forehead, and his body went limp. Watch for eternity, trapped within your own mind, that should by some miracle that you even leave this prison, you will never escape it, for it would require someone far beyond a god to undo what I have done. What remained of his body went limp and he fell to the ground, yet I knew he could hear and understand everything I said. Disgusting creature. I did not wish to look upon him any further and left the pit he dwelled in. I cast my gaze towards the realm of gods to find the second object of my intentions for arriving here. She was not difficult to find, I was more than familiar with her aura, even after it changed so drastically. With a thought, I was in a library full of different texts, scrolls, and books. Big sis. Jin practically leapt out of her seat and grabbed hold of me. I was not unused to her shows of affections and perhaps, I enjoyed them. Hello, Jin. Did you come all the way here to see me? She looked up happily. Yes. Liar, she pursed her lips. Why did you really come here? I huffed in annoyance. You are annoying perceptive when you wish to be. Is it a secret? She tried to probe me, not so subtly. Does Wilhelm know? He does not need to know. I crossed my arms. Besides, he is too busy right now having his way with the death goddess. Aha. Her eyes brightened up. He's doing lewd things with Izzy. So it would seem. Ah, I wanted to watch. She hummed. Are you sure you don't want him to know you're here? Perhaps we should tell him about you. I narrowed my eyes. Why have you not spoken up about what's wrong with you? She looked down at the ground. I didn't want to worry anyone. Silly girl. I sighed, rubbing her head. Come. I pulled her to a place to sit down. I will help you. Explain to me what's wrong. Ah, well, Grandpa taught me how to split my thoughts into parallel streams. How many? I immediately knew what she had done. Only a few. How many? A little under 200. I flicked her forehead. Oh oui. She pouted. You are lucky you did not overly harm yourself. Even I do not have that many of my iterations out at a single time. Not that I couldn't, but having that much out gets annoying to operate properly. And a projection with a stream of my thought was no different in practice than multiplying her internal thoughts to process in parallel. I needed them to fight. She pouted again and I wanted to give her another flicker, but my hand seemingly had a mind of its own and instead began to run through her hair. Open yourself, and I will make sure you are not in any danger. Okay, she happily opened up her mind to my touch, not a single ounce of distrust within her. I could see her new changes, her divinity in the depths of her soul and how it permeated her whole being. It helped stave off the consequences of straining her mind so much. You couldn't turn them all off, correct? Yeah. She admitted. Please don't tell Wilhelm. Silly girl. We will keep this just between us. Okay, thanks big sis. She yawned as adjusted herself to lay her head upon my lap. Sleep, you will be well once you wake. I soothed her into a slumber. It would not be too difficult to shift those altered thoughts back into a singular focus. Simple, if tedious to perform. But a thorough check of her new status would not be remiss either. I would not allow her to be in any danger as long as I can help it. At *****. Warning. Izzy lewd ahead. Blowjob, thigh job. At *****. Wilhelm POV. Izzy faced me and undid the front button on her jeans, unzipping them slightly, just enough for a black color to peek through. My hand slowly moved down her back until I found her nice round butt and promptly clamped down. You just can't help yourself, can you? She shook her head with a little smile. Well, I suppose it falls onto me to indulge your lustful nature. Well, that was all I needed to hear. I pulled her close, hearing a small yelp of surprise from her as my head pushed against her chest. And my hands didn't waste any time appreciating her amazing ass. It was no Salem, but she certainly had a nice jiggle every time she walked, and I would admittedly get a bit hypnotized when I had the chance to stare. Are you just going to fondle my ass? She asked in disbelief as moments turned into minutes. Don't worry, we have plenty of time for me to appreciate you everywhere. I said cheekily. Playfully, she pulled on my cheek. Humph, such a perverse man. Her own hand crept down my stomach until it was between my legs, and she gripped onto my manhood through my own pants. Looks at this, you're already raring to go, and I offered you nothing but to rub against me. She continued to outline my full length with each movement. I think you underestimate what I would do to have your legs available to me. I looked up at her, and without warning my hand slipped into her back pockets and I yanked down her pants, revealing her nice round ass for me to fully see. She was wearing a pair of lacy black panties that seemed to barely stretch enough to accommodate her ample rear. Despite her teasing tone from before, she held a faint flush at my sudden action. How impatient, do I really entice you so much? You can feel me and you have to ask. I leaned in to kiss her, not stopping my appreciation of her behind. I want my Izzy. She huffed lightly, eyes darting away. I'm afraid if I don't satisfy your urges, you would mercilessly attack one of the others. I may as well follow through to protect them from your lustful advances. She abruptly grabbed my arms, and I was reluctantly forced away from her but before she gave me a very strange look before dropping to her knees in front of me. She wasted no time pulling my belt off and had she been any less gentle, I'm afraid my clothes would have been completely torn away. With a final gesture, she yanked down my zipper after unbuttoning my pants and was greeted with my full erection springing out and nearly hitting her in the face before she grabbed it. So, this is where all your confidence comes from. She eyed me, fingers gripped on my member tightly, just shy of being uncomfortable. Is it an offering fit for a goddess? She pursed her lips, her hand slowly moving along my length. How arrogant. Gradually, her lips moved closer and I felt a shiver go down my spine the same time her tongue slowly moved up and down on my cock. Don't misunderstand, MMMM. She took my tip into her mouth, her tongue exploring every inch of me, and with a light pop, released my cock. I'm only doing the minimum necessary for this. Though she said that, there was a certain enthusiasm as she continuously ran her tongue up and down. Well, she could continue as long as she wanted. Maybe I was about to say something cheeky, but all words died in my throat as her fingers wrapped around a very sensitive part of me. Humph, you were thinking something cheeky again. Her fingers lightly squeezed my balls. Izzy. My voice was a squeak at this point. Rather than a reward, you deserve a punishment for all the times you have teased me. Is this sensitive, Her head lowered, her tongue working down my full length until she reached the base and in one quick motion, she began to suck on my balls with just enough force to make my toes curl up. I had to grab her shoulders to stop myself from stumbling over, and her hand never left my shaft as her speed picked up and how she continued to stroke my cock. Unintentional groans from me only seemed to further exuberate her and the speed and force she used intensified ever so gradually that I really couldn't hold myself back anymore. Look at you now. She released my balls, pulling herself back until I was twitching in front of her face. I thought you wanted to enjoy my legs. She said coyly with a lascivious smile. But it seems you can't hold it in. I will take pity on you, you may deface this goddess. It was as if it was a command from her that brought me over the edge. She never stopped, her hand continuously squeezed me with each pump until the first spurt of my cum landed on her face, quickly followed by several more streams until very soon, she was literally dripping and nothing more came out. Still, she didn't stop stroking my cock even as she stared into my eyes with my seed running down her face. No one has ever sullied me like this. You better take responsibility. I gave her a warm and genuine smile. Don't worry, this is far from the last time. Cocky bastard. She huffed. How arrogant you became just because I let you finish once on my face. She finally let go and stood up. I should have squeezed your balls until there was nothing left, look at you still rearing to go like a dog in heat. She turned around and put her hands on the counter, positioning herself so her ass was facing me. Well, have at it. You wanted to enjoy my legs. As a goddess, I will bestow this blessing upon you, be grateful, because it is not one I have ever given before. It took a significant amount of self-restraint to not just dive into my meal. Rather, I pushed myself up against her back and slowly slid my hands down her rear until I got to her wonderful legs and made sure to inspect each and every corner. I spent far more time than I probably should have squeezing and rubbing these amazing legs, enough that Izzy began huffing indignantly. Must you tease me so much? She said softly, lowering her head so I couldn't see. It's already hard enough for me to keep myself composed in this situation. She muttered. Where did my strong and aggressive Izzy from a moment ago disappear to, I leaned in, pressing my cock against her butt. You were so sure of yourself when you had me in your grasp. Shut up. She huffed cutely with a tinge of red blanketing her cheeks, mixed with the evidence of my first ejaculation of the night. My hands crept up her stomach until they found the buttons on her blouse, and one by one, I began to undo them. Unrepented lecher. Her breathing quickened just ever so slightly. Despite her demeanor form before, well, I knew it had been a very long time for her. It didn't take but a moment before I yanked her bra down and her soft mounds were being gently played with between my fingers. HNN. She let out a very faint, but noticeable noise once my fingers brushed up against her nipples. Shut up. She managed to get out rather quickly, not even giving me a chance to tease her. My Izzy is cute. You're the only one who thinks so. She was doing her best to bury her head in her arms, leaving the rest of her body at my mercy. If I couldn't feel you rubbing against my ass with that big cock of yours, I wouldn't have believed it. She groaned as I lightly played with her breasts more. Just, get on with it. Get on with what? I asked, rolling her nipples between my fingers. Why you, HNN? She huffed, a little moan having escaped before she could catch herself. You're going to make me say it. You are a perverted man. Fine. Fuck my legs already. Music to my ears. I already positioned myself so my cock was between her legs, and I gently nudged them shut so she was squeezing me with those wide hips of hers. Slowly, I began to move, rubbing up between her thighs. Ah. She let out a soft moan. It wasn't only me getting pleasure out of this, her hips were moving on their own as I pressed up underneath her as well, the only thing separating our bits was the thin fabric of her panties. HNNN, I can't believe why you're getting off on doing something like this to an old woman like me. Her breath hitched slightly. It's your fault. I groaned, grabbing her hips. Telling me to take responsibility. You need to take responsibility. This is because of you, throwing these legs and hips in front of my face every day. Do you think I can hold myself back forever? I'm going to fuck these legs for the rest of our lives. Don't say something so ridiculous. She cried out, her cheeks utterly red from my shamelessness. Foolish, idiotic. She huffed, turning into a moan as she noticeably pressed further down with her thighs, rocking back and forth rhythmically along with me. How do you make my heart beat faster by saying something so perverted? Having Izzy squeeze me with her thigh, throwing her hips back and forth with her chest bouncing up and down, well, I didn't last long at all. Izzy. I groaned. Just go ahead and let it out. She said softly, a contrast to her indignant hisses from before. She didn't stop and continued to rock back and forth, her legs pressing down on me, and it was enough that I let out another groan and released for the second time. She held her hands in front, catching it from making too much of a mess, but I quickly coated her legs with my seed just as well. Both of us came to a stop, breathing heavier. Eventually, she released my cock from between her legs, a noticeable sticky mess hitting the ground as she turned around to face me. Look at this, I'm completely covered as your cum. She breathed out. Are you satisfied now? My legs have been thoroughly fucked. She drawled. I pushed my face into her boobs and grabbed hold of her nice soft butt, pushing myself back between her legs. I'm far from done. You said until I'm satisfied. She made a cute noise, whether one of complaint or bashfulness, I don't know. And how long will that be? She let out another of her adorable huffs. Don't know, let's find out. I had no idea where my limit was at the moment, but I was sure I was going to figure it out with the help of her delicious legs, and I had plenty of time to devote to this most important task. At *******. Lewd over. At ******. There was nothing like having a good time with one of my girls to put a pep in my step. Ladies. I greeted Salem, then Ilana, and Yasaka were all sitting around in Yasaka's garden, drinking tea it seemed. A tea party. Also, I was surprised Salem was still here. She's usually a lot less sociable than the others. Wilhelm. Yasaka smiled, answering first, gesturing to the open seat next to her. Am I interrupting? I wasn't being facetious either. I looked at the others. Seriously, if I am, tell me to go away. I don't want to interrupt any kind of bonding time you're having. We were wrapping up. Vanillana spoke. Salem didn't say anything, so I assumed it was fine to sit down and join them. Yasaka looked at me, her nose twitching, and slowly, a knowing smile grew on her face as her tail found my waist. Someone's in a good mood. Oh my. Vanillana covered her mouth. Who was it? Sorry, I don't want to hurt Salem's virgin ears. Oh, please. Salem snorted, rolling her eyes. I am well aware of the perverse acts you get up to. You have a harem, I am not oblivious to what that means. Does that mean you want to hear all the intimate details? I raised an eyebrow. Salem let out one of her adorable huffs. I don't need to hear about your intimate encounters. I reached over and squeezed her hand briefly. It was enough to see the phantom of a smile appear on her face. At least it let her stop being annoyed with me so overtly. How are you doing, dear? Vanillana asked. I'm good. Made sure nothing was wrong going on inside. Just going to relax for the next few days. I leaned back, feeling oddly at peace in this moment. Some rest will do you well. Salem seemed to approve. I haven't seen Achilles and Atlanta, are they still at Asgard? Yasaka questioned. Yeah, they wanted to stay there a bit longer along with Sasaki and Thorum. I can't blame them, it's a pretty cool place. They know how to reach out if they want an express ticket back. Otherwise, they can leave whenever they want by other means. Jin too. Vanillana pointed out. Jin too. I nodded. She's probably raiding their library at the moment. Some things never change. Yasaka chuckled. So, what was I not interrupting? I looked around. What were you saying behind my back? How arrogant, you think we only speak of you. Salem rolled her eyes. We have other interests. And what interests are these, I looked at her with a smile. Humph. She crossed her arms. If you must know, we were discussing a cooperative agreement. I blinked, not expecting that. Pardon. Yasaka looked at the others, then at me. Vanillana here had a wonderful idea she broached to both of us, and we've been negotiating. Essentially, Salem is going to be using her grim to dig up large quantities of dust, and I will be purchasing it for a steep discount. That is a good idea. I just didn't think Salem would, well, get involved like this. I was glad she was making an effort. What are you trading, exactly? This and that. Yasaka shrugged. Honestly, whatever she wants. But since she's just herself and maybe a handful of people, I do not require much. Salem simply. And dust is not worth much to me. Labor is also an irrelevant aspect, thus you need not be concerned. It will be extremely helpful to the upcoming war. Yasaka nodded in thanks. Speaking of, how's that going? It felt awkward to ask, as I was both involved and not really involved. Well, she said pointedly. Honestly, I was considering moving up the timetable. I originally wanted that 6 months prep time to let the initial fervor to die down. It would be no good for them to march into battle in a hysterical state. And that succeeded to a good extent, and preparations are nearing a state that I could be content with. It's your call, it won't take me long to start my calculations and research. I can get started on that so you know what kind of timetable you have to work with. I won't tell you to get started this minute, but let's approach that again in a week or so. Yasaka replied. Frankly, at this point, it's just getting our people trained a bit better and accumulating a nice nest egg in case things go badly and we have to sustain the resources needed for a prolonged conflict. Well, speaking of a nest egg, I have something I wanted to mention before, but Wilhelm was preoccupied. Vanillana interjected. Oh. I looked her way. What's up? I don't know if you knew, but you're rather popular in the underworld at the moment. I heard that from Zekrom, but I admit I didn't really care to look into it. It's exploded since what happened a few days ago. Especially since your devil features made an appearance in pictures and videos. I scratched my head. Is it really that big of a deal? Sweetie, you basically looked the part and filled it as one of the original Satans. Not only do devils worship power, but they have an almost reverent respect for the original Satans. I despise them in all honesty, but there's almost an inherent respect for them inside of me that I can't shake off. I actually saw a few things when I was taking a break the other day. Yasaka added. You're exceedingly popular amongst the lower caste of devil society. Sort of a poster boy for those born to lesser means to grow into status. They are aware that I both want nothing to do with devil society as a whole, and I'm technically born into a pillar family, right? I asked. Vanillana shrugged. The first is a hotly debated subject. The second, well, your success can be objectively pointed out as your own efforts and not merely a bloodline like my son, that many argue. Honestly, I have no idea how to feel about the idea of people putting me up on a pedestal like this. I admitted frankly. I know, which is why I didn't bring it up before, but it's a little relevant now. You see, after your popularity boomed, a lot of people started selling merchandise. You're kidding me. I'm afraid not. She giggled. Toys, pictures, other products. Other products? Salem raised a questioning eyebrow. Well, I was being polite. There was more than one brand of sex toy with his face attached to them. She replied. I am unsure of how to feel about your society. Vanillana just laughed at that. On one hand, I don't really care what they think. On the other, I'm a bit annoyed that my likeness is being used without my consent. I tapped the table. Well, you have two options from what I see. Vanillana held up 2 fingers. The first is that you can personally come down and take action. We do have our own laws, and other factions sort of have influence on some aspects. For instance, if we use the likeness of any other popular deities or such, we usually pay a portion of the profits towards the faction in question. Seriously. I was honestly surprised. You would be surprised. While gods in general don't usually have much use for mundane money and such, it's more the principle of the matter. You can think of it sort of as a tribute or a tithe. Yasaka explained. I suppose that makes more sense. What's the other option? I could handle it for you. She smiled. Give me a couple days and I would bring them all under heel. The only question would be if you wanted it to stop or rake in the profit. My default reaction was almost to immediately tell her to squash it all. But at the mention of profit, well, I was very forthcoming about being rather greedy. How much profit are we talking? Well, I honestly couldn't say. But it wouldn't be something insignificant. Of course there would be costs to properly manage and distribute everything, but you would be looking at a very hefty income source. Could you funnel everything into Yasaka's accounts? I asked. That wouldn't be difficult. You sweet man. Yasaka leaned over, kissing my cheek. You know you don't have to. You've already done so much. I know, but I want to. I gave her a smile. Yasaka let out a reluctant sigh. I won't turn down any help that's offered. You know our gardens have started producing the alchemy ingredients. We can start mass-producing the same potion soon. Oh, that's good news. I need to check up on the Igmalenia faction. They probably have a good amount of potions for me to pick up. It's very good news. Yasaka smiled brightly. Not just for the war, but afterwards, we'll have a significant source of income and our faction will flourish quite quickly. There's also one other matter I wanted to talk to you about. Vanillana spoke, flipping her hand over, producing a letter with a particular wax seal on it. I hesitantly took it from her hands as I opened it up and began reading it. Zekrom asked me to give it to you. He expressed that it was of high importance that you meet him at your earliest convenience. I skimmed over the letter. Blah blah, niceties, flowery words, lots of unnecessary stuff before he basically reiterated what Vanillana summarized in a single sentence over the course of several paragraphs. I tossed the letter on the table. How can someone use so many words to not say anything at all? It's a well-honed gift. Vanillana mused. But basically, he deems it prudent enough to be overt like this, which is somewhat out of character for him, so I would say that he isn't just being facetious with his statement. Annoying, but I guess it couldn't hurt. I mulled it over for a moment before deciding. He was oddly polite with me. I suppose I could return that goodwill he gave me. On an unrelated note, I had a thought and I figured I would ask. Would everyone be interested in a beach day? Oh. Yasaka perked up. That sounds like a wonderful way to relax. I've been needing to take a break myself with how busy I've been. I can squeeze in a day soon so that I can push all my work aside. That sounds like fun. Vanillana smiled. I glanced at Salem, who returned a blank look. Do I seem like the type of person who lounges around on the beach? Well, a little bit of wind was taken from my sails. If you don't want to come, I wouldn't want to force you. She rolled her eyes. I suppose I can attend if it is merely a day. And just like that, I'm picturing Salem in a bikini. I would pay untold amount of money to see Salem try and squeeze that butt of hers into a bikini. But the others as well. Jean too. Bikinis for everyone. I should go find Izzy again because clearly, it wasn't enough. Well, I had a sudden thought that seemed to squash all the lewd thoughts that were filling my head a moment prior. Maybe, if you want to invite other people. I looked up at Vanillana. I wouldn't be against meeting my half-brother. Vanillana's eyes widened, and a bright smile filled her face. I think he would like that very much. I will talk to my son and his wife about the particulars. Technically, I already met my half-brother, but then again, we hadn't exchanged a single word of dialogue. If there is nothing else, I will be returning home. Salem stood up from her seat. Do you mind if I come along? I asked. She quirked an eyebrow. Any particular reason, or do you simply wish to annoy me? Well, I always want to annoy you. But in particular, I thought we could work on a project together. You know about the poison and anti-magic sword I'm doing, right? I got enough materials and stuff that I feel confident in finally getting started on the actual process. Figured you would find it interesting. I do find myself curious about such an endeavor. Very well, let us depart to my castle. Have fun, Vanillana waved. When you come back, we need to talk about our plans for Kunu's birthday. But don't rush, go have fun and relax. Yasaka waved me off too. I wasted no time opening a portal to her castle like I've done in the past. We simply walked through and left my birth world behind. I will never get used to how convenient this magic of yours is to travel. Salem said simply. How do you wish to get started? It's complicated, so we have to do it step by step. Very well, what is the first step? Well, first thing first, we have to kiss, passionately, and for several minutes at a minimum. Salem crossed her arms and gave me a very deadpan look. Did you believe that would work? No, but I had a small bit of hope. I smiled innocently. She rolled her eyes again. Wait until we are done. She huffed, looking away slightly. I just straightened my tie because I felt myself getting overly excited. For real though, we should probably just find a suitable spot because some of this stuff is highly volatile. Like, I don't know if you can survive it even. She seemed surprised by that but acknowledged it all the same. I have a few places in mind that I don't care if they are rendered uninhabitable. I paused because I sensed something vibrating within my storage ring. I took out my scroll and realized that I had several missed messages. Which was to be expected, I should visit Pira while I was here. She knew that I wouldn't be receiving messages in real time and everything would be delayed. But she still sent me updates and not just from the surface level ones I read. I couldn't help but smile at some of them and made the mental promise to definitely go visit her when I was done. Though I had a video sent from an unknown number. Something wrong? Salem looked at me. No, just someone randomly sent me a video and not many people should know this number. Do you mind if I am in no hurry. She shrugged. I played the video and the image of a man I sorta recognized appeared. Was that the person next to Ojban that time I visited? What was his name again? Hey, this is Crow. The person in the video introduced, kind of slurring the last bit and nearly falling over himself. He was drunk, very clearly and obviously drunk. And I guess that answered my question on his name. He was quiet for several moments and I wondered if something was wrong before he started again. Oh, right. I was wondering if you could ask your grim booty call if she could give back the part of Amber's soul she stole. I'd appreciate it. And the video shut off. What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Next chapter should have part 4 of the Looking Glass Omake, otherwise, part 6 is up on Patreon.com. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.nc.o.m/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 514, Chapter 465 plus TTLG Omake Part 4. I was in all honesty, unsure on how to react. Salem. I turned to look at her after receiving the message that she clearly heard as well. Any idea what this is about? Salem's expression shifted slightly. Where do you think Cinder got her magic from? Wait, you just ripped out another girl's soul just to give Cinder magic. I was left speechless. I did nothing of the sort, it was Cinder's prerogative, I merely gave her the tools. Salem replied. And that makes it okay. I forced myself to calm down. Salem, this is not something I'm okay with. The frustration immediately set in. How am I supposed to react to this? This is exactly something I'd kill people for without batting an eye. Salem crossed her arms and scowled. It was before. What? It was before, you fool, she huffed. Salem. What do you think I did before we met? You know about my past from the spirit, you are well aware of what I've done. She turned away. This is the kind of person I've been throughout the years. Does it disgust you? Seeing what I've had a hand in with your own eyes. I never made it a secret that I don't like what you used to do. I admitted. I have held to the promise I made. She said softly. I have not engaged in such activities. I let out a breath, forcibly calming myself down. I shouldn't have started with an accusatory tone, I'm sorry. At the very least, that was wrong of me. Umph. She scowled deeper, refusing to look my way with a clear hint of displeasure on her face. Your assumption was not without merit. Maybe we both could have handled it better. Perhaps. She accepted. However, that does not negate what has occurred. Does it fill you with hatred for me? Due to my actions, some random person had parts of their soul ripped away. Do you want me to hate you? I questioned. It's the default reaction to witnessing the acts of a monster. She snorted. This is merely one act among an uncountable that I have had a hand in throughout my existence. I can't do anything about what's happened before. I can't say that you suddenly, turning good, I added air quotation marks around that last bit. Somehow makes it okay. I won't lie and say that your past hasn't weighed on me. But if you really are intent on this, then I'll do everything I can to support you. If you caused some harm previously, then I'll do what I can to correct it. Many would call you a hypocrite. I never said anything to the contrary. I admitted fully. I'll fix this. What do you need from me? The fact that she was willing to help was enough for me for now. This was a shitty situation to navigate that cropped up between us, but I would do what I could. Is Cinder around? I need to get an idea of what I'm looking at. One of my grim calls for her. Salem stated. Now, there was just an awkward silence between us. I think this is the first time I've ever had a fight with one of my girls. I did not like this feeling. Slowly, without even looking at me, Salem reached over and grabbed my hand. Without saying another word, we simply waited until there was a knock on the door. Come in. Salem stated, slipping back to her previous cold demeanor and crossed her arms. Cinder walked in. You asked for me, mistress. Salem looked at me, then I stepped forward. I asked for you, Cinder. Why yes. Cinder looked confused but quickly centered herself. If I can be of assistance. There's no easy or simple way to ask this, but I want your permission to look at your soul. I'll promise payment, and I'll make a promise not to harm you in any way. Ah. Confusion was clear on her face. He desires to see how the magic from the maiden became yours. Salem explained it briefly. You will experience no harm, and he offered you proper recompose. I accept. She seemed to reluctantly accept my probing. I guess I couldn't fault her, she was somewhat press-ganged into it. And despite the sourness of how she received her magic, well, I was trying my best to work with Salem to be better, as this technically came before, it wasn't something I wanted to be overly aggressive on. I put my hand on Cinder's shoulder and let my perception push inward. She shook as she felt my probe, but she didn't hinder me. I got a good look at her soul and I nearly scoffed at what I saw. Did you really just graft a piece of someone else's soul onto hers? I looked at Salem and she merely shrugged. It was the most simplistic solution. God, if she wasn't right, this would have looked even worse. And why is there a grim in her arm? That is how it was achieved. Salem replied. It's decaying her flesh slowly, her magic is slowing it down, but the more she uses her magic it's going to accelerate the rate the grim consumes her. I pointed out and Cinder tried to unconsciously push me out due to her startlement. Cinder looked up at her wanting an answer. I intended to remove it once she got her magic under control. Salem frowned. It would be difficult when her magic is so disorderly. I wasn't accusing you. I made sure to iterate. Her expression softened slightly. I am aware. I looked down at Cinder. Don't panic about what I said, it's within the realm of manageability. That's more long-term consequences. You'd probably be fine for a few months without any intervention before any real damage occurred. Thank you. Cinder forced out, still kind of, out of it from a few sudden revelations. She will master her control within the week at the rate she is going. She is surprisingly talented for only having just received magic. Salem stated. Cinder seemed to straighten up slightly and her mood lifted. Thank you, mistress. I let out a sigh, thinking about what I was going to do next. The girl you stole it from, she's still alive, correct? Cinder's lips thinned, but she quickly shifted back to something resembling politeness. The maiden was saved before I could fully take her magic. One of Oshbin's pawns interfered at a crucial moment. I couldn't help but rub my temples. I'm going to be healing that maiden. Cinder blinked, her confusion reappeared quickly. I searched through my ring and found a plethora of things that would be valuable to her. Beginner items, magic books, reagents, practice items, that sort of thing, and I placed them all on the ground next to her. It seems like you and Salem need to have a talk. Salem didn't look too happy, but there was a sort of understanding there. I don't think she's been entirely upfront about her new perspective. It seems that we do. Come along, Cinder, collect your rewards and we will have a discussion while we tend to your lessons today. Salem ushered the hands-full Cinder out of the room. She paused at the threshold of the door, turning around to look at me before giving me a faint smile and leaving. This is not what I expected to be doing today. Honestly, I really just wanted to hit something until it stopped breathing at this point. With a thought, I opened a portal and walked through. *****. Beacon Academy was always a magnificent sight to see. Honestly, I wish I went to a school that looked this incredible. But aesthetics aside, I was here on a particular mission. I even forewent seeking out Pyrrha because I wanted to quickly get this done and out of the way. Also, I didn't want to just walk into a school in the middle of the day, especially if I was technically trespassing on campus at the moment. It was one thing for me to be on the periphery, it was another for me to be wandering a hall with the students. Especially when I didn't have the most stellar reputation among the population of Remnant. God, what a fucking mess this was. Was it worth it? I would say yes without a shadow of a doubt. I cared about Salem, I wanted her to be better, I wanted us to work out. But god fucking damn it, this was some horrendous shit that I would honestly kill thousands for doing and have a clear conscience at the end. She was getting better though. I wasn't, blinded by my own emotions. As much as it would hurt, I would cut it off if she didn't change her ways. I could justify it every which way. I could point out how others in my harem had done pretty horrific shit in their lives. How many of them have rivers of blood left in their wake, but at the end of the day, I'm just a hypocrite. It didn't take long for my presence to get noticed, and the deputy headmistress came pushing out the doors with a haste in her step. "Mr. Schweinorg, we were not expecting you." She not so subtly hinted that my appearance was certainly not appreciated in this way. "I'm sorry, but it's sort of a pressing matter." She pushed her glasses up. "And what matter presses you so, Mr. Schweinorg?" "I believe it involves a certain maiden of yours missing a chunk of her soul." She twitched slightly and settled on a frown. "I believe the headmaster is more appropriate to continue this matter, follow along." And she didn't sound too happy either. She didn't say another word before turning on her heels and heading back inside. And I knew a cue to follow when I saw it. Just the way her heels hit the tiles of the school, anyone nearby made way. Some curious glances were thrown my way, ones that obviously recognized me, but again, no one wanted to get in her way. She took me straight to the elevator leading up to the headmaster's tower. "Mr. Schweinorg, what an unexpected surprise." The headmaster had a steaming mug of coffee or tea in his hand as he greeted me upon leaving the elevator. "Headmaster Ashbin," I greeted. The deputy headmistress walked up to Ashbin and whispered some things into his ear. His expression changed a few times before she finished and proceeded to silently stand at his side. Ashbin put his mug down and interlocked his fingers, letting his elbows rest on his desk. "You seem to have some desire to meet the supposed maiden, yes?" I let out a sigh I was forcing back previously. "Crow left me a message about returning the soul of Amber some weeks ago, I just got it recently." Ashbin twitched slightly, and Miss Goodwitch slapped her palm against her face. "Presumably speaking. I heard the details from the ones involved." I cut him off. Ashbin frowned. "And you believe we would let you around a person who was almost murdered by people you admit are associates?" "I'll heal her," I said bluntly. Ashbin blinked. "Forgive me if I'm skeptical, Mr. Schweinorg. Why would someone associates with my sworn enemy wish to heal the person they tried to kill and desire her death still? If you are aware of what transpired, I need not explain the full details of how the maiden's powers transfer. You're worried I'm going to finish the job? Would you be in my shoes?" "That's fair." I could see it from his perspective. What if I said I could find her myself and do it anyways? Is that supposed to endear you to me, Mr. Schweinorg? Giving me a blatant threat? I winced and let out another sigh. "You're right, I'm being combative when I don't need to be. Would it help if I said please?" I tried to give my most charming and disarming smile. "No." He took a sip out of his mug. "Perhaps I might be inclined if you could give me a proper reason." "Goodness for the sake of goodness. You are associated with the woman who controls the black tide of Remnant," he pointed out. "Would you believe me if I said that Salem isn't going to be evil anymore?" God, it sounded fucking childish to even say that out loud in this sort of context. Well, she promised she wouldn't be evil. No. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Right, I didn't expect it. However, I will believe you believe that. But I will never believe that Salem can turn over a new leaf. He got up from his seat. "Glinda, please hold any of my calls while I go down to the basement with Mr. Schweinorg. You can't be serious." Her eyes widened. "You're going to take her to see Amber after that?" "I'm actually with her on this." I found myself agreeing with her despite it counter to my own interests. Ashbin just took another sip, smiling lightly. "I am very old, Mr. Schweinorg. One thing you discover when you reach my age is how to read people. For selfish reasons or not, I feel you are being genuine. I can't claim to read your mind, but if you can heal Amber without any negative consequences, then I am inclined to allow it." "Oh. Come, I'll show you where we're keeping Amber while we try to figure out what to do." Ashbin beckoned me towards the elevator with an annoyed deputy headmistress seething behind. What I didn't expect was for him to press a bunch of buttons in presumed intentional sequences, because they lit up and the elevator began to drop much further than the ground floor I came up in. Secret elevator entrance, neat. So, it's not awkward that I'm dating your ex, is it? It was not until you just mentioned it. My bad. Personally, I'm more concerned that she is the embodiment of all evil on this planet. He hummed almost nonchalantly despite the topic. Here we are. The elevator dinged and it opened up into a dark area. Ashbin walked a few steps and flipped a switch, the lights around us coming on to reveal a rather intricate and high-scale system on full display. Front and foremost, there was a woman in a pod full of liquid with many different medical devices plugged in to monitor her. She was not looking good and appeared to be on her last legs. Damage to the soul can have quite adverse effects to the physical body. Just like this. I looked at Ashbin. Did you expect some sort of test? Ashbin raised an eyebrow. Well, this is a school. I suppose I can whip something up. No, I meant, you're being very trusting even after what you said. I am very old, Mr. Schweinorg. I got that part. I interrupted him. Sorry, just been a crappy day as of about an hour ago when I learned this happened. Ashbin looked me over for a moment before turning to the women in the capsule. I am assuming you need direct access. That would be preferable, yes. I nodded. The time she can spend outside is limited, these machines are keeping her soul from collapsing onto itself. Ashbin stated. Normally, I would love to talk shop with you on how you rigged up these machines to facilitate the life support system of her soul, but priorities. I stood in front of the capsule as Ashbin hit a few buttons and with a waft of smoke, it drained then began to open. I quickly put my hand on her shoulder to get a better look at what was going on. Fucking hell, she's barely hanging on. Indeed. Ashbin just calmly sipped his drink he took from upstairs. And you are sure you can heal her? Nope, this is outside my pay grade. I denied without a second thought. I was confident in certain manipulations of the soul. Like removing a sacred gear without problems, that's not too difficult. Healing a soul that had nearly collapsed. That was outside my area of expertise. But thankfully, I know an expert in the area. You wish to bring someone else here? Ashbin didn't outright deny me, even sounding curious. Very well, if you have confidence in this expert, by all means. I'll be right back. I held up a finger and quickly opened a portal to a third world I was visiting today. This was making me mentally exhausted from constantly running around. Thankfully, I was on good terms with someone who was an expert in soul-based healing. The person who originally taught me Kido and the basics of Kaido in the first place. Tessai seemed amicable enough to lend a hand, and I could pay properly for his services. The rich air filled with reishi hit me immediately and I couldn't help but take a large and filling breath. The Hogyoku refilled my Ryatsu reserves, but there was just a difference between taking it in the normal way that was somewhat refreshing. However, my brief respite on this shit day was cut short because an explosion rocked the surroundings, filled with a burst of Ryatsu and a red light that covered the city line. Why were there humanoid hollows flying in the sky above Karakura town? You know what, I didn't care for the reason. Because my day took another unexpected turn, but at least this time, I had something I could punch. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon Omake, Through the Looking Glass Part 4. I kind of just rolled the roulette on who I grabbed. And hey, I got a 2-for-1. Whether it was a good or bad thing, that had yet to be decided, but Scathack and my own Venelana joined me at my side. Truthfully, I was aiming for Venelana, mostly because I didn't want to be the only one having to experience the awkwardness here. And secondly, no, that was the only real reason. Scathack probably followed along due to one whim or another. She does things because she's bored fairly often. It was funny, two Venelanis just sort of stared each other down, giving each a through visual inspection. I admit that the idea of two Venelanis within arm's reach made my mind race. I half thought I was hallucinating this whole thing. My mom finally spoke up, breaking the awkward silence, staring at both my Venelana and hers. Student, an explanation is required. Scathack spoke up, eyeing the room sort of warily. This is my mom. I sort of half gestured to her. Normally, I think Scathack would give me a little notice of annoyance with my suboptimal explanation, but for some reason, her expression shifted considerably. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wilhelm speaks of you often and highly. Venelana took it gracefully. Mom smiled brilliantly. Does he? She laughed lightly. So yours is just as big a mama's boy as mine is? Of most definitely. Venelana covered her mouth and laughed politely. By the looks around the room, I am to assume you were not expecting us. No, it was rather sudden. The other Venelana spoke up. Both of mine looked towards me. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Well, I can't say I dislike the company. My Venelana gave the other Venelana a little smirk. I certainly do like how I look from the front. Oh, you. The other Venelana waved her hand cutely at her. Though, you do bring up a good point. She straightened her dress, sort of sizing herself up against her mirrored self. It really is nice to see myself from this angle. Was she flirting with herself? God, that makes me feel things I'm having trouble articulating. If you are done flirting with yourself. Scat spoke up. Oh good, I wasn't the only one picking up on that. We can catch up later. Scat rolled her eyes. Greetings, I am this foolish man's teacher. I am Scat. She introduced herself to my mother. You're his girlfriend? My other self hesitantly asked. Scat looked at my younger self and her lips slowly curled up. My student, look how young and innocent you used to be. Where did that boy who first sought my tutelage go? Before the cocksure and shamelessness took over. How nostalgic. She looked at my other self with a reminiscent gaze. To answer your question, it is an apt comparison. I am his woman for now and forever. Daughter. Mom slammed her hands on the table. I have a daughter. Mom. I covered my face. Call me Mom. She looked at Scat. I am very old. Mom. Well over 2000. Mom. I am. Mom. Scat turned to me in exasperation. Is this where you learned such things from? With a sigh, she seemed to know a losing battle when she fought one. Mother. Mom let out a happy scream. Wait, did you say over 2000 years old? Alternate Takao looked confused. Sona smacked him lightly on the head. Don't ask a lady about their age, it's just as much a faux pas in the supernatural world as it is among humans. Sorry. Yeah, she's old. I nodded. Scat smacked me, not so lightly upside the head. Learn from the mistakes of yourself. Do I call you Mom too? Venelana grinned, looking at my mom. You. Mom leveled a finger pointing at her, then at the other Venelana. I have so many things I want to say but I have no idea where to start. Surzex, tag in. Wah. My alternate biological father looked around confused. Mom. Yes, dear. Both Venelanas answered simultaneously. Bwah. I think he's a bit confused. My Venelana pointed out. Well, I suppose it was one thing to hear it and another to witness it. Compared to me and my younger self, there was a bit of a disconnect. But both Venelanas were literally mirrors of each other. The maid at his side let out a long sigh. Mother, please don't tell me you're actually having sexual relations with your grandson. Do you want me to lie? My Venelana offered. The maid groaned, face-palming. How? I would like to know too. The other Venelana spoke up. Not that he isn't a handsome young man, and hitting a lot of my buttons. But he's my grandson, I honestly couldn't see him as anything but that. I changed his diapers, helped him with his homework. She trailed off. Exactly. Takao blurted out. She seduced me. I reiterated. That's not an explanation. He shot back. Well, that's pretty accurate. My Venelana hummed. Mother. Several voices all overlapped, among them were my alternate father, my own mom, the maid, and even Venelana's daughter. Scat turned to me. Did you not tell them? What? Do you expect me to just tell my life story to anyone willing to listen? I grumbled. Wilhelm. Venelana wrapped her arms around me, and her rather large bosom rested on top of my head. It's not the same thing and you know it. We've talked about this, don't be obtuse because you're uncomfortable with the topic. Either reject answering or speak truthfully. I grumbled again and relented. It seems our paths diverged much earlier on. My mom died when I was about 7 years old. Oh. My other self looked like he sucked a lemon. I'm sorry. Honestly, it was appreciated because I know he was being genuine. Anyways, she died when I was young, and I was moved here for until I left to do my own thing. How does that turn into this? Sona gestured at Venelana. Wouldn't she? I met him for the first time some months ago when I was rescued after being kidnapped. Well, myself and Milika's. What? My alternate father's hand seared through the table as his power of destruction obliterated it on contact. It took him a moment before a sheepish look overcame the flicker of rage that appeared. Mother, please explain that in detail. The maid at his side didn't say anything, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Oh, the old Satan faction thought it would be a good idea to hold both myself and Milika's over your heads, and I assume an opportunity presented itself. She hummed. Wilhelm rescued us. And he was so dashing that I couldn't help myself. I may have offered him a proper reward. Oh my. The other Venelana covered her mouth with a peculiar look about her. Lucky bastard. Issei muttered. Issei, that's my grandma. Takao squawked. I know. Ah. Mother, please. The other Lucifer let out a strained sigh. Important parts, kidnapping, please. I can have nightmares about my mom and son having sex later. I swear, no matter the world, my children are such prudes. My Venelana shrugged helplessly. Yours too. The other Venelana looked at mine. It seems to be a constant. She nodded. But I digress. I'm not quite sure what else I can say, I don't even know the date here. It might not even matter, a butterfly flaps its wings, and on the other side of the world, a storm is created. I tapped the table. With a divergence wide enough, things could be completely different. Are you suggesting that you would cause such a large divergence? Sona asked, skeptically. I shrugged. Who knows? Okay, let's set a timeline. Mom raised her hands up. Wilhelm, go back to where I died and your father and Grafia raised you. She paused and I guess she noticed the look all of us on my side had. What? I could feel Venelana's hand sneak down and grab mine. I lived by myself. What? Mom furrowed her brow. What do you mean? I did not have a father. I did not have a family. I said very pointedly. Up until I was just about an adult, I was by myself. What? Mom's tone changed quickly. What do you mean you didn't have a family? I'm here, she was there, right? Ria spoke up again for the first time in a while. Brother, Anne. Rias, dear. My Venelana had a calm smile as she gently guided her daughter to stop speaking. Listen fully. I let out a breath, and the fact that I had to explain this in front of their happy family, it made me feel things I thought I had forgotten a long time ago. I was unwanted and just put here to make sure I wouldn't die in a ditch somewhere. I was checked up on every few months or so to make sure I was still alive. It wasn't the shortest end of the stick I could have gotten. I had all my needs taken care of, admittedly. Kuo Academy is a very prestigious school, and even. Mom slapped the table again. Sirs ex Lucifer. She forced out. It wasn't me, Miko. My alternate father defended himself. You know I would never abandon my kid like that, right? And if that wasn't one of the biggest spears into my heart that I've ever felt. It's times like this that I think I'm over something and then I realize that I'm just an idiot. It took an incredible amount of self-control to keep a straight face at what he said. I know. Mom grit her teeth, rubbing her temples. I'm just exceedingly pissed off right now and I have no outlet. She turned back at me. You were 7. I just died, and you were, shoved in a corner and ignored. She sounded almost like she was going to scream. Venelana, what the hell? She obviously directed that last bit to my Venelana. Believe me, I am also thoroughly upset with my own son and how he handled things. To give a bit of perspective, we were under the impression that Wilhelm was living a normal human life. He had given a rather convincing argument that since Wilhelm had no knowledge of devil culture in addition to being, well, not so talented in our aspects, that it would be best for him to live a normal human life. Mom took a deep breath. That sounds rather convincing when put that way. But I'm going to rip his balls off. Miko. The Lucifer coughed awkwardly. Actually, you know what? You have my blessing. She looked at Venelana. Make lots of babies with my boy, Venelana. Era. Venelana blinked. Oh wow, I didn't know Mom could make her speechless like that. Frankly, I was unsure of how to verbally address her blessing either. I mean, it's not like I'm oblivious to the taboo nature of our relationship, I just never thought my mom would give me the go-ahead. It makes him uncomfortable, I assume. Quite a bit. Lots of babies. Mom stated. I think there's a hidden agenda there. Mom. Takao squawked again. Miss Shimoda. Dear, please don't give Mom permission to bear her own great-grandchildren. My alternate father groaned. Takao is still off limits. She pointed to her own Venelana. He's much too young, Venelana. If you must, wait until he's an adult and has some experience so he can make a proper decision. Oh. The other Venelana just seemed humored by the whole thing. Mom, I'm not going to make a harem with Grandma. Miss Shimoda, we're dating. Sona pushed up her glasses. Oh please, like I don't know that Serafal is trying to get between you both. Literally, I mean, not figuratively trying to break you up. Mom just snorted. Ah. Sona let out her own weird noise as her face went bright red and she oddly went quiet. Okay, other me, maybe I was too quick to dismiss you. Sisters. Well, that's something I could acknowledge. Miko, perhaps you should calm yourself. the maid stepped in. This kind of relationship would. She was the one who checked on me. I decided to blurt out then and there. Mom's fury was then directed at the maid, and she quickly shrunk back under the intense glare. Graphia. Did I take inordinate pleasure in this? Yes, I did. Stop fanning the flames. Scat-Hack pulled on my cheek. This will take longer because you are knowingly causing problems. Speak properly, student. Mom just stared for a moment and cracked a smile. I see, you're the one who keeps him in line then. I try, but it is a difficult task. Scat-Hack sighed. I am lucky to have others assist in this endeavor. Thank you for taking care of my son. Mom bowed her head politely. It is most certainly my pleasure. Scat-Hack smiled. What about me? Vanillana asked. I know you probably take care of him, but I'm still coming to terms with my mother-in-law seducing my son. Mom pursed her lips. She does, she helps me a lot. I felt protective of Vanillana, even if it was Mom being dismissive. She's helped me work through a lot of my problems. I somehow forced myself to admit. Mom blinked and went silent for a moment, perhaps understanding fully what I meant by that. But why are Grandma? My other self seemed to have yet to learn the ability to read the room. Sorry for not liking plain girls. I said dryly. Don't turn it around on me. You're not denying it then. Don't put words in my mouth. Takao. Student. Both of our Minders seemed to interrupt our little spat at the same time. Fine, to make matters short. I grew up alone, left when I could and fucked off to other places so things went much different. I crossed my arms. That still doesn't explain any large divergences. Sona stated. Has Yokai Kyoto been attacked yet? I asked. No, I do not believe so. Sona answered. And without a confirmation elsewhere, it was safe to believe her. Any news on the Cows Brigade? The what? Has Kokabeel attacked you all yet? What? Perhaps it is best to line up events that have occurred. Scat-Hack offered. What has happened in recent times that is noteworthy? I mean, not much. Takao looked around. It's been sort of quiet. Unless you want to count Rias's marriage thing. Marriage thing. My Vanillana tilted her head. Did she get married already? Rias scoffed, crossing her own arms. He wishes. No, I got out of it, thankfully. Oh, did you win your rating game? Vanillana smiled happily. I'm happy you were able to resolve it to your liking, Rias. She did not. The other Vanillana said simply. Though, it's somehow resolved, however, the Phoenix family are not too pleased with certain people's actions. She looked at her son. Oh, let me guess, you lost the rating game but still got out of it due to nepotism. I raised my hand. The fact that I was not admonished by anyone pretty much meant my words stuck true. Hey, I was the one who beat that chicken bastard. Issei spoke up. How'd you do that? Well, I just challenged him during the wedding. Issei said. I beat him up pretty good. After the rating game? I asked. Yeah. Issei nodded. So, let me get this straight. The rating game, for which the stakes were marriage, you lost, meaning you had to fulfill your end of the bargain. I looked at Rias. Why yes. And then this idiot. I pointed to Issei. Hey. Just barges in during the ceremony, and fights with your husband-to-be and somehow beats him, which somehow settles everything. Yes. Rias said firmly. So, nepotism. I deadpanned. But I won. Issei countered. Then what was the fucking point of the rating game? I asked. Well, Issei didn't have an answer for that. Era, Wilhelm Cohen, it sounds like you might be a bit jealous. The stripper put a hand on her hips. Of what? Our Issei is strong enough to beat Riser. Both of you are wielders of the boosted gear, but it seems like Issei here is a step ahead of you. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Yeah, what she said. Issei nodded happily. Maybe she has a point. Sona said with a slight smile. Oh God, what has my life come to that the fuck-ups that are this peerage are trying to take the high ground from? I looked at myself and seriously considered my life choices. Hey, don't talk about my peerage like that. Rias was quick to defend them. My peerage is amazing, I'm lucky to have them. Your peerage needs therapy. Like, all the therapy. I raised a hand, pointing at Issei. The kid who literally shouts about how much he loves boobs and watches underage girls undress is the most well-rounded individual in your peerage. Please, consider that for a moment. That's not. I cut off Rias's stripper queen. How's your fallen half doing? She clammed up immediately. Or should we talk about holy swords in front of your knight? I looked at Rias. Maybe senjutsu in front of your rook. Or maybe we should ask your bishop to come out and play. Rias was pretty much silent at that. And what about your peerage? Takao asked. You should have one, right? Why the hell would I have one? You mean you aren't even high class at this point? My other self grunted. No, I mean what makes you think I'm part of the devil faction? Wah. I fucked off from this place years ago, I live over in yokai territory. I don't need to enslave people to have friends and family. They're not slaves. Rias, dear. You should understand that as your parents, we're not supposed to interfere with your running of your peerage, as your spot as king is very literal in that sense. But since I'm not technically your mother here, but please take this with all the love I intend for it to have, he's very much correct. My Venelana seemed to back me up. And this is with my very own and willing queen. In fact, the other Venelana looked like she was thankful that someone was being very blunt with her. You have a queen. The other Venelana's eyes shined. Who? Mozart. My Venelana looked rather smug as she said that. The real one. She nodded. I'm jealous. You can thank my wonderful lover for that, she looked at me. Ah. Ria seemed to ignore the last back and forth between her mirrored mothers and was still stuck on Venelana backing me, as I maybe tore into her a bit too hard. Well, it could be considered a kindness in some perspective. Honestly, I don't know why she sets me off so easily. Maybe because I'm annoyed with how she seemingly had everything handed to her, fucked up bad, and still came out in her favor. Hey, don't put Rias down like that. Issei shot up to his feet, the boosted gear pointed at me. Let's fight. If I win, you have to apologize to her. Slowly, I turned to Scathach, and she must have noticed my widening smile because she merely sighed and visibly relented. No fighting. Mom quickly interjected. Surprisingly, it was my alternate father who stopped her. Come dear, it's common in our culture to fight to settle our differences. I promise you that no one will be overly hurt. He calmed her down. Besides, I want to see how much my son grew in a few years. I'm sure he's become a powerful devil. The fact that he sounded proud just made things even more difficult for me. I accept. I focused on the fight rather than the strange emotions I was feeling. I can't wait to punch your face, handsome bastard. Taking all the epee and leaving none for the rest of us. My harem dreams aren't going to lose to yours. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I look forward to someone getting their just desserts. Sona harumphed. I felt a little twitch and my pettiness was rearing its head. What do you think, honey? I looked up at Scathach. Do you think I'm going to get my just desserts? Scathach raised an eyebrow. If you lose, my effort in training you would have been wasted. Oh sorry, I forgot to properly introduce her to you all. This is Scathach, perhaps you don't know her all too well. She's more prolific in Celtic legends. She's the one who trained the Irish Hercules, the queen of the land of shadows, the god slayer. And most important, my teacher. I stood up, casually stretching while they mulled over that little tidbit of information. Honestly, I'm not surprised if they didn't immediately jump up in recognition of her name. Compared to Artoria, she's much less renowned outside of her home country. Now then, where do you want to fight? I was going to take far too much pleasure in this. *****. A/N. Part 6 of the Omake is up on the Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 515, Chapter 466. Part of me just wanted to rush head first at the first thing I could conveniently punch. Actually, that was a lie. Probably about 95% of me wanted to do that right now. And that's acknowledge the fact that I really shouldn't be fighting at the moment because my body was still recovering from the whole Asgard debacle. Sure, I wasn't significantly weakened, but putting undue strain on myself would not be the most wise decision. On the flip side, I really needed to punch something. I compromised with myself and gave myself a moment to survey the surroundings. The one thing I noticed was the lack of humans around. Which was odd considering we were somewhere in the middle of the city. I'm assuming that Yoruchi and the rest of Soul Society had something to do with that. I suspected if they were expecting an attack and set up in the middle of a population-dense area, they would have means to make sure humans didn't get caught up in whatever they were doing. However, I could feel perhaps a couple dozen impressive Ryatsu signatures throughout the city. About half of them were from hollows it felt like, and the others either Shinigami or the kids I was familiar with. What to do? I noticed one of the human hollows, Air, I think they were called Arinkars. He was sitting atop a building not participating in the battles. That wouldn't do, everyone needed to earn their participation trophy. I didn't really hide my presence as I used a burst of Shuanpa to appear on the same rooftop as him. The big hollow guy slowly turned his head to face me. And he was most certainly big, at least twice my size overall. Big bulky muscles, half his head shaved and black, while the other side was wild and red, going past his shoulders. His hollow mask was thin and went across his nose, with his hollow hole was right in the center of his chest. Honestly, despite all this, the most striking of his features were his eyebrows that seemed to extend across the side of his head, and they were bright red like half his hair. Good day. I was nothing if not polite. A human. He looked at me with disinterest. Well, I suppose that would be his first assumption, as while I was not hiding, I was also not broadcasting myself, and I wouldn't feel like a Shinigami. They were probably only able to differentiate between living person and Shinigami. Yup. It was technically true, the best kind of true. I walked up to him and put a hand on his arm. Damn big guy, what workouts do you do because you are ripped? He swung his arm sideways through the air, and credit where it's due, that was probably enough to turn a building into rubble. Do hollows work out? Can you gain muscle mass? I appeared on his other side after moving in with Shuinpa. Can hollows get fat? These questions needed answering. Annoying. He turned to face me and threw a solid punch right in my direction, obliterating the corner of the building directly behind me. That was close. I hummed, using Shuinpa to appear on the other side again. He frowned. You're not as weak as you look. Is that a compliment or an insult? He tilted his head. Yes. I like you, big guy. Do you mind answering a question for me? Humph, ask your question, it will be your last before I turn you into a meat paste. He cracked his knuckles. Awesome, so, I just wanted to know what hair care routines you employ to get your eyebrows to behave like that. I pointed at them specifically. His eye twitched slightly and a good amount of Ryatsu gathered around his right fist and he threw it right at the spot I was in. His fist missed, but it hit the floor, the base of the roof of the building we were on, and the force was sent downwards, destroying every floor of this multi-floor building as they collapsed inward. Rude. I flashed in front of him and cracked him across the face with my fist, sending him hurling to the ground. It's weird, it's only one punch, but I feel like a lot of stress just washed away. I floated to the ground where he pulled himself out of the crater he had created in the street. He wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose, not looking too worse for wear. And to be honest, I forgot that hollow seemingly had this sort of innate physical protection about them. Sort of like reinforcement, but only focused on defense. It was interesting if nothing else. I hadn't thought about hollows in a while until this moment, and I recalled that I wasn't entirely informed on everything about them. I would have to do more experimentation in the future. On other subjects, of course. This one in particular I was wanting to beat into a pulp for stress relief. You were hiding your strength. Being able to hit me, I'll take you seriously as an opponent. You can consider yourself lucky, human. Okay. I am Edrad Leoness. He hit his fists together and pulled free his sword from his waist. Erupt, Volcanica, a large pillar of fire and Ryatsu erupted with him as the epicenter. The flames were admittedly intense and melted away the surroundings as they ascended to the sky and even pierced through the clouds above. Was this the average strength of those Arankar? I recall that there were the elites, Espada, or something. He was noticeably weaker than those I fought, but that wasn't really a good comparison when they had no idea what they were dealing with before. Actually, now that I thought about it, why doesn't he recognize me? They're supposed to be subordinates of Aizen, and I'm fairly sure he hated me at this point. I'm almost positive that he would want all his subordinates to know exactly who I was. Tell me your name, human. He spoke, pointing one of his new and utterly massive arms at me. He didn't change overly much, maybe he got a tad bigger. But his arms and shoulders were now utterly covered in that white bone-like material hollow masks were made of. From his shoulders, the bone-like material protruded from him like crags, and his hands were now almost the size of my entire body. At this point, he felt stronger than most Jotun I noticed during the fighting in Asgard. Not at the level of the warlords I fought, but impressive all the same. Unfortunately, still not close enough to actually be a threat to me. Kurosaki Ichigo. Someone on the list, that's good. He smiled happily. Didn't it say you had orange hair? He scratched his head. Doesn't matter, I'll be rewarded for removing you. List. There's a list. Who's at the top of this list? If that's the last question you want to ask, then fine. Some human or something by the name of Wilhelm Schweinorg. He shrugged. I feel proud of myself. Actually, I have one last question. I held up a hand. What? He seemed annoyed, but still answered. Why is it in Spanish? What? His expression shifted to confusion. Your release, why Spanish? You were using a katana, that's Japanese. And Aizen is, well, I think he's of Japanese descent. The entirety of Soul Society seems to mirror Japanese society. They're called Shinigami. So, why Spanish? Burst. A searing hot flame shot out from his fist, soaring down the empty street. Cultural appropriation. I shouted, dodging out of the way. The big guy, who was deceptively fast apparently, appeared above me with his own movement technique. Was it sonido as they called it? Made me remember firsthand that the people here are all extremely fast and not to underestimate them in this regard in the future if I ran into someone around my level. I pondered a question as his fists rained down from above, hitting me into the ground. Why was it Spanish again? My aura flared up as his molten fists continued to slam downward into me. Did that mean the names were just completely irrelevant? Or was there some secret conflict between the origins of Japanese and Spanish that hollows were for some reason based around Spanish and the Shinigami are Japanese? So many questions that no one's answering for me. Though it was hard to give them proper thought over his shouts and fists hitting me. Eventually his fists came to a stop and the flames around him simmered down and he let out a breath, looking at the massive crater he created and by extension myself who was laying down at the furthest point. What? He expressed obvious confusion at my being whole and healthy it seemed. I did touch on the Hogyoku to let my aura act more protectively. Granted, it wouldn't have lasted much longer without breaking if I had let him keep going. My aura was strong and a great defense, but it's not without its limits under constant bombardment of that level. Thank you, sir, may I have another? I met his gaze. Who are you? No human should have been able to withstand my power. His voice raised in accusation. I pushed myself up, wiping away the dust and concrete bits that seemed to get stuck in my clothes. Oof, I did feel that a little bit. Not a smart idea for me to just take that while in this condition. Not the stupidest thing I've ever done, but I rarely had opportunities to just be nonchalant like this. Funny you should ask. I tilted my head, looking at him and my Hogyoku shifted into demonic power. My horns sprouted, my tail appeared and all my demonic features quickly overtook my normal self. His eyes widened and his flames reignited. Burst. He yelled, throwing his fist in my direction with another pillar of fire following. My power of destruction swelled up and took it head on. The inky black energy began to devour the flames of the hollow. The waves of fire quickly began to dissipate as my power of destruction washed over it. My power of destruction was potent enough to contend with Karna's divine flames, his were a far cry from the demigod son of Surya. As his flames died around him, his fist was filled with a red light that seemed to vibrate the air around it, making it much heavier than normal as the Ryatsu responded strangely. Zero. He called out and a beam of condensed hollow Ryatsu seemed to take on a new form and came my way like a laser. My power of destruction flowed out and I braced myself, curious about the power of this attack and took it head on. It actually managed to push me back a few feet before my power of destruction tore it away. Interesting, I see how it works. Due to the nature of hollow Ryatsu being heavier than that of the opposite side of the spectrum, it's able to be condensed down to a fine point then released as a directional attack. The condensed nature is unraveled at the point of release, acting as a sort of vacuum that causes destruction in its wake. What a neat and simplistic attack that makes use of the very basics of a hollow's spiritual powers. And its strength should only be limited by the amount of Ryatsu you can feed into the condensation along with your ability to contain it. Fascinating. Let me try. I called upon my power of destruction and began to condense it into a ball shape at the point of my finger. The air vibrated similarly, but it was much different than what the hollow just did. I was talking a big game, but I realized almost immediately that it was pointless to mimic it. I couldn't copy a Zero because my Ryatsu was that of a living person's. A minor but significant difference in application here. Well, maybe I could with further testing, but I didn't really have the time at the moment. Regardless, my power of destruction reached its precipice after a moment. Condense, condense, condense. It was similar to the attack I copied from Venelana but more directed into a singular point. What should I call it? Fuck it. Zero. It wasn't as wide nor destructive in comparison, but the beam of pure destruction shot off and the hollow jerked out of the way, but one of his arms was immediately eviscerated, along with a chunk off the side of his stomach. I might have underestimated the power because it shot through dozens of buildings, and I lost sight of it. Whoops. I really did need to practice my power of destruction more, I relied on it to brute force more than anything. Granted, that's been helpful to me thus far, I need to expand it more. The hollow though, even after getting hurt like that, he used his movement technique to counterattack. His remaining arm blazed with his fire and Ryatsu as he swung it at me point blank. Shit, I feel bad now about playing around with him. Respect where it was due. I let out a breath as his fist approached my power of destruction that wafted off me. My hand-to-hand wasn't amazing, but I had some training in the area. Scathack wouldn't let me run around with a sword if I couldn't defend myself without one. I raised my hand up and slapped his fist to the side, narrowly missing me and sending another wave of fire off to destroy a few more empty buildings. My leg lashed out, hitting his own right leg, disrupting his center of gravity. I grabbed onto his kimono, jerking it forward, then I gathered my power of destruction into my palm and slammed it down right onto his chest. His body hit the ground, sending a shockwave throughout the surroundings, and my power of destruction burst through his body. The hollow coughed up blood and his body went limp. The light quickly died in his eyes and I silently put my hands together for a quick prayer. The willpower he showed deserved an equal amount of respect even as an opponent. Not many people can counterattack after losing their arm and suffering a hole in their side. I didn't have time to dwell on it any longer because my attention was immediately taken elsewhere. Storms overhead manifested far too quickly, and I could feel and taste the lightning that surged in the air. But more specifically, I felt a godly authority activate, my authority. I then remembered that I gave the kids a lesser application of my authority like I did Kuna the last time I was here, and they never ended up using theirs when they stupidly invaded Soul Society. Almost subconsciously, my lightning gathered around me and I pushed forward with Shuanpa at my fastest speed. I covered quite a bit of distance within the city, maneuvering around the sharp corners and blocks to find an apartment that was half destroyed with the very explicit feeling of my authority around it. Not to mention the storms overhead centered around it and the sparks that seemed to jump down sides of the building itself. I landed on the edge of the open side, the part where the wall was utterly obliterated. In no way Orihime. She was on the ground, sitting on her butt like she had just fallen down, and all around her was utterly scorched and blackened by my lightning with her entire apartment barely held together. Across from her were a few faces I recognized. Two of them were hollow, a big guy with a hollow masked jawbone. The other had a very empty look about him with piercing teal eyes and a half helmet on his head. The latter of them actually gave me worrisome vibes. I recalled crossing blades with him before. He was pretty strong, but even that, from what I recall, didn't seem to be his peak. And lastly, Ichimaru Jin. Heya. The former Shinigami smiled despite half his clothes being charred and burned away with some scorched marks on his left arm. The clothes in particular for them were some trench coats or something strange. As for the others, the big guy was missing about half his body and seemed to be the main recipient of the defensive talisman I gave to Orihime. The other, he suffered minor and ignorable wounds just like Jin. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. For one, I couldn't sense their Ryatsu. It almost felt like those senses were almost being washed away by those strange clothes they were wearing. Something that hides you from spiritual perception. Something to note. The big guy probably was the one who was aggressive towards Orihime, so my talisman triggered. The former Shinigami still made me wary and I wouldn't want to fight with Orihime right next to me. I'll give you the opportunity to run away, I stated. Appreciate it. Jin just kept that wide smile of his. The half-masked hollow looked over to him. Our orders were to retrieve the girl. You're welcome to fight the pissed-off demon, yeah. The former Shinigami didn't react. I'll tell Aizen myself that it was a bad idea. Kill the bitch. The big guy who was kneeling from his wounds roared furiously between them. I narrowed my eyes, shifting everything I had into spiritual pressure, then I let it out towards them. I could see their eyes widen and Jin gripped his blade as if he were about to attack, but very quickly he instead did something to tear a hole in space as hollows do and pulled the big idiot in the middle along with him. Only the second hollow, the expressionless one, lingered for a moment. I think he considered pushing me, but it seemed he relented and left along with Jin. Well, that was certainly something. You okay? I went to help up Orihime. She recovered rather quickly from the presumably traumatic ordeal. Why yeah, I'm fine. She adopted a carefree smile, but I wasn't sure it wasn't just an act. I just patted her on the head. Seems like you're going to need a new place to live. My home. She slumped. Oof. Now the others won't have a place to live either. Pardon. I then took in the surroundings a tad more and noticed something very much out of place. Why is there a giant, organic TV taking up half of your living room? I pointed at the strange monstrosity of a TV. Oh, that's the thingy that Grandpa uses to talk to everyone. She smiled. And by everyone, you mean Rukia's friends. Shinigami. Aha. She nodded. They're staying here with you. There were. She pouted. This is a one-bedroom apartment. She looked at the hole that used to be a wall. I don't think it is anymore. Right. I patted her on the head ahead and she seemed to smile at that. Do you mind if I call my friend to come over? You met her from before. Okay, she was really nice. Orihime smiled again. Frankly, I didn't even give Izzy a heads up before opening a portal right to her. I swear, Wilhelm, my legs are sore. If you're coming to me for a second round, she stopped mid-sentence and realized where I was. She stepped through a moment later and realized immediately what had happened. You poor thing. She went to give Orihime a hug. The younger girl seemed to quite enjoy that, it seemed. It's all right, it's just my home. It could have been worse. Orihime smiled despite the situation. Wilhelm. Izzy looked at me. My authority activated and protected her, one of the talismans from before. Apparently the Hollows wanted to capture her. I'm vague on the details. Izzy frowned but focused on giving Orihime attention. Thankfully, her couch still existed, and Izzy guided her to sit down as she continued to give affection to the younger woman. I went to what remained of her kitchen and tried to find some cups and maybe some tea or something. Wilhelm, I thought you were going to see Salem. How did you end up here? I let out a sigh as I shifted through her apparently empty cabinets. We had a small fight. I was trying to fix something she did before. It involves a young woman missing part of her soul, and I figured Tessai could help in that regard. How do you always find trouble even when doing something so mundane? Izzy shook her head. Really, I don't know if you count as lucky or unlucky. Story of my life. I hummed. Orihime, don't take this the wrong way. I was a bit worried, so I opened her fridge finding nearly nothing. Do you not stock up on groceries? I have groceries. Are you hungry? I'm a good cook, though I don't know if everything is working. Oh. I can make you a sandwich. My tuna peanut butter leek sandwich I made for dinner yesterday was great. Do you want one? Orihime offered. Me and Izzy shared a look. Dear, you live by yourself? Izzy asked. Yeah, ever since my brother passed. She said quietly. Who provides for you? Izzy asked again. Oh, the government, and my aunt helps a little bit. I get money every month. Most of it was to pay for the apartment. Do you think they're going to be upset? I assure you, no one is going to be upset with you. Izzy reassured her, and that was a statement of fact. That's great. Orihime exclaimed. Do the Shinigami who stay with you? Are they paying rent? I raised an inquisitive eyebrow. And I asked because her current living conditions were, well, not very good. And the fact that a group of adults were imposing themselves on her like I assumed they were, well, it didn't put them in a good light. No. Orihime tilted her head. Izzy frowned, and I was sure someone was going to get a scolding later. And considering the fast-approaching spiritual presences, I could take a guess. First was a certain black cat that arrived in a haste. I sensed a few minutes ago that the hollow presences around the city seemed to disappear in a haste, a retreat I would assume. Yoruchi saw me, Orihime, then Izzy, and her eyes widened briefly, and it seemed like anything she wanted to say died right now. Orihime. A certain orange-haired kid was the next one, and he too came to a quick pause as soon as he realized the situation. Half a dozen more arrived, the distinct sound of displaced air as many used shumenpa to appear within the somewhat confined space. Some faces I recognized, some I didn't. Though, their Shinigami uniforms were an easy indicator of who they actually were. But nearly instantly, all the Shinigami from Soul Society prostrated themselves on the ground towards Izzy. Izzy didn't even really force it. Rather, they took the initiative themselves. But before anyone could speak, Izzy expressed herself. I am displeased. ******. Izzy is displeased and various Shinigami shitbricks. Just a reminder, Part 6 of the Omake is up on Patreon. EO.N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 516, Chapter 467. Despite the situation and the whole, situation involving this entire world, I think Izzy as a goddess really does enjoy people showing her acknowledgement and respect. That's not to say people disrespect her back home. But very few people genuine worship that these Shinigami were doing by prostrating to her without any prompt or inclination. Just as soon as they saw her, they immediately hit the ground. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime waved at the orange-haired kid. Orihime, are you all right? The kid ignored the tension in the room and was fairly direct in his worry about her. Funny enough, Izzy didn't seem to mind, probably purely for the fact that it was his care for Orihime. I'm fine. She smiled happily. Idiot. Yoruchi hissed, grabbed the back of his kimono with her teeth and pulling him down until he hit the ground. Read the mood. There were several faces among the crowd of Shinigami that I recognized. Though they weren't all in great condition, several of them looked like they went through the ringer just recently. Obviously, considering what had just happened minutes earlier with the Hollows and the fighting around the city. The only captain was a kid, more literally than I would have thought, with white hair, which I'm fairly sure I never actually met in person. At his immediate side was a woman I was sure I never met because I would certainly never forget certain assets of hers. She had very large boobs and seemingly had them almost on full display. She also had some very luscious bright orange hair, and I almost asked what hair care products she used. But I recognized Rukia, Rinji, Ikaku, and Yumi Chika. Izzy's small amount of humor towards the kid seemed to fade as she looked back down at the prostrated Shinigami. Oh, I found Orihime's stash of tea. Why was it under the sink? It's soaked because the pipes under her sink are leaking something fierce. Well, isn't this just a mess? I quickly used a bit of magecraft to force together the small and noticeable break in the pipes, but honestly, it was a band-aid on a stab wound. This place needed a thorough look through to fix back up. Despite the awkward silence, I just withdrew my own kettle and my own tea leaves and began to boil some water to make my own. It wasn't until my kettle started whistling that Izzy spoke up again. Is no one going to speak? Izzy frowned. The white-haired kid was about to say something, but the strange TV set up against the other wall, the half-organic mechanical monstrosity lit up and seemed to shimmer until a picture became visible. Once more, another familiar face appeared. On the screen, and presumably, coming from Soul Society, Shunsui was showing. From the other side his figure was rather vivid. He was standing there with his lieutenant, and they seemingly also noticed everything going on because they saw their comrades still prostrating, and then they noticed Izzy sitting there next to Orihime. Both Shunsui and his lieutenant immediately prostrated just as the other Shinigami did. Lady Izanami, you grace us with your presence. Shunsui was oddly polite and respectful in his tone. Well, not that odd considering how Izzy was perceived, but more so because I had not seen this side of him. Izzy's response was lackluster. I am displeased. Shunsui visibly swallowed. We would be happy to rectify any displeasure you currently have. Well, can't say he can't adapt well. It's easy for me to forget that others don't look at gods the same way that I do. A god is a very lofty existence. It's something revered, exalted, worshipped. One of their primary gods from myths and legends was literally sitting in front of them. I can't really fault them for acting like this. As far as they were concerned, she literally created Japan and predated humanity and themselves by eons. How would anyone of Christian, Muslim, or Judaism origin react to seeing Big G in person? How good to hear. Tell me, is it the normal measures that you all take to impose yourself on a 15-year-old girl in her home that is just big enough to accommodate herself? In a situation where all her monetary expenses are barely enough for herself as well. Pardon. Shunsui blinked. Wilhelm. Izzy turned to me. Retrieve him. Ah. Shunsui seemed confused. The background of his, it looked like his barracks that I was at last time. So, my calculations weren't too difficult to trace back. I snapped my fingers, connecting a portal in his approximation. The portal itself appeared on the screen and Shunsui looked over at it, peering through seeing us. Come here. Izzy spoke very sternly. Shunsui awkwardly shuffled through my portal, stepping out into Orihime's apartment. He looked around noticing me in person. There was a small flash of relief, but as his gaze swept over everyone else and then back on Izzy, it turned back to hesitation. Tell me, is this how you handle your matters? She gestured to the Shinigami on the ground, the giant TV device thing that was taking up probably about a fourth of her apartment. Because she is too kind to deny the intrusion of several people centuries her senior. Izzy snorted in disdain. Shunsui didn't really have anything to say in response. I expect her to be properly compensated. Izzy finally stated. Of course. Shunsui strained a smile. It will take some time to acquire. If you are going to tell me that you don't have mundane equivalent currency on hand when your people come out to mingle among the mortals, then I am going to be very disappointed. I will immediately send word to the budget committee. Shunsui said quickly. Izzy stood up. I will be sending people over to repair this place. I expect no one to annoy them. In the meantime, we will be spending time elsewhere. Orihime tilted her head. Izzy smiled at her. Come along, many of your things were destroyed. I will take you shopping while your home is repaired. But I don't have any money. Orihime replied. You don't have to worry. Izzy pat her gently on the head. I have plenty, it will be my treat. Have you ever been to Kyoto? Orihime shook her head. I've never left Karakura. Then you will be in for a treat. We will go visit where the yokai have made their home in Kyoto. Orihime's eyes lit up. That sounds fun. Izzy smiled and turned to me. Wilhelm, if you would be so kind. I silently opened another portal right to Kyoto for them, specifically Yasaka's Kyoto if what she said was any indication. Izzy and Orihime happily went through, and I closed it right behind them. Almost instantly, the tension in the room disappeared. I calmly sipped my tea as it seemed everyone else regained their composure. Good to see you again, Shunsui. I raised my cup up to greet him properly. Shunsui smiled awkwardly, letting out a sigh. I don't suppose you have something stronger to drink on you. You're lucky. I rummaged through my ring and took out a jar of peach wine. I got quite a few from Venelana, so I didn't mind wasting a little bit. I poured him a small glass and pushed it towards him. Shunsui was mostly joking from his expression, but he happily took it and drank the small glass. His eyes widened and he nearly fell over, coughing hectically. What did you just give me? You'd probably faint if I told you what's in it. Shunsui closed his eyes and sipped the remainder. I think you've ruined all other sake for me. What the hell just happened? The orange-haired kid suddenly blurted out. Izzy and your friend just went on a shopping trip. I took a sip of my tea. Apparently yokai exist, and they went there. Shunsui helpfully added. Explains a lot about Captain Komamura. Is she in danger? Ichigo looked concerned. My daughter lives there, she's fine. I reassured him. All right. He didn't sound too convinced. Oi, you got some of that to share? Ikaku came up. Could use a drink. I shrugged, remembering how nice they were with our little field trip to Soul Society, and poured him a small cup. He had almost the same reaction as Shunsui. Yumachiki, it's been a while. I raised my mug up as he stood next to Ikaku. Your hair looks good, new product. He smiled happily. I tried the stuff you mentioned, it really does work well. He fluffed his ends. That's good. Ichigo and Rukia. How's my favorite mismatched couple? We're not dating. They both nearly shouted at the same time. Era. Shunsui smiled. There's nothing in the rules against it, Kachiki. Well, it might be looked down on after what the dastardly villain Kurosaki Ichigo did in Soul Society. Screw you. Yoruichi began to laugh wildly. There's tons of people who still think it's Ichigo. The orange-haired kid just crossed his arms and scowled. Rukia. You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. The orange-haired woman from before scooped up the smaller Shinigami in a big hug. Tell me all about it. It not, MPH. Rukia was pressed firmly into her cleavage and unable to speak any further. Wilhelm Schweinorg. The captain among them finally spoke up. I had a sudden realization. Right, we did meet ever so briefly before. Apologies, but can I have your name again? Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya, 10th Division. He said without much emotion in his words. Oh shit, that isn't the division Izzy and I drew graffiti in, is it? That was the 6th Division. Captain Hitsugaya twitched slightly. I do not suggest spending time around Captain Kachiki. Ah, I remember now. I nodded. Rukia's asshole older brother. Don't talk about him like that. Rukia forced herself free. Nah, it's pretty accurate. He's gotten better since though. Renji chimed in. Renji. Well, tell him not to execute his sister. I deadpanned. I'm with him. Ichigo looked at Rukia as well. He's a dick. Rukia's sandal went flying and smacked into Ichigo's face as she struggled in the other woman's grasp. Heh, they're cute together. Era, and I'm Ranjika Matsumoto, lieutenant of the 10th Division. The woman also introduced herself. Well, it is an absolute pleasure. I smiled. All right, don't start flirting. Yoruichi jumped onto my head. Bad enough that you did it with Captain Unohana. That's all they've been talking about at the weekly Shinigami Women's Association. Wait, there's a women's association? Ichigo asked. For the Shinigami specifically? I added on. What? Yoruichi questioned. It's a male-dominated field, of course we'd have get-togethers. She's right, it's hard to get the amount of representation we need as female Shinigami. Lieutenant Matsumoto nodded. Huh. What was with the bowing from before? Laying it on a bit thick there, weren't you? Izzy would be fine with a simple acknowledgement. I asked curiously. The Shinigami looked between themselves as if a secret only known by them. Shunsui cleared his throat. We are under orders to treat Lady Izanami with the highest of respects. Oh. The old man ordered that. I took a sip of my tea. No, it came from above him. Directly from 0 Division. Shunsui clarified. The goddess Izanami will be shown the same respect that we do for the Soul King. Oh. Well then. Who's the Soul King? Ichigo bluntly asked. Later. Yoruichi interrupted. It's not really something we're supposed to talk about in public. Ichigo just shrugged. Well, he must be as scary as her then if y'all acting like that. Yoruichi hopped over to his head. Seriously, even as a joke, don't say shit like that around Soul Society or the Shinigami. The others tensed up a little. One of the first things Shinigami learn when they're taught our history, the Soul King is beyond reproach. If you say something you shouldn't, immediate execution. So everyone just doesn't mention him publicly. That seems intense, even for you lot. Ichigo grunted. And you're supposed to treat her the same way. And now you understand why everyone bowed when they immediately saw her. Yoruichi smacked her paw on his head. Oriheim's going to be fine, right? Ichigo asked again. She's in good hands. I smiled good-naturedly. All right. Ichigo nodded. Well, can't fault him for being careful of his friend even if I already answered once. This last one seemed to remove any hesitation on his part. The subject sort of made the others uneasy. So, anyone care to mention why you all are camping out in a 15-year-old girl's one-bedroom tiny apartment? I looked around. Well, a few of them looked sheepish. I'm living with Ichigo. Rukia huffed, looking away. Make sure to wear protection, you don't want a kid at your age. I pat Ichigo's shoulder, feeling oddly proud of the young man. Not like that. The petite Shinigami squawked while Ichigo went bright red. I'm sleeping in his sister's room. It was an urgent assignment and we didn't have many options. Captain Hitsugaya defended. Doesn't Urahara have a literal basement the size of a mountain range? I asked, making the small Shinigami nearly stumble. Yoruchi. They didn't ask. She shrugged, as a cat. Why didn't you offer? We're still pissed at them. Fair enough. I looked back at the group. Still not okay with you guys taking advantage of Orihime. But Izzy already expressed her dissatisfaction. We'll take care of it. Shunsui swallowed. Wow, they really do treat her with that much reverence and fear. Anyways, care to get me up to speed? Why did I walk in on Hollows attacking Karakura so openly? It's a sorta new thing for us too. Yoruchi jumped back to me. Happened a couple weeks ago, few Arrancar popped up, seemed to be looking through the city undercover. We took of them easily enough, then a few more popped up and they were much more aggressive. At that point, we called Soul Society and they sent some reinforcements to watch over the place. This third time, they escalated more and you saw what happened. Why were they looking through the city? I took another sip of my drink. Are you serious? Yoruchi looked at me. They were looking for your location. Shunsui replied. After you left, no one could find where you had disappeared to. We had started to scour the human world, even with some hints you dropped over in England, we couldn't find anything. The only thing we knew was that you were seen in Karakura beforehand, and well, guess they decided it was good a place as any. Ah, that makes some amount of sense. I guess Aizen is still angry. But why were you guys looking for me? Yoruchi had a way to contact me, but she was explicitly not mentioning that, so I assume she didn't want it known. Shunsui awkwardly rubbed his cheek. There may or may not have been an order coming from the Central 46 that we were to reacquire possession of the object that the traitor Aizen so desperately wants. Am I to assume that order is still in effect? I frowned. No, the Zero Division overrode them. Shunsui smiled happily. However, the Zero Division did express an open invitation as there were things they wanted to discuss with both yourself and Goddess Izanami. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So the attempt to kidnap Orihime was a new thing for you guys too, huh? What? Ichigo shouted. What, do you think they sent those powerful people just to kill her? I flicked his forehead to calm him down. We hurried over as soon as we could after sensing the traitor Ichimaru Jin and the two powerful Hollow Ryatsu at his side. Captain Hitsugaya stated. Shunsui nodded in approval. I'll need your full reports. Especially considering now who's involved. He let out a sigh. At least the funding request won't be denied, considering. Of course. Captain Hitsugaya replied firmly. Why would they want to kidnap that girl? Ikaku asked. Nothing really special about her. Yoruchi and I shared a look. Her powers aren't as mundane as they seem on the surface. Frankly, if she wasn't as kind-hearted as she was, there would be a genuine fear of what she could do with them. I briefly touched on it. Shunsui strained a smile. That's going to be fun to explain my reports. I don't suppose I could get more than that. You can always direct them to Izzy. Suddenly, I look forward to reporting this. Shunsui grinned happily. Wait, what can she do? I thought she could make shields and heal. Ichigo crossed his arms. Well, she could do a cutting shield thing too. She can reject phenomena. I kept it vague. Well, most of them didn't really understand what that truly meant. But Shunsui, his eyes seemed to darken as he possibly thought of the worse interpretation of what I just said. Keep in mind, if Soul Society tries any on her, Izzy will be pissed. I made sure to clarify bluntly. Izzy liked Orihime, she doesn't take to people often. Protective mother instincts perhaps. Nice to get caught up and all, but why are you here? Yoruchi was back on my head, lightly slapping me with her paw. You disappear for a while, then suddenly reappear when things suddenly go to shit. Pretty convenient. Convenient for other people. Honestly, with my luck, this is about par for the course. I've been having a pretty shit day and I came here to ask for Tessai's help and saw what was happening, so I lent a hand. Could probably get Orihime's help instead, but this seemed like something particularly more delicate than normal healing that she does. I'd rather have an expert in the area even if it's harder and takes longer. Well, he's back at the shop. Yoruichi replied. I looked at Shunsui. Need me to give you a hand back home? He waved it off. It's best that I use the proper methods of entering Soul Society. Less scolding I'll have to deal with. We should probably start on our reports too. Renji's shoulders slumped. They're actually going to read them because of who we met. The other Shinigami shared a similar sentiment. I'll leave you to it. Paperwork, it seems to be the enemy of everyone from gods to Shinigami and even humans. Don't forget what she said, or Izzy is going to be angry. And don't be surprised if Orihime sleeps over for a night or so and doesn't come back immediately. Best to cover all our bases. Shunsui twitched and slumped. I'll need to get that rolling as soon as possible too. I picked up the jar of peach wine and tossed it to him. Make sure to share with the old men. Shunsui lit up happily. You're the light of my life. Come on, I'll take you to see Tessai. Yoruichi hopped off my head. I'm coming too. Ichigo stated. Me too. Rukia was quick to escape from the other women and join up with Ichigo. Well, whatever, not like I was going to tell them no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your Shuinpa has gotten a lot better. Yoruichi noted as we touched down in front of Urahara's candy shop. You can actually keep up with me now without many wasted movements, I'm impressed. Rukia and Ichigo were quick to join us as well. It's talent. I said haughtily. More like you had a great teacher. She preened instead. Meh. Screw you, I'm the best. Flash Queen. Because you flash people. That's only part of it. She cackled. Why do you stay as a cat most of the time? I asked. Why wouldn't I? Being a cat is awesome. Did you know people give me free fish as a cat? She exclaimed. Free fish. I just shook my head as we approached the entrance only for the door to slide open with a loud bang. A certain bucket hat wearing man in wooden clogs held a fan up in front of his face. Well, it's certainly a surprise, Schweinord-kun. What can this humble shop owner do for you? Hey there, Candyman. Can Tessai come out to play? A shadow loomed over Urahara as Tessai stepped out from being him. Schweinord-dano. Hey Tessai, how have you been? Busy. He said plainly, and I noticed the blood stains on his apron. Hollow blood, I'm assuming. Why don't we discuss things inside? The kids are here too, I'm sure they'd like to see you again. Urahara snapped his fan shut with a wide grin. They're in the basement. Even if you didn't specify the basement, that's where I assume you would keep kids. Pfft. Yoruichi muffled a laugh. Era, Schweinord-kun, always so hurtful. Urahara let out an exaggerated sigh. Kurosaki-kun and Kachiki-kun, I assumed that everything was resolved well enough. They tried to kidnap Orihime, hat and clogs. Ichigo crossed his arms. Didn't even notice them until it was almost too late. Oh. There was a hint of seriousness to Urahara as Ichigo said that. I admit, I didn't sense them either, so it's not your poor control issues that you missed it. They were wearing these cloaks that made my perception just slide right off. I explained. Urahara's expression shifted slightly. That would be my fault, it seems Aizen helped himself to the remnants of my lab after we had to leave Soul Society in a haste. Should we be more worried, Kasuke? Yoruichi asked. Not being able to sense them until that point, that's pretty serious. They were damaged, I assume. More or less. Urahara nodded. They took a lot of effort and materials to make. They're harder to repair than to create new, and they're quite difficult to make in the first place. I would say that I doubt Aizen cares enough about his subordinates to spend days, maybe weeks remaking them. That's good to hear then. I don't want another Orihime kidnapping attempt to happen. Urahara led us down into his massive basement, the one that contained a training room that was basically a small mountain range inside. Honestly, it was somewhat impressive and a neat idea. It also lacked the uncomfortable weather conditions that this sort of terrain would normally contain. Chad. I walked up to the big guy who was waiting patiently. You're looking good. He smiled. Hello. And Yuryu? I was a bit less forward with him, he was more reserved. Have you been well? You're still wearing that glove. I noticed it in particular. Yuryu pushed up his glasses. I'm fine. He explicitly did not say anything about the glove he was wearing. I wouldn't push it. Is Inoue okay? He asked. Those Ryatsu near her were powerful. She's as fine as can be. Home got wrecked a bit, but she's having a shopping day with Izzy right now. Izzy. Izanami. Yuryu stilled, perhaps recalling that was what I called her rather than her full name. I was glad I could check in on them. They're good kids, even Ichigo, and I'd be upset if they weren't doing well after everything that happened. I would need to keep a closer eye on what's going on here from now on. I didn't ask, but are there no Quincy sightings since everything that happened? I looked at Yoruichi, but it was Urahara who answered. Unfortunately, we have been unable to verify the intent of the Quincy. Urahara unfolded his fan again. Our attempts at reaching them have been unsuccessful. Well, they expect it, so I assume they have their own countermeasures. I tapped my chin. Indeed. Speaking of, did you guys do something to the humans living here? I didn't see a single one when we were up and about. I could just tell that Urahara grinned wide behind his fan. That would be my newest creation. He threw his hands up, and out of his sleeve was a black cube-like item. Knowing that Karakura might be a battlefield, I created this little contraption and placed them around the city. In the event of spiritual pressure rising beyond a certain level, it grabs all the humans in its vicinity, puts them in stasis, then holds them in a pocket dimension. That's smart, well done. Praise where it was due. Urahara just chuckled. I doubt you came all the way here to talk about my genius, Schweinord-kun. He walked over and pat Tessai on the shoulder. Right, sorry. I have a little bit of a problem that involves a young woman missing part of her soul. You should be a Kaido expect, right, Tessai? Tessai smiled helpfully. Indeed I am, Schweinord Dano. I may not be as skilled as Captain Unohana, but I am confident in my skills. I would like to ask a favor then and see if you can't help her. I would be more than willing to lend my aid. However, at the moment, my attention is elsewhere. I require an hour before I can leave. He looked thoughtful. An hour? Well, that's not too bad. I can maybe time things so Ashbin isn't waiting too long. And it's not like he would leave Amber just outside of her pod while he waits a couple hours. It seems you have some time to spare then, Schweinord-kun. Urahara was at my side with his fan poking my shoulder. I have the perfect way to spend this time. And what would that be? I pursed my lips. Why, I was oh so curious about your fight against the hollow I felt from far away. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see it for myself, but you seem to be in good condition. He walked over and hit Ichigo with his fan on the shoulder. Why don't you have a friendly spar with Kurosaki-kun here? What? Ichigo's head snapped towards Urahara. I got a can of tuna on Ichigo getting his ass kicked. Yoruichi spoke up. Screw you. You know, I actually wouldn't be against that. And as far as probing actions go, this was about as subtle as a freight train. Well, I already knew what kind of person Urahara was, and he obviously wanted to know more about me, and he could probably guess I wouldn't willingly give away much. Thus, this proposition. Who said that relaxation had to be foregoing physical exertion? I think beating up a strawberry can be fairly relaxing. I don't know, I heard that Ichigo here caused substantial damage to Soul Society and that doesn't fill me with confidence. Alright, we're fighting. Ichigo scowled. Get out your Zanpakuto, I'm gonna kick your ass. Well, if I'm stuck here for an hour or so, there are worse ways to spend it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Unbedded chapter, so probably has more mistakes than normal. On a side note, I'm taking a few days off, don't expect a chapter until about Thursday at a minimum. Also, part 6 of the Omake is up on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 517, Chapter 468. Izanami POV. Wow, this is amazing. The excitable young girl looked out in wonder at seeing the streets of the yokai home for the first time. All manner of creatures, from things that looked like fairies, to entities that were but heads covered in flames moved down the streets. Humans even weaved through the masses along with Oni and Kappa. Yet, there were no fights happening, no conflicts or slights against each other. It was rather harmonious. There's so many people. Is that a Kappa? His head is so shiny. She pointed out. Thank you. The Kappa smiled, apparently hearing her as he passed by and waved. You're welcome. Orihime waved back. At least he didn't get upset. Kappa seemed to fit into two departments, those that are self-conscious about their bald heads, and those who take pride in them. I was about to ask her where she wanted to go first. There were plenty of things in immediate view that I thought would pique her interest, but I noticed her staring at a food stall and practically drooling. Why don't we have a small snack before we shop? We can have a good dinner somewhere after we're done. I offered. Considering the state of her home, the lack of food she had, it wasn't hard to guess that she wasn't able to treat herself, at all really. Orihime's eyes lit up. Can we have takoyaki? Of course. Specifically the one she was going to eat with her eyes. One might assume that it was odd that an octopus yokai was selling takoyaki, but that was about how things were around here. What can I get for you wonderful ladies? The octopus yokai at the stall asked in fluent speech despite being a literal octopoda in shape and form if a bit bigger and wearing proper clothing. Hello Mr. Octopus, is it hard finding clothing for all your arms? Oriheim asked with clear innocence. The octopus smiled with his eyes. First time in Shinkyoto. He looked at me. It is her first time, yes. I nodded. Most people won't ask questions like how he had clothing specifically for an octopus, as it's answered fairly easily to the inhabitants here. Clothing stores that cater to all shapes and sizes are commonplace in addition to the more mundane and human-sized variety. There are plenty of stores for yokai like me. He held up all of his arms and wiggled them beneath his chef-like attire. Now, what can I get for you wonderful ladies? We have takoyaki and we have. He leaned in towards Oriheim. Special takoyaki. Special takoyaki. Oriheim repeated. What is that? Can we try it? The octopus nodded solemnly. He reached beneath the counter and pulled out a cleaver, then he placed his own tentacle on the chopping board. H-A-A-A-ah. He shouted and slammed it down, splitting the tentacle. A-H. Oriheim screamed. A-H. The octopus screamed back. A-H. A-H. The poor girl nearly fell out of the seat she was in until the octopus started cackling madly, pulling down the long sleeve of his shirt to reveal that it was a fake tentacle, rather one of the ingredients and not his actual body part. You're horrible. I rolled my eyes, though I found myself smiling. I couldn't resist. The way he smiled with his eyes just added to it. You, don't serve up your own arms. Hoo-hoo-hoo. He lifted up all of his appendages. And harm my beautiful arms. My wife would be livid. Okay then. Oriheim recovered fast, smiling happily. Here you are, dear. He reached over and lightly pat her head. I added a few extra, eat up. He said rather warmly. Thank you, Mr. Octopus. You can thank me by visiting again next time you're around. He chuckled. And don't visit any of those dastardly squids. Squids. Oriheim tilted her head. Beware the squids. He leaned in. They can't be trusted, ever since the great octopus and squid wars of the past. Oriheim's eyes widened. Stop it, she's going to believe you. I swatted one of his arms, merely making him chuckle. Okay, okay. He wiggled his free arms, laughing a bit more. I put a hand on Oriheim's head. Enjoy your snack. MMM. She quickly pushed a few into her mouth, making her cheeks bulge. She's a sweet girl, she deserves better than she had. It's delicious. I haven't had takoyaki since. She smiled sadly. My brother. You can have as much as you want. I reassured her. Thank you, you're really nice. She smiled. Not many people would say that to me. If you don't mind me asking, what about your parents? The girl seemed to tilt her head back and forth like she was trying to remember something. My brother said they were bad and hurt us, so he took me away when I was younger. I talk to my aunt every few months though. She sends me money sometimes. Is that so? I made a mental note to find her parents when I had the time. And what about your aunt, why don't you live with her? Oh, I don't think she likes me very much. Oriheim looked down. She said she didn't want the daughter of A to live with her. Filling in the blanks wasn't difficult. She would be ostracized if her mother was a prostitute or something similar. Wilhelm could attest to that much even if he had a much different relationship with his own mother. Do you like where you live right now? I asked. Yes. Oriheim nodded happily. I have a lot of friends. That's good. My lips curled up. Only friends though. Any boys you're interested in? Ah. She immediately went bright red. And no. She looked away bashfully. Ah, no young men that share a similar hair color. I raised an eyebrow. Kei Kurosaki-kun and I are just friends. The slight squeak to her voice didn't do much to convince me. He seems like a good boy. I decided not to tease her too much. Oriheim smiled a bit differently, warmly, and nostalgically. He's always been protecting me. I used to get bullied a lot when I was younger. I didn't like to get angry or upset at people, so I didn't do anything. Kurosaki-kun stood up for me, and ever since then. Him and Tatsuki are the people I care about most. And who's Tatsuki? She's my best friend. Oriheim said proudly. She even taught me karate. She put her hands up in a sort of comical mimic of karate forms. She brings me food too, sometimes. Oriheim said quietly. She's the best. Children are often more perceptive than adults tend to assume. I wouldn't be surprised if this Tatsuki was fully aware of Oriheim's situation and does what she can to help. And what about school? Are you doing well in your classes? I'm third in our year. She puffed up. That is impressive. I fully acknowledged. And what do you wish to do after you graduate? I don't know. She smiled blankly. That's fine, you have plenty of time to decide. I gave her a small pat. What did you want to be when you were younger? She looked thoughtful. My brother asked me that one time too. He took me to the beach for the first time and it was so exciting and fun. Oh. And what did you decide then? I said I wanted to be a mermaid. Well then. Did your desire change since then? Oriheim laughed awkwardly. I still love the ocean, so I don't know. I thought it would be fun to travel around it. But that's hard, I would need to save up money, get my passport. And there's so many places to visit, I don't even know where to start. Many people travel to find themselves after graduating. I pointed out. Well, I'd be scared to leave all my friends too. She laughed lightly. I was about to respond, but I heard a couple familiar voices behind us. Oh look, that's cute. Ugh, too girly. I glanced over and saw both Jean and Mordred walking down the street. They seemed to notice me as well as Jean nearly dragged the shorter girl with her. Izzy. I quickly finished for the young saintess. In public, please. Oh, sorry. Jean sheepishly apologizes. She is also a sweet girl. And considering how things were going, she was going to be close to us soon. Hello, Jean and Mordred. Are you two enjoying the day together? Just bored and walking around. Artoria's child shrugged. Mordred was coming to go shopping with me. Jean smiled happily. What are you? She paused as Oriheim seemed to be peeking over me to see who it was I was talking to. Hello. She greeted. Hi. Oriheim smiled and waved. I'm Jean, this is Mordred. She introduced them both. Sup. I'm in no way Oriheim, or your foreigners. She lightly tapped her head with her fist. You can just call me Oriheim. I looked at the two of them then as Oriheim and had a wonderful idea. Unfortunately, Oriheim's apartment was damaged by some unsavory individuals. Wilhelm is dealing with the situation right now, but I brought her here to do some shopping. Would you both like to join us? Mordred shrugged again. Sure, I ain't got nothing better to do. That would be great. Jean agreed quickly. You know Wilhelm too? Yeah, he helped us when we went to go save Rukia. She's, a friend of mine. Jean nodded in seemingly understanding. He helped me too. I had a feeling they were going to get along well. I should call Yasaka and ask for her help in fixing up Oriheim's apartment while we're here. At ****. Wilhelm POV. This isn't how I expected things to go, but I'm not upset. A consequence-free spar. Sign me up. Was it smart to do this when I should be resting? Probably not, but I'll make sure to have a proper rest after. Ichigo was standing with his big cleaver pointed at me. I took out my own Zanpakuto in response. You're talking big for someone who's overcompensating there. I teased. Nah, he can back it up. I saw him naked. Yoruchi spoke up. Damn it, don't say that to everyone. The orange-haired kid flushed red. Yoruchi. Rukia seemingly was reacting the same. Meow. Don't pretend to be a cat when it suits you. Now. Why don't we leave the playing for later? Tessai is going to handle some cleanup from the recent attack. Schweinord-kun here doesn't have much time to stand around. Urahara chimed in. I will get started. Tessai clasped his hands and headed back upstairs. Alright, let's do this for real. I nodded. Fine by me. Ichigo huffed, looking serious. Quick question though, since I'm a magus, am I allowed to use my familiar? Familiar. Ichigo blinked. Go. I commanded and a streak of lightning covered the distance between us, a rabbit landing on his face. Ichigo's body slumped back, bewildered, as a rabbit just kicked him and sent him tumbling across the ground. Victory. I said with an even tone. What the hell was that? Ichigo threw his hand up, pointing at me angrily. Sir Wiggles landed on my head. Have you never seen a rabbit before? That's not what I mean and you know it. Kaya. I paused looking at the sudden noise that stopped me in my tracks, only to see Rukia blushing slightly in sudden embarrassment. Anyways, I win. I declared. Bullshit. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Screw you, that doesn't count. I turned to Yuryu and Chad. Judges. Kurosaki clearly lost. Yuryu stated, not missing a beat. You want to go next, Four Eyes? Ichigo leveled his sword. Anytime. The Quincy didn't back down. Yoruichi hopped up onto my shoulder. Since when did you have a rabbit like this? She poked Sir Wiggles with her paw. Sir Wiggles, in turn, began to swat at her from atop my head. It reminded me of when Sir Wiggles would fight with that monster back at Chaldea as the two of them were taking shots at each other. Since forever. I said casually. He was keeping a friend company before. Era, Schweinor-kun. Urahara unfolded his fan. I'll gladly hold onto your pet rabbit while you continue your fight with Kurosaki-kun. I rolled my eyes at his not-so-subtle urging to keep fighting. Secondly, I didn't trust him to hold onto Sir Wiggles. Rukia, do you mind holding onto him for me? The noises she made were a yes, I was assuming. My valiant familiar shot over and landed into the petite Shinigami's arms and she squealed excitedly. What's his name? His name is Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. Head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. King of France, and King of Asgard. I declared for everyone to hear his majestic name. That's a stupid name. Ichigo deadpanned. It is not a stupid name. Rukia argued. Is that really his name? Yoruichi poked me. You're a lot cuter than you let on. She laughed. What's wrong with his name? I questioned. Nothing, I just think it's cute that you made up a bunch of titles for him. You're assuming they're made up. I responded. They are, right? She looked at me blinking. Right. Some of them are, and not the ones you probably think. Holy shit, I'm way too sober for this. Yoruichi bounced off my shoulder. Alright Strawberry, real fight time. I was done playing around, well, playing around so blatantly. Ichigo stopped arguing with Yuryu and looked back at me and gripped his sword tightly. I was honestly curious to see how strong he was because I hadn't seen him fight fully. Just the sheer amount of Ryatsu that was flowing off him was enough to indicate that he was pretty damn strong and would only get stronger with age. Hell, he feels stronger than several Shinigami captains I've met. Though the way he controls his Ryatsu is so chaotic compared to the likes of Yoruichi or Urahara who barely have any presence in comparison. The two of them, their Ryatsu is like a small trickle as it escapes from their bodies, while Ichigo is like a rampant river as it flows out. Experience is certainly a factor here. He was what, a normal kind some months ago. Super impressive that he's at this level of strength right now. He's strong even by the standards back home. He launched himself at me with a burst of Shuinpa. I had to both marvel and scowl at how easily he picked it up. He learned even later than I did, but he was using it pretty damn good at first glance. Sure, he was no Yoruichi, but neither was I. I was just taking in these first few strikes. The power behind him, the way he moved to swing at me, the speed at which his blade slammed into mine. I blocked the first one head on to get a feel for his power. He tried to overwhelm me in brute force straight away, and as soon as he realized that wouldn't work, he shifted to throw out a flurry of swings at me, picking up speed with each movement, yet he was still going full strength each blow. I met each one, deflecting or parrying them using the most minimal amount of power necessary while he seemed to be exerting himself on each swing of his sword. Your technique could use work, I said, deflecting his blade down to the side as he exerted quite a bit of spiritual power into that swing, causing the ground to gouge out as it connected. What? He stepped back, holding his blade up again, looking confused. It seems like your main method of attack is to try and overpower someone head-on, be it brute force or speed. I pointed out. Did you notice that you were using more than double the amount of Ryatsu I was in each clash, but you weren't gaining any ground? Ichigo frowned. Yeah, you were deflecting everything easily. Minimal effort used in both physical and spiritual aspects. As I said, right away, I noticed that you lack a lot of technique in your movements. I gave my honest advice just for our short clash. Keep in mind, when I say technique, I don't necessarily mean sword mastery, but that certainly helps. Ichigo held his sword up defensively. Show me. He asked genuinely, so I wouldn't mind at all. I sort of mimicked his first actions, using Shuinpa to close the distance and swung down my Zanpakuto with full force. My foot hit the ground hard and I followed up with another full-strength swing from the side. He did the same thing I did before and brought up his sword to deflect it, and I let him. I pivoted, and swung at his other side. This time, I didn't use my full force, it was much lighter. He seemed surprised and I kept going in that same threshold with a flurry of strikes until all of a sudden I increased it several-fold and what would have been a normal block on his end sent him fumbling backwards, nearly losing his footing. I casually held my Zanpakuto pointed at him and shot it forward in a stabbing motion. He barely twisted his body to somewhat dodge as my blade tore through some of his clothing and he had to catch himself from falling over. Rhythm is important in sword fights. Likewise, disrupting someone's rhythm can create openings. I stabbed my Zanpakuto into the ground and leaned on it as he got back up. It's not the deciding factor, just one of them. You're going 100% of the time, so you become very predictable if you can't overwhelm your opponent immediately. Though, what you're doing isn't necessarily wrong either, it's a method that some people use. I've used it myself plenty of times, but you lack a bag of tricks to go along with it. In a fist fight, you don't always need to throw haymakers, jabs are important, feints as well. Mix it up, keep your opponent on their toes. Sure, cleaving them in half with a full slash would be great, but death by 1,000 cuts is equally a victory. I'm not going to tell him he's wrong for how he fights. Against Kronos, I wasn't throwing out lackadaisical jabs with my blades, but that situation doesn't really apply to him right at this moment. He has a lot of room to grow. I get it. He nodded. Thanks. No problem. I couldn't help but smile. I suggest reeling in your Ryatsu as well, it's honestly very wasteful and it would do you a lot of good. Yeah. He huffed. Yoruchi and them told me the same thing, it's hard to control it. Are you trying to just shunt it all off at once? Kinda. Like put a lid on it. He tilted his head. That's what Yoruchi told me. He pointed out. Maybe you should try the opposite direction if you're having trouble. If I had to guess, they started out with their Ryatsu and molded it as they grew. You sort of just got it all at once, in a way. Right now, you're like a raging river and you're trying to throw logs in front of it and dam it all up at once while it rampages. Rather, start slowly pulling in the edges, narrow the river, and work backwards. I'll try it, but I don't know if it'll work. Not that big of a deal anyways. He shrugged. Well, kid certainly has a lot to work with, so I can see why he thinks that. I'm not going to push him, he needs to learn to stand on his own 2 feet with things. I'll happily give him advice, but whether he takes it is all on him. All right. I pulled my Zanpakuto out of the ground. That was a nice warm-up, why don't you show me what you really got? Ichigo grinned. All right, don't say I didn't warn ya. His Ryatsu spiked astronomically. A pillar of it reaching to the ceiling of this underground training area. It was powerful enough that it could nearly push me back if I wasn't paying attention. He held his sword out, pointing it at me, then used his other hand, and placed it on his forearm while the cloth on the hilt of his blade wrapped around his arm. Bankai. I couldn't help but grin seeing a Bankai released up close like this. The Ryatsu around him became significantly heavier and disrupted any vision of him I had due to the whirlwind of dust and Ryatsu that swirled around him. It all was pushed to the side with the rattling of a chain to accompany it. No more was he wielding that oversized blade, but he had almost a normal, if pitch blade, katana in his hand with a chain extending from the hilt. And over his normal Shinigami uniform, he was wearing a black coat. Tensa Zangetsu. He breathed out. Did you mess up? What the hell is that supposed to mean? He seemingly didn't expect my question. What the fuck is that? I pointed. This is my Bankai. You changed your clothes and you're wielding a normal-sized sword now. I deadpanned. Stop talking shit about my Bankai. Yoruchi. I looked at the cat. Aren't Bankai supposed to be like, big expressions of power? Yoruchi looked at me and did a cat shrug. Meow. Oh fuck off. Why does it matter if it works? Ichigo huffed. True. It was hard to argue with that logic. Alright Strawberry, show me what you got. He moved and I felt a tingle on the back of my neck. My whole body spun, because out of the corner of my eyes, he was swinging down at me and I had to jerk my body out of the way to dodge. I brought my sword up to block another of his slashes on the opposite side of me. I had to lean far as his blade pierced through the air right at me from behind. This continued for a few moments as his speed began to increase. Every few steps, he left an afterimage after I deflected a blow or dodged a slash. It got to a point where he was moving so quickly that dozens of him appeared around me simultaneously. Though, I couldn't help but smile happily as we played this little game. Instead of sitting there waiting for him, I began to move as well. It was almost absurd that his Shuinpa was faster than mine at this point. But we played this little game of tag, only with deadly weapons. The clashing of steel resounded everywhere, even if normal eyes could no longer detect us. I moved 100 yards away with a step, and he was on me, swinging his sword down overhead for me to block. I let it glance off my sword and moved to slash at him, and it passed harmlessly through his body and I had to follow after because he moved dozens of feet away at that moment. It wasn't just speed, though that received a significant boost under his Bankai. I could feel the weight of his blow magnify by 10-fold at least. I actually strained to take them as I was right now. No, without any additional boosts from any other source, he was overpowering me on a physical level. Alright, I take back what I said before. I slid to a stop, narrowly moving to the side to step out of the way of a slash of his. I think I was eking out a stalemate here because I simply had much more experience fighting at this level and beyond than he did. What was that? I didn't hear you. He appeared not far away, looking way too smug. Oh, come off it. I rolled my eyes. Is that your special ability of your Bankai? Is it small because it puts everything in speed? A normal Bankai, from what I recall, increases your physical abilities by a factor of 5 to 10 across the board. In addition to that, it seems that his speed was further increased. Something like that. He smiled cockily. You jealous? Hardly. I snorted. He was still unrefined. God, give him 5 more years, maybe less, and he would become an absolute monster. No, that's not right, we were just playing around. In all honesty, he's already a monster for his age. He would easily match up with the kids who formed that team or whatever from before. Serorg might beat him as he stands at this moment, but he's growing at an obscene rate if we go by how he was merely months ago. He still has a lot of room for improvement. Hell, once he figures out how to control his Ryatsu, that will be another large increase in his own strength. Right now, he's wasting so much of it and it's unfocused, even in his Bankai. You know, there's something you need correcting on. What's that? Ichigo still had that cocky grin on his face. Making assumptions in battle. Who told you that I don't know my Zanpakuto's name? His expression shifted and he looked mildly wary. Alright, show it to me. Why don't you make me? I gestured for him to come at me. That grin of his returned and it grew until it covered his face. I could feel him enjoying this just as I was. Underneath that teenage angst and cockiness, there was someone who seemed to genuinely enjoy fighting. He held his sword up with both hands, and his rampant Ryatsu soared again until a black aura consumed everything around him, wrapping around his blade, swirling and condensing. Getsuga Tenchu. He swung it down and it shot at me like a wave of darkness, consuming everything in its path. My eyes widened and I swung my blade out. Reflect, Musutengai. The wave of darkness washed over me, utterly annihilating the fake mountainous region that was behind me and slamming into the walls of this underground arena. The space of it fluctuated and shuddered as if its bindings were under strain from the power. I stood in my small spot, completely untouched due to the effects of my Zanpakuto. It wasn't too rough on me, I could handle this much strain at least. His attack, while absolutely praiseworthy, had quite a few flaws in it that it wasn't on the same level as the likes of Kronos or Indra even if the sheer destructive power was something similar in certain circumstances. You missed. I called out. Screw you. He shot back. I could only chuckle as I stepped back over towards him. I felt relaxed despite physically exerting myself the past, how many minutes we were sparring. It was a nice stress relief. That your sword? Ichigo dismissed his own Bankai, his Ryatsu settling back down to whatever could be called normal for him. I held it up for him to see. Musutengai, meaning infinite horizons. How in the hell did you get your Shurkai already? Yoruchi was back on my shoulder, looking at me. It's called talent. She swatted at my head. No, seriously, how? Things happened. I didn't really want to reveal it so openly. How'd you dodge his attack? You want to know the power of my Zanpakuto? I raised an eyebrow and I could see both Rukia and Urahara looking at me expectantly, along with the others, like they were all wanting to hear what my Shurkai's ability was. It lets me become immune to gingers. Fuck you. Ichigo swung his oversized sword at me in a huff. That's not what it does. Then how do you explain it? Bullshit, that's how. He threw his arms up with a scowl. And what did you do? Yoruchi jumped onto Ichigo, slapping his head. Your Ryatsu spiked way too high when you used the Getsuga Tenchu. What do you mean? You know what I mean. It spiked at least 5 times over in that instant. Ichigo shrugged. My hollow wanted to pump it up, said something about wiping that smug look off the asshole's face. I let my Zanpakuto settle down back to its sealed state. You getting on with your edgy twin? Ichigo scowled deeper. You start shit like that and I'm the one who has to hear him shouting in my head. But yeah, we get on alright. Old man Zangetsu and him won't tell me anything though, but I fight him every now and then and if I win, he lets me have some more of his power. Huh. Why the hell didn't you tell us anything, you idiot? Yoruchi started slapping his head. That's not something to keep to yourself. Hollows are dangerous, you got one in your soul and he's just happily giving you his power. What's the big deal? Ichigo didn't react much at her hitting him continuously. Yoruchi let out a long groan. Just, be careful, alright? We'll call up some friends who might have a better clue as to what's going on. Sooner than we had expected too. She added on quietly. Well, keep working at it, you're getting fairly strong. I think you'd be about in the middle compared to all the captains I met, maybe higher. Only the middle. Ichigo frowned. That's not something to look down on, you idiot. Rukia walked over. Do you have any idea how strong the captains are? They're centuries older than you and you're almost on their level. I beat by Akuya. Ichigo pointed out. He's neglected his training. Yoruichi countered. Honestly, he's not much stronger than when we left Soul Society originally. You can be sure he's going to train much harder now, especially with everything happening. He still has a lot of room for improvement. How strong are you? Ichigo looked at Yoruichi. She laughed. 5 of you couldn't match me as you are right now. But some of the captains I'm not sure I can beat. That captain commander of yours is a monster too. Even after fighting Kronos and winning, well, I wasn't confident about my chances. Hard to really gauge it, it's not like I can just point to some arbitrary number and see if I ranked higher. Simply, one of us would die if we fought and it's up in the air who. Bringing up the captain commander isn't fair. Yoruichi grumbled. The only reason he hasn't retired in over 1,000 years of working is because no one's strong enough to take his place. Well damn, isn't that a scary thought? Honestly, quite a few of these Shinigami were monsters in one way or another. It seems that enough time passed because Tessai was seen climbing down the stairs to rejoin us. I have completed my job, Schweinord Dano. Tessai stated, raising his hand bluntly in greeting. You missed a fun little fight, Tessie. Urahara closed his fan with a snap. Schweinord Kuin here was getting ready to explain how his Zanpakuto works for us. You know, props where it's due, he delivered that rather smoothly. But I wasn't going to take the bait. It gives me protection against gingers. That's not how it works. Ichigo went into a huff again. God, it's fun riling him up. He reminds me of Gadu. I need to visit my stepbrother at some point. And Pandora, I need to introduce her to her granddaughter. Maybe that's where I can head next after cleaning up this mess with that Amber girl. Sir Wiggles plopped himself onto my head from Rukia's arms, earning a disgruntled pout from the petite girl. If you're ready, Tessai. He already agreed pretty much, and while it wasn't an urgent timetable, I did waste quite a bit of time here already. I am ready to depart with you, Schweinord Dano. He nodded. Thanks for having me over. I waved at Urahara. Despite his probing, he was amicable, I suppose. I do prefer people being above board with me, so I wasn't going to get upset with what he was doing. It was my pleasure. He smiled brightly. You're welcome anytime. Yoruichi. I looked at her. Behave. Meow. And you know how to reach me. If an emergency comes up, don't hesitate. All right. She hopped off my shoulder. Is your friend going to be coming back with Oriheim soon? No idea, as I said, don't freak out if she's gone for a couple days. And she did say that she would send people over to fix Oriheim's apartment, so don't freak out about anything weird. I offered her a vague estimation of what I would expect. Honestly, she's probably going to conscript some of Yasaka's people to fix it up quickly. I expect to receive a message providing transportation services relatively soon. Oh, and Ichigo, I have something for you. I walked up to him. Huh, what? He looked confused. Well, it's just something you should have. You have a lot of talent, and you're a good kid. I put a hand on his shoulder. You're making me feel weird. Just look after this for me, would you? It's sentimental, I once beat up a clown with it. What are you? I dropped a brick into his hands. I hate you. I hate you so much. Be good, don't get into trouble, I'll see you later. I quickly grabbed Tessai and opened a portal back up to Remnant before he could do anything. The legacy of the brick shall live on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon Omake, a very foxy summons. And, apparently I forgot to post this outside of one website when I wrote it like last year. So here you guys go. So, this is the mechanism designed to summon these servants. Izzy looked around the Chaldea summoning chamber. The place used to facilitating the summoning of servants through the fate system. I was giving Izzy a tour of Chaldea. No one else minded, after all the help I've given, they were more than willing to let me give her a tour. Not to mention, they would be happy to be on good terms with another goddess. Yup. I followed her gaze as she inspected everything. Among other things. Their system, while more beneficial in some aspects compared to the traditional ritual used in the past, is also worse off in others. It can summon other things by accident. What do you mean, other things? Izzy asked. For some reason, it seems intent on summoning Mappo Tofu and black keys. What are? A type of holy sword, dagger, thing. Hates things the church hates, so it does a lot of damage to them. Think holy sword but less Star Wars. Oh. She just nodded. And Mappo Tofu, really? I just shrugged. I have no idea. Honestly, this whole facility is held together with duct tape and prayers. I'm scared that if I even look at the fate system the wrong way, it's going to explode. And yet you use it to summon exalted figures through history. Never said we were smart. Which I already knew. She rolled her eyes with a small smile. Would it be too much to ask if I could see it in action? I already planned for a few uses, don't worry. Are you sure? I recall you saying that they had limited amounts of the resources required. They planned on using it anyways, I'm just letting you do the whole button press of it. Oh, well then, I suppose I shall partake. Izzy perked up. How do I do this, exactly? First, you need to take a very specific stance, then yell at the top of your lungs. I will smack you. She deadpanned. Fine, fine. I huffed. Just feed your magical energy into the device at the center here. Once it hits the threshold, the system facilitates the rest. She placed her hand on it, then pause. Perhaps I shouldn't ask at this point, but is my identity as a goddess an issue? I shrugged. What wonderful insights you provide. She said dryly. Very well, let's continue. I felt the power from Izzy begin to flow into the device. Fate was powering up as the system started activating. Oh, this is interesting. I can feel the fluctuations of space and time being bent. Izzy exclaimed. Huh, I guess you would be sensitive to that kind of thing. The room lit up with magical energy, a pillar of light slammed into the ground as a new figure was coalesced. Pink hair, fox ears on her head twitching excitedly, a single tail swaying behind her. Husband, I have arrived. Your foxy wife, Tamamonome, has come to. The servant paused, looking at us, but slowly turning her head to focus entirely on Izzy. Daughter. Izzy spoke up to break the awkward silence that ensued. Nope. The servant did an about-face, took a step forward, and dissipated back into motes of magical energy. Ah, did she just? I found trouble saying the correct word. She did. Izzy said blankly. And she has 3 seconds to get back here before I get upset. You know she can't just. 1. I blinked, apparently being ignored. You could try summoning her back or. 2. Izzy, that isn't going to work. 3. Suddenly, the room exploded in magical energy again. Wait, I'm here, I'm here. The pink-haired fox apparently decided the grand ritual that composes the summoning of servants was irrelevant compared to Izzy giving her a countdown. Yeah, okay. I just decided not to question it, I think it was better for my sanity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N back from my little vacation, and here's the chapter. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 518, Chapter 469 plus Looking Glass Omega Part 5. Yoruchi POV. Well, that was interesting. Seemed like every time he came by, he found a new way to shatter my worldview. Can I even call it out as bullshit like the time he took to learn his Zanpakuto's name? I mean, Ichigo here pretty much learned it right away. Sorta, he didn't even know that Zanpakuto had names until far into his tenure as a substitute, but almost as soon as he was told, he released his sword for the first time. But he's also not a normal case in any sense of the imagination. Wilhelm, though, he's, well, not human. But, half human, he said. Does the fact that he's a devil have any bearing on it? Normally, I'd ask Kasuke, but he obviously didn't know devils existed until recently too. Hell, no one knew they existed until recently. It was only for a few moments, but his reatsu spiked high. No idea what he even did, his sword looked kinda plain too, so it's not like it's a physical attribute. Somehow, he managed to dodge out of the way of Ichigo's Getsuga Tenshu without moving. And isn't that something nice to learn about all of a sudden? This idiot over there was messing with his hollow without telling anyone. We were already talking with Shinji and the others about helping Ichigo, and he stressed many times that inner hollows are very dangerous and they needed to be defeated and sealed to access their powers. Gonna need to call him in earlier than planned. Originally, I wanted Ichigo to refine himself a bit before getting a big power-up like access to his hollow's powers, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna work. It's nice that he got a bit of an eye-opener. Sure, neither of them were running at 100% in their friendly spar, but Ichigo should have more or less seen the distance between them. Which was fine, kid has a lot of room to grow so he's not gonna throw a fit for getting beaten. But even still. I jumped onto his head and gave him an encouraging slap. That was a good attack at the end. What are you doing? He asked skeptically. I'm praising you, idiot. Why? Am I not allowed to praise my student? No. That's not something you do. Ever. Just for that, I'm gonna tell Byakuya you and Rukia are dating the next time I'm in Soul Society. Yoruchi. Rukia let out an exhausted sigh. Please don't tell brother that, he'll believe you. I know. I smiled. You'd do that anyways. Ikchio just huffed. Well, that wasn't untrue. But serious, you've grown a lot, Ichigo. I'm proud of you. I gave him another slap on the forehead. Okay, you're seriously weirding me out. He shook me off, making me land on the ground. What do you want? Why do you think I want anything? Because you're acting really out of character. So spill it, what do you want? He scowled. Well, if you're offering, I wouldn't mind hearing the details from Orihime when she gets back. I happily responded to his generous offer. I'm not pumping her for information. He crossed his arms, scowling deeper. As long as she's fine, then it's all good. You're not the just teeniest bit curious. Who knows what's happening over there? I mean, yokai, that's probably not a good thing. I tried to egg him on a bit. The bastard said she was fine. Wow, you really just trust him at face value like that? I blinked in surprise. I mean, I did in all honesty, I felt like he was a good guy and I was rarely wrong about that sort of thing. But Ichigo was still a kid, so I expected more concern. Ichigo just shrugged. He's an ass, but he's not an asshole. Strangely, I knew exactly what I meant by that. Maybe that's why we got along so well in just a few days. Nice brick. Screw you. He tried to throw it at me, but I easily dodged. I knew it, the dastardly Kurosaki Ichigo is at it again. Shinigami beware, he has a brick. I immediately ran away, letting him stew in his own anger. Still can't believe Wilhelm bricked Mayuri in the face. Just the continued thought of that gets me all riled up in a bad way. Hopefully seeing Ichigo push himself like that would get the others to take their training seriously. Yuri had his own problems right now, but Chad had sort of been neglecting his spiritual training since he got back from Soul Society. Orihime almost getting kidnapped should be a wake-up call for them. The world wasn't going to ignore everything going on even if they wanted it to. You're being uncharacteristically quiet, Kisuk. I trotted over to my longtime friend as he just quietly looked at the kids arguing off where I was a moment before. Am I? He smiled lightly. Well, normally, you would be doing anything you could to get the answer you wanted. You know, like manipulating the kid, or some shady shit, or maybe pushing boundaries that you really shouldn't. I listed off things he's done in the past. At least he hadn't outright threatened people to get what he wants. Well, not like physically or maliciously or anything like that. But blackmailing hasn't been off the table. Kisuk isn't the most morally resolute person in the world, but there are lines he won't cross. Sometimes I gotta remind him of them, or just point out how he's acting like Mayuri to stop him in his tracks. He tries to be decent, so he's already leagues ahead of that psycho clown. You obviously had a lot of things you wanted to say, why didn't you? I jumped up onto his head. He hummed, playing with the fan in his hand. I guess the time didn't feel right. He glanced at me. I'm trying to be nice. Well, miracles do happen. I snorted. The angry goddess doesn't have anything to do with it, I presume. He nearly stumbled but quickly corrected himself. Era, I'm both enthused and horrified at the idea of this self-proclaimed goddess. Please don't get yourself killed. I know how to act when the situation calls for it. He smiled good-naturedly. I did survive as a captain without everyone hating me. That was true. Kisuk somehow was on the good side of nearly everyone during his tenure. What did you think of his Zanpakuto? Kisuk frowned slightly. I would need to see it a few more times, but I have some theories. Oh. And what kind of theories are those? The kind that make me realize that Schweinord-Kuin is not a normal person. Could have told you that myself. A normal person doesn't learn Shuinpa to that degree he did in a matter of weeks. A normal person doesn't develop their Zanpakuto to that degree in equal time. A normal person doesn't have such expert control of their Ryatsu after learning how to handle it in less than a couple months. Honestly, feels like you're sulking. I poked at him. Sulking? Me. He chuckled. Well, you do like being the smartest person around. Now that there's things going on that you're completely in the dark about, it must be eating away at you. How's your research been going? Admittedly, not very well. He sighed. Yoruchi, I looked into everything I could. All the records I could get my hands on, and even started reading children's books to see if there were any glaring hints that I might have missed. Nowhere does it imply that the goddess Izanami should exist. Much less a plethora of other gods that would also exist by extension. Well, we know the Soul King exists, it isn't that big a leap. I pointed out. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I would be having a hard time believing any of this. He sighed again. Still can't believe you took a peek at him. He chuckled awkwardly. I was young and foolish. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't. He agreed. Sorta thought you'd ask him about your Hogyoku too. But you didn't even broach the subject with him while he was here. I was tempted. He fidgeted with his fan some more. I tried to find him, you know. Kisuk. I frowned. I wasn't going to go looking or anything like that. He waved it off. If Mayuri couldn't find him through his own methods, I certainly wasn't going to give him any help either. Fine, I believe you. I knew Kasuk did things often just because he wants to know if he can. I couldn't find him anywhere. He's good at hiding. Yoruchi, I don't think he was in the human world. When you point it out, it makes sense. I mean, he's a devil or something, right? Stands to reason that there was a place we didn't know about, where he was hiding. I mean. I paused for a second. Did you check hell? A slow grin crept up on his face. Yoruchi, are you asking me if I broke one of the biggest taboos and went around poking at hell? He sounded aghast. Stop being an idiot. I smacked his head. I did a preliminary poke. Even I don't want to start playing around with hell. But Schweinorkuin has no resemblance to the hell we know. His Ryatsu is all wrong in both feeling and effect. You know just as I do that hell's aura erodes living things. Yeah, just figured I'd ask. I nodded. The two biggest taboos that every member of the great clans and even higher-up Shinigami learn very early on. Treat the Soul King with absolute reverence. And do not inquire about hell. Both of these can get you executed very quickly. If Kasuk started poking around hell and Soul Society found out, they would disregard our working relationship and any attempts to reconcile to execute him as quickly as possible, even considering Aizen and the Quincy's breathing down their necks. So you couldn't find him, not that big of a deal. Are you getting upset that he escaped with your marble somewhere without you being able to keep an eye on him? I teased him a little. After looking, I could pinpoint Aizen's location due to the unique signature his Hogyoku gave off. He stated. It's irrelevant because we know he's in Hueco Mundo, but I just used that as a reference. And Schweinorkuin was found nowhere. Maybe he used some magic or something. I offered. Seems like there's a much wider world we didn't know about until now. I guess it makes sense considering we didn't really leave Japan much when dealing with spiritual stuff. I thought it over myself. Japan was the spiritual capital of the human world. There were some spots elsewhere, but Japan as a whole was where 90% plus of all hollow attacks occur. In the rare occurrence that a hollow had enough Ryatsu to form elsewhere in the human world, they almost instinctively go to Hueco Mundo, then come to Japan to hunt due to the density of reishi. I'm annoyed that there is the possibility of such a thing slipping under my nose. But I'm also glad that there's so many new things I'm learning about. As a scientist, I welcome opportunities to learn new things. He grinned. So your pride is stung. I summarized, hopping off his head. Anyways, you may want to check on Ichigo. I heard. He nodded. I'll give Shinji a call to get his opinion. Alright, I'm gonna head out and check on our friends from Soul Society. Are you worried about them? He raised a questioning eyebrow. I'm worried about what may happen if they're stupid enough to interrupt the people the goddess apparently said she would send to fix Oriheim's apartment. Kasuk blinked. I believe it's best that you keep an eye on things. I thought so too. Glad we were on the same page there. Tell me when Tesai comes back, I want to hear about what he got up to. Kasuk gave me a silent wave as I ran out of the underground basement of his. While I was out and about I also checked up on the humans to make sure everything went well with Kasuk's little toy. Tesai did good work too. He made sure that no humans appeared within the destroyed buildings or under rubble when they reappeared in the city. Had to give Kasuk credit, the humans were confused, but that was better than being dead. He did a good job from what I could see at a glance. He added a light mental impulse to not treat the disappearance for several hours with much concern, which seemed to be helping. Left a bad taste in my mouth, but again, better than the alternative. It only took a few minutes to get over to where Oriheim lived, and thankfully the Shinigami weren't around causing problems by sitting around inside. Found them nearby, able to keep an eye on things, but not close enough to interfere. Nothing yet? I asked, arriving with a gust of wind. No response as of yet. Captain Hitsugaya replied. But we will keep watch. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too worried. Hitsugaya was a no-nonsense kind of kid. Hey, Yoruchi. Renji sort of shuffled up in a hushed tone. Can I ask you something? What's up? Are Rukia and Ichigo really together? He whispered. Yes. I'm sorry Ichigo, I couldn't help myself. But to be fair, they both need to get laid. Make sure to tell Byakuya too. Well, the look on his face made me think he wasn't asking because of the older Kachiki. The others just looked bored, even if they were still sort of doing their jobs properly. It wasn't anything new for a Shinigami to stand around for hours at a time while they watched over a place or did patrols. I remember my early training days where I was up for over 2 weeks straight in the human world hunting a particularly annoying hollow. Something's happening. Captain Hitsugaya pushed himself up from where he was sitting/leaning. At the same time everyone else immediately zoned in on what he was referring to. Similar to that magic or whatever it was that Wilhelm used, a portal opened up in the middle of Oriheim's apartment and tons of different people walked out. And none of them were human. They felt strange. Their reiatsu was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was extremely faint, but on top of it was this entirely different feeling. Particularly, at the front, there was a man with 2 horns on his hand, a big guy, probably bigger than Tessii and wider too. There were others, some very much not humanoid in shape. Some with elongated features, others with animal features. All right, you know the job, barrier up to avoid the humans. Get the measurements ready, I want someone to check on gas lines and electricity. Was that an Oni? The Oni at the front started ordering people around with actual precision it seemed. I never thought I would see an Oni with construction knowledge. Or an Oni in general for that matter. He was even wearing a hard hat, with holes so his horns peeked out from underneath. Today had been a strange day. I think all of us were a bit taken back. Sure, we heard that yokai existed, and even one of the captains was a big humanoid dog/wolf or something, but to see it like this was another matter entirely. I used to think that yokai were just stories from spiritually perceptive humans who could see hollows. But the kappa with his big shiny head seemed to destroy those previous thoughts, along with the others. Was that a tengu? He had a long nose and bird-like wings on his back too. Naya. As if taking everyone off guard, a little black cat with 2 tails stood right in front of us. I admit a small lapse in my awareness, which I think was understandable in this situation. But I was also surprised that this very much not a normal cat snuck up on us. Meow. Naya. Meow. Naya. Meow. Did you make a friend, Yoruchi? Renjiku asked. Hello. The foreign black cat spoke perfectly. Hello. I spoke back, never thinking I'd meet another talking cat before. Am I allowed to be surprised by this? I feel like it's a sort of irony. We sort of just stared at each other. As a cat, it was easy to tell it was a she as well. But her 2 tails were a bit confusing. We began to circle around one another as if to size each other up. I could take her, easy. That's what my gut told me. Though she'd probably smack around a couple of the ones behind me. Name? I asked. She had a mischievous grin on her face as that strangeness around her sort of shifted and a puff of smoke appeared, barely obscuring the form of a young woman, laying seductively on the ground with a black kimono adjusted to barely cover certain parts of her body. Kuroka, she introduced with a grin. Captain, cover your eyes. Renjiku, I'm not a kid. Ho, what a nice complexion. Are those cat ears real? Ho, are you challenging me? I raised a non-existent eyebrow. Naya, the girl, cat, yokai. She seemed amused by this whole thing. I transformed as well, almost similar in every aspect of how it happened. Except, I wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. You have got a long way to go, little girl, I matched her smile. Her eyes widened. Naya. I win. Damn it, Yoruchi, put some clothes on. I heard Captain Hitsugaya scolded me, and glancing back I could see his bright red face. Prudes. It's cute. The newly named Kuroka giggled as she got up and sauntered over to the younger captain. He tried to keep his composure as the younger girl seductively walked towards him, clothing seeming like it was going to fall off her admittedly voluptuous body. I am Shinigami Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya, of the 10th Division of the Godai 13, I. Naya. She moved rather fast and put a finger to his lips, silencing him. Wanna help me make some Shinigami kittens? Oh, I liked her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. Oh hey, I think he's back. Thank you, Crow, I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. The distinct voice of Headmaster Oshbin replied rather dryly. No problem, Oz. I noticed Crow from before sitting at his side, drinking from a certain flask of his. Sorry for taking so long, we had an unexpected situation arise. I expressed my apologies up front at my tardiness. Is that blood on you guys? Crow blinked. Oshbin shot him a look, then focused back on us. Thank you, Mr. Schweinorg, but I understand that certain situations can delay someone. A mere 2 hours is a small matter to consider for Amber's health. I also came down to watch. Crow waved. I noticed. I pursed my lips. By the way, I got your message. Yeah. Crow sheepishly cleared his throat. Oz gave me the heads up. But hey, all's well that ends well. Hope Oz's ex-wife isn't getting pissed at you. Less time you're sleeping on the couch, less time she has to be evil. He raised up his flask. Thank you, Crow, for your insight. Oshbin sighed. Salem was forthcoming. I said vaguely. She's aware of what I'm doing. Color me surprised. Oshbin stated, still nursing a mug of tea it seems, but he didn't react visibly at all. But that is another matter. I believe introductions are in order. Right. I stepped slightly to the side to allow Tessai to be seen without my obstruction. I cast a look over the men and he seemed, out of it, surprised, confused in all manner of emotions. Right, spiritual energy here was, well, there is a tiny bit from my presence, but it should feel utterly alien to him. Not that I would rethink my decision, but this did seem like the best option bar literal divine intervention, which was its own can of worms. Tessai, to his credit, was immediately snapped back into focus on the immediate issue at hand. Tessai Tsukabashi. He politely bowed with his introduction. Ashbin raised an eyebrow and merely smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Headmaster Ashbin, of Beacon Academy. Greetings, Ashbin Dano. Ashbin nodded, seemingly unfazed by his mannerisms. Hey, I'm Crow. Crow just casually threw his hand up in greeting. You're a big guy, huh? Crow, stop being rude. Ashbin lightly chided him. And we have more pressing concerns. I believe you are the specialist that Mr. Schweinord here told me about. Tessai pushed up his glasses with a hint of pride on his face. In the matters of the spiritual, I dare say I am of a keen mind. Wonderful, thank you for coming on short notice. I would normally be much more welcoming as a proper host, but this is a rather odd situation. I understand, Ashbin Dano, I accept your graciousness for the intent. Tessai returned the niceties. Crow pushed himself up from his chair. So how's this work? You a specialist on souls or something? You a wizard like the kid or a hunter or something? Tessai blinked, looking at me, and I gave him a shrug. I believe there is a misunderstanding. I am a spiritual specialist, none of which you stated. Huh, though that was just like a sort of specific title, didn't know it was something else entirely. Crow hummed, taking a drink of his flask. It is rather interesting. Ashbin had a strange gleam in his eyes. At the risk of sounding rude, I would like to verify your credentials, in a manner of speaking. I understand your skepticism. Tessai didn't take offense. You wish to see my expertise. I apologize for the assumption, but while I admit to not knowing Mr. Schweinord too well, I do have some reassurances with him. I would not be doing my duty to leave Amber in the hands of someone I knew absolutely nothing about. Would it be remiss of me to ask for proof of your capabilities? I would be more than willing to demonstrate if either of you would like to volunteer. Tessai offered. Oh, me. Crow raised his hand. It seems Crow wishes to see your abilities firsthand. But if you ask me to bend over and cough, I may need to be a bit more drunk. Tessai chuckled. That can be arranged. A doc with a sense of humor. Crow grinned. What do I need to do, big guy? I hope this doesn't have anything to do with you having blood on your apron. Apologies, my last patient was uncooperative. Having second thoughts now. Now, Crow, be a good patient, we wouldn't want anything bad to happen. Ashbin hummed. Simply sit on the ground, please. Tessai gestured. Crow plopped himself onto the ground easily. Like this. Yes. Tessai nodded, sitting down right behind him and putting a hand on his back. Please do not be aggressive to what I'm about to do. Aggressive-y. Crow's voice jumped by a few octaves as his aura flared around Tessai's glowing hand. Ah. Did you forget to cough? I asked. Funny. He said dryly. No, that was weird. My aura went all funky for a moment. Yes, your aura. Tessai paused. He knew about my aura in the barest capacity from the time he was teaching me. But he hadn't seen it on other people thus far. If you could keep it under control, please. Yeah, no problem, now that I know what to expect. And I think Tessai would compensate for it as well. Ashbin watched intently as Tessai's hands lit up in a green spiritual hue as his spiritual power invaded Crow's body. You have severe liver swelling and inflammation. I also see very old scarring and cirrhosis from years of heavy drinking. If you don't correct your habits, you will find yourself in trouble in about a decade. Tessai commented. Probably. But everyone knows I'm a drunk document. Crow held up his flask and shook it. Quite. Ashbin agreed. I merely wish to address the most portent find. Otherwise you are in very good health. You have some minor tearing in your right shoulder, did you perhaps strain yourself recently? I did, fought a bad little Ursa a few days ago, got my shoulder sore. You have experienced several broken bones in the last 2 decades. Your left leg seems to have suffered the most, I see 4 different times it was broken and healed. Further, your left arm has been broken twice, the second time it didn't heal all the way properly. Did you perhaps remove a cast early? Crow winced. I did, how'd you know? This is far from my first time. Tessai chuckled. Unfortunately, it healed back with that slight deformity, it shouldn't cause you any undue strain if you don't feel any pain normally. But I foresee it breaking again in the future. Noted. Crow groaned. But Doc, I thought you were a soul expert. I am curious as well. I admit your insight into his physical aspects, but this problem stems far beyond the physical. Ashbin stated. An understandable assumption, but that is incorrect. The body is a reflection of the soul. To heal the soul, the body must be considered as well. I propose to you to ask yourself, this woman's body, how has it responded to harm to her soul? That is a valid train of thought. Ashbin looked thoughtful. It's as you say, her body is undergoing complete shutdown. Tesai just nodded as he expected it. Without a proper patient to utilize, I'm afraid my experience in healing spiritual problems will be impossible to prove. But in the vein of evidence, I could offer up my own insights in yourself, Headmaster Dano. Myself. Ashbin raised a questioning eyebrow. You have a very old soul. Layers upon layers all wrapped around one another. Tesai stated. I was able to perceive as much as I saw you for the first time. Ashbin paused, then looked at me. I held my hands up. I didn't tell him anything. I am very old. Ashbin said cryptically. Tesai just nodded and didn't delve deeper. Very well, you have proven your point. Thank you for assuaging my worries even though you were invited here on our own behalf. Tesai's expression softened. To care for someone else is no sin, Headmaster Dano. Thank you for your kind words. I think they liked each other. Amber is right over here. Ashbin casually walked over to the pod that Amber was inside. He had the common sense to close it after he realized we were taking more than a few minutes, so that's good. Explain to me how this machine works, please. Tesai responded, walking up to it. Its purpose is to provide her physical needs as well as stimulate her aura around the clock to keep her soul from collapsing into itself. I put a hand on it because I didn't get a good look before, much more concerned about the girl inside. You're doing the equivalent of shocking someone to keep them awake. Crude, but not untrue. Ashbin didn't deny it. Her aura is keeping her soul in shape, for lack of a better word. If her aura stopped being forced into action, well, the obvious as I said before. It's only a time-buying measure. And this is, well, I don't want to say barbaric, because you're doing so to keep her alive. But this has its own problems if it continues for long. Which is to say, she doesn't have long anyways. I let out a small sigh. Options were limited. Unfortunately, I did not know anyone specialized in spiritual matters that I could call up. Ashbin stated. Eventually, it's all going to just shut down at once. Like shocking someone to keep them awake, eventually their body will shut down by itself even with the shocking going on after enough time passes. I will need a more thorough inspection. Tesai stated. Ashbin seemed to reluctantly agree. I suppose this is our best hope regardless. He went over and pressed the button to train the container before it opened up. Tesai was quick to put a hand on the girl and his hand lit up as he began to use his Kaido once more. Tesai's expression shifted several times as he presumably did his analysis. I have questions. Please. Ashbin gestured. Why does this young woman seem to have something parasitized to her soul? Tesai's tone was oddly stern. And why does it have the faint traces of your own soul, Headmaster? Ashbin frowned. So you could tell that. I guess that's all the confirmation I need for your authenticity. I require an answer before I proceed further. Tesai's tone held no room for negotiation. Ashbin let out a tired sigh. A long time ago, I wanted to gift a few young women a bit of magic from myself. Unfortunately, they inherited a particular curse of mine, and that magic was passed down along with those traces you're probably noticing. I'll vouch for him, Tesai. I spoke up. Despite the idiocy of what he did, a long time ago, it wasn't malicious nor anything like that. I could imagine how it must look to Tesai who deals with hollows and Shinigami on a daily basis. Very well. Tesai accepted. How is she? I stepped up to peer over Tesai's shoulder. I can see the problem immediately. It is as you described, a piece of her soul is forever missing. That's bad. Crow added his own thoughts to the mix. Thank you, Crow. Ashbin deadpanned. Happy to help again. Is this beyond your means, Mr. Tesai? Ashbin asked. Fortunately, it is not a particularly unsolvable problem. Other than a missing piece of her soul, there are no lingering effects. No further damage, no corruption. Tesai listed out. There will be some side effects, but the matter of healing is quite simple if time-consuming. I suppose in similar situations, Tesai usually has to deal with hollow corruption, or other soul-based damage from spiritual entities. The difference between an infected wound and a straight cut that's been bleeding for too long. Truly. Ashbin had a tinge of hope in his voice. Tesai nodded. It will require a few sessions of healing. However, I can solve the most pressing concern of her soul collapsing. I will mend it back into shape, and you will see a sharp improvement in her health. Expect some memory loss and physical therapy to be required. I cannot promise there will not be other unforeseen side effects. The soul is strong, it's malleable, but it is not unbreakable. How long is long, Doc? Crow asked the pertinent question. It will take no more longer than a few hours to mend her soul back to a similar shape as before. But that is only the first step, and there will need to be a period to let her settle down. She will wake up soon afterwards, but I will need to continue the treatment within the next month. Tessai stated. Can't do it all at once? Crow asked. Tessai shook his head. Her soul has suffered extensive damage. It will need time to recuperate after each healing, as her soul is the basis for her own recovery. You have my thanks. Ashbin said with a genuine tone of grace. It is my duty. Tessai accepted it regardless. I will begin immediately. I didn't bother him despite being curious about the treatment myself. Tessai was downplaying it, I'm sure. That's the kind of person he was. Her soul was missing a chunk, and Tessai is all but guaranteeing that he can heal her mostly back to full health. Thank you as well, Mr. Schweinorg. Ashbin addressed me. I am aware that you did not have to go out of your way to put this all together. Despite the reasons for you doing so, I am thankful. You probably won't believe me that Salem is trying at least. I shook my head. But I was just trying to right a wrong from her end. At the very least, we should be good between us, No lingering jealousy. I may have had a teasing grin on my face. Jealousy. Ashbin chuckled. Not at all, Mr. Torchwick. Pardon. I apologize, do you prefer watermelon? He said, taking a sip of his tea. God damn it, Roman. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon omake, Through the Looking Glass Part 5. Honestly, after accidentally landing here and meeting my mom for the first time in years, this isn't how I expected this to go. Kind of escalated quickly there, but who am I to deny someone a very needed beating? And well, he was ogling Scathack and Venelana's boobs very blatantly. I'm not going to get pissed off whenever someone stares at my girls, I get it, they're some of the most beautiful women to ever exist and very physically attractive, but he makes it weird. If you're going to admire a woman, you can't be a creep about it. Then again, he literally watches underage girls undress at school without them knowing, or with them knowing, he did get beat up a lot there. And it's also sorta personal for Drake. Kick his ass. Will do. Curse him, make it so every time he even thinks about boobs, he gets flaccid. That's fucked up. Kick him in the balls. Very personal for Drake. You know, I'm curious about something. I spoke up, taking a spot opposite of Issei in the backyard. Now that I think about it, why were they letting this happen? Did they really not think about how this was going to go? At the very least, I knew the maid and my biological alternate father weren't, well, these two didn't seem stupid. Isn't it obvious? Drake stated. How so? They also want to see him get his ass kicked. Oddly, I don't think they share your same hatred. What, you damn handsome. Issei was, seething still. Well first, are you trying to insult me by calling me handsome? I honestly questioned this kid's mental facilities. It's because you handsome bastards are stealing all the girls. He threw his hand up in accusation. That's a lie. I countered. Bullshit, everyone at school are always talking about Kiba and you, him too. He looked at my alternate self. And all the handsome popular guys. Do you think that maybe if you weren't a sexual predator, girls might be interested? Screw you. So that's a no. I rolled my eyes. But as I was saying, you're wrong. The fact of the matter is, we don't steal girls or whatever it is you based your life around. To steal implies that something belonged to you or that it was yours. The fact of the matter is, if they never existed, do you really think you would have had a chance in the first place? Nice, keep going. Drake was goading me on. Of course, without you handsome bastards, normal guys like me would have a chance. He didn't waste any time puffing up proudly at his declaration. Just, zero introspection, huh? I wish I had that kind of confidence. I'm always questioning if I'm doing the right thing, or if I fucked up somewhere. Kill him. Thank you, Drake. Alrighty, how do you want to do this? Any rules, maybe just some good old fisticuffs. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Noted. I guess no rules then. Drake, other Drake, anything you want to add? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much? Other Drake asked. I was going to question him on that, but Drake answered for me. Minimum an 8, probably closer to 9. Well shit. The other Drake seemed to deflate at that. We got this, Drake. Issei yelled, hold his gauntlet up. Boost. Why don't you boost up a few more times? Here, we can play this game together. Boost. I let mine boost up too, just for fun. I don't need your help. Issei, boost up a few more times. His Drake was quick to correct him. Drake, I don't need his help. Issei paused. Boost. So question, while we have time. Do you even know how to fight? I asked. Of course. He said proudly. I was trained by Rias and everyone else. I even fought in the raiding game. You know, I'm questioning if he even bothered to pay attention to anything up to this point. So many clues as to how this was going to go, and I blatantly pointed out that Scathach, the God Slayer, was my teacher. That alone should have given him some pause for consideration. But no, it's just full steam ahead. He was probably distracted staring at her boobs. Shit, I can't blame him for that in all honesty, that happens to me too. Yeah, but you're not scream about it for everyone to hear. Fair. What martial arts are you learning? Any weapons? Magic. Tuki. I hummed. Boost. I added another just for the hell of it. Boost. Issei genuinely shouted it at the top of his lungs, for some reason. I only need Drake to beat you up, handsome bastard. I glanced towards his supposed king. Really, nothing. I was planning on stuff later. The alternate version of my aunt looked sheepish. Besides, do you even know anything else? Our Takao just started learning magic, how much could you possibly know at your point in time? She tried to do her best to deflect. I looked at Scathach and she didn't visibly react, but there was a certain look of hers that I knew all too well. It was the promise of a thorough beating, particularly, I could tell that it was if I lost. Which, obviously wouldn't happen, but I could tell that she was sort of annoyed. Thankfully it wasn't directed at me for the most part. Kick his ass, Issei. My other self shouted for encouragement. Yeah, Issei, beat up Takao. I also encouraged him. Fuck you. Language. Mom smacked him. Issei boosted a few more times while I was distracted, and I rounded it off with one more boost myself. Why was I boosting? Well, I had some thoughts in mind. You can keep going or begin whenever you want. I casually waved at him to proceed. Arrogant dick. Issei let out a low growl. Take this. He ran up at me with his fist reeled back. Right, a brawler with no battle sense developed. I let out a sigh, watching his steps. As his right foot was about to hit the ground, I found my target. I looked at his shoe, and his shoelaces in particular. Transfer. The tension within his shoelaces was amplified by magnitudes, and as his foot hit the ground, they snapped, and he fell forward by the suddenness of losing the support on his foot where he put most of his weight, and he went face first into the ground. Drake just cackled madly from within my soul. Need a hand? I offered. Bastard. Issei roared, pushing himself back up to his feet, ignoring his lack of a shoe on his right foot and tired to charge at me again. I lightly slid my foot out, shifting the earth beneath his feet so a small mound rose up as he tried to take a step and tripped again. Once more, he went face first into the ground. It's all right, take your time. Rah. He shot back up and continued charging at me. This time, I let him charge unabated. His gauntlet-covered hand went flying at my face, and I could see him put all of his strength and weight behind the blow. I activated my semblance, and he went tumbling forward as his fist went right through me and he lost balance. For the third time, he hit the ground. So close that time. I continued to offer my very genuine words of encouragement. Want to try again? Fight me for real, you bastard. Issei was starting to get seriously pissed off at this point. Boost. He shot at me again. Credit where it's due, at least he doesn't give up when clearly outmatched, I suppose. Scatter. I said softly, a fairly basic illusion magic I learned a long time ago in Skyrim. It dropped off once my opponents could see through it at a glance, but this was a good situation to use it again. A few dozen copies of myself surrounded him and he just shouted and charged at the closest one. Well, have fun with that. I walked over to the others and quickly wrapped my arms around Scathach. Should you be ignoring a fight, student? She seemed to want to chide me, but there was a noticeable lack of weight behind her words compared to normal. When a fight happens, I will be sure to focus on it. Wait, this is the real you. My other self pointed at me. Yup. I rested my chin on Scathach's shoulder. How does he not notice this? Takeo gestured to Issei, fighting my illusions and to me. Secondary illusion, he doesn't see me over here and to him, you're all standing around same as you were before. Don't bully people. Mom poked my cheek. If he doesn't figure it out, end it, after a while. Issei just isn't good at magic yet. Rias quickly defended her pawn. He's barely been introduced to everything as is. But he's always pulled through. He pulled through one time out of one. I blinked. I guess yes, but that logic, he does always pull through. I mean, he only had one instance of a fight. Wait, didn't he lose the first time around in the Rattan game? Technically, he would only pull through half the time by your logic. Shut up. Rias huffed. He'll win. I glanced at the two Venelanis who shared a look, then at Mom and her lover. And the maid. Still wrapping my head around the last bit there. They all seemed to see the writing on the wall even if Rias was in denial. Why are there so many of you? Issei yelled amidst his imaginary fight. Right. I shook my head. How about we have our genius magician give their commentary? I gestured to the plain girl at my other self side. Sona scowled, pushing up her glasses. It's a basic spell that Issei would be able to break with any amount of magical training. She harumphed. Well, you're the expert in undoing illusions as seen earlier. She started fuming and refused to respond to my barb. Someone's in denial, actually several of them were. I walked up between the two Venelanis, smiling happily at both of them. And if it weren't for the bracelet mine was wearing, I would honestly not be able to tell them apart. They were wearing the same dress and everything. Issei at that moment screamed much louder and actually shot at one of my clones and punched it into non-existence fairly decisively. What happened to him? Aquino asked, blinking in surprise at his sudden increase in power. I made one of my illusions tease him. What did you say? I made a comment about a Venelana sandwich. Both Venelanis looked at me. Well, I wouldn't be against it. My Venelana was unfazed. The other Venelana chimed in with a little smile herself. Well, now I'm curious as well. Mom. Rias looked like she was going to let steam out with how red her face became. Stop flirting with my grandma. Takao demanded. That's enough out of you, mister. Mom grabbed me by the ear and pulled me away from the two Venelanis. It was a joke. It was not. Scat-Hack revealed. Pull harder. It wasn't, that's true. Mother, please don't joke about sexual relations with my son. My alternate father sighed, shaking his head. I wasn't joking. She said with a completely serious face. There were a combination of groans among them. It must be hard handling him, I apologize for my son. Mom spoke to Scat-Hatch. It can be trying at times, but I love him nonetheless. Scat-Hack smiled. He just requires a beating every so often as a reminder. Ah, Mom cooed. You have my blessing to beat him up as many times as needed. Thank you, Mother. Scat-Hack and her apparently were getting along. You can thank me by giving me grandbabies. My own Takao is too slow. Mom, why are you so focused on that? I'm not even an adult yet. Do you really want me to be a dad in high school like some delinquent? Takao whined. Takao, you're a devil, it's hardly an equitable experience. Mom said with a very straight face. Miss Takao, I must agree with Takao. I am not ready to have a child and our relationship is very much not at that point. Yeah, Mom, we aren't even sleeping together yet. Takao defended, realizing what he said, and Sona gave him a red-tinged glare. Ha, a miracle. Is God not dead in this world? I mused aloud. Wilhelm, don't, Mom stopped in her tracks. What's that supposed to mean? That was supposed to be a secret. The maid's lips thinned. Oops. My alternate father sighed again. Don't spread it around, that's a fairly well-kept secret. If it gets out, it would cause a bit of chaos even among our faction. There are plenty of devils who would want to restart the war in full if they knew that the biblical God was gone. How is he dead? People die when they're killed. I answered. That's not what I mean. He scowled. I'll process the implications of that later. Rias looked lost. Wait, if he's dead, then, why is the Heaven faction still so powerful? Why is the religion still predominant? Wouldn't the other factions start eating away at their influence? Sona asked. It's difficult to explain. My alternate father said. They have the metaphysical equivalent of a nuke pointed at everyone else due to the combination of worship and faith they have stored in their system. Theoretically, it's enough to utterly remove another faction. And no one wants to be the ones to test it. I briefly explained. Or I guess it isn't. He smiled awkwardly. How do you know that? My other self asked skeptically. You figure out a lot of things when you move up in the world. Bullshit. Ah. Issei roared, destroying another of my illusions. We all sorta ignored it going on now, which was kind of amusing. Let me ask you a question in return. I held up my finger. I've invoked God and you've even pointed out that I've done so, and it's explained that if you're strong enough it's a non-issue. Do you think I'm weak? That. My other self went silent. But you're only a few years older than me. We've lived completely different lives. I crossed my arms feeling annoyed for some reason. Which makes me question why this fight was even allowed. I looked at my alternate father and the maid because they obviously realized the chasm between us. Wait, are you seriously saying you're stronger than Issei? But, he beat Riser, that's huge. Ria spoke up. Is it? Is it really? Yeah, he's one of the strongest of this generation's pillar families. Aren't there only like a handful of kids her age from the pillar families as well? Riser admittedly is quite strong for our age group, even if I dislike him quite a bit. Sona added. He got beaten by Issei, the kid I was literally playing with right now as we spoke. The kid who was having trouble fighting illusions that had no combat power. You realize Serorg would wear him like a glove, right? I asked with a deadpan. Mom lightly smacked my shoulder. What's Cousin Sai got to do with it? Rias asked. Wow, you really, just don't have a clue, do you? I was in disbelief at this point. Seriously, what was the point is letting me fight Issei? I gestured to the kid who still hadn't beaten my illusions, things that literally can't fight back as they're not real. That's not. I thought it would be a good lesson for him. My alternate father spoke up. Not being able to measure your opponent is fatal in most circumstances. He was blinded rather easily, and if he wants to be my sister's pawn and live up to his potential, he really needs to be better. Oh. Well, that was actually a fairly decent reason. Personally, I didn't like being used as a teaching tool, actually that's a lie, I did enjoy doing this. I twitched my foot and a pillar of dirt condensed and shot out of the group, hitting Issei right between the legs. I'm helping. Good, continue to help him. Drake sounded rather sinister. I think my other self should join in. I looked at Takao. Pass. He quickly hid behind Sona. My alternate father cleared his throat. I also wanted to see what my other son was capable of. He offered a genuinely warm smile and I found myself clenching my fists unconsciously. And a bonus, it would help Takao here see where he stands and how to improve. And a fight is a good way to get a measure of someone. Scat Hack added. My alternate father nodded. That as well. Well, should I end things? I said half-heartedly. I'll let him see my ultimate technique. You have an ultimate technique? Takao's eyes widened. My god-killing meteor impact gun. I threw a brick at him. It sailed through the air, smacking him in the face and he fell over. What was that? Sona asked in disbelief. My ultimate tech. That is not what that is. She hissed. That was a brick. And. She threw her hands up in clear defeat as she acknowledged my ultimate weapon. Wilhelm, why did you throw a brick at him? My mom asked rather calmly. Well, I used it to beat up a clown once before, I figured it would give me the conceptual advantage against another clown. No. Rias raised her voice. Issei won't lose. Issei, if you win, I'll let you touch my boobs. It's funny, despite everything, he shouldn't have been able to hear her. My illusion was covering our voices as well as the physical appearance of the surroundings. Literally, he shouldn't have been capable of it. Yet, his twitching body stilled. As if a dam breaking, his draconic aura exploded outwards, and a familiar scale mail enveloped his body as he rose to his feet. Did he just use balance breaker? I was unsure if I was seeing things correctly at the absurdity of this situation. What kind of bullshit was that? Yeah, Issei, show him. Rias cheered happily. That's how Issei beat Riser. Takao sounded in awe. The famous Red Dragon Emperor's scale mail. Seeing it a second time doesn't take away from how suffocating it feels. Sona spoke as well. I looked at them, and perhaps they misunderstood it as they seemed rather smug altogether now. My illusions all broke at the influx of power that exploded off him initially, so he turned and saw me properly. I'll win for the sake of Rias as a pay. He declared loudly, as if it were some life-defining moment for him. Kill him. Then kill me. Then kill him a second time. Drake sounded almost like he was in tears. I took a few steps forward to avoid everyone else caught up around me as he seemed particularly focused on me right now. Boost, 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 boost. He boosted enough times that I lost count as he charged headfirst at me. His arm glowed brightly and rather than throw a punch, it gathered a different kind of power around it. Take this. He roared as his hand appeared right in front of my face and the energy reached its precipice. Dragon shot. He fired a dragon shot at me point blank, right into my face. Well, he had balls at least. I held my hand up, and blocked it. Not even my gauntlet hand, but my normal one. The energy from his dragon shot cascaded outwards all around us as my hand didn't budge an inch. The dragon shot dissipated after a moment, and a balance breaker Issei stood there in stunned silence. "Hey Issei, do you know what the scale mail means?" I asked, not expecting him to answer as my elbow connected with his stomach, sending him hurling back across the yard. "It means you can take a beating." Wah. He was quick to stand up, but with a burst of Shuanpa, I was behind him, kicking him forward, forcing him to bounce on the ground across the ground a couple times before he came to a stop. Before he could get up, I grabbed his leg and threw him up in the air, and shot upwards, catching him before he began to fall and slammed down on him from above, accelerating his descent exponentially, and making him hit the ground with a massive thump. I stood up, looking over his prone body and clapped my hands, wiping them of dust and grime that I accumulated over that quick round. Well, that was fun. I hummed, rejoining the others. A pay. Issei groaned from the small crater he was in, slowly trying to crawl towards me. Put him out of his misery. Drake told me. And I complied. A second brick went flying through the air and smacked him in the face again. His body went limp with no movement. How are you so strong?" Rias whispered. I looked at her without the mocking tone I had before. The difference between me and him is that when my boosted gear is called a Longinus, it's not hyperbole. I've actually fought and killed gods. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Yoruchi makes a new friend, Tessai learns a few new things, and Issei gets slapped in the Omake. Part 6 of the Omake is up on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Chapter 519, Chapter 470. She is going to require nutrition enough for several people to accommodate the shifts in her body. Tessai released his hand from Amber's body and the distinct hue of the Kaido dissipated rather quickly. Ashbin, who had been sitting quietly, stood up as if he had heard the greatest news in the world. And her health. It is within expectations. Tessai adjusted his glasses. Do not be alarmed if she has trouble moving any limbs when she first awakens, it will take some time for her body to also reacclimate to those instincts. About a day or two and she should be able to move at a minimum. Thank you. Truly, thank you Mr. Tsukabashi. Ashbin was genuine in his thanks towards the former Shinigami. Please, Tessai is fine. Tessai replied with a warm smile. And I am more than happy to help a young woman recover. You could just feel that he truly believed that too. Tessai was perhaps one of the kindest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. Don't get me wrong, he could crunch a hollow's head into paste with his bare hands if the situation called for it, but he didn't ask anything of me when I told him that someone needed his help. If there is anything we can do. Tessai held up his hand. I will not demand payment for saving a life. You are a very kind person, Mr. Tessai. Ashbin smiled. The world is a better place knowing people like you exist. Your words honor me. Tessai responded politely. I will remind you that the treatment is not yet complete. I will return in 2 weeks' time to do a follow-up on the patient. If all goes well, I will properly introduce myself to the young woman as well. He smiled. Ashbin returned the smile. I'm sure that Amber will be thrilled to meet you. Would you like to stay for dinner, a drink? I truly hate to have you sent away without showing any hospitality. I'm afraid that this was rather abrupt and I have duties to attend to, Headmaster Dano. He gestured to the dried blood still on his apron. Ashbin looked at it. Blinking and chuckling. Far be it from me to make a nuisance of myself. Just know that the doors of Beacon Academy are always open to you. I wouldn't mind another great addition to my staff. Tessai and him shared a small laugh. I am but a simple shop assistant these days. A shop assistant, perhaps. But I would argue that there is nothing simple about you, my new friend. You are too kind. Tessai had a coy expression, not disagreeing with Ashbin's statement. Well, it seemed it turned out well. Understandably, Ashbin's main concern was on Amber as he seemingly began to check her vitals, and the machines were reading back the information to him. Crow had disappeared some time ago. I guess he didn't want to wait here for 3 hours doing nothing, and I couldn't blame him. You want to go home now, Tesha? I asked. If you would be so kind. He nodded. The lack of reishi here is stifling at first. I will require time to get used to it. I'm sure. I forced a smile. You're not going to ask about that. Tessai's expression changed slightly. If you do not wish to tell me, I will not pry. And I will not speak about what I do not know. But please do not assume me a fool, Schweinord Dano. Right, I really shouldn't. At this point, I basically lit up a neon sign for him. Would you like to see something before you go? I offered, opening a portal. He blinked, tilting his head. I am intrigued by what you wish to show me. Without hesitation, perhaps true trust, he walked through before me and I quickly followed and closed the portal behind me. He was rooted in place as he looked around, and slowly, his eyes turned upwards. The night sky had already arrived some time ago, and the moon was very bright tonight. The moon is broken. Yeah. It is oddly beautiful. He said softly. It really was in a way, if you didn't consider the reason for its destruction. Thank you for allowing me to see this. He stated. I knew he meant more than just looking at Remnant's moon. It was the trust one gave him to show him a peek behind the curtain, so to speak. He wasn't a fool, as he said, he could put two and two together here after experiencing everything himself. I held my hand out and another portal opened, right back home for him. Thank you for your help, Tessai. It was my pleasure, Schweinord Dano. If you need me for anything, Yoruchi can reach me. Seriously, if there's any problem, call me. He nodded with a smile and left through the portal back home. Well, that settled that. I turned around and looked at Salem's castle a bit a ways and began my walk towards it. It was a lovely night and I didn't mind a peaceful walk, even if I was literally surrounded by Grimm by the time I crossed a small way. They kept their distance from me as they always did. I wouldn't be surprised if Salem knew I had arrived by this point and was controlling them in particular. I barely walked across the bridge and to the gate before it opened up with Salem waiting there for me. Despite being tired at this point, and the feelings I was experiencing earlier today, I couldn't help but smile when seeing her again. Hey there, beautiful. Come here often. I of course delivered this with the most charming smile imaginable. She was swooned as seen by the absolutely dry look she gave me. No, this is my first time here. She deadpanned. I ignored her, humming. I heard there's a queen that lives here. Oh really? She raised an eyebrow. And what have you heard about this supposed queen? I heard that she has the most adorable laugh. I smiled. I heard that she had the most wonderful smile. I heard that she has the prettiest red eyes. And those red eyes of hers rolled at my flirting. Those descriptions sound an awful like the evil queen that lives in this castle. Are you sure you're at the right place? There's one way to check. And what would that be? Well, the queen here is supposedly my woman, so I don't think she would mind me kissing her, would she? Salem gave one of her cute little huffs, crossing her arms with her lips pursed. You are continuously foolish. That wasn't a no. She scowled, but reached over to grab me by the collar and pulled me in for a kiss. It was rare for her to initiate like this, so I let her take the lead in how long and deep she wanted to do it. Our lips stayed connected for several moments before she finally released me. Well, come inside. She grunted, throwing the door fully open and walking inside. Funny thing was, Salem's castle was starting to feel like a home away from home. But other than that, I just kept my eyes on her swaying hips. I can't not walk behind Salem and not admire the way she bounces. Sit. She approached a couch, plopping down herself and pointing to the seat next to her. You were gone a long while. I happily took the seat next to her and let out a tired sigh. It took a while to resolve. Apparently Amber, the maiden, was beyond my capabilities. It was as you said, part of her soul was missing. You have blood on you. She reached for my collar. If Ashbin or his flunkies harmed you, I will end them. She said in a low voice. I gently took her hand into mine and raised it up to give a small kiss. Salem, do you really think they're capable of hurting me? Salem scowled with a huff. You are correct, it is a foolish thought. I'm happy that you're worried about me though. However, it's not my blood. I reassured her. She harumphed. Do not suggest that I am, uncaring about your welfare. I'm sorry for making you think I was suggesting that. I was just happy to hear you say it. I smiled. What took you so long? She seemingly wanted to change the subject. Well, after checking in with Ashbin so he would let me see Amber, I realized I was out of my depth and needed an expert. I went to the world with the Shinigami, since they're experts in souls and my teacher and friend there is an expert in soul healing. When I arrived, the town they live in was under attack by hollows, so I helped out. It took a bit of time to clean everything up. I called Izzy because there was a young girl there she was fond of being, not treated as well as she should have been. I spent a little longer sparring with another kid there because Tessai was busy with something. Then I brought him to Beacon where he healed Amber, which took a handful of hours and here I am now. It sounds as though you had a busy day. She said quietly. Yeah, I'm tired. I found myself yawning. Probably shouldn't have been so active after everything that happened recently, but that's how it is sometimes. You did not need to go through so much effort. She whispered. Salem, it wasn't that much effort on my part. But that's besides the point. This is far from the limit of what I would go through for you. Stupid. She huffed with some tinge of annoyance. You make it difficult to remain detached. I care a lot about you, Salem. Her lips twitched and her nostrils flared as she seemingly wanted to say something but no words came out. Rather, she reached over and grabbed my head rather abruptly, and without an ounce of grace, and pulled it down until I was resting my head in her lap. Well, actions often spoke louder than words. Even if she was my girlfriend by her own admission, some things just required time and I was patient enough to wait until Salem was ready and move at her own pace. But after the day I had, well, I found myself closing my eyes and falling fast asleep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dumbledore POV. One of my favorite times of the year. Just behind Halloween, Christmas, and the first school day where I get to see all the wonderful and happy new faces that arrive at Hogwarts. It's the first day that all my staff would be here before the beginning of the school year to start our own preparations. And our newest teachers would be arriving as well to meet everyone. It was an exciting time and I was interested to see how everyone would adapt to the new faces. Mr. Filch was here, with his pet cat, scowling in the corner. Poor boy, never did get over being born a squib and being abandoned by his magical parents. It must be difficult to see magical children every year and have to clean up after them. I offered him alternatives, but he seemed set on fulfilling his position regardless of the seeming hate he had towards the magical world. Flitwick was here as well. He was busy helping Professor Babbling update the ceiling of the Great Hall for some impressive spell work to awe the new arrivals. Professor Sinistra was giving them advice on how to show the constellations on one particular showing of the starry sky that the ceiling would change into. Professor Binns, well, he was a ghost and he rarely left his classroom. Perhaps we should finally look to replace him now that we actually had some real money in our coffers again. Specifically, money that the school board couldn't touch or repurpose in an attempt to undermine my authority. Yes, with quite the extensive legalese to prevent the use of it other than certain very specific endeavors. One tiny itsy-bitsy one being the headmaster's discretion. I was thankful that Mr. Schweinorg was willing to put in the effort to add the clause after I spoke to him about certain individuals that would not be too keen on seeing the school funded to the extent I dreamed about. And thankfully, Mr. Schweinorg was a patron of learning as he expressed utter dissatisfaction about curbing learning for young boys and girls. Madame Pomfrey also arrived in quick succession to Minerva. The first of whom brought in several platters floating behind her. The house elves provided us with a wonderful assortment of snacks. She announced, setting them on the head table just a tad out of my grasp. I was polite and didn't rush up to acquire several portions for myself. These house elves, I must go give them my gratitude before the year starts. They appreciate that so much and it's the least I can do for the wonderful work they provide around Hogwarts. Despite the symbiotic nature of the relationship between a house elf and their owner, you should always treat them with gratitude and respect. Otherwise, the bond of magic that flows to them gets polluted. An example of emotions changing and adapting in established magic. House elves thrive off the magic supplied by a witch or wizard through their bond, and if you are hateful and mean, well, the house elf learns from that and tends to steer that way. Exceptions were present of course, but it's just one of those things to keep in mind. The opposite is quite true as well. The house elves at Hogwarts, bound to the school itself, retained that wonderful sense of wonder and childish joy in their eyes due to the abundance of children coming through these wonderful halls. Hagrid was also present, but he was being shy since this was his first time here as a teacher rather than the groundskeeper. Professor Trelawney came in, tipsy, muttering about her third eye. Well, she knew the rules. As long as it's not during classes, then I don't care to police her adult usage of alcohol. Unless it becomes an issue that I must address. But she's usually very decent about not flaunting it in public. Yes, it's one of those days that I simply appreciated being alive. Hello my fellow educators. With perfectly brushed hair and an admittedly charming smile, Gildroy Lockhart slammed open the doors, announcing his arrival for the first time. Well, it was a pleasant day. Curse my sense of propriety, I really should have made any excuse to hire someone else. But we well and truly were without options at the time. Perhaps a subtle threat to keep him in compliance. A slight insinuation regarding the authenticity of his books. And a subtle reminder to follow the school rules. No, that would never work. I fear subtlety would go right over young Lockhart's head. Drat. Professor Lockhart, so pleasant of you to finally join us. I announced, putting on my best smile. I believe I speak for everyone when I say that you joining us for this year will be an experience. Yes, certainly the enthusiasm everyone displayed attested to that. Seemingly, Lockhart was unable to read the room because he just bowed graciously and never even lost a twinge of that wide smile of his. Oh headmaster, you're too kind. Too kind indeed. As a greeting gift, I've taken the liberty of giving everyone here a signed copy of every one of my books. I already had the house elves deliver them to everyone's rooms. No need to thank me. He held his hands up, giving no room to rebuke him. I very casually tapped the table with my wand without anyone noticing to hide my voice. Winky. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. The house elf appeared, hiding from view to all by myself as I was able to perceive them since I was keyed into the specific wards. Did you put these books in our rooms? No, Headmaster Dumbledore. Twinkie shook her head in a very exaggerated motion. Good work, Winky. I praised her. Out of curiosity, where did you put the books? Twinkie put them in the house elf's latrines, she did. She smiled brightly. Ah, a perfect solution. That is all, thank you, Twinkie. The house elf popped back over to whatever it was she was doing beforehand. Truly, I do have the best staff a headmaster could ask for. Lockhart then went on to try and network with the staff, it seems. Unfortunately, his attempts to charm his fellow teachers were met with rather blunt and dismissive replies. Yes, I was particularly amused when he tried to chat up Professor Snape of all people. I admit to hiding my laugh when Lockhart offered his hair sanitation products. Many children here like to make fun of the potions professor for his, let's say, messy hair, but that is actually an unfortunate accident from his earlier years with certain potions explosions. There's a reason that he's so keen on safety when brewing potions, even to the point where students believe him to be a bully. Which, well, he could use a few reminders to keep himself in the proper mentality as a teacher. But I digressed. Professor Snape deserved praise for the self-control he exhibited. I would send him a bottle of fire whiskey for the start of the year. Finally, the last of our teachers were arriving, and the ones my extended staff were the most excited to meet. Of course, having a Muggle teach Muggle studies was novel to the magical staff, and they were very interested to see his teaching philosophy and approach themselves. And perhaps it was unfair, but they were much more excited to meet a certain witch whose name was being whispered around the halls by my staff after learning her identity. I can't say I blame them. Medea was a rather famous name among our society. Perhaps not to the degree of Merlin or Morgan Le Fay, but in the more Eastern Europe parts of the world, her name was still spoken in the same reverence. Yes, the couple appeared within the room without the same fanfare as the other new teacher. A stark difference, that all the teachers immediately stopped what they were doing to greet the two newcomers. Even the almost drunk Trelawney was shot up from her seat. Now, everyone, don't swarm them. I gently reminded them to treat our new associates with the proper courtesy. I'm glad to see you both within these halls. I smiled at our newcomers. Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore. They both politely greeted me back. Medea in particular, she held a plastic container and opened it up as I approached. I baked cookies for everyone. I blinked and was surprised. Once more, I am taken back by the supposed witch from legends as she smiled happily offering me a cookie. Well, far be it for me to refuse such a delectable and heartfelt treat. I took one from the container and took a bite, not expecting much, but my taste buds sang. I didn't even realize that I had scarfed down the entire cookie. I cleared my throat and savored the last bits. That was a wonderful treat, Miss Medea. If you don't mind me asking, what was in that? Oh, just some, her fiancé nudged her. Love. She forced out. Nothing but love. She forced an obviously innocent smile. Call me skeptical. Of course, the most potent of ingredients. Yes. She laughed very artificially. Should I be concerned? Miss Medea, Mr. Suchera. Minerva greeted them with a certain tone that was not one I was overly familiar with. Honestly, she seemed confused on how to treat them. On one hand, she read certain stories and Mr. Suchera's admittance to being an assassin, well, that had Minerva in a mood. But at the same time, he also explained he was taken as an orphan and forced into that life, only to leave it to pursue a higher path as an educator. Why, it was something out of a classic tale. It was enough that Minerva herself was moved, and she had a hard time separating things outside of her black and white mentality. An unfortunate happenstance of her generation's upbringing, it seems. And of course, Miss Medea had been nothing but sincere if a little eccentric. Who of us hasn't experimented with some questionable magical practices? Well, most of my staff and I were not going to judge her based on some of my own indiscretions of youth. And I especially wasn't going to let Minerva know. Minerva held herself appropriate as the deputy headmistress. I look forward to seeing your revised class plans, Mr. Suchera. The Japanese educator pushed up his glasses. I have completed my initial plans. If you would like to look over them, I would be honored. Oh. She perked up. I anticipate an excellent year in accordance with your enthusiasm towards teaching. Mr. Suchera. I have revised my own plans in accordance with what we spoke about previously. I hope we can compare notes. I will happily accept, Professor McGonagall. I usually do not have someone to look over my class instructions. I have brought with me my daily schedule, mock exams, study guides, homework assignments, classwork assignments, and after learning about the culture here, I have devised an extra credit assignment for each quarter of the year. He responded. That is of course in addition to the monthly reports to verify each student's progress. Well, you are certainly a model for everyone else to aspire to. Minerva looked impressed. If all goes well, I will have everyone adopt your studious nature when it comes to academic teaching. Wonderful. It was one of those moments where I was genuinely happy that I no longer taught other than the occasional alchemy class. Oh dear, she's going to force me to do that regardless. Cookie. Medea said simply. Minerva seemingly smiled softly and happily accepted one, entering nirvana herself after tasting it. Do you have a recipe? Love, lots of love. She smiled in a way that was making me question if I should delve further into what is inside her cookies. As I live and breath. Lockhart pushed through everyone else until he was in front of the couple. If it isn't the legendary witch herself. Charmed. He smiled brightly. Cookie. Medea blinked, offering. How generous. He took a cookie from the container and didn't even bother to eat it as he continued smiling at the witch. I'm sure this must be as surprising for you as it is for me. Two individuals of such renown, meeting in a small school like Hogwarts. He chuckled. Small. It's a literal castle. Quite a large one as well. I should really intervene. Who are you? Medea said blankly. On second thought, let's see how this plays. Lockhart twitched slightly, but his smile didn't fade. Haha, a good joke. Yes, I suppose it is proper etiquette to introduce oneself. Gilderoy Lockhart, at your service, madam. He bowed, offering his hand to her. You may have read about me in some of my books such as Holidays with Hags, Travels with Trolls, Voyages with Vampires, and Year of the Yeti. But most recently, you've of course read Magical Me, a complete biography of my very exciting life, and bestseller. Medea looked at him, and at his extended hand, and there was an obvious blankness on her face. I've never heard of you in my life. She ignored him and walked towards our resident half-giant. Hagrid, I'm happy to see you again, would you like a cookie? Ah shucks, don't mind if I do. Hagrid happily took one. However, my gaze rested on Lockhart, who looked like someone just knocked over his cereal. I think I could pinpoint the exact moment when his pride was shattered. Perhaps this would be a tolerable school year after all. Yes, Medea seemed like a social butterfly, perhaps without as much grace. She very clearly was stumbling through the social interactions as she made her way through the teachers, offering each a cookie. I suppose that it wasn't a bad idea to use when meeting colleagues for the first time. Finally, the couple stood in front of Severus, our esteemed potions professor. Severus didn't speak, neither did Medea or Kazuki. Rather, he looked down at the box of cookies with a frown, then back at the couple. Medea had a blank smile on her face, and Severus seemed to meet Kazuki's gaze as they emotionlessly stared at one another. Cookies. Medea offered, the first words exchanged between them. The stare between Kazuki and Severus continued for several moments until Severus apparently twitched and seemed resigned to taking a cookie from the container. I was sure he was going to throw it away, but for some reason, he took a very tiny bit of it, perhaps out of sheer courtesy if nothing else. And ever so slightly, the corners of his lips curled up. Okay, there is certainly something wrong with those cookies, because in the years we have worked together, the amount of times Severus has smiled can be counted on one hand. I should make sure that there is nothing volatile about those cookies. Would you like another one, headmaster? Medea offered. Yes, thank you very much. I took another one without thinking and bit into it. Well, I certainly folded quickly. Oh, I'm sure there's no harm. I just quietly contemplated life as I ate my completely normal cookie and watched Lockhart try to pick up his pieces of shattered pride. I love days like this. This year will be one to remember for sure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Chapter 520, Chapter 471. Nuwa POV. It had been a long time since I was last in the heavenly courts. Partly because of the bureaucratic nonsense I didn't feel like putting up with, and partly because of the cutthroat political landscape every time the Jade Emperor held court. He did a wonderful job of keeping everything running efficiently without any major problems, but the day-to-day just wasn't for me. Thankfully, I could sneak in through the back door, so to speak. Otherwise, I would have had to announce my arrival, attend a banquet hosted by him, smile gracefully as everyone in court both performed the basic courtesy and greetings while simultaneously trying to win my favor, in subtle or not-so-subtle ways. I knew how to play the games, I just grew tired of playing century/millennium ago. Senior sister. I recognized the voice immediately, even if I pulled my senses back in the courts as an act of courtesy. Oh great Queen Mother of the West. I smiled and bowed my head. Don't tease me. She pouted. I couldn't help but smile genuinely and reached out to rub her head. I can't help but tease my favorite junior sister. Mao, I'm your only junior sister. That makes you the favorite by default. I giggled at her expression. And a second reason I didn't want to do the normal theatrics, it made it hard to dote on my little junior sister when the entirety of the heavenly courts was watching my every move. I very well can't act like a doting older sister and herself my junior sister due to our positions. At least in public. Despite her squeak of protest, I pulled her into a hug, ignoring all courtesy and basic etiquette. You're going to mess up my hair. She protested as I finally released her. She huffed, fixing it slightly, and I lent a hand to help. It's been a long time since you've come to visit. I was here not 4 centuries ago. I responded. You missed my peach banquet. As delicious as your peaches are, they do nothing for me anymore. It's best to let the younger kids have their opportunities. You're not allowed to make excuses. You're coming to my next peach banquet after they ripen in a few thousand years. Otherwise I'm going to be upset. Yes. Whatever you want. I couldn't argue with her when she was like this. She threw her hair back and her expression turned more serious as she focused back at being the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Courts. Our guest has arrived, my husband the Emperor is waiting. Very well, it's been a long time since I've seen my junior brother as well. After hearing what happened on the other side of the world, I knew this would be happening soon regardless. I wasn't surprised to see who was waiting for us considering the topic of our little talk. In a private chamber in their personal quarters, the Jade Emperor sat down and across from him was Odin, the All-Father of the Norse pantheon. Goddess Nuwa, thank you for coming. Little Tion smiled as I walked into the room. Greetings, Jade Emperor. I bowed my head out of respect for his position considering that Odin was in the room. He nodded politely as to disperse with the common courtesy. Senior sister, thank you for coming on short notice. It's no matter, this was something we needed to settle. I took a seat as he gestured. I don't see what the big deal is. Odin looked uncaring as he sat across from little Tion. I know for a fact that one of my Valkyries has a sword made from this part of the world. Do you want to throw a hissy fit that she killed some giants with it too? That's hardly of the same magnitude, All-Father. The Jade Emperor retorted. Apologies, can I please be caught up on where we're at? I knew the general outline, but to understand what has already been spoken would be helpful. Bah, the Jade brat is getting upset about the whole list thing. Demands to see the brat who did it all. Odin waved his hand flippantly. Little Tion frowned, but this was far from the first time he dealt with Odin, so he was patient. I expressed my own stance, and that of the most vocal voices in the court. And I requested a meeting with the mortal who facilitated the actions that have been causing commotion within my court. Despite that, he twitched slightly. Please, we both know you don't do requests. Your request is a demand in all but name. Odin snorted. Forgive me, Odin, but why is the problem? Wilhelm visited me not long ago. I do not foresee him having thoughts about visiting the heavenly courts. I questioned, acting immediately as my role as mediator in this particular issue. And I told the Jade brat, if he wants something, he can come to me. Odin was being oddly obstinate about it. I'm not going to let the brat get swept up in all the problems that come afterwards. I owe it to him at least this much to clean up everything myself. He doesn't even know you're here then. I questioned. Of course not. The All-Father huffed indignantly. How much should I shame myself to make him have to go through this after all the help he gave? I'll deal with all your crap by myself. Leave the mortal brat alone. One might consider that your intentions aren't pure. The Jade Emperor gave him a skeptical look. Yeah, because I want to also do this whole song and dance with the Greeks willingly as well. Odin retorted. The Jade Emperor's expression changed. I apologize, I made an assumption. Odin gruffed. As it stands, he would most likely have to go to Olympus soon as well to deal with matters pertaining to the Titan King persisting within the 9 realms. That was also an oddly valid argument to dismiss claims of scheming by keeping Wilhelm away. It is no secret that most of us do not enjoy the company of the Olympians. He's my blood brother too. Odin spoke softly. So let me handle all the annoying crap in his stead. He did enough already. I apologize for accusing you, All-Father. Little Tion slightly bowed his head metaphorically. But we still need to talk about how to handle this. We have been on friendly terms with your pantheon for many years. I would hate for a rift to form between us. This type of meeting was a reflection of that friendliness in a sense. He was working with the All-Father behind closed doors to soothe over any negative feelings with his own court rather than being overt and trying to demand an explanation. You're welcome to use my name. I have nothing to hide here. I willingly gave the list to Wilhelm during his visit to my home. I offered. There have been talks about how we should have held onto the list regardless. Little Tion spoke. I can see how that would be a particular problem. I tapped my finger on the table. Someone is stirring up trouble, it seems. That's right. Someone's fanning the flames in the background. My junior sister nodded, making her husband, the Jade Emperor, frown slightly. This isn't the first sign of this happening recently either. Wife. Husband, Odin may not be one of us, but he's far from an outsider. She sternly rebuked him. The Jade Emperor uncharacteristically sighed, relenting. If this was in public, we would vehemently deny anything, All-Father. Yeah, I know how this game is played. Odin didn't take it to heart. The Jade Emperor's expression turned dark and he nodded in understanding. If it was before, a token effort would have been made. But this is concerning with the flow of events outside our domain. The demons have been stirring after hiding away for a very long time. I fear that the reach of this Cow's brigade has penetrated into the heavenly realm long ago. Nothing can be assumed as coincidence any longer. Odin agreed. With Loki gone, I have no avenues right now to investigate myself. And I have my hands full handling the fallout of our Ragnarok. Odin had a melancholic expression. Snake girl, don't you have some sway over those demons, considering you're originally a demon too? I shook my head. While I am still thought of highly among my people, I am not privy to their secrets any longer. I was never forgiven for how I helped humans advance as they did and push demons to the shadows. I still had a handful of confidants around the place, so I would reach out on my end to see if they've heard any whispers. The Jade Emperor was lost in deep thought for a few moments. I will dispatch a few trusted men of mine to start looking into things outside of the heavenly realm. But the point of contention still exists that needs to be addressed. Some uppity brats making a fuss about using your list. Odin rolled his eyes. It is a significant part of our history, All-Father. The Jade Emperor replied. Imagine how yours would feel if they found someone not among your number wielding your son's hammer. Honestly, they'd probably think it was awesome. Odin shrugged. But I get it, I do. You got a bunch of annoying idiots to wrangle. What's the specific issues being thrown around? There are talks of assigning the mortal a position among the court as reparation. No. Odin didn't even make a joke or light of the situation, he just outright denied it. I share the sentiment. The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly. The other arguments are as you would expect, but they have been getting heated. Many believe we have been slighted. There is a simple solution. I offered my input. Simply acknowledge it to silence the whispers. That comes with its own issues. Odin pointed out. I don't mind if you use it to grandstand at our expense. That is generous of you, All-Father. Bah, we're far too worried about our own shit to care about your political crap right now. Give your expression of sympathies to us, wish us well to the court. Then have one of your trusted people bring up how we were only to use the list in a limited capacity. Emphasize your own use of it and how much better you were at it, blah blah blah, I don't need to spell it out for you. It would make you appear magnanimous and would imply that you were aware of what was happening while also soothing any ruffled feathers, junior brother. I added. I suppose that is an adequate solution. Very well, I will take your suggestion. Thank you for being understanding, All-Father. He acquiesced. I did always appreciate how little Tion knew when to advance and when to retreat in matters such as this. You did not wrangle the heavenly courts without knowing when to take your wins even if they were minor. I'm happy to see you pulled through, All-Father. The world would have been a strange place without you in it. The Jade Emperor stated. Odin snorted. Boring, is what you mean. Yes, how could I survive without you coming by every few centuries to harass our maidens? He said dryly. Obviously they swoon over a real man, not you femboys. Odin puffed up his chest. Little Tion twitched slightly. I'm sure the Greeks will appreciate a real man as well. Odin's expression sank, and he scowled. Great, I gotta go deal with those dicks now. I did not envy him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. It was nice to spend the evening and night with Salem. It helped soothe a lot of the initial tension we had and I would always enjoy a good night's sleep cuddling with her. That being said, any residual feelings about that seemed to fall to the wayside as soon as I appeared back home. Because what greeted me was a certain saintess on her knees, with her nice round butt up in the air wiggling unconsciously it seems. And she was wearing those booty shorts of hers. Jean made a noise of surprise as she was apparently retrieving something from under the couch as she pulled back quickly with a pen in her hand, looking behind her to see me. Will. Don't mind me, just admiring the view. I smiled innocently. Nay. She quickly adjusted herself once she realized what I meant by that. Why you meanie? She stood up with a haste, puffing up cutely with a slight red dusting on her face. Not as good as the bikini, but I do love those booty shorts of yours. No, stop. You're not allowed to mention that again. She whined, covering her face. It's too embarrassing. All right, but I'm going to keep thinking about it. She made some rather adorable if inaudible sounds, none of which were rejections. Well, she did give me permission to think about it previously. Hug. I offered, holding my arms out. Yes. She lowered her hands, smiling warmly as she accepted the physical affection. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried when I heard what happened. Worried about me. I chuckled. Oh, of course. You're always getting into trouble. She pouted. I don't like hearing that you're hurt. I found myself rubbing her head. It's all right. It'll take more than that to put me down. Anything else I can heal from. Humph. She crossed her arms, pulling away. Don't talk about dying so easily. Funny, Scathack said the same thing to me. It made me feel happy to know that they cared so much. All right, I'm sorry. I couldn't help but apologize seeing her upset. I promised to stop thinking about you in a bikini from now on as an apology. Well, you don't need to go that far. She quickly shifted gears and flushed deeply again. That's good, I didn't know what I would do with all the pictures I took otherwise. What? No pictures. She crossed her arms in an X. Why you, okay, but you're not allowed to show anyone else. She looked away, quietly giving me permission. Geez, why was she so cute? All right, that's enough teasing for now. How have you enjoyed your time in Kyoto so far? Her eyes lit up brightly. It's been great. Everyone's so welcoming here. Mordred and I have been going out and doing things almost every day, it's been really fun. And I even made a new friend yesterday. Oh. Jean nodded happily. Izzy brought her, you know her too. Oriheim was really nice and we spent the day shopping. Well, wasn't that a coincidence? But yeah, I can see it, they'd get along really well. Question though. You've gone shopping and gotten plenty of necessities now, right? Plenty of clothes and all that. Obviously I would love to spoil her as much as possible, but I don't think Jean would be into that sort of thing. She seems more like the minimalist sort. Yeah. She smiled happily. Yet you chose to wear the booty shorts, huh? Ah. Her lips quivered slightly and that flush of hers returned. You said you liked it. She replied, barely more audible than a whisper. Cute. I ended up putting my hand on her head again, much to her continued embarrassment. So what's got you welcoming me back home with such a wonderful view? Don't treat my butt like a scenic view. She squeaked. Denied. Nay. Jean, there will never be a day that your butt is not a treasure to behold. I said with complete seriousness. Pervert. She whispered bashfully. So whatcha doing, I peeked over her shoulder to see a bunch of papers on the coffee table. No, you're not allowed to look. She shuffled over to block my view. I'm not allowed to look. She silently shook her head back and forth, seemingly not wanting to say anything. That's a shame, I thought that maybe it was something we could spend time together doing. She bit her lip looking conflicted. Only if you promise not to tease me. She sounded sincere, so I relented. There was a time and place to tease Jean. I promise. Okay. She moved over to the papers. I was practicing. I moved to her side to see what she meant by that, and the papers were, well, she was practicing writing. They were her name, mostly. There seemed to be a reference up top, and she was trying to mimic it. I patted the couch as I sat down and gestured for her to join. Why don't I help you? Jean, who was clearly embarrassed, smiled warmly once more. I would like that. She quickly took the seat next to me and I adjusted the papers for her to practice some more. You've been starting with your name? I asked. Jean awkwardly nodded. I still don't know how to read, but I asked someone to write my name down and I was practicing copying it for the future. In French. What's wrong with French? She immediately caught on to what I was going to say, puffing up again. I could make a list, but you wouldn't be able to read it. Nay. She hit my shoulder a few times. All right, I'm sorry. That's the only teasing I'll do. I gently took her hand and moved it towards the pen. Here, let me help you. It seems like you're having trouble with the flourish in some of the characters. It's times like this that I absolutely loved my devil origins that allowed me to understand basic human languages perfectly in both oral and written form. I guided her hand as she wrote it. J. I enunciated the first letter. J. She repeated. We continued through each of the letters of her name, until she both wrote them and pronounced each one, mentally labeling them each as we went through. It was slow going, but it was important to understand the basics when learning to read. One more time, but you're doing it on your own. I let go over her head and flipped the paper over, so she didn't have a reference. Like this. She began to write her name again right under where we did before. Make sure to spell it out as you go. Jean furrowed her brow. J-E-E-A. I corrected. They can sound similar. A. She corrected herself. Jeanneddarc. She spoke them aloud, filling her name out nearly perfectly. Jean d'Arc. She proclaimed with a big smile. Perfect. I did it. Yup, that's how you spell your name. I smiled back at her. She clapped her hands excitedly and had the most genuine and enthusiastic grin on her face. Thank you, thank you. She threw her arms around me, like it was some momentous achievement on her part. I happily accepted the hug, of course, letting her enjoy her small success. A child probably wouldn't be able to pick it up after one try if they were learning for the first time, but Jean was far from a child. She was a very intelligent and resourceful woman. Honestly, learning to read and write would probably be easy for her. But even so, I was happy for her. I would get some proper things for teaching and helping her study. First off, she was going to need a proper alphabet to go over. Maybe some educational videos to go along with it so she can do things on her own. Regardless, Happy Jean was the best Jean. Did Gabriel's letter make you want to learn faster? Jean nodded her head. I wanted to reply to her. I'll gladly help you there, you know. Jean smiled beautifully once more. Thank you, Wilhelm. Though, that does bring about a question. How would you send a reply? I would mail. She stopped looking blankly in realization. I'm fairly sure that heaven doesn't have an address to send the letter to. Unless you count the Pope, but that might come off badly if we went through that process. I could pray. Can you send letters through prayer? I mean, she could just reply to Gabriel through prayer, but it was polite to send a letter in return after receiving one like this. What do I do? Why don't we leave the letter with Father Vasco Strata? Father Swole seemed to be on good terms with the angels. That way it isn't awkward for any angels to come here to retrieve it, and we don't have to pop up to heaven to deliver it. That's something we can do. She perked up. Well, it would be a good opportunity to visit the Vatican. You've never been there, have you? And Father Swole did extend an open invitation. With the sort of peace and how the conference went, we might be able to swing that if we go through the proper channels to ask. Her eyes lit up immediately. You would go with me together. Like together. She added on softly. It's a date. I smiled, and the noises she made were utterly adorable. Well, if I was going to go down to hell to talk to Zekrom, visiting the seat of power for the church felt oddly appropriate as well. I'm sure nothing bad will happen, it's not like I'm the son of Lucifer or anything. ****. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForum. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above.